This scarred up dude right here is our main protagonist Zeke Drake. He's the first direct descendant of the Dragon Slayer clan, but he couldn't awaken his powers, instead getting healer talent over swordsman skills, so he got booted from his own family, and now he's pretty much about to fucking kick the bucket. All because of some mysterious artifact. He's cornered deep in a snowy mountain cave by a gang of thugs. Eyeing his pathetic state, one of the goons let out a mocking laugh. "You dumb fuck. You think you can slip our encirclement? Huh, where's that ancient relic stat?" As they spoke, they shot Zeke warning glares right in front of them. Zeke had both arms chopped off in the fight, yet his face showed zero fear, even flipping the mockery back at the bandits. "You moron. If you were me, would you rat it out?" Hearing that the hooded leader couldn't contain his fury at Zeke's cluelessness, to his dire straits, that cocky asshole, he snarled, lunging like he wanted to skewer Zeke. Good thing his rational teammate held him back. "Forget it, we gotta contact the main squad first." With that, he whipped out a comm stone and spoke to the other end. "We've nabbed the Northern Phantom. Confirm our coordinates, please." The stone crackled back. "Coordinates locked. We'll be there short." Comms done, he had to grudgingly praise Zeke's grit. "You're one tough bastard. Unbelievable you're still holding on with both arms hacked off. But why's the Northern Phantom chasing the artifact the Emperor wants?" He wondered aloud. No need for Zeke's answer. His hooded buddy chimed in. "What else? He's just stirring shit. We've put up with him long enough time to have some fun before the main team rolls in and repays all the headaches he's caused us. Brace yourself, Northern Phantom. We won't quit till you're begging to die," the villain said coolly, drawing his hip sword. Meanwhile, his hooded pal got an idea and eagerly suggested, "Let's flip for who goes first. No time to waste," he said, flicking a coin skyward. "All right, heads. I get first dibs," the hooded guy grinned. While those two idiots fixated on the coin, Zeke sure as hell wasn't sitting duck. He seized the chance, clamping his jaws on a severed arm nearby, jamming it to his stump. Then boom, miracle light burst from the wound, visibly knitting the parts back together. "I ain't going out like this helpless. I'm the Draker clan's first failed awakener, Zeke Drake. Born into the mighty Dragon Slayer clan, with a body that couldn't handle dragon aura, I flopped the awakening, what should have been a knight's birth. Got treated like garbage and exiled from the family, so I did whatever it took to get stronger and survive. Someone once said chasing power alone leaves you empty, but that's crap. Only the strong can spout that," Zeke thought inwardly, and with his right arm healed, he snatched the ground sword and blitzed forward at breakneck speed. Clueless, the two baddies happily checked the coin's sweet heads. The hooded thug cheered, pumped he'd land the killing blow on Zeke. But the instant he eyed the result, Zeke's blade whipped across his throat, decapitating him. It went down so fast his buddy couldn't even react. Then after a dazed second, he gripped his sword tight, battle ready. Pity it didn't save him more than seconds, 'cause right after dropping the hood Zeke wheeled on. One casual swing and Zeke's sword snapped the bandit's blade in half, while carving a bone-deep gash. The thug didn't even gurgle before croaking. Staring at the still bleeding corpse, Zeke reminded himself, the weak get smashed by the strong and everything they own gets snatched. That's this world's harsh truth. Right then, outside the cave, footsteps thundered, grabbing Zeke's attention. Reinforcements for the two fresh kills. Seeing himself surrounded, Zeke snagged his left arm, reattached it to heal, and tusk. Damn guess. Escapes off the table. The bandits gawked at him, sticking his arm back on. What the fuck? He just reattached it. Freak shows. Disgusting. But whatever, lop his head, and he's toast. Murmurs. Enemies meet. No point yapping. They crashed together, sword greetings flying. No clue how long later the brawl ended. Bandit bodies slumped in blood puddles on the ground. Zeke himself skewered with who knows how many blades in his back. Even with his busted regen, he knew he'd hit limit. Fuck, looks like I'm off to meet the Reaper soon. No revenge, but at least I swiped the Emperor's artifact. Guess that's something. Thinking it, Zeke fished a purple dragon-etched crystal from his pocket. Clutching it, his hand shook as he whispered, "Sorry, Alicia, so damn sorry." With that, Zeke's eyes drifted shut, ready to check out forever. Meanwhile, blood trickled from his forehead down his nose, plopping onto the stone. Then kaboom, it unleashed a massive energy surge. With it, a shadowy figure materialized behind him. An ancient dragon's soul, carved into persistent will. Emergency measure triggered. Zeke Draker, do you consent? To Zeke, those words were meaningless, dying delirium bullshit. Shut up, do your thing, he thought silently. And like that sealed it. The voice pressed on. Awakening pact confirmed. Irreversible promised. Power activating. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time zipped by. Now Kid Zeke eyed his mirror self, stroking his chin, mulling it over. I look like this. So I really regressed to the past. Hard to believe. I still feel that sword gut stab clear as day. This place is super familiar. Draker Family Training Academy, the Cradle. Dragon Slayer clan. Draker, one of the big three great clans from Terrakin Drake. The hero who saved the continent, slaying evil dragon Bahamut, in the war 1,000 years back. His heirs birthed the current Draker clan, as Dragon Slayer Terrakins blood all Drakers, blessed with holy aura, easily awakening top-tier holy aura into holy knights. Except me, Zeke snarked inwardly. Then the robotic voice chimed in his head management system booting. Awaken a soul identified, confirmed 100% match. Awaken a soul select. Ancient Dragon will acceptance, and full merge confirmed partial system access granted. Pleased to meet you, Zeke Draker. Status window view. Activating opening status window. Low tier admin status window name Zeke Draker class. Rare healing sorcerer title Ancient Dragon. Blessed healing class skills. Calm mind vitality. Restore sensory amp skills. Precise stab low E-Novice / E-Novice critical hit D Novice Dragon Arts locked need 10 points to unlock current karma points none. Back to Zeke, the pop-up screen sparked his curiosity. He poked around lots of stuff, like a magic vid artifact. Activated HUD can swipe through it like magic vid. Navigate just the same. Plus classes and skills, dragon tongues obsolete in modern time. Master said ancients class themselves by specialties. Each class drills unique techs called skills. His healing sorcerer means he can heal. Recalling Master's words, Zeke shivered at past life training memories. Post-awakening, she drilled him near death. But status confirms healing sorcerer. Time to test if status is legit. Last life healing sorcerer moment. Hit at 20 right after Ether Hall unlocked. If so, Zeke thought, closing eyes, focusing inward on his body's energy. Boom energy flooded him. Zeke beamed, couldn't hide it, knew it. Ether Hall's open. With this I get it, my trained body's gone. But I regressed with skills and memories. Huge edge over pre-regression. Gotta leverage it by scoping my toolkit. With that, Zeke dove into the system screen. But before digging deeper, a man's voice hit from the door. Young Master Zeke. Coming and playing Heidi Won't Fly. The familiar voice jolted Zeke into panic, fumbling to kill the screen. Crap, not done yet. How do I close this? Outside, the guy didn't wait for invite, just burst in. Here I am. Unbelievable, you're still not ready. What gives this burly old butler getup was Zeke's manservant Decker. Facing Zeke, seeing Decker spot nothing off, he inwardly sighed. Phew, didn't catch the window, lucky. Then asked, prep for what? Decker's reply turned pissed eyes flashing menace as he growled, you for real, young Master Zeke? Totally normal words, but they chilled Zeke to the bone. Yeah, kid me was scared shitless of Decker. 32-year-old mind, or not, that body deep fear stuck. Thinking it, he shook nonstop, till system caught his freak-out auto-firing class skill calm mind, clearing Zeke's head. Class skill calm mind user's psyche stays rock solid, any situation total composure lock. Back to Zeke, anxiety blinked out. This a skill 2 auto activates. Clutch. Zeke nodded. Meanwhile, oblivious Decker kept on. I've repeated a ton. This is huge, you hear me, young Master Zeke? Zeke grinned back. Course, Decker. You mean the Parcration eval test, right? To talk about that evaluation test, we have to mention a pretty interesting tradition. All members of the Draker family have to go through a training system called the Cradle, starting from age 7, and over the next 5 years, they undergo strict basic training. The instructors evaluate the new students each year through swordsmanship competitions, as well as unrestricted pancration matches. Opponents are chosen by the instructors, but sometimes students can pick their own if both agree. And since there are no rules, some matches end with serious injuries or even death. But because this competition is used to assign the classes students will join in the academy, the kids have no choice but to fight with everything they've got. Cut to a vast arena. At this moment, a group of children is gathered here, preparing for the pancration evaluation test. Up on the fighting platform, a grown man raises his voice to the group. As everyone knows, today is the pancration match day. I trust all of you know this is the final part of the evaluation, right? Yes, sir. The kids below shout in unison. Hearing that, the brown-haired guy nods in satisfaction and continues. Good, looks like everyone's spirits are high. Then let's get started right now. Get ready. He's the head instructor. Panmark, inside the crowd, Zeke is here too, and all around him the other kids are looking at him with contempt and judgment. There's Zeke, got humiliated last year and he's still here this year. If I were him, I'd have run away already. How the hell is he direct line blood anyway? Poor guy. Hey, I can hear all of that, Zeke grumbled inwardly. But he doesn't bother responding to the comments. Turning back to the platform, Pan starts calling the first names. Aaron, Goda, come up here. Yes, sir. Both candidates reply and quickly run onto the arena. Then once they're in ready stance, Pan shouts, prepare to begin. The words barely finish when the brown-haired boy Goda charges forward like a leopard to seize the initiative. However, before his fist can land on his opponent, Aaron fires a straight kick right into his chin, rattling his brain nonstop until he rolls over and passes out instantly. Up in the stands, Zeke watches the scene and yawns in boredom. That match is over. That's what happens when you don't go on the defensive properly. Zeke mutters to himself, and sure enough, just as he predicted, after taking that single hit, Goda can't get back up. Gota can no longer continue, Aaron wins, Pan announces loudly. And so the matches proceed one after another, while Zeke grows more and more fed up watching. I thought back when I was little I was scared to death of this, but these guys are nothing. With that, he covers his mouth and lets out another big yawn. Not sure if you noticed, but right now on another stand there's a freckle-faced kid staring at him with eyes full of excitement, like he's looking at prey, his hands trembling nonstop from the thrill. Then very quickly Zeke's turn arrives, and by some coincidence his opponent is exactly that freckle-faced kid. Zeke, Leon, both of you ready? Yes, sir, they both reply, on one side. Zeke sees his opponent is this pancration freak and rubs his eyes in boredom, while Leon looks at him with utter contempt. Look who's back again. Guess last year I didn't take good enough care of you, huh? Those words make Zeke remember last year's match, when the weak Zeke had to kneel and beg him to stop. I'm sorry, Leon Conrad, please spare me this time. Back to the present, Zeke feels zero worry toward him now. Whatever, he's always been my opponent every year anyway. I'm sure he pulled some dirty tricks behind the scenes. His family probably spouts nonsense like, you have to overcome filthy tricks like this to become a true dragon slayer. Why the hell is trash like that my cousin? In my previous life, the 4 direct line siblings never even met yet. Here I've got a whole bunch of cousins, always ready to bully me. Thinking about it, Zeke breaks into an indescribable smile. Across from him, unaware of Zeke's inner thoughts, Leon keeps spewing contempt. Gotta hand it to you, Zeke Draker. You're really brave coming back here after getting beaten to a pulp last time. Or maybe you're just too stupid to learn your lesson because you're so pathetic. As he talks, the little punk taps his own head, and though Zeke feels a flicker of anger at the provocation, his calm mind skill wipes it out instantly. Been a while since I heard his dumb insults again. Zeke lets out a sigh and glares in warning. Hey, I won't go easy if you call me that one more time. In response, Leon steps forward, pats Zeke's head and taunts. So what are you gonna do about it, you pathetic shorty? Hearing that, Zeke decides words won't convince him anymore. In a flash, he swings and slams a fist straight into the idiot's face, sending his whole body flying like a torn sack. At the same time, the system notifies. Critical strike skill activated. Grade D critical strike deals critical damage to enemy, may be countered if attack fail. Up ahead, Leon starts clutching his face and howling in pain like a little dog. My face, he trembles out. Meanwhile, Zeke himself is a bit stunned by the power in his own punch. I only meant to knock him out, but the skill triggered on a normal hit. I really can't control this ability well. Back to the head instructor, Pan. He sees Zeke strike first and questions him. What are you doing, Zeke Draker? You attacked before I even said begin. In reply, Zeke sighs at the teacher's naivety. Who the hell waits for ready on a real battlefield? The one who strikes first gains the advantage. With that, Zeke flashes a sly, cunning smile. That makes Pan up ahead feel an invisible danger enveloping. Was that killing intent I just sensed? He asks himself inwardly. Meanwhile, Leon has suppressed his pain enough to speak. I'm fine, sir. Please start the match. I'll take care of that damn shorty bastard, Leon says with a face twisted in rage, while Zeke gives a mocking smile. Looks like you're the one too dumb to learn a lesson. Standing nearby, Pan sees both of them ready to tear into each other and has no reason to stop it. Then prepare to begin. The words no sooner leave his mouth than Leon channels power into his legs and charges like an arrow shot from a bow. However, looking at Zeke's calm face ahead, for some reason fear creeps into his heart. What the? Am I scared because of that punch earlier? But that punch didn't do enough damage. If I stay alert, it's nothing. What I need to watch for is his left hand counterattack. It's way too obvious. Thinking that, Leon smirks inwardly and immediately drops low to dodge Zeke's incoming punch, while grabbing Zeke's thigh with one hand and his waist with the other, then pushing forward to throw him off balance. Die, you pathetic bastard, Leon roars in glee, as if he can already see his victory. But a second later, he suddenly realizes his body won't stay upright. When he looks again, Zeke is sitting several meters away. What just happened? Leon asks himself, still not processing it. Unlike him, head instructor Pan watching from the side saw everything. And that's why he's utterly stunned. You've got to be kidding. Is this really the combat sense of a 12-year-old kid? The moment Leon dodged Zeke's counter and tried to take him down, I thought Leon had it in the bag, but Zeke punched Leon's chin and slipped out of his grip. That was Leon's mistake for dropping his guard thinking he'd caught Zeke. But Zeke was way too calm, despite the failed counter. The focus and precision needed to land such effective, accurate damage. Is this really the Zeke Draker I know? Pan wonders inwardly as he stares at the familiar yet strangely distant figure ahead. Back to Leon right now, dizziness still clouds his head, making it impossible to act steadily. Damn it, like this I can't do any. First I need to create distance. Thinking that, before Leon can even step back, Zeke charges in fast and delivers a powerful hook kick straight into his thigh, making his whole body buckle slightly. I'm dead, He's so small, how is he this strong? Leon cries out inwardly. Then he regains his stance and throws a punch straight at Zeke's face. You damn shorty, how dare you? As he says it, Leon thinks confidently. All right, this time I've got my power under control. Across from him, Zeke activates his heightened senses skill, temporarily boosting all his senses. Through his eyes, Leon's incoming fist suddenly moves in extreme slow motion. Feels so familiar. Now that I'm used to controlling ether, let's end this match. With that thought, he lightly blocks the punch. But it's not over. Right after, Zeke grabs Leon's arm with both hands and executes a perfect over-the-shoulder throw. The slam is so powerful that Leon's body crashes into the floor and cracks it into countless pieces. Yet Zeke isn't stopping there. He immediately activates his precise strike skill. Precise strike targets the enemy's weak point to deal critical damage. Right now, Zeke's elbow slams right into the idiot's sternum, causing countless cracks to spread through his bone structure. Then Zeke sits upright on top of him and raises his fist. Even an idiot like you can learn a lesson from this, right? You'll only know once you try. Break a little sweat and your mind clears up a lot. I can finally recognize who's who around. Stop starring. If you've got something to say, come down here. As he speaks, Zeke scans the weaklings up above with eyes full of provocation. In response to his words, a kid with reddish-brown hair arrogantly declares, Zeke Draker, I choose you as my pancration opponent. Like you said, I've got something to say. Hearing that, the protagonist turns his attention and recognizes him as Jakin Vardek, another cousin. Thinking that, Zeke casually accepts. Fine, but just you alone would be boring. Liam Stone, you join too. As he says it, Zeke stares hard at the big guy right behind Jakin. That's Jakin's servant. I think that makes it fair. With that, Zeke flashes a contemptuous smile, making Jakin grit his teeth audibly. Did you just insult me? He asks through clenched teeth, and Zeke replies with an adorably innocent face. Yup, dummy. He says it in a playful, chirpy tone, but it only makes Liam even angrier. Zeke Draker, I'm definitely going to kill you. Jakin mutters inwardly. Next, both of them step down into the arena, and before the match starts, head instructor Pan worriedly reminds Zeke, don't do anything before I give the signal, Zeke Draker. Yeah, Zeke nods casually. At the same time, he focuses on the big guy in front of him. Interesting running into him here again. The future mercenary king, Liam. Even in my previous life as Jakin's servant, he joined the cradle and the academy. But as distant kin, he got left out of advanced education. He begged to join the higher training at Valhalla Academy, but ended up joining a knight order in a small nation called Baranal. After Baranal fell, he became a mercenary in the chaotic era where people flocked to the strong. After years as a mercenary, he became a Crimson Knight and founded his own mercenary group, the Stone Mercenaries. He unified the three biggest mercenary bands and quickly earned the title Mercenary King. Hired by the Empire, Liam Stone mercenaries joined the Continental War, and I, along with the Northern forces, faced Liam as an enemy. Zeke thinks to himself, unaware of these thoughts in Zeke's mind. Pan sees both sides ready and calls out, prepare to begin. The words barely finish when Jakin launches a lightning-fast attack, his punch so powerful it makes the air explode with a boom. However, the punch isn't enough to trouble Zeke. Zeke catches his fist cleanly in his hand. I said come at me together, didn't I? Zeke says with an ice-cold expression while radiating dangerous aura, making Jakin sweat a little in worry. You think I'll fall for your cheap trick? As he speaks, he swings a high kick straight at Zeke's head. But right after, he feels sharp pain shoot straight into his brain. The reason? His kick had slammed directly into Zeke's elbow. Look carefully before you kick. Zeke taunts, and because of that injury, Jakin temporarily can't launch another attack. Taking advantage while he's distracted by his leg, Zeke charges in to check on his health, looking where As he says it, he balls his fist, preparing to strike. Seeing that, Jakin immediately raises both arms to block. However, it's just a feint from Zeke. Looks like you're overreacting a bit. Can't even spot a fake attack. That's why I said come together. One of you alone isn't enough. With that, Zeke casually kicks straight into his knee, throwing him off balance. Taking the chance, Zeke spins to the side and lands a punch into his ribs, making Jakin cough up blood from the pain. Out of options, realizing his own weakness is useless against Zeke, he immediately calls for help from his subordinate behind. Liam, kill this bastard. The little dog barks loudly, and this time facing the future mercenary king, Zeke drops his contemptuous attitude. He's only 12 like us, right? The most annoying thing fighting him is his insane reach. If he gets the first move, I won't be able to do anything. I have to seize the initiative. Thinking that, right as Liam prepares to swing, Zeke charges forward fast and throws a straight punch, intercepting his attack before it can even launch. Right after that, Zeke activated his slash skill, Grade D slash, a technique that unleashes a barrage of attacks on the opponent while obstructing their vision. At that moment, Zeke's body suddenly split into countless purple afterimages, launching continuous strikes from every direction toward Liam's body, leaving him no choice but to curl up and defend. Watching the scene, the faces of the observing students gradually changed. "That's insane. What the hell is that?" they muttered in confusion. But among the entire crowd, only instructor Pan recognized the skill. "That's right, you kids must be very surprised because this is something you've never seen before. It's Northern Fist technique from the Central Lands, but in a place dominated by swordsmanship like this, how could Zeke possibly know it?" Back to the protagonist, unleashing that barrage of attacks put considerable strain on his own body. Right now, he was already cursing his trash physique inwardly. "Damn it, my body was crippled since I was a kid. Just this much and it's already aching all over." But putting that aside, that monster's stamina is the real problem. He didn't counterattack, didn't dodge, just took everything head-on. He's even more ferocious than he was as the mercenary king, and my body's already reaching its limit. Only now do I truly see how strong his body really is. However, I'll break through his defense and take him down. Thinking that, Zeke took a deep breath and concentrated power into his right fist. Across from him, Liam's eyes narrowed slightly, as if sensing the change in Zeke. So he raised his focus to the absolute maximum. Then without any warning, Zeke's figure flashed and appeared right in front of him. At the same time, he threw his punch, but with terrifying reflexes, Liam slightly tilted his head to the side. Simultaneously, he slammed his palm into Zeke's arm to redirect the punch. The failed attack inevitably left Zeke feeling bitter. He dodged it. He can't even see ether with the naked eye. All the people here have insane sense, he thought to himself. While Zeke was still dazed in thought, Liam used his left hand to grip Zeke's right wrist tightly. Then the big guy leveraged his monstrous strength to hurl Zeke's body like throwing a chair. However, the protagonist wasn't one to take it lying down. The instant his body was thrown forward, Zeke tucked his legs up, using the momentum to drive his knee straight into Liam's head. After that, he activated his heightened senses skill to boost perception speed and clamped both legs around Liam's neck in a tight hold. No matter how strong the body, if the brain gets no oxygen, it can't do anything. Zeke thought inwardly while tightening his legs even more. However, Liam had no intention of just taking it. He immediately started hammering his left fist repeatedly into Zeke's ribs, forcing Zeke to cough up blood. This crazy bastard. "Fine, let's see who outlasts who." He gritted his teeth and endured. Just like that, the two began a pure test of endurance, and in the end, the one who gave in was Liam. He rolled over unconscious from lack of oxygen. Up in the stands, another kid watched Zeke's victory and broke into a delighted smile. "Good, I was expecting at least this much from you. Only then are you worth crushing," Zeke Drake. Time flew by quickly. Cut to Zeke's private room. At this moment, old Butler Decker was kindly inquiring. "I heard you were badly injured during the pancration match. Are you all right, young master? If it's not too rude, may I check your pulse?" He asked calmly, but how could that question fool Zeke? He immediately guessed the old man's intention. He must want to check if I've awakened aura yet. Realizing the purpose, Zeke told him to wait a moment, so he could finish dressing before extending his hand for the check, seeing that the old man didn't forget to thank him. "Thank you, young master." Then Decker gently touched Zeke's hand and slowly sent his own energy into the boy's arm to probe. However, the moment he felt the energy moving through his body, Zeke couldn't help but freeze for a few seconds in shock. Wait, he's a blue knight. When checking if someone has awakened, people usually only examine the danchin, but he's doing it extremely thoroughly. Just channeling aura into someone else's body is already difficult enough, yet he can control it with such precision. He must be a blue knight. Not all knights are the same. They're classified by martial prowess and mastery of aura manipulation. White swordsmen are the basic level. Most children before the blessing ceremony are white swordsmen, then come yellow swordsmen. That's the level after awakening aura and opening the danchin. All students in the cradle become yellow swordsmen after the blessing ceremony. Once you learn to freely control aura, you're granted the title of knight. Purple knights are the level where you can infuse aura into your sword for enhancement. Blue knights are the level where you can manifest aura blades. And the transcendent realm, the limit reached by the mercenary King Liam back then. And before my reincarnation, I had reached Crimson Knight. There's also Black Knights, but on the entire continent, there are only a handful of such monsters. So how could someone strong enough to be a commander end up as my caretaker? No, more importantly, he can't possibly detect my ether. In this world, only two people can use it. Zeke muttered inwardly, and just as he predicted, after a while of checking, old Decker found nothing and had to stop his probing. However, his instincts still told him Zeke seemed to be hiding something. "Young master, are you hiding something from me?" he said while staring sharply at Zeke. Hearing that Zeke didn't answer but countered with a question. Is that so? Then what are you hiding from me? Zeke's sudden question made Decker fall silent for a moment. Then without waiting for an answer, the protagonist waved his hand. I'm just kidding. Hearing that, old Decker let out a breath and turned to ask, "Why have you changed so suddenly, young master?" In reply, Zeke looked at him with the eyes of a superior. "Wrong question, Decker. You should be asking why I only changed now. Many things will change from here on. Everything will return to its proper place, so all you need to do is follow me." Across from him, Decker fell silent for 2 seconds after hearing that, as if evaluating the words. Then he nodded and bowed. "Understood, young master, I understand. I've prepared the training room as you requested." "Good, I like how efficient you always are," Zeke said with satisfaction. "Then see you later, young master, please rest." Zeke waved him off and quickly left the room. At the same time, Zeke vaguely guessed why someone so powerful was by his side. If he was ordered to monitor me, then I just need to keep him close to extract information when the chance comes. The issue is who gave the order to monitor me. I don't think it's from my mother's side. It must be one of the siblings, Zeke judged inward. Cut to the training room. It seemed this was Zeke's first time here, so he was a bit surprised by its sheer size. Whoa, this is a personal training room. This family really lives up to its reputation, he marveled. He muttered and quickly opened his status window to check. Next, Zeke immediately noticed the changes in his status. My slash skill has reached mastery. It levels up the more I use it, huh? Skills activate naturally based on actions, so I already had it before. If I learn something new, will it get added here as a skill? What's the difference between regular skills and school faction skills? They activate similarly. And this too, Dragonkin technique, currently locked and requires 10 points to unlock. Thinking that he tried tapping the karma points button to check, and the system quickly gave an explanation notification. Karma points: you can earn karma points by killing monsters. Current karma points, 0. After reading the description, Zeke's face showed a thoughtful expression. Monsters, huh? Dungeons are full of them, but I need to at least become a purple knight to go there. More than that, I'm curious why I reincarnated to the past, and what this system even is. These skills and classes tell me it's definitely related to that ancient treasure. But right now, I have too little information. The more he thought, the more curious Zeke became. However, he couldn't figure anything out at the moment, so Zeke tossed the issue to the back of his mind to deal with later. Phew, whatever. As long as it makes me stronger, I'll use it, whether it's this system I'm using or being a Draker family member. He muttered and forced himself to raise the sword in front of him, but his whole body trembled nonstop just from its weight. Then, while holding the sword, Zeke reviewed knowledge from his previous life's training. There are two known powers in this world: Knight's aura and Mage's mana. Knights strengthen aura in the dance, while mages channel mana through magic circles. These two powers are at opposite extremes, so once you awaken one, you can't awaken the other. However, I was so unlucky, I couldn't awaken either Danshin or magic circle, so the family disowned me, and I wandered until I met my master. He taught me a lot, but the most useful things were healing skills and the ether cavity. Through the ether cavity that my master developed, I was able to use the energy of nature, ether. My master and I were the only two users in the world, thinking that he swung the sword wildly to train. Time passed quickly. 2 hours later, Zeke was dog-tired, huffing and puffing. Just 2 hours of training and I already feel like I'm about to pass out, but it should be fine, right? As he spoke, he propped himself up with the sword to keep from collapsing, and to deal with his fatigue, Zeke activated his healing skill to restore vitality, instantly making his exhausted body feel refreshed like before he got tired. Healing is an extremely rare skill. I didn't even know it existed until I met my master. If I use it in front of others, they'll think I'm some freak. That's why I couldn't use it during the fight with Liam. I have to heal myself quickly once I get back to my room. Now that I'm recovered, let's keep going. With that, he dove back into training once more. Time flew until evening. At this point, Zeke finally stopped because his stomach started growling for food. Ha, dinner time already, huh? Zeke let out a light breath before looking at the floor now covered in countless sword marks, and wondering how to explain this to Deck. Just like that, time passed quickly. 1 week later, cut to the dining hall of the Cradle. At this moment, everyone was starting to gossip about Zeke's change. Hey, have you heard about Zeke? He's completely different now. Someone spoke up, making the person next to him surprised. That loser. Maybe he dabbled in black magic. Hope he takes down some of the stronger ones. Yeah, another agreed. Cut to a luxurious dining room. Right now, 4 young masters were eating together. Meanwhile, the kid Riene Tirun was devouring his food like a starving demon. On the other side, a handsome boy spoke up to remind Leon, you might not feel like eating, but eat anyway. You need energy for the swordsmanship duel. This handsome kid's name was Owen Zimmon. In response to the kind words, Leon clenched his fist and jutted his chin. You trying to piss me off? I was just being friendly. but looks like your inferiority complex is really bad. Owen replied coolly, making Leon unable to hold back his anger. He slammed the table and shouted, "What?" That table slam sent Renee's steak flying off the plate, and Leon started receiving an irritated glare from him. The ice-cold gaze made Leon not even dare meet his eyes. Putting that aside, Jakin spoke up about Zeke. "So what are we going to do?" Zeke Draker, in response, Owen's expression immediately changed. "I'm not sure. The pancration match was brutal but impressive. However, he'll be pathetic once it switches to swordsmanship. What can he do when he can't even hold a sword?" Hearing that, Leon across from him latched onto the excuse. "Exactly. He's so weak they had to make him a custom sword because normal ones are too heavy for him. Yeah, no way I lost to that shorty for real. Everyone who watched knows. He only beat me in pancration by sheer luck." Back to Rene, seeing these weaklings keep making excuses for their failures, he directly stood up from his chair. "Luck. If you really believe that, then none of you deserve to become Draker family knights." With that, he contemptuously left the table, and the group immediately. A sword duel, not like pancration. Swordsmanship is used here, and it's the cause of most accidents in the cradle. It's also where the skill gap between students is clearest, and 1 month after the current exam, the blessing ceremony will be held, the event where Draker family members awaken aura. Cut to the arena. At this moment, head instructor Pan called out, "Zeke, step forward." Hearing that Zeke carried a ridiculously long sword forward, the sword in his hand made everyone feel strange. What's with that absurdly long sword? Does he think using a bigger one makes him strong? Murmurs started rising from the stands. Across from him, Zeke's opponent was that girl Rene. "Zeke Draker, I choose you as my opponent," she said with blazing fighting spirit. While Zeke wasn't afraid of anyone, so he accepted right away. "Sounds good, I accept the challenge." With that, he pointed his sword straight at her face. Hearing those words, Rene calmly drew her own sword while assessing Zeke's strength. "He's holding that sword two-handed so easily. Facing him now, I can say, this is no longer the Zeke I knew, the one who could barely hold a sword. Could it be because he's grown up? His aura." The more she thought, the more unsettled Rene felt. Then very quickly she gritted her teeth and reminded herself, "What am I even saying? I can't let him intimidate me before the fight even starts. I accept with confidence." Back to Zeke, though he had declared it with full confidence earlier. In truth, his heart didn't feel as easy as he made it seem. "Like I've always done, but fighting the Lightning Knight is going to be pretty intense." Rene Turun, she's also known as the Lightning Knight, one of the knights who built her reputation during the Continental War, and is recognized as one of the strongest in the next generation of the Draker family. Since she's one of those who awakened aura before the blessing ceremony, she must have awakened her aura a few years ago at this point. But she never used it in the cradle. She said she wanted to improve her fundamentals first. Zeke thought to himself. Next, head instructor Pan saw both had steadied themselves and shouted loudly, "Begin." The words barely faded when Rene's body flashed like lightning and thrust her sword straight toward Zeke. However, the attack was deflected to the side by Zeke, using the sword in his hand. Seeing that, Rene immediately retreated to keep distance. Then, she started leveraging her superior speed to circle around behind Zeke's back and unleashed another powerful thrusting strike. But even this was blocked as Zeke raised his sword horizontally to parry. However, the force of the attack couldn't be underestimated at all. Zeke's body was nearly pushed out of the arena after taking the hit. "She's better than I expected," Zeke praised inwardly. Meanwhile, Rene gave him almost no time to think before launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Up in the stands, the idiot Leon, unaware of both their strengths, shouted, "Stop messing around with him. Finish him off in one hit." Rene, hearing that, Jakin beside him reluctantly tried to explain to the pig-headed fool, "You're so dumb." Does it look like Rene's playing with him at all? Back to Rene's perspective. While unleashing strikes to pin Zeke down, she was also calculating ways to break through his defense. Though narrow, I can still sense an opening. However, no matter how quickly I try to seize the advantage from his sword meets mine, as if nullifying all my effort. And right after another opening appears. Exactly, it feels like a training spar meant to teach me. The more she thought, the more Rene doubted her own senses. Then after another sword clash, Rene's body was pushed backward, and both sides temporarily paused their attacks, because sweat was beading on Rene's face from the constant assault. While our protagonist hadn't shed a single drop of sweat, he even felt a bit bored. So this is how the Lightning Knight fights back in the cradle. Her swordplay is straightforward, just what you'd expect from someone obsessed with fundamentals, but that's exactly what's holding her back. Let's see, why don't I help her break out of her shell? Thinking that, Zeke lowered his stance like a leopard ready to pounce. Across from him, the swordswoman saw Zeke's posture and immediately went on high alert, an extremely low attack stance. "He plans to close the distance in one move. My speed isn't ordinary. "Come at me, Zeke Draker," Riene muttered inwardly. And right after that, Zeke launched his attack. His body flashed once, and he appeared right in front of him. But as long as there's distance between us, reacting to his move isn't impossible to block, Riene thought inwardly, and hurriedly dodged the protagonist's downward slap. However, she couldn't predict Zeke's next action. At this moment, he began swinging his sword diagonally, slicing across the arena floor straight toward Riene. The strike pulled up countless stone fragments that flew along with it, and successfully hit her face, leaving Riene's face streaked with blood. However, with no time to dwell on that, Riene hurriedly regained her stance. But Zeke had already seized the moment. She lost balance and charged, swinging his sword straight at the female swordswoman's throat. "I'm done for," Riene thought inwardly. Yet in some miraculous way, her speed and power suddenly surged beyond imagination, and she instantly knocked Zeke's sword flying. Around them, the crowd watching her victory went wild, cheering like mad. Zeke lost. Riene really is something. She didn't even use aura like usual. Unlike them, Pan, who had observed from start to finish, had completely different thoughts. "No, that's wrong." The students didn't notice. But when Zeke's attack approached Riene, she used the smallest possible amount of aura, an amount so tiny it was almost undetectable. Riene, who had sworn never to use aura until officially entering the academy. He forced her to do it, he said while looking at the dazed Riene to the side. Meanwhile, Zeke took advantage of her momentary lapse in guard and charged straight in without the slightest hesitation. What is she doing? The fight isn't over yet. With that, Zeke unleashed a strike straight at Riene's throat, forcing her to immediately blade and drop to her knees before him. Up in the stands, everyone seeing his actions started hurling insults. "This is proper sword combat. We won't tolerate such a cowardly attack." Exactly, a knight throwing away his sword. "This is Riene's victory. You have no quality to become a knight. Truly shameful." Curses began ringing out one after another. However, Zeke didn't pay much attention to the jeers. For him, winning was enough. Across from him, after a few seconds of rest, Riene struggled to prop herself up and stand. Seeing that, Zeke asked, "Want to keep going?" Hearing those words, her inner self struggled a bit. "I haven't lost yet. He only hit because I let my guard down. Let my guard down. If he'd had a dagger instead of bare hands, I wouldn't even have the chance to stand." Thinking that even though reluctant, Riene still admitted aloud, "I lost." Hearing her admission, the entire stands suddenly fell dead silent, and Pan as referee quickly declared the result. "The winner today is Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker, the one called human trash just days ago, has achieved victory over one of the most talented children in the prestigious family." Cut to another place. At a ruined castle, countless soldier corpses lay scattered everywhere. It seemed to have just suffered a monster horde attack. While others were still cleaning up inside one room, two men sat drinking tea together. The black-haired man among them looked at his counterpart with extreme distress. "Abel, in a situation like this you can still drink tea." "Zeke, they say that bastard defeated Riene," he said while glancing at the letter on the table. In response to his question, the man named Abel gently shook his head. "William, you're always so serious. How long until the blessing ceremony? We still have time until the next full moon." William answered, "Then it seems now is the perfect time to visit home," Abel said calmly as he walked toward the door. His words startled William. "What, you're going there in person?" "It's piqued my curiosity. I'm interested to know what kind of awakening my youngest brother has gone through." With that, he turned his cold gaze out the window. Back to Zeke, though his victory shocked the entire cradle, he simply returned to base and continued training. Time passed quickly. 1 month later, on the day of the blessing ceremony, Zeke was still buried in his own training. The more he trained, the more puzzled Zeke felt. "I really don't understand how in my previous life with this body, I managed to become a Crimson Knight." Opening the status window, he muttered, and immediately the info screen appeared before him. After a month of non-stop training, Zeke's skills had improved significantly. His precise strike had reached mastery, critical strike advanced to expert, agile footwork to expert. Looking at the descriptions on screen, Zeke felt quite satisfied. As expected, one of my skill mastery levels has surpassed the mastery tier. Skills leveled up and proficiency reset. I even raised the proficiency of agile footwork, a skill I gained during combat. Thinking that, suddenly a knock came from outside. Even without turning, Zeke knew who it was. "Decker, what do you want?" he asked aloud. The old man had come to remind him about the blessing ceremony. "We depart in 2 hours, Decker said calmly. "Got it. I'll join soon, so prepare everything." Zeke nodded in reply. Just like that, after getting ready, Zeke boarded a carriage and headed to the main mansion where the blessing ceremony was held. Sitting in the carriage, Zeke stared blankly ahead and thought, "It's been a long time since I last set foot in the main mansion. It belongs to the Draker family in the territory of Duke Troy. Though the main house is at the center of the continent, in the Four Seasons Fortress in the Central Lands, the blessing ceremony must be held at the main mansion, the origin of the Dragon Slayer legend. Cut to the main Draker family mansion, the Dragon's Lair. Inside the Grand Hall, all the children of age had gathered to prepare for the ritual, while everyone stood solemnly. Zeke glanced left and right, observing and assessing the situation. I never noticed this before, but all the guests are big names you only hear about through continental news. I'm sure the family sent people to monitor me too. Whatever their intentions, once they see me fail to awaken, I'm sure they'll ignore me, thinking that. Suddenly, Zeke felt a gaze fixed on him, making him turn to look. Then when he saw the owner of that gaze, his face immediately filled with rage. Why the hell is that bastard here? In another corner of the hall, two men shook hands in greeting. It's been a while, huh? Haha, indeed it has, Abel replied, hearing that the other asked curiously, so what brings you to this blessing ceremony? Did someone in this class catch your eye? In response, Abel immediately waved it off. No, I have another reason. It just happens that my cute youngest brother is here too. With that, he glanced down at Zeke below. This man was the second son of the Draker family, the sword lion Abel Drake. Back to Zeke, though furious at seeing him, he reminded himself to stay calm in the current situation. The butcher knight, Abel, calmed down. Right now I can't do anything. In my previous life, Abel never came to watch my blessing ceremony. Has my actions changed the future? If so, this could be an opportunity, thinking that Zeke's hand clenched so hard it trembled. Unaware of his thoughts, the ceremony host's voice rang out. All right, now we begin the blessing ceremony. Aaron stepped forward. Yes, sir. Aaron replied and quickly advanced to the front where a knight statue held a massive greatsword. In front of the statue was a huge chalice filled with water. Then, as if knowing what to do, Aaron rolled up his sleeve and dipped his arm into the chalice. Next, a few drops of blood seeped from his palm. Immediately, the water began emitting light that flowed up his arm to help open his dantian. Through the blessing ceremony, all Draker lineage members awaken the sealed aura when they graduate the cradle at age 12. Compared to normal knights who awaken around 20, it's astonishingly fast. Among them are rare cases where, along with aura, they also awaken a Dragon Slayer trait called mana suppression. They at minimum reach yellow swordsman level. Some even match crimson or black knights and undergo true blood awakening. Nearby, Pan saw Aaron finish awakening and nodded. All right, next. Hearing that the swordswoman Riene stepped forward. In her case, the light from the knight statue was red. Seeing this, Pan's eyes lit up with immense joy, and he immediately ordered a soldier nearby to fetch him a pair of gloves. To explain, because of mana suppression, all such people are required to wear special gloves made by the family. Otherwise, they can't live a normal life. When someone proves themselves a descendant of true blood, they are granted the Draker surname in their name, along with unimaginable support from the family and countless privileges. Just like that, each child stepped forward one by one to awaken their aura, until it was the protagonist's turn. Since he was direct line, everyone was eagerly waiting to see what he would awaken. Oh, finally the main course. Wonder what awakening he'll get, someone said curiously. Another immediately chimed in. Obviously true blood. He beat Riene after all. Back to Zeke, listening to the constant chatter around him, he laughed inwardly. Never thought I'd stand before this damn statue again. Last time was horrific. Though the blessing ceremony was the only thing that pushed me through the cradle, I ended up with a shameful title. But this time everything's different. I can not only heal but also use ether. Above all, I didn't give up or surrender. I stood up through my own will, so help me out here. Damn statue, thinking that he dipped his hand into the cool water. Next, the knight statue trembled nonstop, but just a few seconds later, it suddenly stopped without warning, leaving the observing guests staring at each other in confusion. It stopped. This has never happened before. In another corner, Abel looked at his little brother with dazed incomprehension. Back to Zeke, though he knew the outcome in advance, experiencing it again made him unable to suppress the anger on his face. Knew it, I shouldn't have expected anything to change. Because of that bastard, I got overconfident. Thinking that he pulled his hand from the huge chalice and took out a towel to dry his arm. Around him, the guests started looking at Zeke with doubtful eyes. What he failed to awaken. Is that even possible? But why? Looks like the family head's blood wasn't enough to suppress the cursed bloodline. Someone sneered but was immediately cut off. Hey, shut up, then how did he beat Riene? He must have used some trick. What a disgrace to the family. Over here, Zeke, hearing the jeers, wasn't surprised at all, like he was way too used to it. These people never change. Doesn't matter. There are many ways to get stronger besides awakening. Zeke told himself inwardly, but right then the system sent him a notification. I'm sorry, Zeke Draker. Due to an error in processing, a message was hidden. Detected necessary information lost from identification system during professional identification process. Occupation information has been input using system admin rights. Necessary information detected as lost. Occupation input completed. The system has identified the user's talent as healing mage. Your occupation has been unlocked. Received occupation determined as rare occupation. A series of notifications poured in, leaving Zeke somewhat confused about the situation. Something's different from my previous life. Necessary information lost. No way. Thinking that, he immediately turned back to the statue, and now it was emitting a red light, exact like when Riene awakened. This made the guests once again exchange wide-eyed looks. It's red. This is true blood awakening. He started with red. Putting that aside, the system continued with more notifications. The system has created a connection. The blessing of the ancient dragon sealed in the user's soul has been activated. The talent of the fighter bloodline has been awakened. Your awakened talents have combined. Combination of rare talents. A new occupation has been created. Unique occupation, immortal. Back among the observing guests watching from the side, they saw the statue that had been emitting red light suddenly shift to golden light, and their minds truly went into chaos. Golden light, what the hell is this? Is it really true blood awakening or not? Earlier there was red light, so that means it is right. Someone said with a somewhat uncertain voice. Nearby Zeke heard the chatter and wasn't too surprised. It's only natural they'd doubt it, but if I speak up here it'll backfire on me, Zeke told himself inwardly. While the guests continued murmuring among themselves, but there's no mana light at all, so is the sword statue malfunctioning. No mana suppression, so it can't be true blood awakening. In response to those questions, for some reason, Abel suddenly acted like the kind-hearted one and clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Why is everyone looking so serious? We've had 2 true blood awakenings in this batch. Is that something worth celebrating? Hearing his word, people in the grand hall began exchanging probing glances. Then very quickly they understood his intention. It seems that if a Draker family member fails to awaken aura, it would be an enormous disgrace. So in this unclear situation, the best thing is to claim Zeke has successfully awakened true blood to preserve the family's honor. The surrounding guests caught on and immediately clapped along enthusiastically. That's right, 2 true blood awakenings. What a blessing. They cheered while applauding. Seeing that, Abel nodded in satisfaction and turned to head instructor Pan. What are you waiting for? Hurry and bring the gloves for our newest member. Yes, sir. Pan bowed and quickly had someone fetch a pair of gloves and toss them to Zeke. Looking at the gloves in his hands, the protagonist tested them a bit and muttered, "These feel a little heavy." With that, he quickly stepped away from his spot to make room for the others still waiting to awaken their aura. And even though he'd received Abel's help, Zeke only felt discomfort enveloping him. His intentions are way too obvious, but getting help from Abel feels like stepping in shit. Time passed quickly. After all the family children completed the awakening ritual, Pan stepped forward to announce, "This concludes the blessing ceremony. We'll soon have a celebratory banquet. It's for everyone, so please enjoy it." Around them, the kids hearing about the feast started laughing with pure joy. It seemed their harsh life in the cradle had finally lightened up a bit. Only Zeke paid it no mind and turned to leave the grand hall. Stupid banquet. There's gotta be a training room somewhere around here, right? Zeke muttered and quickly moved to find the training room. However, before he could take more than a few steps, his brother Abel's voice rang out. "Hey Zeke, the banquet just started and you're already wandering off," he said with an extremely gentle face, but the protagonist felt like a venomous snake was staring him down. "I didn't expect him to approach me this fast," he muttered inwardly. Then Abel, playing the perfect older brother, extended his hand in congratulations. "Congrats on awakening true blood, little bro." In response to the gesture, Zeke forced a smile and reached out to shake, because he knew refusing right now would reveal his hostility, so for the moment he had to play along. Just as their hands were about to meet, Zeke suddenly recalled some painful image from the past, causing the air around him to shift. And Abel immediately noticed. "Haha, this feels kinda awkward, doesn't it, Zeke?" Across from him, Zeke gritted his teeth thinking, "Even to save face, I can't shake hands with this scum." Back to Abel, he seemed oblivious to Zeke's angry expression and waved it off. "Guess we'll have to skip it then. I'll settle for just seeing your face. See you around, Zeke." With that, he gave Zeke a pat on the shoulder and left immediately. Meanwhile, Zeke waited until he was gone, then hurriedly wiped his shoulder clean, as if afraid the guy had dirtied it. "All right, see you," he gritted inwardly. Inside the banquet, people were still gossiping about Zeke, 2 true bloods appearing at once. Yeah, Zeke's golden light was pretty shocking. First time that's happened, right? I thought he failed to awake. So where is he now? Someone wondered aloud. At the same moment, our protagonist was back in his private room, tiredly stripping off his formal attire. Phew, I thought I'd suffocate in there. Putting that aside, how come I'm completely fine? All true blood awakeners are supposed to have mana suppression. It's the ability proving you're an enemy of dragons, the source of mana. However, since most machinery runs on mana, fuel true bloods are required to wear the family's special glove. If I really were true blood, there should have been issues the moment I took off the gloves. Thinking that he opened his status window to check again, and sure enough there were clear changes. His occupation had shifted from healer to immortal. New skills appeared, mana reversal grade A rookie and overall buff grade A rookie, and his current karma points were now 100. Looking at this info, a curious feeling rose in Zeke's heart. This is completely different from there. It's not mana suppression, but mana reversal. But I need to read more carefully. With that, he focused on the mana reversal skill, and the system quickly provided an explanation. Mana reversal creates a distortion field to nullify nearby mana. After reading the description, Zeke's eyes gradually understood a few things. So mana reversal is classified as an active skill. The mana light wasn't affected because it's not a passive skill. Before the ceremony, I was a rare healer, but now I've become a unique immortal. Wait a second, all the graduating students awakened normal blue aura. Only Riane awakened true blood red. Mine started red but shifted to golden. The system said necessary information was lost from the identification system. The identification system, meaning that bronze statue. Right when the system input the information, the statue stalled and then emitted red light. Damn it, really, so that's how it is. The bronze statue doesn't confirm whether you awakened or not. It identifies the user's trait and occupation. Red is for rare occupations, and golden for unique. The bronze statue is an ancient artifact used even before Terrakin, the founder of the Draker family. Back then, the concept of occupations didn't exist, so it was only used to check if someone awakened. Perhaps they mistakenly took red light, sign of a rare occupation, as the mark of true blood. Seriously, no family had ever noticed this. Now I've got karma points. I got them at that moment. Let's try using them, thinking that. To satisfy his curiosity, Zeke quickly tapped to confirm using dragon technique points. Then his dragon technique points dropped from 100 to 90, and a series of system notifications appeared before him. Your dragon techniques are now available for viewing. Opening dragon techniques, level 1 dragon eye. Allows user to view detailed information of an individual after careful observation. Locked. Requires 20 points to unlock. Level 1 Dragon Might. Allows user to make enemies submit using aura. Locked. Requires 30 points to unlock. Level 1 Devour. Allows user to consume and digest a large amount. Locked. Requires 50 points to unlock. Back to Zeke. After reading the skill info, he muttered about which to unlock since his current points were only enough for 2. Let's see. I've got Dragon Eye and Dragon Might. Better take the clearly useful ones over the risky ones. Thinking that he quickly unlocked Dragon Eye and Dragon Might. Dragon Devour seems dangerous. Save it for later. Let's test Dragon Eye. Right after activation, one of Zeke's eyes immediately turned golden like a dragon's eye. Oh man, I expected more since it said detailed information, but honestly nothing seems to have changed. Zeke said in disappointment before stepping out onto the balcony for a closer look. Then the scene before him left Zeke stunned. Haha, this is ridiculous. The statue in the garden looks like it's right in front of me. This could actually be really useful. Zeke laughed. Next, the system suddenly sent him a reminder notification. Would you like to receive detailed information on the detected target? Seeing that, Zeke felt a bit curious and tapped yes. Immediately, a flood of information appeared before him. From chairs made of Oliver wood to drawers crafted in the Merc Empire. Back to Zeke, before he could study more, the light in his eye gradually faded. Then he felt dizziness hit him. What the, my body? Do all dragon techniques do this? Then I can't use them too much, Zeke said tiredly while slumping in a chair, but right at that moment, his healing skill and vitality recovery automatically activated, making his fatigue vanish instantly. However, Zeke was curious about the auto trigger. What? I didn't intend to use healing, the young master said curiously and checked his status. Right after his eyes widened at the skill changes. Wait, all my faction skills have turned passive and their levels increased. This is overpowered. Before, healing was already a very strong skill, but it wasn't something I could spam, and its healing effect had limits. Now self-healing is unlimited. I need to test this. No sooner thought than done. Zeke grabbed a fruit knife nearby and immediately sliced his arm, making blood flow nonstop. But just seconds later, the wound closed and healed perfectly, as if it never existed. Looking at the skill, Zeke suddenly felt he might need to adjust his plans a bit. No way. It takes 5 years to graduate the academy, right? 5 years. But I'll only need 2, Zeke laughed. Draker Academy, the greatest knight academy on the continent, where those with knightly ambitions pay a heavy price to enroll. In the Duchy of Troy territory, the academy bursts with vitality every new spring semester. At this moment, Zeke's group, having awakened their aura, had enrolled here. While wandering around, Zeke observed and assessed his peers. the senior students looked no different from adults because they'd been trained to perfection. However, compared to those from the cradle, they were still a bit lacking. But they were still children of major families. Thinking that, Zeke glanced at the groups clustering into factions and shook his head in exasperation. Looks like they've already marked their territories. This family rot goes right to the roots. Among the countless branch families supporting the transcendent Draker family, there are three with the greatest influence called the Three Great Families. First is the Tirun family, representing strength, the Zimmons family, representing wisdom, and finally Vardek, famous for wealth. Even the kids from those three families are in this state. But whatever, it's got nothing to do with me. He shrugged and quickly returned to his dormitory. His dormitory was the highest grade one, Platinum Hall. Platinum Hall is a dormitory with training halls, libraries, and all kinds of facilities. It's only for top-tier students, and even those from the cradle can't easily enter. As for True Blood Awakeners, they're granted special privileges as floor masters of an entire floor called the Platinum Floor. At this moment, right as he stepped into the building, a maid was already waiting and bowed. "Welcome, young Master Zeke Drake. We've been waiting for you. We'll escort you to your assigned floor." Beside her, 2 rows of servants bowed in unison. "Welcome, young master." Back to Zeke, being treated like this left him a bit awkward and unfamiliar, because in his previous life, even in his dreams, he never imagined this. Isn't this a bit much? Even for True Blood. Haha, Zeke gave an awkward laugh. Then an old man reminded him, "Master Decker is waiting for you in your room." Following that, Zeke quickly returned to his room and asked old Decker, "What's up, Decker?" In reply, the old man said there was something he needed to deliver to the protagonist and handed him a luxurious box. Inside were the premium gloves prepared for True Bloods. The pair he received right after awakening was just temporary. Over here, Zeke put on the new gloves and felt the difference, then nodded in satisfaction. "Oh, this is on a whole different level from the temporary ones. Glad you like them," Decker smiled. Hearing that, Zeke continued, "Now that I've got new gloves, I'd like a new sword too. What do you think, Decker?" In response, old Decker said Zeke's choice was excellent. Because the Duchy of Troy's territory is near the giant mountains, full of high-quality iron and master blacksmiths, to the point many say a graduate's first weapon is a masterpiece. Next, Decker offered to find Zeke a highly skilled blacksmith. However, the protagonist refused because he already had someone in mind. "No need. I've already picked the person. I'll go personally, so arrange a meeting." As he spoke, he wrote the person's info on a piece of paper and handed it to his butler. After reading the name in the paper, Decker's eyes showed curiosity. "Galleon Halbert. I've never heard that name before. I'll contact them right away. Also, classes start tomorrow, so please review the related materials beforehand." Always nagging. "I know already," Zeke grumbled. Continuing on, while waiting for Decker to contact that blacksmith, Zeke took the opportunity to review the materials and think at the same time. With the Platinum Floor being completely isolated, I'll have a lot more freedom to develop my dragon techniques. Thinking that, suddenly a knock came from outside, interrupting his train of thought. "Come in." Zeke called out, and seeing he'd given permission, a maid stepped inside and announced, "Excuse me, young master. Floor Master Riene has sent an invitation for dinner." Hearing that, though a bit curious about why, Zeke still nodded in agreement. "All right, take me there." Cut to the rooftop of the building. The setup here looked just like those flower gardens, specially used for tea party. "Pretty interesting, huh? Looks like the gang's down south." Across from him, the swordswoman Riene saw Zeke arrive and nodded in greeting. "Welcome, Zeke Draker. My family is a bit unusual, sorry about that." With that, she snapped her fingers, signaling her subordinates to leave. Over here, Zeke was a little surprised, but didn't pay it much mind. "Thanks for the concern. Then let's eat first and talk business afterward." Riene continued, back to Zeke. While Riene was ordering, he frowned, observing her. "Lightning Knight. She's optimizing her Danshin to control aura and already eyeing the purple knight rank, huh? So why is her swordsmanship still stuck? What a waste of potential." Zeke sighed inwardly, and just like that, the two calmly ate together. And after seeing Riene's plate stacked 3 times taller than his own, Zeke felt existential doubt. "Haha. I'm already a big eater, but her appetite is way beyond what I expected," Zeke thought while looking at Riene with a strange gaze. Meanwhile, Riene seemed oblivious to the look and calmly wiped her mouth before getting to the point. "We're done eating, so let's get to business." Accept the support of the Tirun family, Zeke Draker. Across from her, the protagonist's expression immediately changed upon hearing that. Then he reminded her with a note to make her realize the issue. "Seems like you forgot, but both of us are True Blood Awakeners." In response, Riene almost laughed at Zeke's naivety. "Looks like you've misunderstood True Blood Awakening. Yes, we get a lot of privileges. Just this Platinum Floor alone is proof enough. But when it comes to actual development, we get zero benefits. Centuries of accumulated academic and practical knowledge in the academy, a personal instructor to efficiently raise strength. Without these things, no matter how rich you are, you'll still fall behind. That's why family support is necessary. Pausing for a beat, Renee gave a living example to help Zeke understand. Even Abel Draker, a true blood like us, the youngest ever to achieve White Knight and currently Black Knight, also received support from his mother's family, the Zimmons. Though the Turun family head didn't tell me the reason, he said, "You won't get support from your mother's side." I'll say it again, except the Turun family support Zeke Draker, the swordswoman said with eyes full of seriousness. However, even after she laid out all the benefits, Zeke still waved it off. No thanks. Hearing that, Renee's face immediately went blank. Then, unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked, "Why? Accepting to run family support isn't disadvantageous for you at all." In response, Zeke stood up from his chair and answered softly, "It's not about that. I don't need anything more beyond what I've already gotten as a true blood awakener. This is enough. But to repay you for the meal, I'll give you some advice right now. Your sword has too much raw power behind it. I'm guessing you care too much about that person. Listen carefully, Renee. Your greatest strength is the flexibility from your supple body. Don't take direct hits and crush opponents with brute force. Instead, flexibly deflect their attacks to the side and deliver a precise, refined strike. If you can do that, you'll grow far beyond your current self." As he spoke, Zeke lightly waved his hand through the air, making all the leaves around swirl into a vortex like a mini tornado. After doing that, Zeke waved goodbye to the swordswoman. "That's it, thanks for the meal." Back to Renee. After hearing Zeke's words, she unconsciously clenched her fist. The Turun family represents strength. I'm simply following tradition. It's not because I care about others. But he's right, I've been obsessed with becoming worthy of the Turun name, and as a result, it unconsciously transferred into my swordsmanship. He simply saw right through it. When I was young, everyone praised me as a genius, and no one gave me real advice. "Zeke Draker, who exactly are you?" she muttered curiously. Back to Zeke. At this point, he'd left the dormitory building and was wandering the school grounds. "All my faction skills have changed. Their efficiency is insane. How am I still fine after staying up all night training?" Zeke grumbled. This was thanks to his infinite vitality faction skill, a skill that allows all fatigue to be instantly compensated with unlimited vitality. It was the upgraded version of abundant vitality. Back to the story. While strolling, Zeke observed the students training around him and thought, "In my previous life, I thought this place was hell. But now, as an official awakener, it's become paradise. Money and power aren't everything. But nothing compares to this," he marveled inwardly. At the same time, suddenly Owen's voice called from behind, "Zeke Draker, so you're in the special class too." Hearing someone call him, the protagonist glanced back and quickly recognized the other, Owen Zimmon, third young master of the Zimmons family, one of the three great families. With the Zimmons family's specialty in scheming, he used others to bully me while cunningly maintaining a perfect image. But why is he acting friendly now? Across from him, Owen pretended to be kind and spoke. "I invited you to dinner earlier, but you didn't reply. Did you not receive the letter?" In response to the question, Zeke smirked, remembering the letter in his room, and asked, "Ah, that thing on my table." Seeing Zeke had noticed, Owen continued, "So why didn't you reply?" Hearing that, Zeke let out a short laugh and said with an ice-cold face, "Man, you're hilarious, huh? Why the hell would I reply?" Seeing Zeke's attitude before Owen could even give an order, one of his lackeys stepped forward to show attitude. "You're really rude, even though the young master treated you so kindly." Zeke Draker, the owner of that voice, was a hulking guard-like guy with an arrogant face. However, since he was probably a small fry, Zeke didn't recognize him at all. "Who's this?" he muttered, hearing that the big guy clutched his face and laughed like an idiot. "Haha, how do you not know me? Looks like cradle rejects have no value at all." Back to Zeke. No need to let the guy finish. He already understood the lapdog's purpose. But he had no time to play along, so he turned to leave. "I get it. You want to show off in front of your young master, but remember who you're talking to." Behind him, the big guy seemed done talking with Zeke, so the moment he saw him turn, he launched a sneak attack, throwing a thunderous punch straight at Zeke. Luckily, Zeke reacted in time, so his body was only pushed back without taking damage. And through that strike, he got a decent read on the opponent's strength. Looks like senior students can handle basic aura manipulation. Back to the big guy. Seeing Zeke unharmed after his punch, he loudly introduced himself. "My name is Durbin Roswell. Here they call me Mighty Durbin. On behalf of young Master Owen, I'll teach you a lesson," he declared boldly, unaware danger was enveloping him. "Mighty Durbin, huh? A student who isn't even a knight yet has a nickname." "Ridiculous," the protagonist said mockingly. Then right after, his body flashed, once vanishing on the spot and instantly closing in on Durbin. At the same time, Zeke channeled power into his fist, and unleashed a mountain-shattering punch straight into the guy's gut, making the big guy spew blood non-stop from his nose and mouth. Next, his body flew backward like a cannonball. But it wasn't over. To prevent these flies from bothering him, Zeke scanned all of Owen's lackeys and challenged, "After Mighty Durban, who's next?" "After Mighty Durban, who's next? Hurry up and pick young Master Owen." Across from him, just as Zeke had assessed, the cunning Owen showed no anger even when his subordinate got wrecked. Instead, he calmly led his pack past Zeke and said, "You really love basking in glory, huh, Zeke Drake?" Amusing, Zeke muttered while watching the group walk away. Draker Academy is mainly divided into two classes. The normal class, where they teach that if you lack talent, you overcome it with effort, so they follow a strict regimen from dawn to dusk. The second is the special class, where you can freely choose subjects beyond the basics. Even in an academy gathering the greatest elites, the special class is where they truly shine. So I had some expectations, but most here are just former Cradle students. Special class my ass. More like Cradle class, Zeke mocked inwardly. Glancing around, he saw only familiar faces he was sick of looking at. Then, while the class was still noisily chatting, a loud professor's voice suddenly rang out, reminding everyone, "Order. For today, to encourage our special class freshmen, we have a very special guest." Not only was he the commander-in-chief in the Eastern Empire War 20 years ago, but he's also the hero who single-handedly stopped the Empire's invasion with his sheer tactical brilliance. "Please welcome General Howard Draker." As the professor's voice finished, an old man with a potbelly stepped into the classroom and waved to the students. "Nice to meet you all." Back to Zeke. With his knowledge, of course, he recognized the man. He's the academy principal, Howard Draker. War hero Howard Draker. They worship him as a war hero and tactical genius. But the truth is, he leaked information to the enemy to save his own skin, only accidentally causing chaos among them. He's just a lucky traitor. That rat isn't any hero. He's the mastermind who got me expelled from the academy. I lost the only place I could return to and ended up wandering all over the Troy Duchy until I was captured by slavers and sold to the Southern Cartel. I'll make him pay, Zeke silently vowed, while glaring at the fat old man ahead. Next, after Howard greeted the students a bit, he quickly left the classroom. The teacher then continued the lesson. "I trust you all remember the principal's words. Now we'll start basic class immediately, so grab your swords and head to the arena." "Yes, sir," the group shouted in unison. Cut to the indoor arena of the special class. Though indoors, its area was enormous. Meanwhile, Zeke wore an extremely bored face toward the teacher's lecture. Who'd have thought even the special class has to learn basic dragon-slaying knowledge? In my previous life, just because I couldn't use aura, I wasted 2 years learning stuff normal people could master in 3 months. Please just make it easy, he thought, while rubbing his face in agony. At this moment, in front of them, a young knight spoke. "Welcome, students. My name is Andre Draker, and I'll teach you the basics of dragon slaying. This is Rose Knight Andre Draker." However, perhaps because he was too young and hadn't built much fame, yet the students didn't recognize him. "Who's that? So young, that's official Draker, family uniform." Murmurs started rising among everyone. Only Zeke knew his true identity clearly. Rose Knight Andre. Though not pure-blood Awakener, he graduated early from Valhalla as valedictorian. A once-in-a-century genius granted the Draker surname. Even the special class teachers are on another level. He's famous for his uncompromising strictness, Zeke thought inwardly. And just as he mentioned, the moment Andre saw the noisy, disorderly students below, he immediately barked loudly. "Order. If you're done chatting, then I'll start the class. Draw your swords." Below, the students, sensing he wasn't someone to mess with, hurriedly complied. Right then, Andre noticed Zeke's sword and frowned. "That student, what's with that sword?" Hearing that, Zeke casually swung his sword, creating strong gusts of wind around him, and shrugged in reply. "Like I said, sir, this is the sword I use." In response, Andre ordered him with an ice-cold face, "Step up to the arena. Student, don't you know you should choose a sword that fits your body?" Hearing that, Zeke shook his head and sighed inwardly. "I knew this would happen, so I deliberately made an impression when drawing the sword, but it still didn't help. Better to show him the skill." Thinking that, the protagonist calmly said, "I can defeat you with this sword, sir." Zeke's calm statement instantly changed the air around Andre. Next, he began emitting mental pressure toward Zeke. Unfortunately, it was completely blocked by Zeke's unyielding mental defense skill. Then, seeing his mental attack had no effect, Andre calmly touched the sword at his hip and spoke. "I understand now, student. If you want to learn with your body, if your sword touches my body even a little, you won't just be excused for your rudeness. Don't worry, I have no intention of using aura on a student." He added to keep Zeke from panicking, unaware that the proposal made the protagonist ecstatic inside. "Ho ho, free from class. Jackpot, I can beat Andre because I know his weakness. But with Abel watching, if I draw too much attention like, in the cradle it'll be dangerous. I'll just graze his clothes, then take the loss, thinking that Zeke gripped his sword tightly and declared, fine then. With that his body shot forward like lightning, and right as he closed in on Andre, he swung his full-force sword straight at the man's throat. The slash so powerful it tore through the air with a sharp whistle. However, it still wasn't enough to trouble Andre. With a simple swing, he easily knocked Zeke's sword aside. Seeing that the protagonist wasn't too disappointed, as expected of a Blue Knight, this won't be easy. With that, Zeke began moving, continuously attacking from every angle. Yet no matter the approach, he couldn't break through the Rose Knight's defense. As time passed, the students below had been watching the two fight for a full 30 minutes. A real Draker Knight is on another level. Yeah, 30 minutes, and that guy hasn't even grazed his clothes. Someone exclaimed. However, they didn't know that, after fighting continuously for so long, Andre's body had started trembling from exhaustion. He began looking at Zeke with eyes full of questions. What kind of stamina is this ridiculous? Even while suppressing my aura, I never expected to lose to a student. Truly, the existence of true blood is unfair. The more he thought, the more bitterness rose in Andre's heart. Across from him, Zeke saw Andre's breathing grow heavier and knew his plan was going perfectly. Haha, his stamina is still trash as ever. And suppressing aura like that is even more disadvantageous. The Draker family's aura cultivation method is famous for its peculiarity. You must keep aura activated during training, in daily activities, and even while eating and sleeping. Basically maintain it like breathing. In other words, for Andre, it's like holding his breath. The inconvenient swordsmanship only drains his stamina faster. But losing like this doesn't feel right. No choice, I have to force him to use aura. Creating an easy situation is useless. I need something to make him use aura unconsciously. In other words, an extreme situation. Thinking that Zeke activated his agile footwork skill, making his body move like lightning, flickering in and out around Andre from all sides, leaving the man's eyes dazed, unable to pinpoint Zeke's exact position. Impossible. How can a student use agile footwork like that? Andre thought in panic, and right when his guard dropped, Zeke's figure instantly appeared behind him, simultaneously activating his critical strike skill. Sensing danger, Andre immediately spun around. No choice, he was forced to use his aura and slowly retreat. At that moment, Andre raised his sword high overhead to unleash his technique. Dragon Slaying Art Chapter 1 Section 1 Skyrending Slash. Just like that, Andre's earth-shattering slash came crashing down straight toward Zeke. Seeing it, the protagonist reacted extremely fast, raising his sword to his chest to block. Next, a deafening explosion rang through the air in all directions, and after taking the blow, a huge gash appeared on Zeke's sword blade. He himself was heavily injured, Zeke's eyes bloodshot. Damn it, that hurt like hell, but now I can pass out. Thinking that, Zeke released his sword and rolled to the side, ending the fight. Seeing that, Andre slowly sheathed his blade. Though somewhat unwilling, he still had to admit aloud, this student no longer needs to attend remedial classes. Any other students want exemption. Below, witnessing the battle, the entire group fell dead silent, knowing the teacher was furious. Now if any idiot dares raise their hand, they're definitely dead with him. Up top, seeing no one step forward, Andre began venting his anger on the whole group. So I'll take that as no one. Now raise your swords. From here on, you'll get a full demonstration. Time passed quickly. Cut to the infirmary. At this moment, the protagonist was leisurely resting, while the rest of the students were dog-tired back at the training ground. Gotta say, that was a pretty good show. Though I didn't graze his clothes, I forced Andre to use aura, which he said he wouldn't, and made him acknowledge my ability. In the end, Andre got schooled and I got free time, so we both win. But that final attack from Andre was the most basic dragon-slaying art. Chapter 1 Section 1 Skyrending Slash. Still, since it came from a Blue Knight, its power wasn't anything special. Even so, I could beat a Blue Knight thanks to infinite stamina and healing. But this still isn't enough. To live freely without restrictions, I need unstoppable power. Power so no one can make me submit. Zeke silently vowed inwardly. At the same time, suddenly, a strong alcohol smell hit his nose, and then a voice rang out. So you're Arthur's youngest son. Lying on the bed, Zeke suddenly saw a drunkard appear beside him, his eyes bulging. Who the hell is this guy? Zeke thought, warily eyeing the stranger. This made the red-haired man feel amused. You have eyes just like that arrogant bastard Arthur. I couldn't detect him even with such strong boots. Not to mention that arrogant bastard. He dares call the current Draker family head that. Thinking that, Zeke asked outright, who are you? Ignoring the question, the red-haired man countered, how did you do that earlier, kid? With that, he started chugging more booze, leaving Zeke increasingly unable to figure out what kind of person he was. He acts completely on whim, Zeke thought, and asked back, What do you mean? In response, the stranger set his bottle aside and looked at him with sharp eye. Playing dumb huh, earlier you took internal damage. How did it heal so fast? Back to Zeke, the stranger's observation ability made him feel a chill inside. He noticed the healing. Can't let myself get exposed. No one in the academy knows about my healing skill. Thinking that he clenched his fist and decided to keep playing dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. Across from him, the red-haired man wasn't too surprised by the answer. HMPH, so the story continues like this. With that, without any warning, he swung his hand, chopping straight towards Zeke's neck. Luckily, the protagonist had stayed on high alert with this guy, so he reacted in time, dodging to the side. Otherwise, he might have been sliced in half like the pillow behind him. Next, Zeke grabbed the nearby blanket and threw it straight at the man's face, blocking his vision. Instinct was screaming at him, if I don't kill him, he'll kill me. Thinking that Zeke unleashed his full power, simultaneously activating agile footwork, precise strike, and critical strike to attack the opponent. However, against this assault, the other party merely raised his hand lightly and easily caught Zeke's sword, stopping it dead, not moving an inch further. He even praised Zeke. Impressive situational adaptability, like a mercenary. The words hit home, making Zeke scream inwardly. Who the hell is this monster? Over here, Zeke saw his sword being held, so he immediately let go of it and lightly retreated backward to keep a safe distance. Then he stared warily at the opponent, wondering who the hell is this monster? Mercenary. He knows something about my previous life, Zeke muttered inwardly. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy started playing with Zeke's sword and said amusedly, a Draker, dropping his sword and backing off. I think you'd suit being a mercenary more than a knight. With that, he lightly flicked the sword, sending it flying toward the protagonist, who casually caught it, but Zeke's guarded posture didn't drop at all. Is that what he means? I've never felt this way since meeting my master. After that brief exchange, there's an enormous gap in ability between us, so huge that if he wanted, he could kill me easily. He's at least a Crimson Knight, no, maybe even stronger. Thinking that, Zeke lowered his guard slightly, because with his current strength, there was no way to deal with the opponent anyway. Up ahead, unaware of Zeke's thoughts, the red-haired guy asked, that two-handed sword, is it standard issue from the cradle, right? You have talent, so why use that kind of weapon? Ahead. Before Zeke could answer, the door to the room opened. Then the Rose Knight Andre stepped inside, and as if recognizing the red-haired man's identity, he spoke, so you're here after all, Gardener Dexter. Hearing that, Zeke began to doubt, wondering if he'd misheard. That guy's a gardener. With that kind of power, Zeke questioned inwardly. Next, Dexter picked at his ear and complained to Andre, you damn persistent leech. How'd you know I was here? You were in the training room earlier, Andre replied. You're annoyingly sharp, Dexter said boredly. At the same time as Andre passed Zeke, he told him to get lost. If you're healed, you can leave now, student. Hearing that, though Andre's words were a bit harsh, Zeke had no desire to stay facing that red-haired monster anyway. Yes, sir, God. With that, Zeke hurriedly slipped out. But before he could leave the room, Dexter called after him. Hey kid, if you have time, come to the western greenhouse. I'll teach you some useful stuff. Hearing that, Zeke pondered a bit, then shook his head lightly. Nah, forget it. With that, he quickly stepped out of the room without the slightest hesitation, leaving Dexter behind fuming. Hey, look at that brat. Same damn attitude as Arthur. Back to Zeke. After closing the door, he immediately started racking his brain, thinking, Gardener Dexter, who are you trying to fool? If he can casually call the family head Arthur Draker by name like that, then he must be the one with only Andre as a disciple his entire life. If I'm not wrong, this is Duke Draker, the Whirlwind Knight, one of the Black Knights whose martial prowess could single-handedly stand against an entire kingdom. He was hot topic when he suddenly vanished one day, but I never imagined he'd be hiding out in the academy. Probably why Andre came here too. Duke is known for his terrifying determination. There's even a rumor he got the Black Knight title just because he likes the color black, but that's probably nonsense. Right now, Duke is showing strong interest in me, but accepting ordinary lessons just for pure curiosity isn't something I'm interested in. If I'm going to learn anything, it has to at least be his secret techniques. I'll turn that curiosity into determination. Thinking that, Zeke broke into a sly smile and silently began plotting against Duke in his mind. Time passed quickly. Cut to the magic theory class. At this moment, the Academy's magic theory professor Fanon was trying to lecture in a situation like this. Do you know what happens? No one knows, he said awkwardly, looking at the students sprawled asleep on their desks, showing zero interest in the lesson. Seeing that Fanon had to answer his own question, haha, all right. When you form a mana formula through resistance, you truly get injured. The words barely finished, when suddenly Zeke raised his hand with a question. I don't understand the mana circulation energy law you just mentioned, sir. Up on the podium, the mage Fanon saw someone actually paying attention, and his face lit up like a flower, making Zeke have to remind him again before he snapped out of it. Ah, sorry. This is the first time I've gotten a question. As for mana circulation, it's blah blah. He started explaining in detail for Zeke to understand, just like that. Time passed quickly until the end of class. The students were still boredly chatting among themselves, wondering why they had to sit through this dull magic theory class at a knight's academy. It's basically nap time, someone else laughed. Back to Zeke. Unlike the lazy ones beside him, he had to praise Fanon's ability that was an easy-to-understand lecture. He's no ordinary professor, thinking that. While packing up his books to leave, suddenly Professor Fanon's voice rang out, "Wait, Zeke." Hearing the call, Zeke turned back and asked, "Yes, Professor." In reply, the professor took a breath to steady himself and said shyly, "It's nothing much. It's just been a long time since I felt like I was properly teaching a class, so if you have any questions, come to my research lab anytime. I'm a former scholarship student from Delphoa Magic University, so I know a lot." Hearing that, Zeke couldn't help but rate him even higher. I thought he wasn't an ordinary mage, but I didn't expect him to be a Delphoa Magic University alumnus, the birthplace of magic. Thinking that since Fanon had offered, Zeke saw no reason to refuse. "Got it, Professor." He smiled and inwardly thanked his luck. Getting close to a mage can't be bad. Mages are good at math and usually think flexibly. They make better allies than knights. Fanon, let's see if he's useful, Zeke muttered inwardly, and while still thinking how to best utilize this connection, he noticed Uncle Duke already lounging on a bench, as if waiting for him. "He's less patient than I thought. Just 1 week, huh?" Zeke shrugged, thinking. Meanwhile, Duke spotted him stepping into the courtyard and glanced over. "Done already, kid. Why didn't you come to the greenhouse? You surely understand what I mean by teaching you useful things." In response, Zeke activated his acting mode and sighed dramatically. "I told you, I'm not interested." Across from him, Duke, proud Black Knight, couldn't hold back his frustration at being rejected repeatedly. "What? Why?" he shouted loudly, seeing that. Zeke continued with excuses he'd just come up with. "I know you're incredibly skilled, but right now I'm busy with personal training." "So that's it. Of course personal training can't be neglected. You think I'd say that?" The words barely finished when Duke's large body suddenly appeared right behind Zeke, making the protagonist's eyes widen. However, before he could react, Duke swung his hand, chopping straight at Zeke's nape, knocking the young man out cold with his eyes rolling back. Time passed quickly. Cut to the flower garden Duke was tending. At this moment, Zeke slowly woke from his daze, rubbing his still aching nape. "Didn't expect him to actually knock me out. Looks like 1 week was too long. So this is the western greenhouse, huh?" As he spoke, he quickly scanned around. Up ahead, the red-haired uncle saw Zeke wake and stopped watering. Turning to chug more booze. "Awake already, kid? You kidnapped me?" Zeke asked coldly. And the red-haired uncle admitted right away, "Yeah, I kidnapped you." "I've got interest in you, kiddo," he said, with a delighted grin. "I've got interest in you, kiddo," he said, with a delighted grin. Thinking that, Zeke immediately activated his agile footwork and dashed forward like a gust of wind. However, how could his speed compare to Duke's? Before he'd run a few seconds, the man's face suddenly appeared right in front of him, making Zeke startle and retreat backward. "He's still treating me like a toy. I need something to ignite him." Thinking that, Zeke probed with a question. "What exactly about me interests you so much?" "I asked you how you healed internal injuries so fast," Duke replied. Hearing that, Zeke broke into a smile like he'd found a way to make Duke truly interested. "So that's what bothers you? If you're that curious, then make me answer." Hearing that, Duke's face grew thoughtful as if considering. Then his figure vanished before Zeke's eye, making him wonder. "He's gone. Where is he?" As he spoke, Zeke scanned all around, unaware that from afar a sword was spinning and flying straight toward him. Luckily, at the critical moment, Zeke sensed the sword's existence and hurriedly leaned aside to dodge. Then grabbed the sword, turned back, and asked Duke, "What are you doing?" In reply, the uncle gave the protagonist a proposal. "You told me to make you answer, but that'd be too easy. How about a bet? If you can graze my clothes even once, I'll grant you one wish. But if you give up during this fight, you'll tell me everything you're hiding." With that, Duke showed a mad grin. Just like that, the two sealed the deal. Time passed quickly until late afternoon. By now, the flower garden scene had turned dusty from their battle. And after fighting for a while, even Duke had to sigh inwardly. What the hell is this kid doing? 3 hours already. He not only has insane stamina and endurance, but his wounds recover without limit. The more he thought, the more puzzled Duke became. Even when Zeke got knocked down countless times, he'd stand up again like nothing happened. Back to Zeke, though he hadn't lost, yet he also hadn't found any way to win. "I can do this all day, but still can't beat." Thinking that, Zeke started considering whether to use the Dragon Might skill he'd learned earlier. "Dragon Might. It seems dangerous, so I've never used it, but against a Black Knight, it shouldn't be a problem." Thinking that, Zeke gripped his sword tightly, and the air around him grew colder than ever. Seeing that look in Zeke's eye, even Duke had to break into a cold sweat. "Good, now that's more like it," he said, exhilarated. Then, right after Zeke activated his agile footwork, making his body shoot forward like lightning. And right as he closed in on the opponent, Zeke swung his sword without the slightest hesitation. Over here, Uncle Duke saw the sword coming straight at him and felt no fear at all. In fact, he even had time to think he's repeating attacks. He's fast. But compared to that leech and the Chirun girl, he's nothing. But this malice, his malice surpasses persistence. I love it. Guess I'll use a bit of aura, huh? Thinking that the red-haired uncle got a bit excited and began covering his palm with aura, preparing to block Zeke's sword. At the same moment, the protagonist suddenly unleashed Dragon, making Duke feel like something utterly terrifying was staring him down. On instinct, Duke's body swung his arm hard, striking Zeke's sword and snapping it in half. Next, before Duke could even ponder what that feeling was, Zeke ahead executed earth-splitting, making dust clouds rise everywhere, blocking his vision. He's blocked my view, but it'll be hard for him to find me, Duke thought inward. But he didn't know that with Dragon Eye, Zeke could easily spot his position and immediately closed in from behind. Then another slash aimed straight at Duke's nape. Just like that, the sword sliced through the uncle's body. However, Zeke immediately realized his sword hadn't hit anything solid. What he'd cut earlier was just an afterimage left by the uncle, as expected. Right after that, the man's figure vanished before Zeke's eyes. And now a dust whirlwind surrounded him from all sides. Looking at the scene, the protagonist realized what it was. This is Duke's secret technique. A simple dash creating strong winds. That's why he's called the Whirlwind Knight. Thinking that though Zeke still couldn't find a way to break the skill. Then a second later, Duke's voice suddenly rang out right behind Zeke. Hearing that, Zeke immediately swung his sword backward, but the old man's figure vanished once more, only to suddenly reappear right in front of Zeke, proposing, "Hey, let's call this a draw, kid." Even though he said that, the old man still held a grudge and landed a solid punch on Zeke, sending his body flying backward like a cannonball. And after getting brutalized by Duke to this extent, even Zeke's recovery skill started to give out due to overuse. Your exhaustion has exceeded acceptable limits. For your safety, your consciousness will be forcibly shut down. While talk about living up to the stereo. Damn it, Zeke muttered just before his vision went pitch black. Time flew by, cutting to Zeke's private room, where he now clutched his head, waking up. Glancing around, yep, this is my room. Duke must have carried me back. Thinking that, the protagonist let out a regretful sigh. So close to winning. Truly worthy of being called a Black Knight. I thought I'd done everything possible right now, and it was all pointless. I tried lulling Duke off guard by repeating attacks hundreds of times, then at the critical moment, unleashed a Chinese letter to create an opening. On top of that, I used Dragon Eye to strike him, but it still wasn't enough. The skill Duke pulled at the very end has to be his secret technique. Yeah, I lost consciousness from overusing dragon arts, but if I'd held on a bit longer, I could have glimpsed his secret, the absurd high-speed movement technique he uses with his body trained to the absolute limit. That secret move is definitely what let Andre the guy with crap stamina climb to Red Knight rank. Shame I missed my shot at learning his secret, but it was still worth it. Dragon Chinese letter, with pressure that even staggers a Black Knight for a split second. Most small fry would drop the moment they touch this skill. Thinking this, Zeke felt pretty satisfied with Dragon Chinese letter S power. Then suddenly, a notification screen popped up in front of him. You have one unread message. Confirm to open unread message, Zeke said curiously, and quickly tapped confirm. Then a bunch more notifications appeared before him. Skill flexible footwork rank D, upgraded to high-speed movement rank. See, your soul has grown thanks to your strong display of will. With soul growth, various system functions have been unlocked. You can activate the next function by spending more karma points. Minimap terrain and geographical features viewable in map form. Locked requires 20 points to unlock. Storage space store as many items as capacity allows. Locked requires 20 points to unlock. Infinite quest book contains guides and quests for efficient low-tier admin growth. Locked requires 45 points to unlock. Current karma points 40. Back to Zeke. So many new things popping up, he couldn't hold back his curiosity. A whole pile appeared according to the description. Storage space sounds pretty useful. Let's check storage first, he thought, then spent 20 karma points to unlock the new function. Right after, the system returned a notification. If you select an item you want, it will be stored in storage. When retrieving a stored item, think of its name or appearance. Space occupied in storage depends on the item's size and weight. For a larger storage, you can use karma points to expand its capacity. Back to Zeke after reading the description. Even a cow could figure out how to use it. Select an item I want. I can activate skills just by thinking about them, so storing items is probably the same. With that, Zeke casually grabbed his busted sword and silently thought, store it in my heart. Next, the sword in Zeke's hand vanished, instantly transferred into his inventory. The two-handed sword disappeared, taking up 2 slots in the 28-slot storage. So that's what the system meant by space, depending on size and weight to retrieve. Think of the name or appearance. Thinking this, Zeke focused a bit, and right after the sword reappeared in his hand once more. I thought it was just a subspace pouch, but this is way better. That artifact was super expensive, obviously, but finding a container for it was tough. And I can even expand storage size with point. This overpowered function is just for low-tier admin. What'll it be like at higher ranks? If these points are worth this much, I can't waste them recklessly. Looks like I'll have to tweak my plans, Zeke stroked his chin thinking. At the same moment, old Butler Decker's voice came from outside. May I come in, young master? Hearing that, Zeke nodded. Sure, come in. What's up? In response, Decker pulled out a small note and explained, there's a message for you. He said you'd know who it's from if I mention Dexter the gardener. Across from him, Zeke quickly took the note and looked it over. The paper read, kid, if you wanna challenge me again, come anytime. Looking at the words, Zeke broke into a grin like he'd hooked a big fish, so it wasn't a total failure. Him calling it a draw meant this, huh? Either way, it means there's still a chance. Thinking this, Zeke clenched his fist, gradually feeling Duke's secret technique, calling him to learn. Back to old Dexter, he continued, reminding the protagonist one more thing. I found that blacksmith you mentioned earlier. Hearing this, Zeke's eyes lit up with joy. Oh, really? When's the appointment? In reply, the old man's voice hesitated a bit. There's a problem with that. The blacksmith refused the meeting. He doesn't forge weapons anymore. Time passed quickly, cutting to a small rundown forge, where Zeke's carriage now stopped, because this forge was where the guy he'd been eyeing lived. Looking at the familiar scene before him, the protagonist's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. It's been a long time. Breath of Papnir Shore is a prestigious name for a forge. Thinking that, he opened the door, stepped inside, and called anyone home. Inside the forge, it was a total mess, with armor scraps scattered across the floor, and on the table, a young drunk guy slumped with his bottle. Graham, the radiant sword that masterpiece Galleon forged. He said it was payment for saving his life, worthy of the sole blacksmith title, known for reading a client's soul before crafting their weapon, because he lived up to that rep, creating a sword with exactly the ability I needed most. The ability to substitute holy aura with ether. The continent's greatest blacksmith forged that sword. But what's with his current state? Zeke wondered, curiously eyeing the drunk Galleon before him. This guy was the sole blacksmith Galleon helped. Right then, he noticed Zeke and slurred, what the kid, this ain't a playground for brats, get out. Back to Zeke, he ignored that and scanned the room, frowning in annoyance. Even if he's super emotional, it shouldn't be this bad. What happened to him before meeting me? Zeke wondered inwardly. Unable to stand his chosen blacksmith wallowing drunk, Zeke instantly grabbed a big bucket of water from somewhere and splashed it straight on him, making the young man's eyes bulge wide. Then Zeke smiled cheerfully. You awake now? I want to know why you turned down my request. In front of him, the young blacksmith sobered up a bit after the splash. Then he spotted the dragon crest gloves on Zeke and instantly recognized, hurriedly bowing his head in apology. Draker family, I'm sorry for my disrespect. Please forgive my rudeness, but right now I can't accept any requests. How can a worthless piece of shit like me make what someone wants when I can't even make what I want? Saying this, the young blacksmith trembled helplessly all over. Looking at his current state, Zeke felt like he was seeing his past self. So even Galleon went through a phase like, thinking back when I met him, he was already the continent's greatest blacksmith, and Galleon never told me about his earlier life. Probably didn't want to share this embarrassing past. But I can't wait another 10 years for him to snap out of it, Zeke thought inwardly. Meanwhile, Galleon kept scratching his head, self-blaming. Why am I so useless? Can I even make weapons anymore? A blacksmith who can't forge weapons. The more he thought, the fuzzier his mind got, until Zeke's loud shout snapped him back. Sorry for my disgraceful behavior earlier, Galleon hurriedly said, but Zeke shook his head. Don't worry, I want to see some of your failed product. Hearing this, though, Galleon was puzzled why Zeke asked that. He quickly led him. Sure, follow me to the back to Zeke, of course. He asked this to gauge Galleon's current level. No choice, I gotta guide him onto the right path himself, he thought inward. Next, cutting to the forge's backyard, an open lot stuck full of identical swords in the ground. Seeing the messy sight, Galleon looked embarrassed and told the protagonist, sorry, I shouldn't have let it get this cluttered. Haha, it's fine actually, kinda. Captivating, Zeke nodded back. Then Zeke stepped into this sword garden, casually yanked one sword out and examined it carefully behind him. Galleon worriedly warned, sir, please be careful, even failed products, they're still razor sharp. Back to Zeke, of course Galleon's warning was pointless to him. How could these swords possibly hurt? After checking several swords, Zeke got a general sense of the weapon's quality. This one, and this two, none are failures. Their quality matches what he forged when hailed as the continent's greatest. Thinking this, Zeke started wondering why Galleon called them failure. To check deeper, the protagonist activated Dragon Eye and re-examined the sword in hand, quickly spotting odd points, as expected, just like I thought. Your forge has an issue, right? Zeke spoke, making Galleon's eyes widen in shock for a second. He hurriedly asked, how'd you know? In reply, Zeke skipped details and continued on the sword issue. Let me ask, you've optimized your own smithing style, right? Looks like you mixed in other metals for lighter, finer material, but durability's trapped. With that, Zeke swung the sword hard, then abruptly stopped his arm. The sword rebounded and shattered into countless fragments. As for why it broke, Zeke guessed and muttered, in cases like this, it's impurities, not properly removed during heat treatment. From Galleon's view, hearing the protagonist say this, his face went blank because he hadn't said a single wrong word. Incredibly accurate. He not only figured out my smithing method, but pinpointed the critical flaw and cause. If it's this guy, maybe he can help me. Thinking this, instinct urged the young blacksmith. Then he clenched his fist and spoke with a nervous voice. Sir, this is a bit, no, very sudden. But I have a favor to ask. What is it? Zeke frowned, asked. To explain, the two returned to Galleon's private workshop. There the blacksmith pulled a drawing from a drawer, spread it on the table for Zeke to see, and the moment he looked with future knowledge, Zeke instantly recognized it. This was Galleon's secret, the thing he revealed years later, a magical furnace blueprint. Thinking this, he recalled the past life moment when the blacksmith shared this with him. Haha, why hide it from the guy who saved my life? This is a magic adjustable temperature furnace, my secret, he said, smiling back to reality, since he already knew what it was. Zeke nodded and prayed. With this, your smithing method would work perfectly. Hearing Zeke's words, Galleon's eyes lit up with joy. I knew you'd get it. Then Zeke asked why, with a complete blueprint, he hadn't built it. Hearing the question, the smile vanished from Galleon's face. Bitterly, he explained the most crucial part. The spirit energy law is there, but building the magic tower costs 10,000 gold. Across from him, Zeke's face stiffened at the sky-high number. To grasp the value, a normal 4-person family lived on 10 gold a month, so the furnace cost 1,000 times that monthly expense. So it took him 10 years to scrape that together. Thinking this, Zeke let out a heavy sigh and said, that's ridiculous. Back to the blacksmith, of course. He knew with this tiny forge's income, who knows how many eras of saving it'd take to afford that furnace. So he pinned all hope on Zeke. I have a request, your Draker clan and a true blood awakener. So if you build this furnace for me, I'll fulfill any request you have, free and unconditionally, till my last breath, Galleon said, eyes dead serious. As for Zeke, hearing the offer, he fell into thought. Even as a Draker, and one of this generation's 2 true blood awakeners, it didn't mean he could drop that kind of cash. This is tough. It'd be doable if I were the family's guardian knight, but impossible even as true blood to get 10,000 gold support. But I can't give up Graham, that radiant sword, his problems, the spirit energy law. Thinking this, suddenly, a light bulb went off in Zeke's head, and he broke into a light smile, then gently rolled up the blueprint, stuffed it in his pocket, and agreed, all right, I'll accept. I can ask a mage acquaintance. If there's a solution, I'll let you know. Oh, and quit drinking. Zeke waved before his steps halted, because Galleon had latched onto his leg, sobbing like a kid. Thank you, truly thank you. Galleon will serve you for life as my life savior, he said, snot and tears smearing all over Zeke's pants. Geez, I get it. Stop. When it's done, I'll tell you, Zeke yelled. Time flew by quickly, shifting the scene to the research building area for professors inside Draker Academy. Right now, Zeke was heading over here to seek help from that mage guy Fanon, and as he walked, he was inwardly grumbling about the magic tower mages. Why the hell do those damn tower bastards charge such insane fees? The structure looks pretty simple anyway. Fanon's specialty is in mana energy design laws. Let's see, where's his lab again? Zeke muttered to himself in his heart, just before his body came to a stop, when he heard the sound of beating coming from not far away, the noise from inside that alley over there, right? That sound made Zeke recall some really unpleasant memories from his previous life. Back when he had to kneel and beg that guy Leon, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, please, I apologize, young Master Leon. This lowly scum dared to touch your body, Zeke said while forcing out a smile, and in response to his word, that Leon guy didn't hesitate to stomp his foot down hard, saying, nice one, Zeke. As a reward, I'll give you the chance to clean up the ground you dirtied. Thank you, young Master Leon, Zeke said weakly. Thinking back on those memories, Zeke started grinding his teeth in rage. Shifting to inside the alley, at this moment, Leon was relentlessly swinging his fists at someone while cursing nonstop. Scum like you only exists to get in other people's way. That damn Zeke was the same. An unprecedented golden light reaction, a true blood awakening surpassing everything, damn it. Thinking of this, an extreme fury surged in his heart, and he stomped straight down on the bullied guy's head. Losing to that lowly bastard was unavoidable because of that surprise attack before the fight even started. But why the hell did that lucky piece of trash, who humiliated me end up becoming a true blood awake. Thinking about it, Leon bit his lips so hard it bled from sheer rage, however. Right at that moment, Zeke's voice rang out from the alley entrance. "Wow, Pockface, already found someone to take my place, huh?" Zeke said with a grin, but after seeing the face of the person being bullied, Zeke's expression flipped 180 degrees. "I give you all 3 seconds. If you're smart, you'll bury your heads in the ground right now." On the opposite side, Leon saw Zeke appear and broke into a cold sweat. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, "What's this? Your arrogance has gone through the roof ever since you awakened true blood, huh, Zeke Draker? Are you even sure you really awakened true blood?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zeke didn't want to waste words on this dog, so he coldly warned, "Shut your mouth. If you don't bow down, then don't blame me," he said with an icy glare, making Leon's face turn pale as he sucked in a frightened breath from the protagonist. He began to feel an invisible pressure, making sweat pour nonstop from his body. What the hell is this pressure? Just a few months ago, he was still crawling under my crotch, and now I'm actually scared. Thinking of this, a raging fire ignited invisibly in his heart, fueling him to face the protagonist. "How dare you talk to me like that, you lowly bastard? What are you waiting for? Beat him up," he shouted at his pack of hounds, and those loyal dogs who didn't know Zeke's real strength grinned and charged at him to take a beating, and facing their attack. Zeke just let out a tired sigh at how stupid these guys were. "Ha, now don't blame me for this, okay?" After saying that, he leaned to the side to dodge the punch from the bald guy. And while the guy hadn't even realized what was happening, Zeke threw a straight punch right into his ugly face, making the guy spew blood nonstop as he collapsed to the ground. Then he followed up with an uppercut from below straight into the chin of the guy behind, making him spew blood too. At the same time, another student balled his fist and attacked Zeke from above, but his arm was instantly grabbed by Zeke. Then Zeke spun his body and hurled the guy's body straight into the one on the other side. Next, he delivered a knee kick straight to another guy's face, making his eyes roll back white. Just like that, this group of small fry punks started getting beaten mercilessly by Zeke with zero mercy. Against weak chickens like these, he only needed one move to easily knock them flat. From behind, Leon watched his hounds get taken down so easily, and his face went completely stupid. "No way. Is this really the Zeke Draker I know?" he asked himself in his heart. Meanwhile, after dealing with the trash, Zeke turned his attention to Leon. "No need to be scared. I believe you already know. It only hurts for a moment," he said casually like it was nothing. Seeing that, Leon hurriedly drew the sword at his waist, then shakily said, "Stay away from me. If you come closer, I'll cut you," he said bravely, but his trembling body completely betrayed his terrified state. Back to Zeke's perspective. Looking at Leon drawing his sword, his eyes turned colder than ever. "You really drew your sword in the training grounds, huh? You know what that means, right?" To confront the killing intent of Leon Conrad, who has drawn his sword in the sacred training grounds, I, Zeke Draker, will respond with my honor. The following battle will end when one of us dies. All responsibility lies with ourselves, and the opponent bears no responsibility for the outcome. Liam Stone, you will be the witness. However, before the protagonist could even make a move, Leon on the opposite side was so terrified he pissed himself. He let his sword drop limp and begged Zeke for mercy. "I'm sorry, Lord Zeke Draker. Please let me live. Please spare me," he said, trembling in the most pathetic posture, making Zeke not even bother taking his life. At this moment, he just swung his sword, slicing across Leon's left ear, making Leon let out a pained cry and hurriedly clutch his ear. As for Zeke, he sheathed his sword, then grabbed Leon's hair tightly and warned, "I'll take your ear as the price. If your ear is reattached when we meet again, next time what I take won't be your ear but your head." After saying that, he pressed Leon's face hard into the ground, letting him experience the feeling of kissing dirt like he himself had in his past life. After doing that, Zeke shrugged and walked off like nothing happened. Now back to the big guy Leon. Before Zeke left, he struggled to stand up and asked Zeke, "Why did you help me?" Hearing that, the protagonist gave a light smile. "Don't think about it. I wasn't helping you. I was helping myself," Zeke whispered, and officially bid farewell to the weak shadow of his past. After that, once he walked out of the alley, Zeke scratched his head and reminded himself, "Damn, was I influenced by Galleon or something? I almost said some super cringy line." Time passed quickly again, shifting to the lab of that mage buddy Fanon. At this point, Zeke had already met him and showed him Galleon's blueprint. "Is it feasible, Professor?" Zeke asked. And after observing a bit, Fanon replied, "Let me be straight. Yes, it's feasible." Hearing that, Zeke's eyes lit up noticeably. "Really? Then I want to entrust it to you, teacher," he said excitedly. However, things are never that easy and smooth. Buddy Fanon didn't rush to take on the task and reminded Zeke, "Hold on. I think it'd be better if you hear me explain first. Like you said, the overall structure can be called simple. However, the problem is the core responsible for energy output. The core is considered the heart of this machine, but the mana pathways have extremely troublesome restrictions. Though small, they require sufficient energy and will need a way to adjust output without delay. This is unprecedented, he said while pointing at the drawing on the table. After hearing Zeke's smile gradually faded, and he probed, but it's still feasible, right? Yes, there are two options depending on the core's condition. I can personally adjust your design. However, it would take at least a decade to revise the core design. No, probably around 15 years. 15 years, Zeke yelled like the house was on fire. Yes, that's right, it would consume a significant amount of time. The second method, we can skip the core design and use an equivalent material, but even so it can save a lot of time. The required material is high compression mana stone. Hearing him say that, Zeke got so agitated, he couldn't sit still anymore. What? Isn't that an ancient treasure that can't be created with current technology? On the opposite side, Professor Fanon calmly replied, yes, that's correct. Ancient treasures are already extremely rare. However, searching for treasures in ruins is even harder. To find a mana stone that can withstand our design, it would cost over 3,000 gold. To sum up the issue, if you want it fast, it's still all about money. And after hearing it, Zeke felt like all life had drained from his body. I might get expelled if someone finds out I can't use light mana, but 15 years is way too long. But 3,000 gold is an astronomical number, unbelievable, crazy. I can't give up on the Gram Radiant Sword. Most people think I'm a light mana user because of what happened at the blessing ceremony, but it was just a reaction created by healing skill and ether. In reality, I still can't use light mana. Ether is considered a power extremely difficult for humans to control. However, except for the primordial spirit's spiritual sense skill that Master taught me, I can't use any sword techniques that utilize light mana. With that skill, I can only strengthen and swing my whole body. Compared to others, light mana is much easier to use and more versatile. That's why I need the Gram Radiant Sword. Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to find a high compression mana stone? The more he thought, the darker the future seemed to Zeke. And as if not seeing the boy's expression, the mage Fanon was still examining the blueprint and praising in admiration. By the way, the person who created this design is truly extraordinary. Even considering the complex core, it's still a superior design. It would be hard to replicate even among Golden Age treasures. Turning to Zeke, Fanon's words made his body suddenly tremble. His eyes began to light up noticeably. Golden Age treasures, right? Why didn't I think of that earlier? Zeke broke into a smile like he'd just thought of something. And not wasting time, he immediately stood up and asked the professor, please keep the design safe until I return. Professor, hearing this, Professor Fanon turned to look at Zeke like he was an idiot. What do you mean? Are you telling me to spend 15 years perfecting it? In response, Zeke, of course, wasn't dumb enough to choose the super time-consuming method. Haha, of course not. I'll bring one. I mean, a high-compression mana stone, Zeke declared confidently, as if he already knew exactly where to find it. The Golden Age, that was the era of the Liberation War, fighting to escape dragon domination. And that era ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut. The one who defeated him was Terrakin Draker, the first head of the Draker family. Thanks to this, humanity gained a century of peace. During that time, many ancient treasures were discovered in dragon lairs, remnants from the Hero King's era, the peak of magic. All those discovered treasures had techniques and magic far surpassing modern standards. Among them, high compression mana stones containing essential mana to sustain an entire village, a treasure from the Hero King's era. Shifting to the Central Library of Draker Academy. Although rarely used, the Central Library is still maintained because it's believed to have been personally established by Terrakin during the archive expansion phase. Ancient treasures from the Golden Age were discovered. This led to involvement from the Magic Tower and Grand Mage Nirvana, a member of the three great families, in the excavation. During those days, countless Golden Age treasures were found, and the news spread through continental newspapers, or at least that's what will happen in another 10 years. But currently no one has discovered any treasures, or even realized they exist. Thinking this, Zeke started wandering around the archive room. However, after packing back and forth for a while, he could only sigh, I could search all day and still not find it. Out of options, he had no choice but to activate his Dragon Eye skill to search for more clues. And sure enough, Dragon Eye didn't disappoint him. After using the skill and observing around a bit, Zeke discovered a tile with a strange red glow. So the protagonist immediately ran over and tapped it to check. Here it is. It makes a hollow sound when tapped. Exactly, this is it. Thinking this, without waiting another second, Zeke used his power primordial spirit's spiritual sense, the only way to apply ether in spiritual sense skill that he learned from his master. Since ether materializes the users while applying certain attributes like cutting and using it in various situations is possible. However, it has limitations. The user must consume ether for any action at this moment. The energy blade in Zeke's hand easily sliced through the tile floor. However, after doing that, his whole body was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Looks like using it is still too much for me right now, Zeke whispered. Next, he gently lifted the tile, crawled underneath, and placed the tile back in position so no one would notice. Below was a pitch-black underground palace, forcing Zeke to use a torch to light the way. As he walked, he grumbled. The newspaper didn't say it was this deep. The words had just left his mouth. Suddenly, he heard someone's footsteps, making Zeke startle, and hurriedly extinguished the torch in his hand. Next, he carefully listened to the sound, gradually approaching, and silently thought, at least another decade before anyone discovers these ruins. Could someone have found it before me? Zeke muttered as he slowly poked his head out to take a look. And what hit his eyes were two skeletons holding pickaxes and shovels. Skeletons, huh? They're holding pickaxes and shovels, all right. Okay, looks like they're not created by a lick. If that's the case, this should be easy. Thinking that, Zeke pulled his sword from his inventory and activated his critical strike skill, charging straight at the two skeletons. And in just 1 second, he easily chopped the head off the one holding the pickaxe. Next, he swung his sword, cleaving the shovel-wielding skeleton in half and right. After taking down the two monsters, a notification screen appeared in front of him. For defeating two skeletons, you have gained 2 karma points, current karma points 22. Looking at those words, Zeke felt like he'd just discovered another treasure. All right, I can get points from killing monsters. I totally forgot, because I was so focused on the treasure. Isn't this the best way to farm points? Then come here, my beloved points, Zeke said excitedly as he gripped his sword and went off to find more adorable skeletons to send them to their next reincarnation. What Zeke loved most about these monsters was how ridiculously weak they were. They gave him karma points without posing any real danger at all. Just like that, Zeke comfortably started collecting his karma points. While thinking about how to best use them, this is so easy, gotta think carefully in case I find something to unlock with points. Beginner quest book is 45 karma points. Minimap is 20 karma points. Dragon Eye devouring skill and locked level 2 skills all require 50 points. Looking at current prices, I can only afford the mini-map, thinking that he immediately activated the mini-map function. And right after, a simulated screen displayed a mini-map of the area, looking at the red dot marking his current position. Zeke quickly figured out how to use it. Seems similar to magic maps, thinking that. Zeke's eyes showed a bit of surprise, and he noticed an area in the corner of the map. What's this, he asked himself, and reached out to touch that area. Next, the system switched the mini-map from 2D to 3D for easier viewing. Looking at how flexibly the system could change like that, Zeke couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. Awesome. This is exactly what I wanted, he shouted excitedly before his eyes turned to a room glowing red. But why is only that room a different color, he said while reaching out to touch the room. And the system gave a notification. Do you want directions to the selected location? Storage vault. Looking at this, Zeke's eyes widened. Storage vault. In the past, the exploration team took many days to find this place, and now I can locate it so easily. Thinking that, Zeke didn't hesitate and pressed confirm. Next, the system replied, we will now provide the fastest route to your designated location. As soon as the notification appeared, the 3D map in front of Zeke automatically drew a path leading to the room, making Zeke unable to hold back a thrilled shout. Haha, unbelievable. With this, how could I ever get lost just like that? Following the map's guidance, Zeke arrived in front of a massive door. Guess I'm here, but how do I get inside? Looks like just waiting won't open it, he frowned and reached out to touch the giant door. And the moment his hand touched it, some kind of magic on the door suddenly activated, knocking his hand away. Seeing this, Zeke realized what it was, a security spell. That's probably why the magic tower and Grand Mage Nirvana got involved, because of this door. If it weren't for these gloves, I might have lost my hand. Haha. I can't get past this spell system. Can't you open it for me? Zeke asked casually, just to vent his frustration. But unexpectedly, the system actually responded to his question. We have received the administrator's request. Accordingly, we will connect to the security device. The security spell has been disabled. Automatic device activation failed. Now switching to manual activation. Not having time to worry about the door, Zeke quickly asked back, wait, you're responding to what I just said? Yes. Do you have any further requests? Administrator Zeke Drake. The confirmation notification made Zeke freeze for a moment. He never expected he could actually talk to the system. Then, after a few seconds to calm down, Zeke asked the question he was most curious about. If that's the case, then why force me to reincarnate? I cannot answer that question, the system replied. Hearing that, Zeke asked another, so what is this? Administrator system. I cannot answer that question. Then who created you? I cannot answer that question. Do you have any further requests? Administrator Zeke Draker, turning back to Zeke. The system's constant no's were giving him a headache. Damn, I didn't get answers to any of the important questions. Zeke sighed and requested the system to open the door. We have confirmed the administrator's request. The Dragon Slayer's tomb storage vault has been opened. As the notification appeared, the massive door rumbled and slowly opened. Behind the door was a huge room filled with countless wooden chests, neatly arranged on wooden shelves. Looking at those wooden chests, Zeke's eyes widened like he'd struck gold. Treasure chests. As the name suggests, these are chests full of valuable treasures and artifacts. Finding even one treasure would already be a miracle. Thinking that to verify, Zeke opened the nearest chest, and sure enough, it didn't disappoint. Inside were various jewels and gems, shining brilliantly, almost blinding Zeke. Haha, so there are hundreds of treasure chests like this. He shouted excitedly and started rushing to open all the remaining chests, quickly gathering all the valuables. I want this one. Oh, this looks pretty good too. I'll give this to Fana. Finally found them top-grade high-compression mana stones, and there are 4 even better. I'll use 1 point to expand 4 more slots in storage, but I still don't have enough space. Looks like I'll have to come back here often, until graduation. Zeke muttered, and began stashing all the precious treasures into his inventory. After finishing, he stood up, relaxed, ready to leave. Today should be enough, Zeke muttered. But right at that moment, he sensed an unusual aura appear in the room, making him spin around, startled. What is this creepy feeling? Zeke frowned, thinking, while reaching out to touch the wall to check. Immediately, an anomaly occurred. A complex magic circle suddenly appeared under his feet, and just 1 second later, the formation activated, teleporting him somewhere. Then, when he reappeared, Zeke found himself inside another kind of storage room. Seeing he'd been suddenly teleported, Zeke warily scanned around and asked the system, "Where is this?" In response, the system quickly answered, "The administrator is currently inside the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary." Back to Zeke, since the room seemed to have nothing dangerous, he lowered his guard and thought back to knowledge from his previous life. The Dragon Slayer's sanctuary. According to my past life, the newspapers never mentioned a room full of chests. Saying that, he opened the mini-map to check his position again, and silently calculated. As expected, it's not too far from the old spot, but there's no path leading to the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary. If so, this must be a location undiscovered in my previous life. I can't miss this, Zeke thought excitedly. Next, he pushed aside the lid of a stone coffin in the room, revealing inside a full-body armor. At the same time, the system gave a reminder: exclusive equipment of the Dragon Slayer has been discovered. Looking at the notification, Zeke curiously lifted the armor and examined it from all angles. Exclusive equipment of the Dragon Slayer. It definitely doesn't look like the Golden Age armors I know, he muttered, before noticing at the back of the armor's neck there was a slot that looked like it was meant to insert something. Then a flash of insight hit Zeke, and he took out a compressed mana stone from his inventory. Wait, could it be? But I can't just leave it like that, Zeke guessed aloud, and tried inserting the battery into the slot, and sure enough, his intuition was spot on. At that moment, the battery began emitting intense energy. To activate the armor, mana battery installed into Dragon Slayer exclusive equipment. Activating equipment. The notification appeared. The armor's eyes suddenly lit up bright. Then its body automatically stood up, startling Zeke to ensure safety. He stepped back a few paces, then somehow the armor suddenly exploded. Equipment malfunction due to overload activation. Failed small explosion expected. Please evacuate immediately, the system frantically warned. However, by the time it gave the warning, the armor had already blown up spectacularly. It's already exploded, Zeke complained. Sorry, the system said, apologetic. Putting that aside, Zeke couldn't help but be amazed by the armor. So 1 high-compression mana stone is just the power source for this armor. What functions could possibly require such terrifying energy? I'll ask Fanon later. For now, let's explore this place. Saying that, Zeke started moving around the storage room. However, he didn't find anything. The other rooms were empty. This is the last room, Zeke muttered. And from his view, it was a spacious room with only a glass case placed right in the center. The whole room had just 1 glass case. Zeke complained boredly, at least compared to that treasure vault. This room deserves to be called the beggar's room, or that's what Zeke thought, until the system gave him a notification. You have discovered the legacy of Tarakan Draker, the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. Looking at the notification without any warning, cold sweat poured down Zeke's face from tension. Tarakan Draker, that guy was seriously insane. Leaving the heart of the dragon he defeated as a legacy, so that creepy feeling I sensed earlier in the vault was this. But right now the feeling is completely different, Zeke sighed, not noticing that the strange aura he'd felt was growing thicker than ever and starting to affect. The cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut is reacting to the administrator. Back to Zeke. The black dragon's aura began twisting his thoughts. All right, I hear you. Looks like no other choice. Then I'll just kill them all. A strange thought started creeping into Zeke's mind. But right at that moment, the system activated the unyielding mental defense skill for him, making Zeke's eyes clear up and immediately realizing a black evil aura was surrounding him. "What the hell is this?" he shouted loudly. And for the first time, the system issued him a quest, emergency quest, Tarakan Draker's trial. Overcome the powerful curse, engraved on Bahamut's heart. Quest, reward ownership of Tarakan's legacy. Back to Zeke at this point. One of his eyes had already turned black from the evil dragon's influence, and even if the system tried activating unyielding mental defense, again it failed. And now Zeke had to fight the aura's influence alone, countless voices in his head, demanding destruction and devastation, making his head feel like it would split in two. Then to stop it, Zeke slammed his head hard against the glass case in front, shattering the case into pieces. "Shut up, so annoying. You call that freedom? Freedom is something you have to take, you idiot," the protagonist sneered with blood streaming down his face. And with that action, the strange aura no longer bothered him. "You have overcome the curse of the evil dragon Bahamut's cursed heart. Emergency quest completed. Quest, reward ownership of Tarakan's legacy, obtained." As the system notification appeared, the glass case shattered completely, revealing before Zeke a heart burning in flames. But with no time to care about it, Zeke collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. "Damn it, I almost died. No way, my skill failed just now. What was that?" Zeke wondered to himself, and while he was lost in thought, the system automatically handled some things. Unyielding self-healing skill activated. Infinite stamina skill activated. Beginning absorption of the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. In front, the evil dragon's heart suddenly trembled and shot a beam of light straight into Zeke's chest, causing him excruciating pain, like his body was being torn apart. "What is this? Pure condensed mana is pouring straight into me, but I don't have mana meridians to receive it. This vast mana has nowhere to go and is destroying my body. I have to do something." Zeke reminded himself, then gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to handle its soul-body ultimate sealing technique. Envelop the mana in ether, then seal it in the ether compartment. Zeke gritted his teeth, thinking, and poured all his body's ether energy to seal the massive mana. Then at the spot where he stood, a terrifying explosion occurred, sending smoke and dust billowing up. Inside the smoke, Zeke's body remained unharmed. However, the violent energy was still relentlessly ravaging his body. Then after a few seconds, the intense energy finally quieted down, and only now could the protagonist breathe a sigh of relief. "Few guess I'm alive now," saying that he looked at the devastated surroundings and thought the heart is gone. So that pile of mana was Bahamut's, the protagonist judged, and right at that moment. From the reflection in a broken glass shard, Zeke saw a tattoo of the evil dragon right in the center of his chest, making him unable to resist reaching out to touch the tattoo and mutter, "Is this because I sealed Bahamut's mana?" As soon as the words left his mouth, countless system notifications flooded in. Mana absorption has refined the administrator's body. The administrator's physique has changed to heavenly bone body, detected power beyond administrator's capacity, compressing and sealing 95% of power. As the successor, you have gained access to Tarakan Draker's secure vault, activating beginner-level quest, providing guidance for low-level administrator. Back to Zeke, too much new info coming in, he couldn't process it all. Heavenly bone body, Tarakan Draker's secure vault quest guidance, another bunch of weird stuff. As usual, I'll check it later. For now, dismiss. Zeke waved his hand, saying. But right then another screen popped up, changing his expression. "Wait, hold on. Leave this one. My ancestor really was generous." He stroked his chin with a sly grin, because the notification in front of him was, "Do you wish to open another legacy of Tarakan Drake?" Time flew by quickly, shifting the scene to Zeke's private room in the Platinum Building. After carefully stowing away a few valuable pieces of jewelry in his personal cabinet, Zeke finally had some free time to check on his own status. "Looks like the cleanup is almost done. Let's take a closer look," he said cheerfully, and quickly opened his status window again. Then he noticed some changes in his information in the title section. A new line appeared: heir of Tarakan Draker, sovereign dominion over Dragonkin, physique heavenly bone body, Dragonkin skill, devouring technique, transmitting power through words, locked unlock when conditions are met. Looking at these status lines, Zeke nodded and said, "There are quite a few expansions. Let's see more." He started tapping on each new description to check them out, and the system provided explanatory notifications. Sovereign dominion over Dragonkin, allows summoning and commanding, tamed Dragonkin heavenly bone body, optimizes physical capabilities, accelerates martial arts learning, and enhances ether conduction efficiency. Reading these descriptions, Zeke's eyes narrowed slightly. Just the descriptions don't tell me much, and earlier, I caught a glimpse not only of Tarakan's second legacy, but also a whole system window related to Terrakin. System show me all the notifications related to Terrakin, he said softly. In response, the system immediately displayed, we have received the request to access Terrakin's secure vault, requires data synchronization. Please move to a synchronization location. Would you like synchronization coordinates displayed on the mini-map Terrakin's secure vault? What is this? So I have to go to the designated spot. To access it, show me the location, Zeke grumbled. And right away the mini-map appeared in front of him, and the designated location made Zeke unable to hide the shock on his face. This is Valhalla. Valhalla is the top knight training academy. No one except authorized individuals can even approach it, let alone enter inside. Even for me, sneaking into Valhalla is impossible. Going to Valhalla wasn't part of my plan, but if something like Terrakin's legacy is there, then it's worth revising the plan. Looks like I'll have to stick around this cursed family a bit longer. Thinking that, he tapped another description line, this time the one about the beginner quest book. Beginner quest book begins guiding low-level administrators. After the guidance phase, quests will become available to support administrator development. Completing quests grants additional rewards after reading the system's explanation. Even an idiot could understand it, so I accept quests and get rewarded upon completion. The structure is similar to adventurer guilds or mercenary missions, but what does this guidance part mean? He wondered to himself, and as if to answer Zeke, the system automatically activated the guidance, begin guiding low-level administrators. As soon as the notification appeared, the space around Zeke suddenly changed, turning into a simulated space. Just like in games, the sudden scene made the protagonist curiously look around. What is this? Where am I? Did I get teleported again, like last time? No. This feeling is completely different. It's like the entire space has shifted. Zeke guessed anxiously before a ferocious growl from some monster started rumbling behind. Hearing that, the protagonist quickly turned to look back and saw a group of huge ferocious orcs slowly being generated by the system. Along with it, a guidance notification appeared. Guidance quest, defeat the appearing monsters within the time limit. Using at least 2 skills, reward system shop access points, time limit 60 minutes. Looking at the notification, Zeke's mind immediately raced, and he figured out its purpose. Orcs appear out of nowhere, and a matching quest comes with this guidance. It's creating situations where I can actively use the system. This should have been provided way earlier, he complained, while he was still dazed in thought the orcs had already surrounded and at the same time swung their massive spiked clubs straight at him. The strike was so powerful it caused a huge explosion on the floor, with dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Luckily, even though his mind was on the system quest, Zeke never dropped his guard, knowing he was surrounded by monsters. So the moment they attacked, he simultaneously activated high-speed movement and combo slash to dodge and counter right after. His sword flashed like lightning before the orcs could even react. Their bodies were sliced into countless pieces. Zeke being able to do this so easily was partly thanks to the heavenly bone body, which optimizes physical capabilities, accelerates martial learning, and boosts ether conduction. The sword in his hand felt as light as a feather, so this is the effect of heavenly bone body. At this level, I can easily take down commander-level enemies, he thought to himself. And after finishing off the orcs, the system notification appeared. Guidance quest completed. Next, the simulated space around him slowly faded away, as if it never existed. Oh, I'm back. So it was all just an illusion. The realism is no joke. The protagonist nodded and sheathed his sword back into his inventory. Then the system gave the rewards for completion: critical hit bonus, added to rewards, time bonus, added to rewards quest, reward 40 points, and shop category unlocked. Back to Zeke, he excitedly checked his new function. I can buy items through the system. What is this so convenient? Looking through Zeke's eyes, as soon as he tapped the shop, he saw some extremely useful items. First, giant skin. For 10 points, a potion similar to a giant's tough hide, temporarily boosts defense. Giant fire breath. 20 points, a potion containing condensed fire. Giant breath unleashes inextinguishable flames. Low-grade ancient rune speedstone. 7 points, a magic stone engraved with runes, slightly increases movement speed. Wings of the sky. 5 points, a potion from bird feathers temporarily boosts agility. Looking at these items, Zeke was stunned. Giant skin, fire, giant's breath, all of them are rare treasures worth hundreds of gold. Just selling shop items alone could make me filthy rich. On the side, the system gave a reminder: please place the item you wish to sell in the designated window. Items in your storage compartment can also be sold. Twin practice swords. This item cannot be sold. Elven dagger. Do you wish to sell this item? Selling price 4 points. Turning to Zeke, the pitiful price for the dagger made his hand freeze. Selling seems only applicable to ancient treasures. 4 points for this dagger. I could get at least 100 gold auctioning it off. Selling items won't be useful unless I desperately need points. Saying that, he swiped away the screen in front of him and stretched tiredly. Hugh, what an exhausting day. Tonight I'll probably sleep like a rock, the protagonist sighed. Time passed quickly until the next morning, shifting to the professor's research area at this point. Zeke went back to Professor Fanon to hand over that battery. And when he saw Zeke bring it out, the young professor couldn't hide the shock on his face. You really brought back a high-compression mana stone. In just one day, how did you manage that? In response, Zeke obviously couldn't mention the dungeon, so he brushed it off. It's a long, complicated story. So when will the device be fully operational? It's already complete, Fanon replied calmly. Already done. You're amazing, Professor, Zeke praised, while the professor praised him back. Bringing this here is even more amazing. Back to Zeke's perspective, while sipping tea, he glanced at the professor and silently evaluated in his heart. Pretty suspicious, huh? Whenever a high-compression mana stone is discovered, major continental forces register various ancient runes as serial numbers and manage ownership of valuable high-grade mana stone. So by checking the serial number, you can determine the excavation time, location, and current owner. But the one I brought could never be registered in that book. It's a completely new personal discovery. Putting suspicion aside, he does have solid evaluation skills and ability. Back to Professor Fanon, after finishing the final checks, he spoke up. I've verified the serial number. We can start now. Next, both of them headed to Buddy Galleon's forge to complete the furnace setup. And now with the energy source in place, the furnace began emitting intense, powerful energy. Looking at his furnace, finally working, Galleon couldn't hold back the joy on his face, while Zeke and Fanon behind him were happy for him too. Then seeing everything stable, Professor Fanon said goodbye to head to class. I have to go teach. Thank you, Professor, Zeke quickly replied. Back to Galleon, he'd been grinning nonstop. I never imagined in my lifetime I'd see a fully operational magic furnace. Thank you so much, he said happily. Hearing that, Zeke shook his head lightly. Just business, no need to go that far. You haven't forgotten our previous agreement, right? Of course, please make your request, Galleon replied eagerly. On this side, the protagonist pulled an item from his backpack and requested, make me a sword with this. What he took out was the hardest fang of the evil dragon Bahamut. With the eyes of a veteran blacksmith, Galleon instantly recognized the material, a dragon fang. Wow, with this size and condition, I've never seen anything like it. Where on earth did you find this? To Zeke, this was Tarakan Draker's second legacy from the dragon heart. To this fang, he felt like a grave robber. It's complicated to explain, Zeke said softly, before noticing the blacksmith Buddy in front of him was trembling nonstop like he had malaria. Not only did you give me a magic furnace, you also gave me the chance to forge a dragon fang. I will definitely repay your trust. I, Galleon Halbert, will stake my life on your sword, he said, while his whole body radiated a blinding aura that dazzled Zeke's eyes. Those words brought back memories for Zeke. In his previous life, Galleon had said something similar. He's really determined, Zeke thought to himself, and decided to leave everything to Galleon. All right, I trust you. Let's see what kind of sword you'll make. I'm really looking forward to it. Shifting to Zeke's bedroom at this point, he was still excited, anticipating the sword Galleon would forge for him, making a sword. I'm really pumped, Zeke said cheerfully, before remembering the message from Uncle Duke. It's been a week since I got the message to come back after the bet with Duke ended. Guess it's time for something to happen, Zeke muttered to himself. And sure enough, right then, Uncle Duke's figure suddenly appeared outside on the balcony, staring at him with eyes full of anger. Why didn't you come this time, kid? Answer honestly. Looking at the red-haired uncle's face, Zeke's whole body trembled nonstop. He looks like he wants to kill me. Thinking that, he tried to calm down and replied, you said come back if I wanted to challenge. Naturally, since I had no intention of going, I didn't go. In front, Duke seemed unable to accept that answer, so he lunged forward, grabbing Zeke's collar, and demanded, I said answer honestly. Next, without giving Zeke a chance to react, he threw him straight out the window, making the protagonist's face go blank for a moment. Too high. At this height, I'll die instantly without a chance to heal. Thinking that to save his own life, he twisted in midair and reached out to grab the balcony railing. However, before his hand could reach the railing, Uncle Duke's arm shot out, grabbing his neck tightly, and said coldly, you don't want to challenge me again. I don't think you're dumb enough not to understand me anyway. It's the opposite. You didn't show up after losing. You didn't even go to the infirmary. It's like you're deliberately trying to piss me off. I give you 5 seconds this time. Answer honestly. His words dripped with killing intent, making Zeke realize he'd pushed the joke too far. What he knows, but still went along with. Thinking that, he looked at the other with a teasing gaze. Ridiculous. You haven't even revealed your real identity. Am I wrong, Gardner Dexter? Hearing Zeke's words, the uncle suddenly broke into a smile and immediately threw his body back inside like tossing a chair, causing the furniture in the room to shatter into pieces. All right, you got it, kid. I was once a Black Knight of the Draker family. My name is Duke Draker, saying that he reached toward Zeke. And once he introduced himself, Zeke placed his hand over his chest, in greeting esteemed elder of the family and former member of the Black Knights. I sincerely apologize for the disrespect I showed. As a knight, he said calmly. But that completely unsurprised expression made the uncle suspicious. This is the face of someone who already knew what the hell is, that hearing that Zeke quickly switched to a dumb expression, nothing haha. He laughed awkwardly before turning curious about the last words. But Duke, you said you were once a Black Knight. What do you mean in response? The uncle shrugged simply. I used to be black, but now I'm red. From behind, Zeke heard that and felt his mind go a little fuzzy. Can something like that even happen? A knight's rank can go up, but I've never heard of it dropping back down, turning back to Duke. As if he didn't want to dwell on this topic too much, he immediately cut the conversation short. Kid, don't talk about that anymore. As he spoke, both of his hands trembled nonstop, like he was struggling to hold himself back, seeing that Zeke quickly realized this might be a taboo subject for Duke, so he wasn't dumb enough to bring it up again. All right, since you've been honest with me, Duke, I'll be honest in return too. Next, Zeke explained his real purpose for deliberately not showing up to meet. And after listening, the uncle's eyes grew even more intrigued. So, from the very beginning, you already guessed my identity and deliberately pissed me off to become my official disciple, huh? You've got some guts, kid. All right, I'll take you as my disciple, the uncle said, slapping his thigh loudly, making Zeke in front of him widen both eyes, huh, just like that. So before he changes his mind, I gotta act fast thinking. Is doing. Zeke immediately dropped to one knee in front of him and started firing words like a machine gun. I, Zeke Draker, offer my disciple oath to the great Duke Draker, knight among knights. I swear to follow Master's teachings with utmost dedication, cultivating virtues, learning, and striving to uphold and elevate Master's honor. He spoke so fast like a machine, making Duke a bit dumbfounded at this quick turnaround. You even know the disciple oath? That's rarely used these days, Duke said in surprise, while Zeke calmly replied, cultural knowledge is a knight's virtue, right, Master? What a sly little brat. I'll take that as a compliment, Zeke said smugly, before remembering something and turning to ask, but Master, may I ask one question? On the opposite side, Duke sighed, calling me Master so quickly, huh? All right, go ahead. Seeing that Zeke quickly asked his question, what do you find attractive about me that made you decide to take me as your disciple? Saying that, Zeke recalled memories related to Duke from his previous life. Duke was famous for never taking disciples. Even the century's genius Andre had to beg for years to become his only disciple. So why did he accept me so easily? I have a guess he must have seen my potential during the bet, something far surpassing Andre's talent. He's clearly sharp-eyed. Thinking this, Zeke unconsciously broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Duke on the opposite side didn't rush to answer, but asked back, what do you think, disciple? Guess. In response, Zeke straightforwardly said his thought, obviously, because I'm the ultimate genius, right? Hearing the answer, Duke laughed so hard his whole body shook. Your confidence is truly admirable. Haha, if that were the reason, I'd have taken Rene as my disciple already. It's because you have determination. Not all so-called geniuses can reach the level of Red Knight or Black Knight. Those who grow up without any setbacks will easily crumble at the smallest challenges. In front, Zeke completely agreed with his master's words. He's right. Many expected geniuses are supposed to at least reach red rank, but end up stuck at yellow or blue. Back to the uncle, after explaining to his disciple, he eagerly wanted to start teaching right away. Enough chit-chat. Follow me, the first lesson starts now. Yes, Master, Zeke replied excitedly. It seemed he was really looking forward to Duke teaching him his secret technique. Next, the two quickly headed to the training ground in the western greenhouse. Looking at this spacious training area, Zeke was a bit surprised. Who would have thought there was a place like this under the greenhouse? What does he plan to make me do? He said run, so I ran. But it's already been 3 hours. Zeke frowned, guessing. At the same time, Duke, standing beside him, looked thoughtful and suddenly told him to stop. Hearing that, Zeke jogged in place and turned to ask, so I can stop running now, right? Yes, but I want to ask something. Duke nodded. Yes, Master. What do you want to know? Zeke continued. Nothing much, Duke said as his body suddenly appeared behind Zeke. Then he reached out and grabbed Zeke's hand. Then, as if by body instinct, Zeke immediately swung his arm hard, knocking Duke's hand away and stepping back to keep distance. Looking at his slightly reddened palm, Duke sighed, checking your energy isn't easy, huh? All right, something was off from the start. Back at the infirmary during the talent test, and even in the greenhouse during the bet, and just now, after 500 laps around the training ground, I didn't sense any light mana from you. When I tried to check your meridians, you dodged. Kid, don't tell me you can't use light mana, he guessed aloud, making Zeke's heart skip a beat at those words. Next, without waiting for Zeke to react or explain, Duke continued. The bronze statue reacted right. An unprecedented golden light caused a commotion and brought you here. So why did you stop me from checking your meridians? He said, while looking at Zeke's face with great interest, while Zeke felt a bit uneasy not daring to meet his eye. After a few seconds, Zeke calmed down a little and glanced to assess his master's expression. Curiosity, not suspicion. A Draker who can't use light mana is a serious issue, but it seems his interest is the biggest thing. Lucky for me, the one I'm dealing with is Duke. Once I get Graham, no one will suspect my lack of light mana. Until then, I have to be careful. No need for a long-winded lie, unlike my previous life, when I was the family's first failed awake. Thinking that Zeke made his decision, then he slowly took off his glove, at the same time activating his mana reversal skill, causing red lightning sparks to appear in the surrounding space. This truth will cover my disguise, a fitting reason for this situation, Zeke thought, and began explaining. Yes, as you said, Master, I can even influence mana, a sign of true blood, but for some reason I can't use light mana. I'm sorry for being scared earlier if it gets out that a Draker family member can't use light mana. I'll get expelled. Saying that, tears welled up in his eyes, looking at his pitiful expression. No one would think he was acting. But of course Duke wasn't that easy to convince. He began channeling his light mana into Zeke's body to check his condition, and only withdrew after finding nothing. Seeing that, Zeke immediately asked, "So what do you think, Master?" Without answering the question, Duke's brows furrowed tightly. HMPH, a kid with such determination at this age. But why can't I sense any light mana despite his awakening? Duke stroked his chin, pondering, while Zeke anxiously waited in his heart. Even checking my meridians, he won't be completely sure. The blessing ceremony is extremely important to the Draker family. Even if I really can't awaken light mana, he'll most likely find a reason to explain it to himself. Zeke silently guessed, and sure enough, just as he calculated, Duke later explained that he was a variant. Hearing the answer, Zeke wasn't too surprised. A variant, huh, of course. That's the direction this story goes. If he doesn't know about job classes, that conclusion makes perfect sense. Thinking that to complete his act, Zeke asked, "What is a variant, Master?" In response, Duke began explaining. A variant is the term for people with abnormal abilities. For example, users of both light mana and mana, or people who can see the future, things that defy common sense. Because of that, variants are often treated poorly, so don't go around saying you might be a variant. So why do you think I'm a variant, Master? Zeke asked further. For this question, Duke explained, because of your abnormal physical strength and recovery. No matter how minor an internal injury takes time to heal, but you recover instantly. Duke was sure a huge amount of energy had been consumed, and asked Zeke what he thought that energy was. Light mana, Zeke asked, probing. And the uncle nodded in agreement. Yes, my hypothesis is that any light mana you produce is instantly consumed by your physique and regeneration, leaving no trace for you to sense behind. If he didn't already know a bit about his own fate, Zeke would have believed it hook, line, and sinker. Oh, hearing him say it, it's pretty convincing actually. Thinking that, he continued, so does that mean I'll never be able to use light mana, Master? In front, Uncle Duke burst out laughing. Haha, no need to worry. Whirlwind technique doesn't require light mana, it's a special ultimate technique. Special ultimate techniques are unique skills developed by high-level knights, usually involving applications or enhancements of dragon-slaying techniques that require light mana, but my whirlwind technique relies entirely on physical training. I'll demonstrate once, so watch carefully. Saying that, he tapped his toe on the floor below. Next, a deafening crack rang out, and Duke's figure instantly vanished from Zeke's sight, followed by countless rapid successive sounds. The protagonist couldn't even catch where his body was at any moment. Then, after a few seconds, the uncle returned to his original position and asked, "Did you see that?" In response, Zeke asked back, "I just need to follow your footsteps, right?" "Well, if that's all you think, then I don't need to explain more. You've seen enough." Zeke nodded extremely confidently, making Duke's face show some anticipation for his performance. "Your confidence rivals a Black Knight. Good, show me what you can do." Back to Zeke at this point, he slightly bent his body and got into ready position. Next, he concentrated power in both souls and began copying Uncle Duke's earlier move by stepping exactly in the footprints he left on the tiled floor. By following those steps, previously unseen paths appeared. Every step had purpose, whether to attack, dodge close distance, or create distance. No step was wasted, Zeke thought to himself. Meanwhile, Duke, beside him, started rubbing his eyes to check if he was seeing wrong. Unbelievable. Just 1 week, he has that talent, but this level. What on earth happened in 1 week? This is a genius, truly perfect, Duke thought, while sweat beaded on his face. And seeing this expression, Zeke broke into an extremely smug smile worthy of Black Knight-level confidence, saying that he didn't forget to thank his heavenly bone body. Thanks to it, his martial arts learning ability had reached a whole new level. That's why Duke was so shocked. Back to Uncle Duke, looking at the disciple's smug face. Veins popped on his forehead as he muttered to himself, "If only this kid could drop that annoying attitude, it'd be perfect." Thinking that he lunged forward and grabbed his disciple by the neck. This brat was crying just minutes ago. And now he's already cocky. Master, you're not planning to show off because of me, right? Zeke said nervously. That depends on your attitude, you arrogant disciple, Duke replied, making Zeke's head hurt. Former Black Knight, and not discreet at all, he complained. Time passed quickly. Shifting to the Academy's grand dining hall, while munching on food, he was thinking about the recent period. It's been a month since I started training under Duke's guidance. My food portions just keep increasing. Thinking that before he could finish eating, suddenly, the voice of instructor Buddy Andre rang out. Do you have a moment? Zeke Draker, hearing that, although the protagonist was a bit curious why this genius came to find, he shrugged and said, if it's here then sure, because I'm busy. Hearing that, Andre nodded and got straight to the point. Fine, how did you convince Dexter? Straight to the point, huh? Looks like he's panicking because I became a disciple, even though I haven't really. Zeke thought to himself and turned to say, no need for convincing. Dexter chose me himself. His answer made Andre's eyes flash with anger, and he spoke sarcastically. In the end, it's because you're true blood on the opposite side. The protagonist, hearing that, stopped his hand movement and stared wide-eyed at the Rose Knight in front of him. Would you feel that confident, huh? Is that all you wanted to say? Andre replied with both hands trembling from rage, ignoring that. Zeke continued, no, that's only half. Even if he was initially attracted by bloodline, do you think someone like Dexter would take a disciple for such a simple reason? The reason I could become his disciple, setting aside interest, it's because of my talent. So instead of wasting time on jealous behavior to boost your confidence, why not work hard to become someone worthy of being chosen? Zeke lectured, making Andre's face twist since he couldn't argue back at all. Shifting the scene to the training ground in the greenhouse. Looking at the knight running like crazy in front of him, Zeke turned to ask the red-haired uncle, what's going on? Master, hearing the question, even Duke himself was puzzled. I have the same question. I don't know what's wrong with that brat. He begged to stay nearby, even offered to handle logistics if needed. I told him to run 300 laps without using light mana if he wanted to stay, and now he's doing it. Sigh. That guy's a total lunatic, Duke sighed, while Zeke had to reevaluate Andre with new eyes. 300 laps without light mana. I thought he was just an arrogant guy, but it turns out he has real determination too. Shifting to outside the academy gates at this moment, countless people stood in extreme solemnity, and around them whispers buzzed. What's going on? Why suddenly call all students out like this? In response, someone else looked at the questioner in disbelief. You idiot, did you forget what day it is? The family head is visiting today. Just like that, amid everyone's anticipation, very quickly, a carriage bearing the Draker family crest arrived. And the moment they saw its silhouette, a young knight shouted loudly, the family head of the Draker clan is arrived. Hearing that, the chubby Howard stroked his beard and said, everyone prepare yourselves. Yes, headmaster, the group responded in unison. Next, from inside the carriage, a silver-haired man stepped down and nodded in greeting to the old man. Long time no see, Howard. Hearing that, the plump old man hurriedly bowed. I respectfully greet the master of the Draker family. As his words rang out, everyone around simultaneously shouted, we respectfully greet the master of the Draker family. In front, family head Arthur approached, patted Howard's shoulder, and said, you've been through a lot, I can imagine. In response, the plump old man shook his head. My efforts are nothing compared to yours, family head. Then I'll continue to count on you. Back to Howard after the greetings ended, he suggested Arthur go inside since the sun was blazing hot today. However, before he could finish, Leon reached out to stop. Next, he stepped onto a raised position where all the students could clearly see him, and spread his arms wide, declaring, O young dragon slayers, you are the future and hope of the Draker family. Train even harder, your growth is the growth of Draker. Hearing the family head's reminder, the group of students surged with energy and shouted back, we will engrave these words in our hearts, family head. Seeing that Arthur nodded in satisfaction, turned and left. All right, let's go. Yes, family head Howard replied. Time passed quickly. Shifting to Arthur's private room, for some reason Zeke had been summoned to meet him. After entering the room, Zeke quickly bowed and said to the master of all knights and guardian of the dragon slayers, honor Arthur Draker. I, Zeke Draker, a member of this family, respectfully offer my respect and greeting. In front, Uncle Leon, seeing his son being so formal, laughed, haha, even people at the Four Seasons Fortress don't greet like that anymore. Drop the formalities and sit down. I heard you like tea. I brought something exceptional. Hope it suits your taste. Saying that, he handed the protagonist the freshly poured cup. Turning back to Zeke, being summoned to meet the family head like this put an invisible pressure weighing on his mind. Just as I thought, even my tea preferences got reported back to the family. There's a saying the emperor might not know, but nothing escapes the Draker family now. I'm feeling it firsthand. Thinking that, he prepared to sip the tea in front to ease the pressure. However, the family heads Next words made Zeke lose all interest in drinking. The reason I called you here is because I heard surprising news that Duke has taken a disciple. Hearing that, Zeke could only give a wry laugh in his heart. Haha, straight to the point, no. Beating around the bush, thinking that Zeke calmly said, it's simply Duke showing generosity toward me, sir. In front, Arthur knew full well things weren't that simple. However, he didn't dig deeper. If that's what you say, then it must be so. I don't know what your goal is, but as long as you follow Duke's teachings. His words weren't finished when suddenly Zeke cut in and declared, I will become the strongest on the continent. Hearing that, the family head's eyes began to change slightly. And as if not noticing that gaze, the protagonist continued, sharing his dream. So I can live freer than anyone else, that's my goal. As the words ended, family head Leon set his teacup down on the table and said cold, so that includes surpassing me, right? As those words rang out and terrifying pressure poured from him, making Zeke's biological alarm bells ring nonstop. His whole body broke into a cold sweat, a feeling like he could die at any moment overwhelmed his mind. Could this be? Within this range, the life and death of all beings are controlled. Celestial sword, the pinnacle of light mana manipulation, achievable only by Black Knights. Next, although scared enough to wet himself, Zeke still gritted his teeth and said, of course. Looking at the stubborn expression on his face, for some reason family head Arthur broke into a light smile and slowly released his pressure. Then he spoke. Of everything I've heard lately, that's the most interesting. I came to visit the academy to encourage you, but now seeing you, encouragement alone isn't enough. Saying that, the uncle reached into his pocket as if to take something out. Back to the protagonist, he eyed this unfamiliar father. This is the current master of the Draker family, a true Black Knight. I thought Duke's level was ridiculous, but this is on a completely different plane. Unaware of the thoughts in his heart, Arthur took out a black card and placed it on the table. Consider this a gift for becoming Duke's disciple. This is a black card. Looking at it with knowledge from his previous life, Zeke, of course, knew what it was precisely. Because of that, he was shocked enough to sweat. Father, you're giving me this? Looking at the astonished expression, Arthur didn't need to explain much. Seems like you already know what it is. On this side, Zeke picked up the card, still unable to believe his eyes. This is a black card issued to very few VVIPs, known for bringing insane benefits with no spending limit. I never thought I'd see the legendary black card with my own eye. Beside him, Uncle Arthur smiled. I'll add you as a co-user, so feel free to use it. Hearing that, Zeke wasn't dumb enough to refuse. Thank you, Father. I'll definitely use it wisely. Saying that, but Zeke still felt a bit wary in his heart toward this kind gesture. The words are caring, but the intent is obvious. Since this card tracks information, it means my actions will be easier to monitor. Even so, using a casual method instead of forceful coercion means he still doesn't care too much about me. Yet Zeke thought to himself. Meanwhile, Arthur's tone shifted slightly. All right, Scram, I can't waste any more of your precious time, Zeke, the one who will become the strongest. You may leave now. Understood, family head. Zeke bowed in farewell and quickly left the room. And not long after he left, his master Duke appeared in the room and grumbled, what a detestable guy. Hearing the familiar voice, Arthur calmly replied, why so heated, Duke? Do I even need to ask? The kid was abandoned in the cradle, and now you're showing up playing the caring father role. His voice dripped with sarcasm, however, as if long accustomed to his best friend's personality. Arthur wasn't angry as family head. I have no other choice, you know that, and your words just now are slandering the family head. Hearing that, Duke slumped into a chair and waved his hand. Ha, fine, whatever, drag me along then. Back to Arthur. Duke's laid-back attitude made him chuckle. Haha, that's why I can only talk freely with you. Shall we drink and talk? Then saying that, Arthur took out a bottle of fine liquor, and just seeing the label, Duke's eyes lit up like car headlights. Dragon's breath, and the red one too. See, you do have taste after all. Next, while sitting and drinking, as if remembering something, Arthur's voice turned serious. You've heard about the strange situation on the continent, right? I'm holed up in the academy. How would I know? Duke sneered. But Arthur didn't believe it one bit. Your eyes and ears are still all over the continent. Hearing that, Duke grumbled a bit. You already know, so why ask, you sly old fox? The emperor, obsessed with immortality, is searching the entire continent like a madman. Yes, do you think it's possible? Arthur asked back, and for that question, the uncle affirmed with absolute certainty. Of course, not eternal youth can be achieved through magic, but true immortality is absolutely impossible. On the opposite side, Arthur agreed with that opinion. However, his voice hesitated slightly. I agree. But what if it involves an ancient dragon treasure? Hearing that, Duke seemed to sober up instantly and shouted, what? At the same time, while the two were having a serious conversation, they had no idea that every word they spoke was being eavesdropped on by Zeke from a room not far away. Using an artifact called listening, just like that, the voices of both began transmitting straight into Zeke's head. If it really is an artifact related to an ancient dragon, Then it might Duke hesitated to say. Don't tell me you've already pinpointed its location, the uncle probed, and family head Arthur gave a slight nod confirming exactly according to the report from Black Veil. The highest probability is that it's located on the northern continent. Hearing that, Duke's expression turned thoughtful for a moment before asking further. This is information the Empire hasn't obtained yet, right? Yeah, that's correct. But it's only a matter of time before they find out. It reminds me of the old days, that mad emperor who started a war right after ascending the throne with the ambition to unify the continent. I thought he'd given up that ridiculous dream as he grew old, but clearly not if that artifact can truly grant immortality. Getting to this point without letting Duke finish, Arthur cut in. Then the continent will once again sink into a sea of flame. Because this is such an important matter, I've decided to head north myself. Hearing that, Duke panicked and quickly reminded, what if you leave your position? That Emperor will act even more freely. In response, Arthur looked at Duke with expectant eyes. That's exactly why I came to see you. You're such a bastard, Duke sighed, having already guessed his best friend's intention. Saying that, both raised their glasses together. Just as expected, I can't think of anyone but you. Arthur smiled, while Duke already felt the annoyance creeping up. You always pick the hardest jobs for me. Back to Zeke's position after listening to their conversation. Up to here, his head hurt so much it felt like it would split open. Out of options, he had to temporarily deactivate the listening artifact. I've used this item for too long. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, I still can't avoid its side effects. Ancient Dragon, the voice I heard in my head before dying, and the system message right after reincarnate. Now everything makes sense. I stole the artifact the Emperor desperately wants. He even sent his hunting dogs after me back then. I didn't even care what it was. However, I did find one limb. The administrator system that sent me back in time is a function of the ancient dragon artifact, but who created it and why? In the end, more questions just keep piling up. Thinking that, Zeke leaned against the wall and let out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Duke and Arthur's conversation had ended. I'll get moving now, Arthur. The uncle waved his hand and quickly left. Yeah, I'm counting on you, Arthur replied. Next, as he passed through a door, for some reason the Draker family head suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at it with eyes full of suspicion. Inside the room, Zeke, unaware that his father was standing right outside the door, was still pondering about that artifact. If it's really the one the Emperor is searching for, does reincarnation have something to do with eternal life? He asked himself before hearing footsteps outside. Then the uncle opened the door and abruptly stepped in. However, the room was completely empty, not a single person there. This made Arthur curious. Did I imagine it? He whispered, unaware that his son had just jumped out the window to escape. Time passed quickly, shifting to Zeke's private training room. While he was practicing, suddenly a knock from Dexter echoed, forcing him to stop and complain. Didn't I say not to disturb me during training, Dexter? In response, the old man Dexter apologized sheepishly. Sorry, young master, but a fellow student came looking for you. Should I send them away? Hearing that, Zeke's eyes showed curiosity. A fellow student? But I don't have any friends at the academy. Could it be Reenact? Thinking that out of curiosity for the visitor, Zeke agreed. All right. Just like that, very quickly Zeke found out who it was. Turns out it was that big guy Liam. Among everyone, it was Liam Stone. Why would I be your friend? Zeke wondered to himself. Meanwhile, Liam knelt before him, bowed his head, and said, please accept. Looking at his posture, Zeke inwardly blamed himself. I should have just walked away back. Then all right, he sighed and asked, accept you as what? As a subordinate? Yes, young master. I swear loyalty to you, Liam hurriedly said. Then what about Jake? And Zeke asked further in front, thinking of what that guy had done to him. Liam clenched his fist in anger. I've given up on. I need to get into Valhalla, he said with a pale face, as if Zeke was his last hope. This made the protagonist even more confused. In my previous life, it was the same. Why is he so obsessed with Valhalla? Please accept me, Liam continued begging. In response, Zeke waved his hand. Are you stupid? You should have chosen Zimin or Turan instead. I have no family backing, meaning I'm useless for helping you get into Valhalla. And why should I trust you? To be blunt, you could be a spy sent by Jake. And Zeke's words made Liam's face turn deathly pale. Next, he suddenly drew the dagger at his waist and directly raised it, slicing off one of his own ears. Of course you suspect me. I'll prove it by any means necessary. If you order me to shut up, I'll cut out my tongue. If you order me to become crippled, I'll cut my Achilles tendon. I'll hand my life over to you, young master. Please accept me, Liam said, with a voice full of unwavering determination. Those words made the protagonist start remembering himself in his previous life, when he had said similar things to his master. I want to become stronger than anyone. Please teach me, master. Thinking of that, Zeke decided to give the big guy in front of him one chance at this point. he tossed his sword forward and raised one finger. "One move if you can withstand one strike from me, then I'll accept you." Next, Zeke let Liam get his wound treated before starting the test. But when facing Zeke directly, Liam realized enduring one move wasn't as easy as he thought. "I really thought taking one hit wouldn't be too hard. After all, I'm a light mana user from the Draker family. But is this really someone my age?" Even breathing feels exhausting, Liam thought, while his body unconsciously trembled in fear. However, without giving him time to think much, Zeke gripped his sword tightly and charged forward. Seeing that the big guy had no choice but to shout loudly and swing his sword to block. The clash of their swords was so powerful, it produced a deafening explosion in the air, blowing all the dust on the training ground far away. Next, the sword in Liam's hand was knocked flying out by Zeke. Looking at Liam's wretched state, the protagonist said disappointedly, "So that's all you've got? How pathetic." Watching Liam still dazed sitting on the ground, Zeke waved his hand boredly to remind the young man, "You might have high determination. But if it's Valhalla, you'd best give up." Saying that, Zeke turned and left the training ground, ignoring Liam's desperate attempts to hold him back. As he walked, the protagonist thought, confirming one thing: looks like Liam really was abandoned by Jake. If he wasn't Jaken's subordinate, he couldn't have entered the cradle, just a guy from a lowly bloodline. That's an academy where even someone with legitimate lineage like me got expelled. If Liam gets kicked out right now, it wouldn't be strange at all. It's understandable that he's so anxious, thinking that Zeke's steps suddenly halted. Or rather, it was because the big guy Liam had knelt down, grabbing his right leg to beg. This made the protagonist turn back and rethink everything. Is this really worth clinging to so desperately? In his previous life, Liam was expelled from the academy, and his mercenary corps collapsed, but he still reached Red Knight realm and was called the King of Mercenaries. Below, Liam couldn't hold back his tears anymore and sobbed pathetically, "Please, give me one more chance, Lord Zeke." Looking at his current state, Zeke guessed this young man had absolutely no intention of giving up. Then, whether out of pity or something else, Zeke decided to give him one more chance. "All right, I'll give you one more chance. But with one condition. If I want you to become mute, you'll cut out your tongue. If I want you crippled, you'll cut your legs right." "If that's the case, then cut off your right arm," Zeke said coldly, while patting the big young man's shoulder. The order from Zeke made Liam's face freeze in shock. What regretting it, Zeke's voice dripped with sarcasm, while Liam's eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his lips clenched tightly, as if in intense inner struggle. This didn't surprise Zeke too much. This was a demand forcing him to give up his life as a swordsman. For a normal person, it would be impossible to accept. Thinking that, as if sensing Liam had given up clinging to him, Zeke stood up and said, "I still have countless training sessions. If you can't do it, then get lost." Saying that, his body slightly bent as he slowly drew his sword back, like preparing to practice. At the same time, Liam, behind, seemed to have made his decision and slowly advanced. Seeing that, the protagonist glanced at him and thought, "Even though I don't know why he's so desperate. But don't lose heart, Liam. Even if you can't reach Valhalla, you can still achieve an outstanding realm." That's what Zeke thought in his heart. However, Liam's next action made him unable to hide his surprise. At this moment, through his eyes, Liam began grasping the sword that had been knocked away earlier, slowly raising it high, while his right hand extended, his teeth gritted, as if ready to sever his own right arm. Looking at the expression on the big guy's face, the protagonist immediately realized Liam wasn't joking. This madman, he shouted in his heart, and rushed forward to stop. At the same moment, Liam's sword swung down hard. However, fortunately for the big guy, in the most dangerous instant, Zeke gripped his own sword tightly, swung it forward with wind-tearing speed. With just one clash, Liam's sword snapped in two, the blade tip flying out of the training ground. Looking at his still intact right arm, Liam panted heavily from the tension. But before he could recover, Zeke stepped forward, grabbed his collar tightly, and demanded, "Hey, you lunatic, what if I changed my mind? You just swung your sword like that." In response to Zeke's words was the big guy's face full of emotions. "That because there's something more precious than this arm that I can't afford to lose." To Zeke, after hearing the answer, he looked at Liam like he was looking at an idiot. But then he shrugged, gave Liam a punch to the body, and reminded, "If you pull any more stupid stunts like that, no matter how loyal you are, I'll kick you out. Remember that." Turning to Liam's perspective, after hearing that, his eyes lit up with joy as he asked, "Lord Zeke, does that mean?" Without answering the question, the protagonist only reminded, "Hurry up, Liam. If my subordinate only has one ear, what will others think of me?" "Yes, I understand, Lord Zeke," Liam replied, excited. Time passed quickly, shifting to the protagonist's private room. At this point, he was sitting drinking tea together with Liam. Currently, Liam's previously severed ear had been reattached by the medical staff. The only thing visible was a faint scar at the cut position. On this side, Liam gently touched, feeling his intact ear again, and asked, "Can I really use such good medicine?" In response, Zeke said this is an investment in your value, so no need to worry. Next, Zeke calmly set his teacup down and asked seriously, so what exactly is it? The thing more important than your right arm, no more important than your life in front. Liam, after hearing that, lowered his eyes slightly. After a few seconds, the big guy shared his story. That's about my mother. A few days after Jakin ditched me, I got word she collapsed from a raging fever. Luckily, it broke quick. But her body broke out in red spots like roses, and her health just kept tanking. Even the village docs didn't know what the hell the disease was. The more he talked, the more his body shook with agitation, while Zeke asked back, so that's why you want to hit Valhalla? Yeah, exactly, the medical perks for students and families. They are the best on the continent, Liam said with a sigh opposite after hearing Zeke let out a breath too. Next, the protagonist called a servant over for paper and pen, then slowly jotted something down. Red spots like roses, periodic high fevers, these are symptoms of the plague that'll ravage the central lands in 5 years. Also called rose plague, highly contagious with sky-high fatality. Took tons of lives, but a cure got whipped up in time and wiped it out. Thinking that, Zeke handed the freshly written paper to Liam and explained, this is the recipe for medicine to cure your mom's disease. It's simple enough, village docs can handle it, no sweat. Liam snatched it up, stammering thanks, but how do you know the fix for a disease even healers can't name? Hearing the question, two familiar shadows popped in Zeke's mind, the genius alchemist brothers Al and Jeff. They cooked up the cure to save the crumbling heartland. But the greedy alchemist guild exploited desperate folks for profit. Once the brothers spilled the truth, they leaked the recipe worldwide. Even mercs like me knew it, spreading everywhere. Thinking that, Zeke flashed a light smile and said casually, just tell him you know an alchemist. Now you got your meds, no need for Valhalla or slinging for me, Zeke said, savoring his tea. Meanwhile, Liam wasn't ungrateful. Right then, he bolted up from his chair, dropped to one knee before Zeke, and swore, I pledge my life to you, Lord Zeke. I swear lifelong loyalty to my master. Those words made Zeke quietly pleased. He'd picked right a loyalty oath. The Merc King from my past life, as my sub really eases my mind. Thinking that, Zeke hid his grin and said sternly, lag behind, and you're gone, so keep up. Yes, master, I got it, Liam bellowed. Time flew till late afternoon, shifting to the headmaster's office, where he was hosting a guest. What's up, Owen? Right in front was sly Owen, slinking in for who knows what. Hearing him, the headmaster said, yes, headmaster, I got a proposal. Can we crank up this semester's exam difficulty? Across chubby headmaster, Harrod twirled his mustache, probing Owen's reason. Owen confidently laid it out, you might call me nuts, but this year's freshmen are stacked noble heirs everywhere, plus 2 pureblood awakeners. Same difficulty as last year, won't sort real talent. Howard's view after listening, he mulled, then nodded, fair point, true Zimon's blood. I'll take it under serious advisement. Yes, thanks, headmaster, I'll bounce, said the schemer, darting out. If word got out, he lobbied the vice head to amp exam. Hell, other students would rip him limb from limb. Howard watched him go, spun to the window, stared out, lost in thought. Can't fake bloodlines. Didn't expect to vibe with him. Future headaches, best prune threats early. Time zipped by. Today was the dungeon crawl semester, exam day. This test, Draker Academy's big one. Pairs team up to bust out of a dungeon. In time, each duo gets random difficulty, totally different per hole. In the crowd, Zeke eyed Liam. Are you scared? Liam owned his nerves. Yeah, a bit tense. Zeke chuckled, fair too much, and you screw up too little, and cocky just right, dodges both tensions key. Elsewhere, sword girl Renee steadied her breaths to chill, while others yapped carefree, no sweat. Quick shout next, Zeke, Draker, Liam, Stone. Hearing it, they hustled to a gate. But pre-entry, a proctor blocked him, pointing aside. Hold up, you two, that way. Protagonist's view sudden block, his eyes drilled in sniffing plot. Proctor blew off Zeke's glare, cold hurry in or what? Zeke yanked his icy stare. Shrugged, yeah, following orders. Master-servant duo plunged into their setup dungeon. Inside, endless deep stairs descending. Zeke recap test. Diffs vary, but Draker controlled test. No real killer's goal, escape in time. Each gets countdown, kicks in on entry, 96 hours flat. Basic combat scores, so monster loot haul bonuses. But escapes king, miss time, straight fail. Time flew. Zeke, Liam camped postmeal. Zeke to big guy, belly full now. Crash, Liam. Big guy waved, you did camp grub all rest first. Master Zeke explained, 4-day no sleep, so chill. Big guy caved, alright, crashing first, yeah, holler if needed. Zeke nodded. Next, while on what? Zeke pulled out his pocket watch, checked the remaining time, and thought 16 hours since entering the dungeon, after 3 straight days of pre-exam training. That makes nearly 90 hours away. Infinite stamina only restores physical fatigue, not mental, in a dungeon where anything can happen. Best minimize risks as much as possible. When Zeke wakes, I'll switch shifts with him. Thinking that, Zeke's face grew blank, his eyes showing clear exhaustion. Then at some point unnoticed, the protagonist slipped into a hazy state, his mind flashing images of a snowy battlefield. There a beautiful blonde girl, dressed like a noble lady lay in a pool of blood. At the same moment, a strange bell rang, suddenly snapping Zeke out of the daze. Realizing he'd dozed off on guard, Zeke rubbed his face, cursing himself. Damn that dream again. But right after his eyes sharpened, he caught something. Wait, that sound was definitely a bell. Thinking that as if realizing something, Zeke quickly grabbed the water flask beside him and dumped it all on the fire ahead, snuffing it out. At the same time, he warned his buddy Liam, "Wake up, Liam, enemies incoming, I'll scout first. No lights, tent." Big guy snapped awake. "Yes, master." Back to Zeke, he crept toward the room's entrance where he'd rigged bell wires overhead to alert if monsters breached, but right now, he had no intention of using Dragon Eye immediately. 4-day test. Using it risks too much. Better adapt to darkness, the protagonist reminded himself. Next, a strange scent wafted into his nose, and the moment he caught it, Zeke froze. Sulfur, no way. Monsters with sulfur smell. Pack hunters, danger rank 3 hellhound. Even in my past test, Rene only bagged an orc, didn't expect hellhounds here. Realizing his dungeon's difficulty spiked abnormally, Zeke quickly guessed, definitely targeted. He gritted his teeth, gripped his sword, ready for the danger ahead. And fast, countless heavy footsteps thundered closer. But this puzzled Zeke. Wait, something's off. Even a hellhound alpha weighs only a few hundred kilos. This racket sounds tens of tons. Mutant Zeke reflected, slightly extended his sword, using the blade's reflection to peek. Then, whatever he saw made him curse a loud motherfucker. Just thought that when suddenly, the entrance exploded, dust flying. Zeke hurled back. But the protagonist calmly landed, stabbed his sword down to break. Seeing that, Liam rushed over. "Master, you okay?" Ignoring the question, Zeke scowled ahead, silently cursing 18 generations of the Zimmons clan. "What the hell are those Zimmons bastards scheming behind my back? They definitely want me dead." At this moment, through both their eyes, a massive troll lumbered in, clutching a hellhound head. Spotting Zeke and Liam, it hurled the head aside and roared forward, the echoing bellow enough to dizzy and deafen normal people. Troll danger rank 1 crushes hellhounds, or even orcs. Its blood prime recovery potion ingredient. Insane region. Just imagining facing a building-sized beast with terrifying healing is pure despair. Yet facing such a foe, Liam showed no fear, stepped forward, and told Zeke, "I'll bait you, escape while you can." Behind Zeke, Grin stepped up, lightly patted the big guy's shoulder, and shook his head. "What are you saying? How could I abandon my subordinate? Trust your own effort, not me, Liam. You're not weak. I'll back you, do what you want." Hearing Zeke, despite worry, Liam steeled himself. "Yes, master." Then both gripped weapons, charged the giant troll ahead. With lightning speed, they carved countless slashes across its massive body, while the troll barely reacted. But as Zeke noted earlier, huge frame their cuts mere scratch, and with its region in seconds wounds sealed shut. Yet the protagonist inwardly praised Liam. Not bad cutting troll, thick hide praiseworthy, but targeting joints even more impressive. Did he study monsters in spare time? Right after the troll's huge body buckled slightly. At once it swung its massive spiked club straight at Liam, catching him off guard, no time to react. But right then, Zeke blitzed forward. From above, he swung his sword to knock the club aside. Seeing that, Liam said apologetically, "Sorry, master." In response, Zeke advised, "It's fine. For your first real battle, that's already pretty good." Aiming for the weak joints was a smart choice, but you underestimated the troll's regeneration. Remember this, any small wounds on a troll's body heal instantly. With regular attacks, you won't keep up with its regen at all. Across from them, the troll stared at its weapon, now reduced to half, its eyes bulging white and its face flushing red as hot coals in rage. With no other choice, it tossed the remaining chunk of its weapon aside and slammed its massive hands straight at both of them. At the same time, Zeke wanted to finish it off quick. "You still seem to be struggling. So let me end this," Zeke said as he gripped his sword tight. Time flew by, and now the troll's blood-soaked skull lay in a crumpled heap off to the side, with zero signs of life left. With its sacrifice, Zeke gained another 30 karma points. Looking at the system notification, Zeke nodded in agreement and turned to Liam, saying, "This thing probably racks up a ton of bonus points, so hurry up and pack it up, Liam." "Yes, master." The big guy quickly replied and rushed over with his backpack to collect the corpse. Meanwhile, the system suddenly sent Zeke another notification. Sudden quest: 1 shot 2 eagles. Take down 100 monsters of 10 different types in the dungeon. Time limit: 72 hours. Rewards: double karma points from quest completion, 2 random loot boxes. Current progress: 2 types/14 monsters. Only aggressive monsters count. Staring at these lines, Zeke couldn't help but be shocked, like a beggar stumbling on a goldmine. What the hell, double karma points just like that. 79 hours left until the test ends. Hitting 100 monsters is no sweat, but getting all 10 types is gonna be tough. No matter how big the dungeon is, a normal test would only have 3 or 4 types tops. But if this is a trap set by those Zim's assholes, then digging deep should turn up all 10. Gotta finish the quest and escape the dungeon. This is gonna be a rush, Zeke muttered to himself. Not long after, the burly Liam finished up and reported back. All done, master. The huge sack on his back was the recovery bag issued with the countdown timer. It wasn't as efficient as a space bag, but good enough for hauling loot. Seeing his subordinate had wrapped it up, Zeke nodded. Good job. Let's move, Liam. No more dawdling. With the pressure of both the system quest and the family test, Zeke couldn't afford to leisurely stroll through the dungeon anymore. The two of them picked up the pace, blasting through the dungeon full throttle. Just like that, time zipped by faster than a dog chasing rabbits across a field. At that moment, as Zeke and his crew paused for a breather, Zeke suddenly spoke up. How you holding up, Liam? We've bagged a bunch of monsters. Looks like you're getting the hang of real combat, huh? Up ahead, Liam tied off his sack and turned back. I'm still not sure. In response, the protagonist flashed a light smile. Makes sense, adapting takes time, that's normal. With that, his face turned serious as he studied the map in front of him. 50 minutes left on the quest, current progress at 9 types out of 99 monsters. Being stuck right before completion pissed Zeke off big time. We've even caught finger-sized blood leeches and still only 9 types. Nowhere left to search now. Damn those Zim's idiots, why didn't they prep one more type? Thinking that, Zeke irritably swiped to close the minimap. And then, like answering his prayers, the ground suddenly started shaking nonstop. Next thing, the earth split right open, catching Zeke off guard and nearly knocking him off balance. He whipped around and yelled at his subordinate, Liam, quick, ditch that sack. Across from him, the big guy just stood there dazed, not getting it yet. By then, Zeke had dashed forward, slashing the recovery sack in half with his sword. At the same moment, a massive monster burst from underground, sliding past both of them and flinging them aside. Luckily, Liam was unscathed, but once he snapped out of it, he spotted Zeke's left arm soaked in blood. Zeke, you okay? In response, Zeke waved his left arm to reassure him. Relax, don't worry, it's just monster blood. This time, just stand back and watch, Liam. I won't be able to cover you. Right then, following their gazes, the monster that attacked was a gigantic worm with a mouth full of fangs. It radiated a wild, savage aura that put even Zeke on maximum alert. This is a dungeon worm, a high-level danger beast. Takes a dozen veteran purple knights to take one down. Those damn Zim's bastards. They really prepped this good. Zeke cursed them silently in his head. Meanwhile, the dungeon worm wasn't giving him time to think. It charged straight at the protagonist, zeroing in on him as the real threat, not Liam. Its massive body slid hard, barreling right at Zeke. Liam watched from the side, worried sick. A helpless feeling spread through him as he saw his master struggling in battle, unable to help at all. Then, like a light bulb went off, he frantically rummaged through his backpack for a way to back up the protagonist. Cut to Zeke's position. He gritted his teeth, using his sword to block the worm's razor-sharp jaws while his body kept getting shoved backward. Getting pushed back like this nonstop was dangerous, so Zeke poured power into his arms and swung his sword hard, flinging the worm's head aside. But the worm seized the chance to burrow back underground again, its movements shaking the whole cave nonstop. Zeke had no clue how to hit it while it was underground. Even a blue knight would hesitate facing a dungeon worm in a spot like this. Because of its burrowing mobility, if it takes too long to kill, we'll get buried alive. At the same time, a cracking sound echoed behind Zeke. He spun around fast and immediately saw the worm's massive mouth erupting from the earth, lunging straight at him. Zeke dodged with godlike reflexes, bending low to evade the deadly bite. Without giving it a chance to burrow again, Zeke lunged forward, plunging his sword deep into the dungeon worm's body. Then he gritted his teeth, gripped the weapon tight, and charged ahead fast, dragging his sword to carve a massive gash along the worm's body. This time I'll split you in half, huh? Zeke muttered. Meanwhile, the giant worm, hit with such a deep wound, screeched in agony, its body thrashing and rolling wildly. Finally, it sprang forward like a coiled spring, yanking Zeke, who was still holding his sword, up into the air with it. Seeing this, Zeke cursed under his breath. You damn worm. Before he could react, the giant worm coiled into a spiral and wrapped tight around Zeke's body. Terrifying pressure crushed in from all sides, making Zeke's bones creak nonstop. He spat out blood. Wrapped that tight, even Zeke couldn't find a way out. But luckily, he had his subordinate Liam. Spotting the protagonist in danger, the guy charged in, stabbing his sword into the worm's body, making it shriek in pain. With that, the pressure on Zeke eased up a lot. Pressure's down big time, Zeke said cheerfully. And seizing the moment while the giant worm writhed in agony, Zeke broke free and leaped down. With his recovery powers, the damage from the worm healed at a crazy speed. Meanwhile, Liam hurriedly asked, You good, master? In response, Zeke asked curiously, What was that move, Liam? Oh, I coated the sword with numbing potion, Liam said, showing Zeke the vial in his palm. Hearing that, the protagonist got why the worm reacted so violently. Got it. The main ingredient in numbing potion is belladonna, which only mildly paralyzes humans, but acts like deadly poison on worms. In that pinch, you remembered belladonna, worm's natural enemy, and used it. Lightning fast reaction. Judgment and adaptability, worthy of your mercenary king rep, Liam. Recruiting you was the right call, Zeke thought with a smile, then instructed the big guy, Liam, when I signal, stab that worm again with your sword. With that, the protagonist powered his feet and sped up, racing along the worm's body, until he reached its head. Then he yelled to signal. Below, Liam got the hint, gritted his teeth, and plunged his sword into the dungeon worm's body, making it screech like a house on fire, even spewing purple liquid like blood from its mouth. But suddenly, the worm froze for a beat, sensing danger worse than the pain from before. Right in front of it, Zeke channeled energy into his sword and unleashed his skill, Soul Slash, creating a massive energy blade that cleaved straight into the dungeon worm, the deathly blade splitting its body in two in a flash. At the same time, to reward the protagonist's efforts, the system notified, sudden quest completed, quest reward karma points doubled, 2 random loot boxes awarded, current karma 708. Time flew by, cut to the gathering field outside. By now, countless trainees had returned from their dungeons, with wooden tables set up ahead to inspect and score the monster kill proofs they'd brought back. Trainees who made it out, come get scored. Once done, you can leave, some instructor called out. Right then, swordswoman Riene brought her kill proofs for checking. The instructor glanced at the stuff on the table and said, all right, starting the score. Base completion, 30 points. Goblins 20, hobgoblins 2, orc 1 total, 180. Hearing her score, the surrounding trainees broke into cold sweats and whispered, almost hits the all-time record of 200 set by Sir Abel. Purebloods are on another level. Not just the trainees, even the instructor couldn't hide his delight, praising, as expected of Riene, overshot the benchmark by 130 points. In response, Riene's group placed hands on chests and replied, you're too kind, sir. Next up, Sneaky Owen brought his proofs for scoring. Okay, let's score. Total 120, 70 over benchmark. Excellent, the instructor nodded. Hearing that, one of Owen's brown-haired teammates beamed like he'd struck gold, but Owen fumed. The result left his face dark as the bottom of a pot. Because compared to Riene, he was 60 points behind. That was half his total. He shot Riene a freezing glare. Riene to run. You won't strut around forever. Whatever happens, just handle it like we did Zeke. Thinking that, he smirked evilly, probably figuring Zeke was dead somewhere in that deadly dungeon by now. Weaklings could only resort to dirty tricks to trip others up. But Owen never saw it coming. Zeke's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Man, how long's it been since I saw sunlight? Hearing the familiar voice, Owen's face twisted in horror. He whipped around and sure enough, his worst fear happened. Zeke and Liam had returned to the gathering spot safe and sound, without a scratch. Even Big Liam was dragging the giant worm's head out, since their sack got sliced in half by Zeke earlier. Staring at the head Liam hauled behind him, all the trainees' eyes bugged out. Am I lagging or what? No way that's a dungeon worm. Wasn't Orc the highest scorer? How'd that show up? They took down a dungeon worm? Doubts erupted everywhere. Next, Liam dragged the worm head to the instructor's check station and dropped it with a heavy thud. Meanwhile, Zeke turned to Owen with dripping sarcasm. You look pretty shocked, Owen. Happy to see me back. Where's that icy poker face from before? Hey, this might be even better, Zeke said, grinning as he watched Owen's face. The guy was pissed purple-black, veins bulging, teeth grinding, fists clenched in fury. But without letting Zeke taunt more, Owen spun and stormed off. Zeke felt a twinge of regret and jeered, hey, leaving so soon. In response, Owen cursed silently. Fuck, you damn purebloods, you'll pay for looking down on me. On the side, Owen's hounds saw their boss fume off and scurried after. Watching their backs, Zeke shrugged disdainfully. Haha, looking real tense there. At the same time, swordsman Andre ahead of Zeke chimed in, verbal sparring over trainee. Zeke quickly turned forward and replied, yes, long time no see, instructor Andre. To the greeting, Andre skipped chit-chat and got to business. Scoring now. Nearby, Zeke glanced at the giant worm head and explained, nothing else besides this one. Do you need to score it separately, sir? In response, Andre pulled on a pair of gloves and declared, I'm the judge, so don't think you can half-ass this. His words piqued Zeke's curiosity. Didn't the worm swallow the recovery sack? Yeah, exactly. That's why I'll inspect it real close, Andre nodded. Next, he started examining it with his hands super carefully. Blood splattered everywhere, grossing out the watching trainees who scattered in disgust. From Zeke's view, seeing Andre so dedicated to his job, he couldn't help but silently thank his luck. Lucky break. That damn dungeon worm attacked and swallowed all the heads I'd collected over 3 days. couldn't afford to fail, so I grabbed its head as a substitute. But besides Instructor Andre, who else would check every scrap of meat stuck in these teeth? Time flew by, and soon Andre finished his inspection. He tossed his gloves aside and announced the result. Confirmed monsters include gremlin, goblin, hobgoblin, hellhound, orc, and finally, troll. What, even a troll? The trainees buzzed with pale faces. The giant worm was already terrifying, but now a troll too. It freaked them out about Zeke's dungeon. Ignoring their reactions, swordsman Andre wiped blood off himself with a handkerchief and continued, judging by the blood volume, it's dozens. But counting all that wouldn't be fair to others, so I'll score one per type. Plus, even though troll and dungeon worm aren't on the scoring list, intel shows they're equal to a trio of orcs and a half-dozen orcs. So 90 for the troll, 180 for the worm. Total, 368. Congrats, you passed. Nearby, the other two instructors heard the score and were floored. Hey, what we get back when we were trainees? The left one asked. The note-taking guy confirmed, in our day, they didn't even count hellhounds. Elsewhere, the trainees stared at Zeke like he was a monster. 368 points. No way. In another corner of the gathering field, some dumb black-haired trainee couldn't accept it and yelled, cheating. It's just the dungeon worm carcass. Another trainee eyed him like an idiot and schooled him. Dude, the worm alone scores 108. But what does that mean? Think about it, you guys, worm or troll. Could anyone survive and come back? Zeke Draker's that strong already, the group sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, Zeke eyed the weaklings around him and smirked to himself. So noisy. Feels way different from before when they mocked me. Not bad, but I just pulled off another big stunt. In this test, the Zims clan rigged the dungeon, cranking up the difficulty to boot him out. But was it just Owen's solo act? Nah. Even he wouldn't dare mess with the academy exam. Probably the Zims head honcho. Guess I'm under more scrutiny than I thought. Hiding power too obviously backfires. Better play it moderate and watch the situation. Zeke reminded himself quietly, his face beaded with sweat, feeling the pressure of being targeted. Then, while he fretted about the future, swordswoman Renee and her crew passed by and spoke up. Zeke Draker, you win this time, she said with a sour face, then quickened away, leaving Zeke behind, kinda stunned and confused. I win, but win what? What's her deal? Time zipped by, cut to the familiar training yard, where Zeke prepped to test a new skill he'd never used. Guess we start here, huh? As he said it, Zeke eyed the system screen. The skill was Dragon Skill Level 1 Devour. It let the user eat more and digest faster. 50 points to unlock, and Zeke had 780 karma now. With this quick riches in days, Zeke decided to unlock it. A useless skill I skipped before, but now 50 points is pocket change. With that, Zeke swiftly unlocked it. After rereading the description, his eyes bulged. Hold up, the skill desk changed. Right then, per Zeke's gaze, the system showed. Dragon Skill Level 1, Devour in Devour state. You can digest anything and convert it to energy. Plus, digesting a monster with bloodline skills lets you absorb their power. Reading that, Zeke's face dripped sweat as he regretted silently. Absorb monster powers. Shoulda activated this before the exam. Energy conversion. Gotta test it. He pulled fresh meat from his inventory and activated Devour. Instantly, something like black smoke shot out, piercing the meat, startling Zeke a bit. Looking back, he saw black smoke, with faint golden glow spilling from his shadow. Now the fresh meat slowly sank into the smoke. What the hell, like sinking in quicksand? The meat shriveled and vanished into the darkness. Zeke frowned thoughtfully. Once fully submerged, the system notified, confirmed, energy absorbed, restoring depleted stamina. Right away, Zeke felt cool energy flow through him, boosting his state like a quick nap. Headache eased, though minor brain fatigue dropped too. Not just that, his whole body brimmed with vitality again. Even Ether Hall partially refilled. Those 50 points were worth it, Zeke thought excitedly. This skill nullifies risks from my current ones. Mental fatigue, Devour handles it. Infinite stamina fights physical exhaustion. So 24 hours no eat, no sleep, I can grind training non-stop. Zeke acted fast. Let's go. He felt his future widening hugely. But before joy settled, his smile faded, followed by Zeke's grumble. Hey, Dexter, told you last time, no bothering me in the training room unless it's urgent. Butler Dexter bowed apologetically. Sorry, young master, but I have important news to report right now. Zeke frowned. Important news? What? Dexter's steady voice continued. Your sword's finished. Hearing that, Zeke grinned again. He needed Galleon's sword to hide his aura and ability. Without hesitation, Zeke bolted to Galleon's forge. Stepping in, he asked eagerly, Galleon, sword's done right? Galleon nodded. Yeah, gimme a sec. He dashed inside, grabbed a wooden box with the sword, and tossed it to Zeke. But eyeing it, Zeke stroked his chin thoughtfully. In my past life, Galleon gave me a mithril and pure steel blade. The solar sword Graham, One look, anyone knows it's top tier. This time, even with Dragon Fang material, I figured it'd be like Graham. But Zeke inhaled deeply, eyes disbelieving. What is this thing? Right there in the box was a bluish-black sword with an ugly look. Then he reached out, gripped it, and held it up for closer inspection. But after staring, Zeke just shook his head. Outwardly, it looked totally ordinary. You didn't sharpen the blade on purpose, Zeke asked. Galleon explained, that's how it's supposed to be. His words made Zeke's eyes narrow slightly. But thinking of Galleon's skills, Zeke smiled and asked, this the form you think suits me best? Yes, Galleon nodded. Seeing Zeke not question the sword much, Galleon was surprised. Normals would be baffled, but he saw right through my intent. This guy's perfect for it. Thinking that, he pointed at the sword. Actually, it doesn't have a name yet. Tried nomming it, but nothing fit. Can you name it? Me, Zeke said, pointing at himself. At the same time, past life memories surfaced. Holy Solar Sword Graham was Galleon's name. Now he can't name one. Thought it was still Graham, just reskinned with Dragon Fang. But this is a whole different sword from Graham. With that in mind, Zeke, who knows what got into him, pulled a dagger from inventory and slashed his wrist hard, blood gushing nonstop. Across, Galleon panicked. What are you doing? Quick, stop the bleeding. Ignoring the freakout, Zeke focused to halt his wound healing. Healing factor always on, but with my skills I can control it, Zeke thought. And like hearing his thoughts, the system helped. Admin request confirmed. Pausing continuous job skill, healing factor. After the notice, Zeke's region stopped. All right, done. Now let's do this. He aimed his hand at the sword, letting blood drops fall on its blade. Seeing that, Galleon guessed, no way, sword nomming ritual. Sword nomming ritual, a dwarf tradition. Owner drips blood carrying aura or mana onto the sword, activating the rite. Once started, the performer sinks into deep subconscious, wandering endlessly till finding the sword's name. But too risky, so mostly forgotten. How does he know ancient dwarf rite? How? Galleon thought, eyes wide in shock. Back to protagonist. As Galleon said, Zeke plunged into his mental world, a deep lake with names floating everywhere. Amid countless names flooding in, pick one to advance with me. One to advance with me, a new name for a new sword, Zeke told himself. Zeke told himself. So he swam the lake till finding the fitting name, Black Sword Bahamut. At once, system notified. Black Sword Bahamut registered as equipment. Seeing that, even Zeke doubted his life choices. The name I picked, is that evil dragons? Is my subconscious okay? Back to reality, Zeke just bandaged his left wrist. Blacksmith Galleon raved, you're incredible. Even dwarves rarely know the nomming rite. In response, protagonist waved it off, saying he stumbled on it studying dwarf history. Across, like remembering something, Galleon blurted, wanna rest, got something I must give you. His words sparked Zeke's curiosity, but he nodded, sure. Yeah, take your time. So Galleon hurried off somewhere, while Zeke eyed his wrist wound. Controlling his region let him hide his uniqueness, mastering it even when passive meant huge. If I'd known earlier, during the bet with Master Duke, I could have hidden my powers. Without showing everything. Sorry Galleon, but I'll unwrap when I get home. Right now, priority's testing this thing, he said, glancing at the sword beside him. Next, full sword info popped up via system for protagonist. Black Sword Bahamut, forged by Master Smith using Heavenly Eye and Cyan Flame mana from Cursed Dragon's Hardest Fang. Bahamut, unique skill, indestructible, aura conversion. Note, sealed, unlocks gradually with user's growth. Reading that, Zeke with past life's weird sights, still jolted. Seal unlocks with user growth, never heard of a sword like this. Plus, indestructible trait. Dragon Fang or not, that's ridiculous. But anyway, key is aura conversion power. Pushing to make mana battery for Galleon and Forge, the sword was partly his talent, and Graham's core function, aura conversion. Special ability to turn ether mana, or any energy, into aura. This power let me, aura deficient by birth, reach red rank. Thinking that, Zeke closed eyes, channeling energy into the sword to convert to aura. At the same time, Blacksmith Galleon came back holding a scabbard, looking a bit flustered as he said, "Ha, finally found it. Sorry about that, Zeke. Did I keep you waiting long?" As he spoke, he noticed Zeke's sword enveloped in a faint blue glow and froze in shock. A sharp aura wrapping the blade. Has he already broken through to purple night level? Up ahead, Zeke saw the blacksmith standing there stunned and grinned, praising him. "You're back. This sword is seriously incredible. You've worked hard, Galleon." In response, Galleon held out the scabbard and replied, "Compared to the forge, this is nothing. But could you take a look at this? This scabbard was made by my master himself." Hearing that, Zeke frowned and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "In my past life, I never heard about Galleon's master. Let's see." The name engraved on the scabbard read, Gollin Jober. Zeke muttered it out loud. But then his eyes widened as he suddenly realized what it meant. What? Golan Jober, the greatest blacksmith ever praised. Golan Jober, a legendary dwarf smith, hailed as the continent's finest blacksmith right now. His works were flawless masterpieces with unique properties, fetching tens of thousands of gold from collectors. Thinking about it, Zeke's respect for Galleon shot up another notch. Didn't expect you to be Golan's disciple. Hearing Zeke say that, Galleon looked surprised. As expected, you can even read dwarf script. Setting aside the dwarf language thing, Zeke probed further. If it's Golan's, this can't be an ordinary scabbard, right? Of course not. If you twist the roller next to the mouth like this, it turns into a shield. Made from mithril and wyvern bone, it can take any attack without a scratch. Twist the roller on the handle back the other way, and it reverts to a scabbard. Compared to the favor you did me, this gift is still lacking, but please accept it. It's what I wanted to give you, he said while offering the scabbard forward. Seeing that, Zeke awkwardly took it, then asked in embarrassment, "But if you sold this, you could build your own forge, right?" "Haha, I can't just sell my master's work to anyone." Galleon laughed brightly. "But it's worth tens of thousands of gold," Zeke pressed. Hearing that, Galleon broke into a cold sweat. He hadn't realized its value was that high. "What, for real? Anyway, I'll take it, thanks so much," Zeke said with genuine gratitude. Then he looked at the scabbard and his oversized sword. Compared to the sword, this scabbard seems a bit small, huh? But if it's Golan Jober's work, it's gotta be special. With that thought, Zeke tried sliding the sword in. Sure enough, the scabbard immediately reshaped itself, wrapping perfectly around the blade and forming a completely different sheath. As expected, it exceeds even my imagination. "I've received an incredibly valuable gift. Thanks, Galleon." Zeke smiled brightly, and for some reason Galleon looked just as thrilled. "Glad you like it." Time flew by, cut to the familiar training yard. Right now, Zeke was inspecting a new pair of gloves he'd received. Glove info forged from cloud iron, extremely tough yet lightweight. Special ability, none. Feature, when a full set of cloud iron gear is equipped, the special ability activates. Reading that, Zeke couldn't help but marvel. Cloud iron, that's ultra-rare material. This came from a random loot box, sudden quest reward. Thought it'd be like a treasure chest, but the stuff inside was way more valuable. All right, time to check the second box. With that, Zeke glanced at the remaining box and slowly opened it. But what was inside only made him more curious. What Zeke pulled from the second treasure box was a tattered, incomplete map that made him question if it was even a map at all. But before he could think too much, the system popped up a reminder. "You have discovered a map bearing traces of the great sword saint Kaishir." Seeing that name, the protagonist's interest skyrocketed. Kaishir was way too famous. If it's Kaishir, don't tell me it's the hero King Kaishir. Hero King Kaishir and the Knights of the Clock Tower was the continent's most famous book, chronicling Kaishir's journey and his knights from founding the glorious Chronos kingdom. But its contents were so fantastical and lacked any proof, so it was treated as pure fiction. Realizing he'd gotten a map tied to that hero, Zeke's hands trembled with excitement. Hero King Kaishir really existed, he muttered shakily. Meanwhile, the system began analyzing the map and notified, restoring and decoding damaged sections of the item. Decode complete. Location marked on minimap. At the same time, a minimap appeared in front of Zeke, automatically. After checking the markers, the protagonist quickly recognized the spot. The giant mountains, that's Man Tribe territory. Looks like this might be easier than I thought. Before he could dwell on the marked location, the system dropped another notice. Guidance will conclude based on user's level. You have found an item linkable to an achievement quest. Achievement quest, Vision of Hero King Kaishir. Search for Kaishir's vision at the ruins holding his traces. Time limit, none. Quest reward, system admin rights upgrade, junior admin to mid-level admin. Reading that, even a cow could get it, let alone Zeke. So that's how it is. The guidance was just to get me to a certain level. Everything now is the real start. The actual game begins here. Rewards are on a whole different level from the tutorial. Alright, got it. I'll sweep through everything, no leftovers. First, let's burn through accumulated points. The protagonist grinned, then went all in on a big skill upgrade. You have used 50 points to unlock Dragon Skill Level 2. You may check Dragon Skill Level 2 info. Opening Dragon Skill Level 2. Dragon Scale Armor. Crystallized dragon scales form tougher armor, granting superior magic resistance. Unlock 80 points. Dragon Claw. Summon powerful dragon claws to obliterate enemies with one swipe. Unlock 80 points. Seeing those two lines, Zeke felt tempted to unlock more, but he held back. I've still got plenty of points left, but who knows when I'll farm this much again. Shame. For now, invest in some potions and these two skills. Keep 400 in reserve. With that, he unlocked Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zeke immediately tested them, starting with Dragon Claw. He whispered and activated Dragon Claw. Right away, energy surged from his palm, forming a massive dragon hand. Then Zeke spun and swung hard forward. With just that simple swing, deep gashes tore across the solid floor dozens of meters away. Seeing the damage, Zeke let out an awkward laugh. Ha ha ha, this skill is insane. All right, next one. He activated dragon scale armor, and faint golden dragon scales appeared as an illusion over his left arm. To test its defense, Zeke pulled out the black sword without hesitation and slashed hard at his own arm. But what shocked him was the sword getting repelled by the armor. The defense was so strong it left the protagonist in disbelief. Without aura, my slash can still tear through anything, yet the blade bounced off. Even bare skin feels like wearing full heavy armor. Dragon claw for offense, dragon scale armor for defense. Simple but insanely effective. Bodies warmed up, let's keep going, Zeke laughed, diving into his usual training routine. Time flew by, cut to the central arena of Draker Academy. Today was the semester evaluation exam. Dummies lined the training field above, while trainees stood at attention below. Seeing that, an instructor's voice rang out. Today is the semester evaluation exam. Before we start, quick rules. See those dummies behind me, specially made. If you use normal strength, you won't even scratch them. But channel aura into your strikes, and you can destroy them easily. However, if you can't leave even a scratch, you're disqualified on the spot. All prior evaluations get voided, and you'll repeat from year one. The instructor said it stone-faced, making the trainees below suck in cold breaths and whisper worriedly. Repeat from the start, that means no advancing, ignoring the chatter. After the warning, the instructor barked, quiet, called names, step forward. First, Aaron, here, Aaron replied and hurried up. Meanwhile, sneaky Owen in the crowd smirked inwardly. For first-timers, nerves are normal. But for me, the Academy's aura training is basically the same as our Zim's family system. The Academy's aura system was set up by us Zims anyway. Even pureblood awakeners can't match my aura control, he thought while glancing back at Zeke and Riene. Soon after, the instructor called him. Next, Owen, if ready, begin. In response, the Duke confidently drew his sword and assumed a striking stance. Notably, his body was wrapped in blue aura. Seeing it, trainees broke into cold sweats and shouted, "Sword resonance." Only 13 and he can use sword resonance. Amazing, the instructor said while glancing at his bearded colleague behind, who nodded in agreement, as expected from a clan heir. Then under everyone's eyes, Owen dashed forward like lightning, unleashing a barrage of slashes on the red dummies. Each strike left huge gashes. Below, other trainees paled, mouths agape in shock. After Owen finished, an instructor checked the dummies and praised, "Incredible, truly Zims. At this rate, surpassing Sir Abel is just a matter of time." He smiled, but Owen, unaware of the comment, had a face purple as pig liver. Owen bit his lip lightly, swatting the instructor's arm away in annoyance. "What a rude brat, what's his problem?" the two whispered, while Owen's face twisted in rage. Ignoring him, the exam continued normally, but results weren't great overall. After checking dummies, instructors shook heads and muttered, "Looks like everyone's struggling, probably shaken after Owen dominated." Still, no one's failed yet. Even tiny amounts, everyone could channel aura into their swords. Special class is something else. But even in a genius hub like this, the weak get weeded out. Now it was swordswoman Riene's turn. She bowed to the instructors and made her request. "Please assist me." "Sir, I have one request. I want to be evaluated with Dragon Slayer Strike." Her request made the instructor's eyes flash in surprise, then he cautioned, "That's the standard for advanced trainees." "I know," Riene nodded firmly. Below, Owen heard and sneered inwardly. Pureblood awakener and already arrogant to the skis. Channeling aura into a sword and executing Dragon Slayer Strike are totally different levels. Maintaining aura on the weapon already demands insane focus, but Dragon Slayer Strike, it requires controlling aura expenditure per motion. She'll swing a few times and her aura will fizzle out. Her competitive spirit just dug her own grave, Riene to run. Thinking of her humiliating fail, Owen grinned ear to ear. Up top, the bearded instructor asked again, "Dragon Slayer Strike means stricter fail criteria. You sure?" "I'm sure," Riene nodded once more. Seeing her resolute eyes, he didn't Chinese letter anymore. "Haha, your call. Thank you, sir." Riene bowed slightly. Next, for such an over-the-top difficult test, the whole arena fell dead silent. Everyone swallowed hard, eyes glued to Riene so as not to miss a single move. Following their gazes, Riene enveloped herself in aura and slowly raised her sword overhead. Then in a flash, her wind-tearing slashes unleashed like a storm. The attacks were so fierce they didn't just mark the dummies, they shredded them into pieces. After finishing her Dragon Slayer technique, Riene slowly sheathed her sword while the dummies lay in ruin. Seeing that, trainees could only gape, no words left. Wow, even competitive spirits gone, Thought Owen was top in aura control. Turns out he's not even close. Those whispers kept hitting Owen's ears, making the idiot bite his lip hard, eyes bulging like he was about to seize. But then his gaze locked when Riene lowered her sword. What the hell, damn it, is she mocking me? Owen wondered, but then his face went blank. He whipped around in panic. No, from the start, she wasn't even paying attention to me. Where Riene pointed her sword was straight at Zeke. It seemed this swordswoman was dead set on rivaling the protagonist. Back to Zeke, seeing Riene challenge him like that. He just scratched his head awkwardly, sweat rolling down his forehead like he'd run a marathon. In his mind, he thought, this is so awkward, getting stared down like this. How am I supposed to ignore it? Fine, I'll give her a little something to live up to, or it'll be too embarrassing. With that, Zeke took a deep breath, raised his hand with full determination, and shouted loudly, "Sir, I also want to be evaluated with Dragon Slayer technique." Someone nearby went pale and grimaced like they'd bitten into a rotten lemon. The nearby instructor eyed him suspiciously, stepping closer with a low voice. "You're Zeke, right?" Saw Riene pull off Dragon Slayer technique easily and thought it's no big deal. Trainee Riene is a pureblood awakener, but before he could finish, another instructor waved him off and cut in firmly. Same conditions as Trainee Riene. No issue, right? Hearing that, Zeke flashed a confident grin bright as an angel descending, replying, "Of course." Then Zeke stepped to the center, ready for his impressive show, ignoring the non-stop buzzing chatter around him like a hive of angry bees. "Why approve him, sir? His name's on the roster, but I've never seen him show up to class once." A puzzled voice rang out. The instructor replied calmly, tone flat, like telling an old story. "That's from a bet between him and instructor Andre. Ah, you're new to the job, so it makes sense you don't know." A never-before-seen, pureblood, golden awakener. A freshman who broke Sir Abel's dungeon exploration record. That's Zeke Draker. Over here, Zeke closed his eyes tight, focusing on the powerful aura surging from his body. Suddenly, the system voice rang out coldly and decisively. "Black Sword Bahamut detected. Activating unique ability. Aura conversion of Black Sword Bahamut. Conversion, sensing radiant energy." Instantly, that radiant energy erupted, enveloping the sword in his hand. Seeing the blade glowing brightly, even Zeke was stunned, muttering, "Holding back power is harder than going all out. All right, this should be enough, right?" Then the kid raised his sword high, gripping it tight, hands trembling slightly from excitement. Renee stood there witnessing it, unable to believe her eyes, her pupils wide as saucers, mouth agape. That. The first form of Dragon Slayer technique, Heavenly/Prelude. Not just better than me, it's on par with Instructor Andre. At the same time, Zeke's blade cleaved the dummy in front in a single lightning-fast slash, wood splintering with a dry crack. Without stopping, Zeke moved like he was dancing in his own world, each sword stroke smooth and decisive. In his head he thought, "I drilled Dragon Slayer technique for 2 straight years before regressing. Even the sword path, foot placement, even the radiant energy flow. My body reacts automatically without thinking." A sword art I used to hate, but revisiting the basics isn't half bad. After the performance, Zeke stopped, scanned around, and thought to himself, "This should rile Riene up enough, right?" But the crowd started buzzing louder, whispers spreading like waves. Did he just wrap the sword in radiant energy? Yeah, I saw, the whole greatsword. So Zeke's reached Purple Knight realm. The protagonist overheard and jolted, sweat dripping down his forehead. He'd been trying to hide his strength all along, but apparently slipped up. Zeke panicked inwardly. Maybe I focused too hard. And radiant energy leaked out unconsciously. I was just trying to dial it down to normal human level. Damn, that smile making me stand out again. Even the instructors were floored by Zeke's display, eyes bulging, muttering, "A first-year hitting Purple Knight. How the hell does something this absurd even happen?" This unintentionally dealt a heavy blow to someone's psyche. Owen stood there seething helplessly, heart pounding, shame surging like ocean waves, his confidence crumbling to dust. But unlike Owen, Renee was thrilled by Zeke, eyes sparkling as she thought, "As expected, I didn't misjudge." Cut to a bit later in the principal's office. The principal picked up his teacup, took a sip, then spoke in a low tone. "I've heard about your performance in the semester evaluation. Truly astonishing results." Zeke was there too, replying casually, "Just got lucky, sir." He chuckled softly, set the cup down, and continued, "Reaching Purple Knight at 13 and calling it luck. So Zeke, what do you think about taking the grade skip exam?" The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. "Grade skip exam, like jumping a whole year?" The principal nodded, explaining, "Yes, could be 1 year or more. It's for exceptional students like you." Zeke stayed silent, thinking inwardly. Faster than planned, huh? Makes sense though, I did way too much to stand out. With that, he flashed a confident smile and declared loudly, "I'll do it." After that, Zeke quickly left, closing the door gently behind him. He mused silently, "Looks like he's plotting something." Then the protagonist smirked slyly, "Fine, I'm game." Inside, the principal sat stunned, reaching into his pocket for something, then muttered to himself, Riene Draker and Zeke Draker, two pureblood awakeners both taking the exam. A voice rang out clearly, Understood, sir. I'll proceed as instructed. This is getting more interesting by the minute. Cut to the advanced aura training room at the academy. Riene and Zeke were both there. The atmosphere was thick and tense for no clear reason, like everyone was holding their breath waiting for an explosion. Riene's face paled with embarrassment as she thought, at least pretend to glance my way. Suddenly the door in front slowly opened, accompanied by a deep, authoritative voice. So you've all been waiting here, huh? The figure stepped in and continued. This person will oversee today's grade skip exam. Upper Knight of the clan, Sir Owl Draker. He was a strikingly handsome young man with an icy, irresistible charm. The moment Zeke saw Owl, he couldn't believe his eyes, heart trembling involuntarily. That's Woodflow Sword. Right then, past images flooded back. A gloomy day matching the mood. Owl carrying someone who looked dead on his back, steps heavy with sorrow. Zeke had been there too, starring in shock and blurting out, Draker, that damn imperial dog, why are you here? But when Zeke looked closer at the dead man's face, he was stunned. While Owl said nothing, just silently digging grave after grave. As if realizing something, Zeke stood quietly. Around them were countless cold tombstones. Suddenly Zeke grabbed a shovel, startling Owl. He said, Need a hand. Without waiting for an answer, Zeke started digging while continuing. Even if you refuse, I'll help anyway. While digging, Zeke introduced himself. I'm Zeke Morida from the Northern Alliance. You're Draker, right? Owl replied dazedly. No, I've discarded the Draker name. Zeke felt even more sympathy, chuckling softly. Oh, same as me then, so what should I call you? He stammered. Just call me Woodflow Sword. Back to the present, hearing that somewhat unfamiliar name in front of him, the protagonist was stunned, thinking, Owen, a name that fits Woodflow Sword's cold vibe perfect. Anyway, a first-year grade skip exam supervised by an upper knight. Then both quickly bowed politely, saying in unison, Greetings, Sir Owl, upper knight. A noble rank, the true pillar supporting the Draker clan. Only those with exceptional power, fame, and experience could earn it. The instructor spoke decisively. Sword combat format everyone's familiar with from the cradle. As long as you're not unconscious or forfeit, keep challenging. Give it everything you've got. Hearing that, Riene stepped forward confidently. Then I'll go first. But Owl replied arrogantly, No need to go one by one. Come at me together. At that provocation, Riene's blood boiled, eyes flashing with determination as she prepared to charge like an enraged beast. But right then Zeke quickly reached out to stop her, his move swift like swatting a fly. Don't rush in, he shouted, voice urgent yet teasing. You know the gap in skill already, right? Plus, the test started ages ago. If you'd lost control and charged just now, we'd probably have gotten deducted points hard. Hearing that, Riene glanced aside, her sharp gaze toward the overseer. He was scribbling furiously on a clipboard, quill dancing like casting a spell. She took a deep breath, white mist puffing in the cold air. Though reluctant, she finally lowered her voice and grudgingly asked, So what do I do, Zeke Draker? The protagonist turned, flashing a half-smirk full of confidence, thinking, That's Riene for you, the genius judgment type, reacts like lightning. With that, he nodded firmly. I've got a perfect plan for this. Let's give him a real killing blow. After the two agreed on the plan, the real fight officially began. Eyeing the supervising knight's sword, Zeke narrowed his eyes, analyzing inwardly. Strange blade, one-sided edge, classic Eastern Empire style, a ring saber. He's always used it, he muttered. Riene beside him looked tense, treating this as a matter of honor. But Zeke just smirked, thinking, honor and pride mean nothing to the weak. Drop the personal stuff, focus on the plan. A second later, both swung their swords simultaneously, charging forward like arrows from a bow. Metal clashed with a sharp clang, their blades crossing in lethal arcs from different angles, tearing through the air. But the knight merely tilted his body gracefully, moving like a dance in the wind. His blade slipped through the gap between their attacks, then countered lightning fast. In an instant, he swung down. Riene dodged back just in time, the slash grazing a few stray hairs on her forehead. Zeke stayed pumped, eyes blazing, charging without hesitation. The two kept up the barrage, swords raining down, but the knight didn't budge an inch. Sword clashes rang out, clang clang, everywhere, drowning even the wind. Then, with one powerful strike, the knight sent both Riene and Zeke flying back. Riene glanced at Zeke, thinking, this is upper knight power. Even following Zeke's instructions, constantly aiming for his blind spots, we couldn't land a hit, not even a scratch. Gritting her teeth, Riene unleashed Dragon Slayer Technique Chapter 3, First Form. She told herself resolutely, fight with the intent to kill. With that, she swung hard at him, blade roaring like a dragon's cry. It seemed like the slash would connect, but at the critical moment, the knight tilted aside smoothly, flowing like water. Off balance, Riene lunged forward. Before she could recover, the knight swung his arm hard. Bam! Riene was flung like a kite with cut string, spinning midair before slamming into a stone wall. Crash! The terrifying force shattered the wall into rubble, dust clouding everywhere. Nearby support staff rushed over, worried. "You okay, Riene Drake?" Riene coughed harshly, groaning in pain, blood trickling from her lip. Her legs trembled as she tried to stand, arms numb and senseless. She stammered, I'm fine. Dangerous, stay back." In her mind, in a blink my consciousness got knocked out, creating an opening. With my strength, no chance at all. "But can you really pull it off, Zeke Draker?" She recalled the moment before the fight. Zeke had laid out his strategy, but Riene protested fiercely. "I can't agree to such a dirty tactic. You want to tarnish an honorable duel, Drake." But Zeke just countered calmly. "Does honor fill your stomach?" He continued. "This isn't a knight's duel, it's a test. It evaluates your ability to kill the opponent." After thinking it over, Riene gave in helplessly. "Fine, since I asked you first anyway. But you really think this tactic will work? The opponent's an upper knight." While Riene remained skeptical, Zeke was absolutely confident. "Then just create a situation where it can work." He added, "When we fought at the cradle, why couldn't you dodge that rock?" Riene flustered. "Because I didn't expect you'd resort to tricks like that." Zeke replied nonchalantly. "Exactly, an upper knight isn't any different. Just wait for my signal, it'll work. One tiny opening is all we need." Back in reality, the fight was still raging. Zeke stood there, applying the Dragon Slayer human technique. His body suddenly split into multiple afterimages, appearing in various positions all around the knight, surrounding him completely. Just looking was dizzying. No one could tell which was real and which was fake. An ultimate move he'd never used before finally got its chance to shine today. Swift wind step, phantom shadow technique. But the knight wasn't a rookie. He knew it deep down and quickly recognized it, exclaiming, "That's Duke's technique." He glanced left and right, observing carefully. Suddenly Zeke lunged with his sword, but the knight blocked it instantly. Zeke grinned confidently. "From now on, you'd better brace yourself, sir." Right then, the blazing overhead lights shut off abruptly, plunging everything into pitch-black darkness. The knight was surprised. Lights out. So that's it, exploiting a pureblood awakener's mana interference property. Realizing that, he swung his sword, knocking Zeke back, then performed a dazzling sword display in the dark. Wherever Zeke slashed, he parried effortlessly, like savoring candy. He smirked inwardly. Such a childish idea. Thinking blinding vision would create an opening for an upper knight. But what's this uncomfortable feeling? In the thick darkness, even he could only vaguely make out shapes. Yet Zeke moved as if he could see everything clearly. Perfect timing. I wanted to test a new dragon skill anyway. This is the ideal chance. After all, Owen's not the type to blab everywhere, he thought. Right then, Zeke activated Dragon Skill Dragon Claw at lightning speed. The protagonist toyed with the knight casually, putting him on the defensive. The knight was stunned. Is this really a first-year's swordsmanship? Calling it swordsmanship doesn't even fit. It's too different. Either way, Zeke Draker's already way beyond trainee level. Riene Draker seemed able to move in the dark, just like Zeke. Did he eliminate unnecessary energy sources and impose limits on me? That tactic only works against opponents of similar strength. Thinking that, the knight chased Zeke, unleashing relentless attacks in the dark. Now only the flashes from clashing blades lit the room. Swords met at blinding speeds, too fast for the naked eye to follow. Before the sound arrived, metallic glints sparked midair, sharp and cold. Sparks flew like fireworks in the night, then faded quickly, leaving the acrid smell of scorched metal. Watching the knight's reactions, Zeke smiled inwardly, his movements almost unchanged from before the lights went out, adapted to darkness that fast. Suddenly, the knight sensed something off. On instinct, he swung hard forward, but the slash hit nothing. The knight frowned, irritated, disappeared. I can only vaguely see shapes. It's like fighting a shadow. He kept slashing blindly into empty space, all missing. It seemed Zeke had vanished from his sight. Right then, a light fixture from above crashed down in front of the knight. But it didn't stop. Zeke kept cutting more, sending bulbs raining down like a storm. All part of his plan. The noise completely masked Zeke Draker's presence, and the knight lost track entirely. He looked dazed, a bit flustered. Instantly, Zeke appeared right in front, flashing a bright but sly smile. "This is the moment," he shouted, voice echoing. While the knight was still confused, another bulb plummeted toward his position. Zeke recalled what Professor Fan Nong once said. The structure and materials are simple, but as is it'll only work once. What magic are you planning to store in there? Explosive magic, Zeke just smiled casually. Nah, flash magic and a loud bang are enough. As expected, a massive explosion erupted. Boom, perfect timing. Riene, the protagonist, stood calmly covering his ears, waiting for the miracle. The knight flinched at the blast. The deafening crack tore through the air, shaking everything around. On reflex, his body jerked back, crouching low, heart pounding like it was squeezed in a vice. Only then did he realize he'd been tricked. He thought inwardly, looks like I was wrong thinking that was excess energy. Seizing the opening, Riene and Zeke charged together. But an upper knight was still an upper knight. At the most critical moment, he unleashed Dragon Slayer Technique Chapter 4, First Form, Mooncleaving Slash. The strike came at blinding speed. Zeke and Riene couldn't react in time. Their bodies took the hit and were knocked flying back. Next came a terrifying explosion, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Still, forcing him to use that move was already a huge success. In the end, Zeke and Riene couldn't beat Owl. They ended up floored, faces bruised and battered like they'd been run over by a carriage. Medical teams rushed in quickly, carrying Zeke and Riene off for treatment, footsteps clattering like an urgent rescue tune. The knight stood unscathed, posture as steady as if he'd just strolled through a park. An instructor approached Owl, bowing respectfully. "Thank you for your efforts, sir." Suddenly a furious roar thundered from afar. "That damn Owl, you beat my disciples to a pulp like this." Following the voice, Owl turned, eyes narrowing as he recognized Duke. He bowed politely, voice low. "Greetings, Gale Knight." Duke strode over, slinging an arm around Owl's shoulders casually, grinning mischievously as always, still stiff as ever. "All right, Howray, my disciple," he said while patting Owl's shoulder enthusiastically, making Owl lean slightly. Owl pondered, eyes flickering with recollection of what just happened. The moment Zeke Draker's sword reached him, Owl had deliberately let go of his blade, holding pure defense. Why didn't he counter when he had the chance? Was the goal not victory, but passing the test, only showing strength when necessary? With that, Owl spoke evenly. "Zeke Draker has already surpassed my evaluation range." A while later in the meeting room, the grade promotion review for trainees took place. After hearing everyone's opinions, the academy head sat straight and concluded, "So we're all in agreement on this resolution." Everyone responded in unison, voices echoing, "Yes, headmaster, no objections." And the result was Zeke and Riene promoted to Year 5 and Year 3 respectively. After that, Zeke tried to live as quietly as possible, like a lazy cat curling up in a corner. After inheriting all of Duke's secret techniques and style, Andre took over Zeke's position. He still kept a good relationship with Professor Fanon, but gradually drifted apart when Zeke was selected for the Royal Magic Research Institute, donned gloves, and left the academy. From then on, Zeke avoided the children of powerful clans like the Plague, steering clear of trouble. But interestingly, Owl still showed up every quarter to request sparring, like a hunting dog refusing to let go of its prey. Then it seemed he had some epiphany, eyes lighting up like he'd found truth. Owl requested leave, packed up, and joined a martial training hall, leaving behind his glorious upper knight title. Time passed. 2 years later, Zeke graduated from the academy. In the dorm, old butler Decker's joyful voice echoed excitedly. "Congratulations, young master, the youngest student admitted to Valhalla. The family head must be so proud." At this point, Zeke was no longer the naive 13-year-old boy. He'd grown taller, more handsome, a full-fledged 15-year-old Zeke Draker in his prime. The headmaster had personally written a recommendation letter for admission, something extremely rare, a true privilege. He sighed inwardly, "But this youngest student title makes my 2 years of peaceful living pointless, huh?" Thinking that, he spoke casually. "About 3 months until enrollment, right?" Decker nodded beside him. Zeke continued, "Decker, head to Atlas ahead of me." Hearing that, Decker's eyes widened like he'd heard the sky was falling, but he reluctantly agreed. "Yes, sir." "But what about you, young master?" Before he could finish, Zeke cut in firmly. "I'll rest quietly alone. I don't want anyone disturbing me, you understand." Decker didn't dare disobey, bowing, "Yes, young master." Then Zeke looked at the map in front of him, mind swirling with private thoughts. Kaishir's ruins are in the giant mountains. Using the rest excuse, I'll go through the Argus Kingdom Adventurers Association for the expedition. No reason to reveal my destination to suspicious people. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Zeke quickly said, "Come in." Liam entered, bowing deeply. "This humble servant greets Master Zeke Draker." Zeke turned, frowning. "Liam, didn't I tell you that greeting's too formal? Just a simple one is fine." Decker caught on and spoke up. "Then I'll take my leave, young master." Zeke nodded. "Yeah, handle the Valhalla enrollment with the black card." After Decker left, Liam asked curiously, "What is it that you summoned me all the way to the Platinum residence for?" Zeke replied nonchalantly, "Heard you're transferring to the special class this time. As your master, how could I just sit back? I've compiled everything you'll need during your academy time. Predicted exam questions for semester evaluations, training curricula, and essential gear for tests." He handed Liam a stack of papers. While Liam stood stunned, Zeke continued, "Just go to Papner's Breath, show them this list. They'll deliver everything. Also, when you hit 4th year, you'll probably need a sword that really suits you. Head to Papner's Breath to commission one. I've already paid in full, no worries. I believe you won't let me down, Liam." Hearing that, Liam was so moved tears welled up. eyes glistening as they threatened to spill. He immediately bowed, voice choked. I will absolutely not betray Master's expectations. Zeke sighed, muttering, I just said not to overdo it a minute ago. Liam smiled awkwardly. I'll fix it right away, sir. The kingdom of Argus sat at the far north of the central continent, alongside Delpoa, Tebia, and Alentia, one of the four central kingdoms. The giant mountains marked the boundary between beast territory and the continent, riddled with countless large and small dungeons that drew hordes of adventurers dreaming of striking it rich. The founding king of Argus, now just a faded name in history, had linked adventurers with dungeons, turning it into the kingdom's core industry. With royal support, they divided the giant mountains into hundreds of zones, set up transport routes and relay points. That was the precursor to the Argus Adventurers Association, now spread across the entire continent. At the registration counter, a monotonous announcement rang out. Next, number 546. Number 546. No show for 546. Moving on, number 547. Congratulations, you're now an adventurer, Zeke Murray. Submit these documents to the licensing office for your registration card. Zeke, disguised with a wig and magic glasses, had become a completely different person. He smiled gently, thanks, and walked away. A version of Zeke with fake hair and enchanted glasses looked so unfamiliar he almost didn't recognize himself in the mirror. Heh, good luck spotting me now. Looking at the papers in hand, Zeke was extremely satisfied, thinking, if I want to move freely, best to have an adventurer identity. Can't just strut around openly as Draker. Soon, the horse-drawn carriages carrying adventurers set off one after another. Sitting in the carriage, he thought, peak season and I still got a shared seat, lucky. Suddenly, a friendly voice rang out, hey buddy, you an adventurer too? Zeke slowly opened his eyes. The guy opposite grinned, you look so tense, first time in a dungeon, right? Another leaned in eagerly, so buddy, wanna join our party? We may not look it, but we're veterans. That area nearby is super dangerous. Soloing makes you easy monster bait. Zeke said nothing, thinking inwardly. No matter where you go, these kinds of trash always show up, huh? They kept pushing. They say the first party you join in a dungeon decides half your fate in the adventure world. Heard that one before. Zeke sighed wearily inwardly. Classic script from newbie baiters. Use them as monster fodder or sell to slave traders. What a mess, thinking that, but Zeke stayed silent. No agreement, no refusal. Meanwhile, their eyes all locked on him like starving wolves eyeing fat prey. Helpless, Zeke stood up abruptly and snapped. Shut your mouths. The words stunned them. One stammered. WH what? What's wrong, buddy? Did I say something? But the protagonist said nothing more, just walked forward. He poked his head through a small window and told the driver, 500 meters left rear. Monsters. Looks like orcs, so this area's a spawn zone. The driver was shocked. What are you saying? This is the safe route. Immediately laughter erupted around. Haha, newbie nerves kicking in hard, buddy. Don't you know the main association route's directly managed by the kingdom? Even wild beasts can't get in, let alone monsters. But Zeke's next words chilled him to the bone. Then what's that right behind you? The driver's eyes bulged in disbelief. In truth, behind him stood an orc with blood-red eyes and razor fangs, roaring hungrily, craving fresh meat. Right after the carriage was swarmed. As expected, life's full of surprises. Not just one vicious monster, a whole pack of them, axes swinging wildly. Chaos erupted instantly. They were massive, muscles bulging, skin rough like stone scales, eyes glowing red with frenzied bloodlust. They raised heavy axes and rusted hammers, smashing the carriage to splinters. Horses neighed in panic, backing up, but too late. They screamed a few times before collapsing, blood pooling dark red. Now only splintered wood and clashing weapons filled the forest. The guy who'd been mouthing off about teaming up still didn't get it, stupidly poking his head out of the wreck. But he never expected an orc had noticed him and was approaching. The moment he realized, the massive shadow loomed right in front. His face drained of color. In his final moments he hoped for mercy, but life isn't that kind. Thud, one swing, his head exploded everywhere, blood splattering the ground. What a bitter end for the poor bastard. Zeke thought silently, quickly jumping out and hiding behind a nearby thick tree, watching the orcs feast on their fresh harvest. They chomped and gnawed greedily, sickening slurping sounds echoing. Seeing that, Zeke mused. Orcs rampaging in the safe zone means the outpost's no longer functioning properly. How much time has passed? The monsters ate their fill and left quickly, leaving a stinking battlefield. Zeke stepped out, surveying the carnage, bodies piled like trash. Looks like Zeke's the only survivor. He stood there, muttering. As predicted, total unimaginable chaos. Even Argus soldiers got taken down. But with this force, normal monsters shouldn't be a match for them, right? But looking closer, Zeke's eyes narrowed in irritation. Across their bodies were long slashing wounds, not something ordinary monsters could inflict. In his mind, the bloody scene from moments ago replayed. Zeke thought, not monsters. This was done by humans. Looking at that, Zeke's face suddenly darkened. He thought to himself, the bodies are heavily mutilated, clearly staged to look like a monster attack. But if monsters really did this, the cuts wouldn't be this clean and precise. Plus, most victims died instantly, with no signs of resistance. This was definitely the work of a squad full of purple knights. But then he frowned, muttering, if I linger here any longer, I'll just make things more complicated. Right now, top priority is finding Kaishir's ruins. With that thought, he pressed on with his journey, footsteps filled with determination. After walking a bit, he reached a spot where skulls and crossed bones were piled up like a small mountain. Zeke stopped and scanned the area. He thought, Man Tribe territory marker. According to the minimap, I'm almost at Kaishir's ruins. But he paused, a chill running down his spine. Looks like I'm being tailed from behind. Zeke frowned in confusion, gritting his teeth. How the hell are those Imperial hounds here? Hounds, direct unit under the Emperor, recruiting only the elite among Imperial trainee knights, specialized in tracking and assassination. At this point, the Hound Squad was still a mystery. Even inside the Empire, few knew they existed. But soon, when the Empire ignited the Continental War, they'd rise as a core force. I observed their movements closely on the minimap all the way here. I could never forget this signature pursuit technique, Zeke muttered. Because before I regressed, these bastards were the ones who killed me. His eyes turned icy cold. Moreover, Duke once said that Emperor obsessed with immortality was scouring the continent for something. Right, even before my regression, the Emperor was already fixated on ancient artifacts. His ambition to unify the continent was mad enough, yet he greedily chased the delusional dream of immortality. Zeke smirked, wondering, so does that mean the Empire's already found Kaishir's ruins here? Guess I'll have to confirm it myself. With that, Zeke vanished in the blink of an eye. So fast the trailing hounds looked around in confusion, exchanging stunned glances. One with a long scar on his face sensed something off and quickly reached into his chest pocket. He pulled out a gun, but before he could pull the trigger, Zeke struck unexpectedly, too fast for him to react. The gun fired a meaningless shot, and right after, a hand said goodbye to its owner. Zeke's clean slash left the guy wide-eyed. Zeke spoke coldly. Yellow flare signals an unexpected situation. As expected, you're the squad leader. Only 3 of you, so this is an outer patrol team. Normally, a squad has 12, right? Hearing Zeke, another from afar stepped forward and shouted, Who the hell are you? Who sent you to do this? Zeke didn't bother answering. He sent the squad leader straight to the afterlife in one swift motion, head separated from body in an instant. Done, he said, still don't get the situation. I'm the one asking questions here. Think carefully, you've got 2 mouths left. If one goes silent forever, the other won't last long either. Make the smart choice. And in the end, they were all dispatched cleanly by Zeke. From then on, they never saw sunlight again. After the slaughter, Zeke pulled out the map to check, muttering, This is their temporary base, packed tight. They're the ones who turned the outpost into that pile of mangled corpses. Daring to touch Kingdom soldiers too. Did they really find the ruins? He smirked, whatever, I'll go see for myself. Anyone who dares raise a sword against me won't leave in peace. Over at their once peaceful base, a guard yawned hugely, eyes watering like he'd just cried. But then he looked down and sighed. No way, right? What lunatic would charge into Man Tribe territory with guards this lax? The one beside him nodded. Yeah, super weird. But before they could figure it out, one was ambushed out of nowhere. The other met the same fate. In less than a minute, both guards were down, dead before they could even finish yawning. Someone had swept past like a gust of wind. Inside, a black-cloaked man just noticed something wrong. Another saw him standing frozen and snapped. What are you standing there for? Get in, he replied. Hold on, didn't you hear that noise from the gate just now? The other glanced toward the gate. I didn't hear anything, but he didn't know his comrade had already been taken out. Suddenly blood sprayed, the sound drawing his attention. But he only got a glimpse, watching his comrade's head get cleaved off by a stranger. He freaked out and yelled, Intruder! But before another word, Zeke flashed forward and punched him square in the mouth, silencing him instantly. Without pause, Zeke sent him to join his ancestors. In moments, blood drenched the blade red. He muttered to himself, seeing them reminds me of back then. When I got orders from the boss, exhausted after 5 years of faction wars, and raided Pavla cartel, the feeling was exactly like now. By then, Zeke was surrounded. From above, a leader spoke, Southern assassin dagger technique. Mekin or Pavla, doesn't matter. Once you're in here, you don't leave alive. Surrender now and I'll kill you quick. Following the voice, the protagonist looked up thinking, he's the commander here, barely touching Blue Knight level. These small fries are nothing compared to the hounds I faced in my past life. You're still green. With that, he shot back fearlessly. Ridiculous, huh? Kill me gently. That's what someone who just slaughtered their comrades says. You should tear me apart alive and wipe out my bloodline for revenge. The central continent really is full of weak cowards. Hearing Zeke's taunts, they fumed. The leader roared, "Damn it, give him what he wants. Rip him apart while he's still breathing." With that, they launched the attack. Swords swung at Zeke from all sides like chopping wood. But the protagonist thought, something's off. Are the hounds really this weak? Or have I just gotten that much stronger? No need to observe anymore. Instantly, he activated mana reflex skill. The surrounding light snuffed out, plunging the cave into pitch darkness. The leader above looked dazed. Power outage right now. Is this Dragon Slayer, humans' mana interference? Wait, he's been fighting barehanded from the start. No aura at all. The sword style is Southern Ring Saber. Definitely an assassin, so just a technical glitch. After thinking, he shouted to calm his men. Don't panic. It'll come back soon. Focus on defense until then. But surprise, motherfucker. When the lights flickered back on, horror unfolded. In mere seconds, all the hounds below had been dispatched by Zeke. Bodies littered the cold ground, blood pooling dark red. He couldn't believe his eyes, sweat pouring like rain, utterly shocked, muttering, what the hell is this?" Zeke had appeared behind him at some point, speaking. "The Emperor's got some guts, daring to target Hero King Kaishir's ruins, huh?" He trembled all over, stammering, "Kaishir's ruins. What the hell are you talking about?" But as he turned, Zeke had vanished. Only his ghostly voice echoed, "Don't worry, even if you don't spill, I'll find out myself." In the darkness, a murderous hand pressed a razor-sharp blade to his throat. Only then did he realize death was imminent, panicking. "Wait, we really don't know anything." Zeke smirked, "Yeah, you don't know. Yeah, you don't know." Blood sprayed. The commander's miserable end couldn't be avoided. After finishing, Zeke quietly headed toward the cave exit, where blinding light poured out. He left a sword behind, thinking, what happened here will be framed as Meccan's doing. Meccan Cartel, the Southern Continent crime syndicate I was part of in my past life. A gang that does anything for money. After the Gusco Kingdom in the south collapsed from civil war, the lawless wastelands split between Meccan and Pavla Cartel. I could have just used dragon skills to hide my identity, but I deliberately used Southern Ring Saber technique, and even left Meccan's signature warning. Giving them a clear target is the safer choice. He smirked, "The Empire will definitely think it's Southern gang work. Even if they act on it, it'll just help me wipe out Meccan. Win-win for me." Based on the letter found inside, the Emperor was even crazier than he imagined. The Emperor's orders were basically to search for ancient ruins, but the shocking part was the attached campaign map. Not just the central continent, also the east where the truce still held, even the mysterious Black Sea. He'd sent hounds anywhere suspected of holding ancient ruins. That means their forces are already at past life scale, but looks like they haven't found Kaishir's yet. Best to move fast. Suddenly, from the hound base, a red flare shot into the sky. Zeke had already left the area, smiling as he said, "Red flare. So that's the signal for heaven and earth net." Time flew by. After spotting the signal in the sky, Zeke picked up his pace, sensing the Emperor's hounds seemed to have pinpointed Kaishir's ruins' location. But he hadn't gone far when he suddenly felt presences appearing behind him. He glanced back, thinking, caught up already. The red flare splits into 5 branches. That's heaven and earth net, meaning eliminate the threat at all costs. Using the flare as center, they sweep the area to locate the target, then tighten the encirclement. Pursuit order for the hunters. Every hunter in the zone maintains the net until the issuer recalls it. Basically a death sentence. Last time, even when I stole the artifact the Emperor wanted in the northern continent, I died under heaven and earth net. But now I have the system. With that thought, Zeke immediately pulled 2 short swords from his inventory and gripped them tight. But now I have the system. With that thought, Zeke immediately pulled 2 short swords from his inventory and gripped them tight. Their blades slashed toward Zeke at wind-tearing speeds, but instead of fear, the protagonist felt a thrill inside. He thought, worth a good fight, huh? With that, Zeke's hands blurred like machines, leaving afterimages in the air as he deflected every incoming strike. Right after, the protagonist leaped back, breaking out of the assassin's encirclement and keeping safe distance. Then, after carefully observing their appearances, Zeke confirmed his suspicion. As expected, these guys are on a whole different level from the ones in the cave. Just as that thought crossed his mind, countless footsteps echoed behind Zeke. More assassins had just arrived. In seconds, countless black-cloaked figures surrounded Zeke. Looking at this, even Zeke felt a headache coming on. This is really troublesome. He let out a sigh and scanned the system map in front of him, where countless red dots had completely surrounded the area and more kept rushing in nonstop. He muttered under his breath, "If I really use it, I could still get out of here, but doing that would basically mean throwing away the meching disguise I worked so hard to build. Is there really no other way? I wasn't planning to use it in a situation like this, With no other choice, Zeke pulled out a small whistle. Under the curious stares of the assassins, he took a deep breath, then poured all his strength into blowing the whistle, unleashing a piercing, ear-splitting sound that echoed in every direction. Hearing it, the assassins grew wary and started scanning around. What the hell? Is he calling for backup or something? On the other side, the scarred assassin spotted Zeke, suddenly pulling out several small orbs in his hand, and immediately shouted, "Smoke grenade." That sound was just a decoy. Grab him right now. At the command, the pack of hounds charged in to block him, but unfortunately they were still a bit too slow. Right at that moment, Zeke hurled the orbs hard to the ground, making them explode and unleash thick clouds of black smoke that blanketed everything around. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zeke's figure vanished instantly. Seeing this, although the assassin team leader was annoyed, he still calmly gave orders. Don't panic. Once the heavenly net earth web is set up, no one can escape. Stay in position and watch for any unusual movements in the smoke or shadow. After saying that, he also scanned the surroundings, but all he saw were the figures of his own teammates. This made his eyes fill with confusion as he thought, not a single trace. Does he really think just blocking our view will make us back off? Or does it have something to do with that whistle earlier? That was what the team leader was wondering. And as if answering his question, right after that a sudden scream from one of the assassins echoed everywhere. His body was sent flying into the air like a torn sack, leaving even the team leader stunned. What the hell is going on? He shouted whilst hurriedly looking around everywhere, and finally spotted the source of the sudden attack. It turned out to be a group of shirtless, hulking figures built like grizzly bears charging in and starting to smash and crush his entire group of subordinates, the barbarian tribe. What's happening? We clearly didn't do anything to provoke the barbarians. If it was just one or two hot-headed ones, that would be understandable, but attacking in a full swarm like this, the more he thought about it, the more puzzled the team leader became. On the other side, one of the assassins in the group angrily yelled, "You filthy lowlife savages, you dare attack us." As he spoke, he wrapped his sword in aura and slashed straight at the waist of a barbarian right in front of him. But when his blade collided with that massive body, it felt like hitting a solid block of steel. Even his sword got knocked back and trembled. Seeing this, the assassin's eyes went blank in disbelief as he stammered out, "This." However, before he could think any further, the bald barbarian delivered a devastating fist of destruction, smashing his head into a bloody pulp. Just like that, the assassins began getting literally crushed. Meanwhile, the team leader watching from the side felt his heart pounding in terror. This is bad. This is the first time I've seen them this worked up. With our current forces, this is way too dangerous. Stopping his thoughts, he immediately drew his gun, realizing that to keep the remaining subordinates rushing in from turning into fresh meat for the barbarians, the team leader pulled out a signal flare gun, fired it into the sky, and shouted to the others, "Withdraw the heavenly net earth web." Meanwhile, the barbarians behind them kept chasing relentlessly, refusing to let go. "Retreat, retreat immediately." Hearing this, the assassins felt like they'd struck gold. They hurriedly turned tail and ran with every ounce of strength they had, fleeing like their lives depended on it. Only after they completely disappeared did Zeke reappear, crawling up from a hole he'd dug to hide in, and grinning, "More effective than I thought." Then he looked at the cracked whistle in his hand. This is a barbarian horn, made to deliver commands quickly on chaotic battlefields. It's one of their tactical tools. In my previous life, I happened to build a friendly relationship with the Mohican tribe of the barbarians, so I learned how to make this horn and their signaling system. The signal I just blew means foreign intruders have violated the ancestral Holy Land. The barbarians are often seen as crude and barbaric savages, but in reality, they have their own distinct cultural traditions and civilization. With craftsmanship this crude, it can probably only be used once. With the assassins no longer bothering him, Zeke quickly moved forward following the map's guidance. Not long after, he reached the ruins of Kaishir. However, once he stepped inside, he realized the assassins weren't the only obstacle. There was something far more dangerous and terrifying lurking within these ruins. At this moment, Zeke was hiding behind a wall, quietly poking his head out to observe ahead, one hardship after another. What he saw was a gigantic monster, with 9 heads constantly scanning the surroundings, accompanied by a system notification. Detected fallen dragon species corrupted by foul demonic energy. Reading the notification, the protagonist froze. What the hell is a fallen dragon species now? According to the minimap, that door up there. System, can that door be opened? He asked himself, and the system responded, confirming administrator request. Connecting to control system. Connection established with the resting place management system of hero King Kaishir. Proceeding to open the entry. Following the notification, the stone door rumbled open, revealing the passage behind it. But the moment the gigantic monster noticed, it immediately went berserk. Seeing that, Zeke could only force a bitter smile. Sneaking past it quietly doesn't seem possible anymore. With that thought, Zeke took a deep breath and charged straight toward the monster. Activating wind technique, Phantom Step, his body shot forward like an arrow and began dancing between the terrifying attacks of the gigantic monster. The protagonist's plan was to use Phantom Step to disrupt its vision and quickly reach the entrance. Just a little more, Zeke told himself silently, as the entrance was now right in front of him. But of course things weren't going to be that easy. Before Zeke could reach the entrance, one of the giant serpent heads lunged right beside him. It opened its maw wide and slammed down from the side, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Fortunately, Zeke managed to dodge the attack in time. Even feeling a surge of rage inside, time to teach this snake a lesson. He immediately unleashed Chapter 7, first form of dragon-slaying art, Dragon Severing Hand, creating countless slashes across the giant serpent's body, making it roar in agony. Its blood sprayed everywhere, some landing on Zeke, and wherever it touched it sizzled with a burning hiss and kept smoke. This forced Zeke to pause, not daring to attack recklessly anymore. Its blood is acidic. A 9-headed monster with acidic blood. Even my master in the previous life could barely take it down. 9-headed Hydra. Alright, let's give it a shot, Zeke thought as he gripped his sword tightly, while on the opposite side, the 9 heads of the dragon stared at him with dangerous eyes. The moment the 9-headed Hydra opened its venomous jaws and lunged straight at Zeke, he could only grit his teeth and swing his sword to block. Kang. Steel clashed against fangs, the piercing ring echoing like a death knell. Before he could catch his breath, another head roared, its green eyes glowing like cursed gems, exhaling killing intent that made the air feel thick and suffocating like sludge. He skillfully stepped back a few paces, regained his footing, and muttered like he was arguing with fate. Damn it, what's so great about this dragon-slaying skill anyway? Dragons are extinct, and the closest thing now is some corrupted dragon species monster. But it doesn't do jack against them. No matter how much I slash, it just regenerates instantly. This is so freaking annoying. Zeke bitterly admitted that his current strength still wasn't enough to take down this monster. Right in front of him, the gate to the sanctuary loomed, only about 30 meters away. Deciding on the spot, he shouted loudly, "System, close the gate." The system replied in its flat, bored office worker tone, confirming administrator request, closing the gate to Hero King Kaishir's sanctuary. Boom, the gate slammed shut, shaking the entire cavern like the sky was collapsing. Zeke slammed his sword into the ground, cracking the stone like a divine hammer strike. A burst of energy exploded outward like a tsunami, applying dragon-slaying aura and making the snake heads freeze, their eyes flashing with fear. He roared martial secret technique, Wind Sever. A blinding sword beam tore through the and slashed into the cluster of snake heads like the Reaper's scythe. Fap. One head flew skyward, purple blood spraying like dazzling fireworks. The Hydra's agonized roar echoed as if the whole cavern was crying in pain. Not wasting the chance, Zeke dashed like lightning toward the gate, thinking to himself, "Good. It's disoriented from losing a head. Time to bolt, killing can wait." But the Hydra wasn't stupid. Its eyes flashed like monster spotlights in a sci-fi flick and instantly saw through Zeke's plan. One head shot forward, neck stretching like rubber, razor-sharp fangs snapping from every angle, trying to turn him into living sandwich meat. Zeke was only a few steps from the gate, thinking he'd made it, when suddenly he panicked. What the? Boom, a lightning-fast bite tore through his left arm, red blood gushing like a fountain and splattering across the now closed gate. He staggered inside, face twisted in pain, but still hissed through gritted teeth, "Motherfucker, you damn snake. You chased me all the way here." Rage erupted like a volcano. Zeke roared with bloodshot eyes, pointing his sword straight at the Hydra. "You want my arm that bad? Then take it all." He leaped up, charging the nearest head and slashing wildly like a steel storm. Blood poured from the wounds, soaking his clothes like he'd bathed in a pool of gore. But his immortal body began regenerating, a new arm growing back as bones and joints condensed like living magic. The Hydra roared in madness, not just from pain but from pure fury. It spewed a thick green poisonous mist like the fog of death, choking the air like hell itself. Zeke frowned and muttered, "Poison gas now. You out of tricks yet, buddy?" The system coldly announced, "You have been poisoned by Hydra venom." Without hesitation, Zeke poured everything into a lethal strike. His sword blazed like a torch and sliced through the air in a flash of lightning, cutting across the Hydra's body. Slash, another head flew off, purple blood raining down like toxic downpour. The monster's eyes stared wide, helpless, almost regretting ever crossing paths with an immortal. Zeke was drenched in sweat, face pale and lips white from the poison, but his grip on the sword stayed iron-tight, eyes burning with unyielding will. Not done yet. The last head roared and charged at terrifying speed, as if trying to drag them both to hell. One life left, one chance. Zeke gritted his teeth. All or nothing, I'm not dying here. At the critical moment, he activated Dragon Might. An overwhelming pressure exploded like a meteor strike, crushing down on the Hydra and shaking the air violently as if the cavern was about to collapse. He glared and said coldly, I'm not playing around. Get lost, unless you want to be chopped up and turned into sausage. The Hydra growled, but a second later it was trembling violently, sweat pouring like beans, its whole body convulsing, eyes filled with panic. Then whoosh, it bolted straight away like a dog running from its creditor, not daring to look back. Zeke let out a long sigh of relief, plopped down on his butt, panting like an old man after a full day of hard labor. Didn't expect Dragon Might to actually work on a fallen dragon species. Should have used it earlier and saved myself the hassle. But before he could even celebrate, his body suddenly felt heavy as hell, like someone had strapped boulders to his legs. Wait, why am I still exhausted? Didn't I have infinite stamina? The system popped up right on cue, almost like it was trolling him extra hard. You have successfully imprinted fear into the fallen dragon species, but you have been contaminated by its corrupted energy. Would you like to activate dragon species Dominion Authority to subjugate the target? He recalled the scene from moments ago, how he'd terrified it so badly, probably thanks to that last-second burst of draconic majesty. Whatever the reason was, could he really tame that absurd monster? Screw it, let's give it a shot. He opened the interface, but the moment he saw the notification, his whole body froze like he'd been struck by lightning. Insufficient administrator privileges to subjugate the fallen dragon species. Subjugation of target has failed. He choked, then roared, insufficient privileges. For real, you got me hyped thinking I was about to get a free op pet. Whatever, from the beginning, it's always been weird for a top-tier skill to have literally zero restriction. Zeke was about to curse some more when a splitting headache slammed into him like a dragon kicked him straight in the skull. Pain, so bad he wanted to roll on the ground crying. His face turned purple. Clutching his head, his whole body trembled like a wet puppy in the rain. The system coldly announced, warning, Hydra Dragon Venom toxicity has exceeded critical levels. Zeke hissed through gritted teeth. Damn it, this monster's poison is insane. Healing doesn't work on this venom. There's gotta be some other way. Suddenly, in the midst of the dizzying pain, a flash of inspiration hit him. That's it. Dragon skill Devour at level 1. In Devour state, anything can be digested and converted into energy. If I swallow this thing whole, I'll definitely absorb some kind of poison resistance. A monster carrying venom, this potent, has to have some bloodline ability tied to poison immunity. Without hesitation, Zeke activated Dragon's skill Devour. The Hydra's corpse began to melt, steaming violently like it had been tossed into the forges of hell. The system updated nonstop. The head of the corrupted dragon species has been invaded and digested by foul energy in a state of violent consumption. Upon fully absorbing an already destroyed target, Gluttony skill has been upgraded from beginner to proficient, recovering depleted energy using absorbed power. The system kept going, has absorbed a portion of the digested creature's bloodline power. Partial absorption results in an incomplete physique, 100 poisons immunity. In an instant, Zeke felt his body lighten up, like he'd just soaked in a divine cool spring. Every trace of poison vanished as if swept away by mountain winds. His muscles tightened back up. Eyes sparkling like stars, skin smoother than a high-end skincare model. The system confirmed, detected 9-headed Hydra venom. 100 poisons immunity physique has neutralized the detected toxin. The status window flashed brilliantly like an honor roll award plaque. Low-level administrator 1 name. Zeke faction. Immortal supreme poison rank title. 1 blessed by the ancient dragon, heir of Terracan physique. Heavenly bone body, complete poison immunity authority. Dragon species dominion system functions. 100 slot inventory minimap, beginner quest log breaking skills. Auto heal, strong mental defense, infinite stamina, combat sense normal skills. Martial Strike A proficient, Spirit Rebound A rookie, Wide North Face A rookie, Dragon skills level 1, Dragon Eye proficient, Dragon Might proficient, Devour proficient, Dragon Language locked, Dragon skills level 2, Dragon Scale Armor proficient, Dragon Claw proficient, Dragon skills level 3, not unlocked, requires 300 points karma points, 465. Special trait, complete poison immunity, resists and neutralizes most types of poison. Zeke smirked smugly. So from now on, anyone who tries poison on me is just gonna poison themselves. He glanced at the new info, frowning. That most part is still kinda worrying. But with this skill, poison's no longer an issue. He stared in shock, muttering. Devour jumped from rookie straight to proficient. No way. This thing almost never levels up unless. He nodded, eyes lighting up. Right, it must be because I killed a designated system-marked target. Hitting the monster the system specifically called out really does give premium loot. Oh, that's useful info. So wiping out the exact things the system hates gets you the good stuff. He sprang to his feet, flicked his cloak, striding out boldly like the Hydra hadn't just wrecked him. Zeke muttered, "That Hydra slowed me down big time. Gotta move faster now." In his mind, he thought about the hero King Kaiser, half human, half fairy, a living legend etched forever in myth. Son of the wise sage and the fairy king, Kaiser's life was anything but peaceful. A dark witch tore him away from his parents and tossed him into the forest like trash. Luckily, a sacred wolf, definitely SS rank or higher, found baby Kaiser still red and wrinkly, raised him like its own pup. Thanks to that, Kaiser grew up strong, six-pack abs, long wild hair, aura off the charts. Kaiser saved the oppressed humans and founded a kingdom just for them in the central continent, called the Kingdom of Chronos. This is the part of the story everyone on the continent knows, the origin of Kaiser's legend. In modern times, almost no real records remain. It's truly become pure myth. But proof that hero King Kaiser and the Kingdom of Chronos really existed. Standing before the ruins of Chronos, Zeke was stunned. Crumbling walls stretched endlessly, silent yet majestic, whispering the ancient epic through the stones. It's right here, right in front of me, unfolding before my eyes. Looking around, he felt it was way smaller than what he'd read in books. He couldn't believe the remnants of Kaiser's legacy were literally the entire kingdom of Chronos. Walking toward the ancient gate, he kept talking, though now that he thought about it, the old dragon-slaying sanctuary had a really similar vibe. The system beeped like a burglar alarm, analyzing, confirmed Kaiser's imprint, opening the sanctuary of hero King Kaiser. Zeke didn't hesitate and stepped inside. A faint glow emanated from a shimmering green crystal, as if it held the very soul of the kingdom. He reached out and touched it, whispering, "Is this the vision of the hero king?" The system immediately chimed like a robbery alert, initiating quest chain, vision of hero King Kaiser. Zeke jumped, hello, just throwing a quest at me out of nowhere. Did anybody ask if I agreed? The system continued, cold as a bank teller denying a loan. Warning, cannot leave the area until the quest chain is completed. He yelled, "Hey, what the hell? Who gave you permission to do that?" Bam, the gate behind him slammed shut like a mom catching her kid, gaming at 2 a.m. Zeke shouted, What's happened?" The system displayed the detailed quest, chain of the hero King Kaiser's progress. Objective, within the ruins bearing Kaiser's mark, collect each step of his progress. Time limit, none. Reward, Fairy King's tears. Zeke frowned, rereading the last line, muttering, "Quest chain, steps of progress of hero King Kaiser. Fairy King's tears." He rubbed his chin, mind spinning. Kaiser's mother, the being who granted blessings to humanity. And I'm gonna get her tears. He looked up at the sparkling crystal like it was an NPC about to drop an impossible quest, whispering, "I'm starting to get chills. The mother of hero King Kaiser, the one who can fulfill any wish, and the reward is her tear." Still reeling, mouth hanging open, Zeke muttered like he was in a trance. No idea what this thing's used for, but it's definitely some ultra-tier op treasure. He turned to the system, voice urgent. "How do I actually make progress like that?" The system beeped once, replying as coldly as a pissed-off AI assistant. Administrator request confirmed. Extracting data from magical recording device. Detected 546 magical videos of hero King Kaiser. 12 videos matched the criteria. Playing the first video. The screen flashed, magical light flickering like a busted stage spotlight. A hazy image appeared, accompanied by an ancient voice from a long-forgotten language. The system announced, "Will automatically translate to the common language of the central continent." Pop, a figure emerged, radiating godly handsome charisma and world-shaking power. The man spoke. "What is a sword, you ask? It's just a sword, what else? All these old fogies keep yapping about sword philosophy this and that, but they've never even thrown a proper slash. Total nonsense." From behind came a shout, "Hey Satin, focus on filming." The screen shook violently like someone kicked it. Zeke held his breath, eyes wide. No way. The one speaking was none other than the legendary hero King Kaiser, and Satin, his loyal guard from the old tailies. Seeing that, he suddenly thought, so this isn't fake, this is real footage. The voice in the video kept going. "To use a sword masterfully, what do you do?" "Nothing grand, just swing the sword diligently, over and over." The footage continued. Kaiser raised his sword in the darkness. The blade gleamed with cold light, slicing through the shadow. Just watching through the screen, Zeke felt his heart stabbed, body trembling, collapsing backward, limbs limp, sweat pouring like he'd showered. One thought dominated his mind, that aura, that pressure. Even through a screen, it's enough to make me pass out. So this is the true progress of the hero king. Zeke's eyes blazed like a kid with a new toy. He burst out laughing. "I'm hooked." System, replay that video from the beginning. The system replied, "Administrator request confirmed." Time passed quietly. It had already been 4 days since Zeke got locked in this place. Before him were 3 doors. The first room packed with food enough for a whole month. The second room luxurious like a five-star hotel, bed soft as cloud. The third room filled with military documents, books, weapons, and training equipment. On the surface, it looked like a dungeon, but in reality, it was a personal training chamber built for Kaiser's successor. Thanks to that, he could focus solely on practice and swinging his sword tens of thousands of times. Zeke spent whole days swinging his sword, repeating the motion tens of thousands of times, desperately trying to mimic Kaiser's movements. But that heaven-collapsing aura of his, he still couldn't recreate it. Suddenly, the system chimed. Acquired hero King Kaiser's progress, basic elemental sword. Zeke jolted, elemental sword. Instantly, a barrage of notifications hit like a storm. Basic phase completed. Entering application phase. The magic stone behind him began glowing brilliantly. He was a bit confused. Application phase already. The notification panel appeared, summoning the soul of hero King Kaiser. From the light, a hazy but immensely dignified figure emerged. The man stepped forward, as if resurrected from ancient times. Hero King Kaiser, the immortal king of Chrono. Zeke went pale, muttering, What is this? Don't tell me hero King Kaiser is seriously standing right in front of me. Before he could recover, Kaiser suddenly gripped his sword tightly, eyes ice cold, as if ready to cleave him in two. Zeke hadn't even figured out what he did wrong. When whoosh, Kaiser charged like lightning, sword swinging down. Pure reflex, Zeke drew his blade to block. Clang, the metal clash shook the entire space. Grinding his teeth, he yelled, What the hell? Suddenly attacking like that, what the actual hell? A second later, boom. Kaiser's storm-like power sent Zeke flying like dry leaves, tumbling across the ground like burnt rice paper. Covered in scratches, he panted like a beached fish. Kaiser's voice rang out majestic. Get up quickly. You think sword training is just playing whack-a-mole? Zeke struggled to his feet, thinking, so he's teaching me by beating the crap out of me. This feeling was way too familiar, like meeting his master from his past life all over again. Kaiser walked while speaking. Back when I was lectured, they told me you have to train the sword with your own strength. If the old knights saw you like this, they'd probably have heart attacks and rise from their graves. The pressure from Kaiser pressed down like a mountain, but Zeke was still confused. What does he even want? Testing me or just enjoying beating me up? Not giving him time to think, Kaiser suddenly appeared right in front of him. Kaiser swung his sword. A powerful slash tore the ground apart, rushing straight at Zeke. He screamed like a bull was chasing him. What the fuck is this? You're seriously trying to kill me. Sweat pouring, Zeke rolled aside at the last second, thinking, Shit, can I even block this guy? This dude is a straight-up monster in human skin. Kaiser's face showed a faint smile, eyes almost like a pervert. Zeke wanted to punch him just looking at it, but he just swallowed hard, telling himself, don't overthink. Just go all out like always. Radiant energy exploded like a bursting forge. Zeke took a deep breath. Let's go. Kaiser blinked, muttering, Are you Satan's disciple? Finally made it. What's that power? Aurora, Zeke didn't answer, charging straight in, sword ripping through the air like thunder. But Kaiser casually swung to block, like swatting grass, sending him flying far away. He tilted his head, still not quite the right style. Zeke tensed up, face red as a tomato, thinking, that hit just now drained me completely, literally and figuratively. Kaiser smirked, counterattacking lightning fast. Doesn't matter. As long as it's fun. Come on, show me how stubborn you can get. Boom, boom, the two clashed in an earth-shaking duel. Swords met, light flashing like New Year fireworks. But gradually Zeke ran out of steam, sweat dripping, limbs shaking. He knew he was going to lose, but he didn't expect to get crushed this badly. He cracked a grin, so this is the real power of the hero king. But I'm not going down easy either. Click, Zeke activated a string of skills. The system rang out like a fire alarm, activating Dragon Skill 1 Strike, activating Dragon Skill Swift Movement, activating Dragon Skill Chain Slash, activating Dragon Skill Dragon Claw. In the blink of an eye, Zeke transformed into a raging dragon whirlwind, his entire body wrapped in radiant energy as his swordsmanship erupted like a volcano. He charged straight at Kaiser, the sheer heat of the clash making the space tremble as if it were about to shatter. But Kaiser refused to fall behind, summoning a massive clawed hand and unleashing a deadly strike. Boom. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere in a blinding cloud. Kaiser stood amid the dust, clicking his tongue. HMPH, not a dragonkin, yet somehow wielding dragon techniques. Interesting. But Zeke had already slipped behind him at some point, a flash of light sparking in Kaiser's eye. He glanced over his shoulder, muttering, HMPH, Elemental Power 2, huh? Zeke unleashed his soul spirit technique, his body splitting into countless afterimages as he moved like a storm rushing toward Kaiser. Bam, bam, two colossal forces collided, exploding into a chaotic wave of energy that tore through the space, sword chi, killing intent, and dragon aura all blending into a wild symphony of destruction. But after a fierce back and forth, the result was still defeat. No dramatic comeback, no miracle. Zeke lay flattened on the ground like a pancake that never got flipped. After a while, he cracked his eyes open, staring wide in a dazed expression like he'd just woken up in the middle of a battlefield. Who am I? Where am I? Why the hell am I sprawled out in this pile of broken rocks? Beside him, Kaiser sat cross-legged, lounging casually like he was enjoying afternoon tea. Seeing Zeke stir, he smirked. So the weakling finally woke up, huh? He continued leisurely. Still, you've got some talent. Satin's gifts, dragon tribe power plus elemental power. Quite an interesting combo. Kaiser furrowed his brow as if he'd just noticed something even more intriguing, stepping closer and leaning down to stare intently. Wait a second, your soul. It's resonating with the spirit realm. Zeke grimaced. What the hell is the spirit realm supposed to be? Kaiser went on like he was giving a university lecture. You've crossed the boundary between life and death more than once. For a mere human body to pull that off, it's no wonder you can wield elemental power too. Zeke's eyes widened as he thought to himself. Another round of mystical logic slamming into my ear. He sighed and winced. From the start you've been throwing around words like Satin, spirit realm, elemental power, and I don't understand a single damn thing. Can you just explain it clearly for once? Kaiser gave a crooked grin, eyes sharp as blades. HMPH, pretending not to get it, are we? Aren't you chasing something way bigger than these petty little things? Making you look all confused. What's that supposed to mean? Kaiser pointed straight at him. You're pretending not to understand, but the real progress is mine. He paused, eyes blazing as he gestured with his hand. What you're learning right now is elemental swordsmanship. Elemental power is the purest essence of nature, the foundation that forms everything in the universe. Water, fire, earth, wind, the four supreme elements, and elemental swordsmanship is the pinnacle forged from those legendary four. Not just empty words, the hero King Kaiser demonstrated as he explained, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. Like a divine storm sweeping the space plane, cracking the ground into deep, jagged fissures. He declared in a voice like rolling thunder, "This is the storm sword chief wind power, the wind element among the four great elements." His tone rose and fell dramatically. To wield elemental swordsmanship, the core is nothing other than universal spirit energy, the very thing you've heard about. Zeke stood behind him, face pale as if he'd seen a ghost, thinking to himself, wait, what the hell is this? It sounds like magic, but the way he unleashes it is pure sword technique. Before Zeke could even process it, Kaiser suddenly spun around. Now it's your turn. Zeke froze, mind buzzing like a kicked beehive. So is the source of elemental power, but I can't sense even a trace of from him. Or is the secret in how it's converted? He hesitated, then took a deep breath and spoke. In that case, could you show me how to convert into elemental power? Kaiser raised an eyebrow, scratched his chin, but before he could answer, whoosh. His sword burst into flames, crimson fire roaring, as if it wanted to incinerate the entire space. He laughed, yeah, just do it like that, no need for a ton of explanations. Zeke stood stunned, eyes wide and lost like a puppy separated from its mom. Why do all these future mentors have to be like this? He muttered to himself, it's not that I can't sense at all, it's just that I sense way too little. Right now channeling it is like trying to catch a weak Wi-Fi signal. I have to focus everything I've got just to grasp the tiniest hint. But he still nodded. Yes, I'll give it a try. Kaiser smirked. Pretty cocky tone you've got there. In another corner of his mind, Zeke racked his brain. Don't believe everything you see. He clearly called my soul spirit technique elemental power, which means. Gripping the sword tightly, he grinned confidently. Soul spirit technique is also a form of power that uses elemental power. At that moment, Kaiser watched Zeke's display with a puzzled look. No sooner thought than done. He summoned his wind element soul spirit technique, but barely 3 seconds in, smack. A heavenly smack from above nearly blew his brains out. The culprit was none other than Kaiser, now sitting there shaking his leg and glaring in dissatisfaction. I told you to use elemental power. Who gave you permission to dance around with that clumsy heretical nonsense? Zeke clutched his head, eyes watering from pain and confusion. Heretical, you mean spirit language technique? Kaiser snorted coldly. Exactly. Spirit language technique is a secret art only the dragon tribe can use. If you were a dragon slayer, it might be barely acceptable, but for a human, it's absolutely impossible. Every time you use that power, your body takes serious damage, right? The souls of humans and dragons are worlds apart. You can mimic it superficially, but the effectiveness can never come close. Whoever came up with that heretical knockoff deserves ridicule, daring to turn spirit language technique into some cheap imitation like that. All right, now that you understand, do it again. In his mind, Zeke kept thinking, I already encountered spirit language technique when I absorbed Bahamut's heart at the Dragon Slayer's resting place. Back then, I learned spirit language technique, but I also saw the notification that I still couldn't perform. Dragon technique, spirit language technique, words that carry power, locked, administrator maturity level insufficient. Zeke stayed focused in thought. If soul spirit technique was originally built on the foundation of spirit language technique, then once I mature and unlock spirit language technique, I'll be able to freely control soul spirit technique too, which gives me yet another reason to hurry up and grow stronger. While Zeke was lost in philosophy, Kaiser lost patience, raised his sword to the sky and shouted, "Do you need another beating to snap out of it? Get up already." Zeke sprang up like a spring. Yes, I'm up. Applied training was indeed far harsher than the basics, but thanks to his heaven-blessed holy body, Kaiser's god-tier demonstrations, and countless unforgettable beatings, Zeke gradually grasped the principles of elemental swordsmanship. It was similar to magic that uses spell arrays to channel mana, but elemental swordsmanship uses E as the bridge to summon the power of spirit. Once he truly understood the principle and how to apply it, performing elemental swordsmanship was no longer an impossible task. After days drenched in sweat, tears, and plenty of nosebleeds, mostly Zeke's, Kaiser finally declared, "Now you look half decent at least. But don't get cocky. The advanced phase will make you wish you could go back to licking rocks instead of continuing. Rest for today." Zeke saluted like a fresh recruit. "Understood, master." Then, as if remembering something, he scratched his head. "Oh, while we're resting, may this disciple ask a few things?" Kaiser nodded lightly. "Go ahead." But as he floated in midair like an immortal taking a break, Zeke hesitated. He noticed the faint glowing motes dancing around Kaiser like they had souls of their own. So that's elemental power too. His eyes lit up as he cut straight to it. "When we first met, you saw me use Aurora and called me a disciple of Saturn. What does that actually mean?" Kaiser raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, then answered slowly in a deep, dramatic tone like recounting an epic legend. "Aurora, yes, that name. I called you that because the technique you used was created by that guy Saturn. He always insisted humans could never comprehend elemental swordsmanship, yet he went and invented a method built on E. Worse, he ignored my techniques and spread only his own version." Kaiser's eyes darkened with bitterness. "That bastard Satin Draker." Zeke jolted like he'd been shocked. Satin Draker. His heart felt punched. Isn't Satin supposed to be the noble knight, the hero king's most trusted vassal? The founder of the aura cultivation method, known across the continent. He has the Draker surname. So the Draker family's ancestor isn't Terrakin like everyone thinks, but this ancient figure named Satin. Why has no one ever mentioned? Still reeling, Zeke pressed on. "Then what exactly is this spirit realm place where spirits exist? Even though I've sensed spirit power, I still can't picture what it really is." Before he could finish, Kaiser snapped his fingers like a street magician. Instantly, a howling gale roared in, twisting the air into a vortex and forming an invisible wall right in front of. Zeke reached out to touch it, feeling like he was pressing against wind compressed into solid concrete. He thought to himself, eyes gleaming, "Chief wind power can be used like this too." Kaiser's voice came from the other side of the storm, rising and falling like an old storyteller. To explain it precisely is a bit complicated, but simply put, the spirit realm is the yin world while ours is the yang. When a person's body leaves this realm and enters the spirit realm, it's a one-way trip across an uncrossable line, no return ticket. Anyone stuck there can forget about coming back. Zeke stood stunned, muttering, "But didn't you say part of your soul is still lingering in the spirit realm? So how are you standing right here in front of me, and in a spirit state no less?" He snapped his fingers again, his voice lazy. "Yeah, you're actually the first case like this I've ever seen, but there are ways to bend the rules and cross the spirit realm boundary." He stretched comfortably as he answered, "A prime example would be me, thanks to a dragon lending a hand." Zeke's eyes nearly popped out. "A dragon?" He quickly added, "Is there some kind of issue with that?" He swallowed hard, stammering, "That, dragons helping humans, are you kidding? I've never heard of anything like that before." Kaiser frowned and glared like he wanted to punch him. "What the hell are you talking about? Among all the races, the dragon tribe is the one that values humans the most." Zeke stood there dumbfounded like a fish out of water, mind in complete chaos. "What is this? Dragons value humans. Aren't those apex monsters like Bahamut the ones who nearly wiped out the whole world?" He thought to himself, so the relationship between humans and dragons in ancient times was completely different. What the hell is going on? Kaiser stepped closer, voice full of implication. "I don't need to explain it in detail, because you're living proof." He walked right up to Zeke and lightly placed a hand on his chest. "This heart of yours, and even the fang used to forge your sword, Weren't they both personally given to you by Bahamut himself? He chuckled softly, half teasing, half admiring. Sure, his temper's as explosive as a dog in the sun, but he never turns down a sincere plea. Honestly, he's kind of adorable in his own way. Zeke didn't reply, just scratched his head and thought. Looks like Kaiser and the evil dragon Bahamut were actually close. Better keep quiet about that old subjugation stuff. He forced a smile. Yes, that's right. Our family has served Lord Bahamut for generations, so we were rewarded for our loyalty. I guess I misunderstood. Kaiser burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, same old him, always looking out for his people. But you must have had it rough cleaning up all the messes his wild temper caused. That hot-headed side of his even led to plenty of fights with Kronos. Zeke raised an eyebrow, pondered, then asked, "Wait, Kronos is the name of a dragon too?" He continued, "I've heard a lot about Kronos, but as the kingdom of Kronos, isn't that a country? So the kingdom was named after Kronos." Kaiser nodded, eyes distant with nostalgia. "Exactly, because I was his contractor. Back then the whole group racked their brains for a kingdom name and everyone threw out nonsense. He just sat there calmly drinking tea. I got annoyed and just named it after him to shut everyone up." Zeke's face twisted into an awkward grin, but inside he was laughing. A dragon drinking tea. Don't tell me he shapeshifts like in the legend. Kaiser crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and smirked at himself. Anyway, Kronos wasn't surprised at all. He probably saw it coming. Honestly, I just wanted his name to live on for future generations. In the distant past, when Kaiser still walked the world, humans and dragons once lived in harmony like blood brothers. That glorious era now exists only in ancient books and stone carvings. But if a dragon with earth-shaking power unconditionally supported humans, the balance of the world would tilt, pushing reality toward annihilation. So the dragon tribe made a historic decision: voluntarily restrain their power, use shapeshifting to become human, and form contracts with those deemed worthy. They no longer intervened directly, only supported quietly like great shadows behind the flow of history. Those chosen who signed contracts with dragons were called contracts. Zeke murmured, "So that's how it is." He thought to himself, no wonder ancient relics are so powerful. It turns out dragons had a hand in them. But if that's true, why did the relationship between dragons and humans fracture, turning friends into enemies and fading into vague legends? I need to reread the history books. Suddenly from the other side, Kaiser's grumpy voice cut in. "Hey, I've been waiting so long my beard's about to grow another foot." He reminded himself, when I get some free time, I really need to go through the entire chronicle again. Zeke grinned sheepishly and stepped closer. "You've waited 2,000 years for a successor. What's a few more minutes?" Kaiser narrowed his eyes, voice icy. "This cheeky disciple, let's see how long you can keep that attitude." He took a deep breath and declared, "The final phase of advanced training is a direct spar with me." The air suddenly grew heavy, an invisible pressure crashing down like a mountain. But at this level, it wasn't really any different from before. So I'm adding one more rule to the training. With that, he slammed his hand down, sending dirt flying. "From now on, no eating, no sleeping. The match continues non-stop until I say enough. And most importantly, you can only use elemental swordsmanship with the same element as me." As soon as he finished, Zeke asked, "What happens if I break the rule?" The question had barely left his mouth when Kaiser unleashed his technique at the same time. Elemental swordsmanship, firestorm power, blaze rain. "You asked what happens if you violate it." He turned deadly serious. "If you've got more than one life, go ahead and try." Elemental swordsmanship is divided into 4 schools, corresponding to each element, starting with the one based on the fire element. The fire power school, which incinerates everything with scorching heat and horrifying flames, possessing overwhelming destructive power. Next up is the one based on the earth element, the metal power school, specializing in suppression and restraining foes by controlling hardness and mass at will. Then comes the one based on the wind element, the wind power school. Not as strong as fire power, but highly versatile for quick battles, fast movement, and unleashing sword chi. Finally, the one based on the water element, the water power school, excelling in attack, defense, suppression, or even support. It's all around. A flexible power that shifts like water, harmonious and diverse. Right at that moment, Zeke got swept away instantly by the ferocious torrent unleashed by the hero Kaiser, and his buddy took a nasty slash across the chest. Zeke's eyes went wide as saucers, thinking to himself, "Damn it, what the hell just happened? The power and scale are way beyond me. Why is there such a huge gap?" In his head, he started flashing back to the moment he'd successfully used water power to create a massive water pillar. Seeing that, Zeke was thrilled. Too bad his temporary master, Kaiser, wasn't amused at all. He immediately bonked Zeke on the head, making him yelp and grumble, "Ow, what now, master?" In response, Kaiser straight up chewed him out. You idiot, that's waterfall power, not just any stream. Zeke blinked blankly and asked, isn't it just about deploying the attribute? To explain, Kaiser slowly descended to the ground and schooled the protagonist. The other schools just need you to unleash the attribute and swing hard for damage, but how many times do I gotta say it? Water power is all about softness. Using yield to conquer the rigid. Don't you get it? Now do it again. At the hero's explanation, Zeke silently cursed in his heart. Damn it, yielding to conquer. What kind of bullshit logic is that? Because I lacked the power to resist, I had to submit. Because I lacked the power to protect, I lost it all. To survive, to hold on to trust, to repay what's precious. My whole life I've chased that power. So how the hell is yielding to conquer supposed to convince me? He just thought that far when, not giving Zeke time to dwell, Kaiser enveloped his sword in a water flow and charged straight in, forcing Zeke to hastily raise his blade to block. In his mind, is this old geezer sleepwalking mid-spar? Next thing, of course, Zeke couldn't withstand the pressure from Kaiser's sword and got flung backward. By now his whole body was trembling, unable to hold back the pain. That's right. After day 15, I gave that up too. It's been over a month since this insane training started. No eating, no resting, just non-stop sword fights. That's how I learned infinite stamina isn't everything. In front of me is a monster way superior in ability. Damn it, my arms have zero strength left, and the ground's all slippery. Right after that thought, as if to prove the protagonist right, his feet suddenly slipped on the ground, sending his body tilting backward. At the same instant, a massive explosion from Kaiser's sword sent rock shards flying everywhere. Luckily, Zeke managed to endure the attack, but his face broke into a thrilled grin. That heavy blow, I slipped right past it. Yielding to conquer. Now I get it. From the strength to grip the sword, to the strength to stand firm. Only by letting it all go did I finally understand Kaiser's words. In the way I'd learned, controlling the sword's path and chaining moves is what binds the sword's freedom. Cut those unnecessary chains. Pour down from above like flowing water. Let the sword find its own path. That's right, clearly in his past life, he'd felt this too. The moment the boundary between himself and the sword dissolved. The sensation of becoming one with all things. Sometimes fierce, sometimes soft and fluid. Right then, the protagonist began enveloping his entire sword in the water element. Around him, torrents of water started surging violently. And on the opposite side, the hero Kaiser did the same. And so both broke into excited grins and unleashed elemental swordsmanship. Water power school. Water flatline. A flash of light streaked across the battlefield. The clash of the two attacks was so intense it shook the air outward. Back in the training room, of course, how could Zeke possibly beat Kaiser? His body collapsed completely from passing out. Standing before him, the hero flashed a satisfied smile and nodded. Well done, the successor has carried on my progress, Zeke Drake. Who knows how much time passed before our protagonist Zeke finally woke up. His head was a bit dizzy, still piecing things together. Did I pass out? How many times has it been? First time was sparring with the Duke. Notification popped up. Overused skill, exhaustion for user safety, consciousness temporarily suspended. But back then I'd overused Dragon Spear, and the system forced me unconscious. This is the first time since regressing that I blacked out purely from physical limits. Thinking that, he glanced around and called out to his master, Kaiser. But there was no sign of the hero anywhere, making Zeke guess he'd returned to the spirit realm. What intrigued Zeke, though, was wondering about that quest. Now, pretty sure I nailed the water power at the end. And then, to satisfy his curiosity, a system screen appeared before him. At the same time, a bunch of other system screens popped up simultaneously, leaving him a bit dazed. Linked quest completed. Bonus time added to rewards. Quest rewards: Fairy King's Tears, 500 karma points, 3 random skill tomes. Hearing that, he beamed. After that, hell, success is mine. Achievement quest completed. Bonus time added to rewards. Quest rewards: System admin rank upgrade, 500 karma points, 3 random loot boxes. System authority upgraded to mid-level admin. New system features unlocked. Rookie quest log upgraded to mid-level quest log. Equipment slot expansion enabled. Teleport gate feature minimap enabled. Admin soul matured, soul growth partially unlocked. Bahamut's heart, current seal level, 90%. Staring at the swarm of system screens suddenly in front of him, Zeke couldn't hide his surprised expression and muttered, "A ton of 'em, checking all this'll take a minute." First up, check the seal level. It hit 95% after absorbing the dragon heart. I tried unlocking it right away back then, but the system locked it down. Of course, from experience, I know exactly what power beyond limits feels like. Right now, I can probably handle about 10%. Even Dragon Tongue can't be unlocked with karma points, and Dragon Lord Domination 2, probably all tied to the seal level. For now, I'll keep an eye on it. Next, the random loot boxes. With that in mind, Zeke quickly opened the 3 boxes, and all were gear. First, boots made from meteorite iron. Strong yet light, no unique ability, special note. Set bonus, activates when full meteorite iron set equipped. Second, rewards personalized 2, meteorite iron greaves matching the boots. The final reward was a pair of earrings, delicately carved from crystal, unique ability boosts, whereas spirit energy recovery by 15%, special note. Pairs well with red dress. Of the 3 gifts, Zeke was most pleased with the earrings. He grinned, sell these to a mage and I'd make a fortune. Plus, now I've got boots and greaves to match the gloves. Full set complete. And then he hesitated. Over the random skill tomes too. As the name implies, these gotta be, could it be? So Zeke didn't waste another second and immediately rolled the skill gacha. The system promptly notified, C-rank static shock skill registered. Static shock generates electricity to zap the target. Registered as skill, static shock generates electricity to zap the target. C-rank flashbang registered as skill. Flashbang fires compressed energy upward, exploding into blinding light that causes blindness and obscures vision. C-rank sonic burst registered as skill. Sonic burst emits irritating sound, disrupting the target's hearing. At these 3 skills, Zeke's face darkened with disappointment. All C-rank. Man, if they handed out high-rank skills for free, all my suffering would have been pointless. Next, he started testing out the C-rank static shock skill, and instantly his dagger was enveloped in crackling streams of electricity. Seeing that, a flood of ideas suddenly popped into Zeke's head for how to apply it. This is just a C-rank skill. The power's pretty solid for its level, and I can use it in so many ways. If I combine it with flashbang and sonic burst, I could counter debuffs way better than that artifact I used in the promotion exam. Plus the authority upgrade. It said new system features are unlocked. Here we go. The protagonist let out a low hum. The new system feature is toggleable equipment slots. You can use equipped items like skill. Faced with this feature, Zeke fell into deep thought, pondering the best way to utilize it. Treating gear as skills could be a lifesaver in a pinch. Since I've got infinite stamina and self-healing, I should reserve these slots for stuff other than spirit potions. That's what the protagonist was calculating. But just a second later, his eyes shifted and he shook his head. No, hold on, even the so-called perfect abilities have weaknesses. Nothing guarantees I won't run into another Kaiser, someone my endless stamina can't handle. I still don't know the true limits of self-healing. There's always the what-if scenario. Next, to ensure his own safety, Zeke bought a few life-saving items. Purchased A-rank healing spirit potion, remaining karma points, 1,465. High-grade healing spirit potion registered to toggleable equipment slot. This is a masterpiece by Jabba bin Hassan. Instantly heals severe wounds and restores vitality. Special note, due to its exceptional performance, it won't affect the same target a second time and has undetermined side effect. Reading those descriptions, Zeke felt pretty satisfied. More expensive than expected, but at this level it's worth it. It could substitute for infinite stamina or self-healing. And now, the most important reward. Fairy King's Tears. As he spoke, he pulled a pale blue glass vial from his inventory. Fairy King's Tears. The tear shed when hero King Kaiser fell to the Dark Sorcerer's scheme. Can summon the Fairy King from the spirit realm once, using this tear as a medium. After reading the description, instead of joy, Zeke's face turned deathly pale. He'd personally witnessed just how monstrously strong hero King Kaiser was. Summon the Fairy King. According to legend, the Fairy King grants wishes to humanity. If all the myths about Kaiser are true, could I summon the Fairy King and get one wish? But it's a one-shot deal. No way I can use it carelessly. Right then he kept staring intently at the glass vial. All right, for now I'll hold on to it. There'll definitely come a time when I need it. With that, he tossed the vial back into his inventory and quickly left the ruins. Time flew by, scene shift to some corner of the forest, when suddenly a red magic circle appeared on the ground. Next, Zeke's figure materialized inside the formation. After a quick glance around, he immediately assessed. This is the Adventurer Outpost, so I really teleported here. The system's new teleport gate feature is seriously convenient. Just pick a spot on the minimap, and you're there instantly. Aside from longer distances costing extra points, there are basically no restrictions. With enough points, I could even hop between continents. It's not just handy, it could help shake off anyone trying to track me. This'll be huge for future plans. The protagonist nodded to himself, before scanning the area and noticing branches loaded with vibrant, blooming flowers. That instantly sparked a terrifying guess in Zeke's mind. Flowers in winter, don't tell me, no way. Time flew by again, scene shift to Valhalla. the continent's top knight training academy in the central region. Inside the principal's office, the headmaster's voice rang out in exasperation. Good grief, in 10 years as principal, I've never seen a case like this. A new student showing up a whole month after enrollment started. He spoke while trimming a small bonsai in front of him. Meanwhile, Zeke could only cry inwardly. I didn't want this either. I was stuck in there for 4 months, sir. The messenger who recommended me said missing the entrance ceremony could lead to rejection at the principal's discretion. Waiting another year would kill me. I need access to Tarakan Draker's secure archives, so I have to convince the principal no matter what. Thinking that, he bowed and explained. Principal, the truth is I fell into a trance state during solo training to make up for my shortcomings and lost consciousness for a long time. At those words, Valhalla's principal, Flaubert Borgs, turned with a piercing gaze. I don't see any trance. Is that the excuse you cooked up after missing the entrance ceremony? Switching to Zeke's perspective, he started digging up info on this principal, Flaubert Borg, former longest-serving captain of the Tebi Kingdom's Royal Guard, a knight respected across the continent. The story of current family head Arthur Draker, personally inviting him 3 times to become principal, is still legendary. This is a man who values honor and principles. Showing emotion would be distasteful. With that in mind, he bowed deeper and continued. I have no excuse for missing the entrance ceremony, no matter how many mouths I had to speak with, but it is the truth, principal. On the other side, Flaubert's brows furrowed tightly, as if weighing whether Zeke's words rang true. After a few seconds, he spoke. Achieving a trance state isn't easy. For any other student, I'd call bullshit right away because it's absurd. But you're the one recommended by the Academy's patron. I'll arrange a spot for you. If I judge your training results worth more than a month at Valhalla, I'll allow enrollment. At that condition, Zeke actually felt a twinge of annoyance inside. Sure, he hated that bastard Howard pulling strings for him, but now wasn't the time to be picky. Thinking that, he quickly said, Thank you, Principal. Then Flaubert lightly pressed the bell on his desk. Instantly, a servant rushed in to receive orders. Flaubert instructed, I want an empty training room prepared immediately. Gather the professors from all departments for a supplementary enrollment evaluation right now. The staff nodded and hurried off to notify everyone. Scene shift to a private training hall at Valhalla Academy. Right then, the professors had all assembled. Just looking at their auras made Zeke break into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, Valhalla really lives up to the name. Every professor here is a renowned knight I've seen at least once in continental reports. Knowing that, Zeke turned toward Principal Flaubert. Seeing everyone present, he got straight to the point. Everyone's here. Show us the results of the training you've been doing. Up front, Zeke drew the sword from his back, pondering just how much power to reveal. Let's see, what should I show them? I can't casually flaunt elemental swordsmanship here. The pressure's insane. After all, these are the people who train the continent's strongest knights. Half-baked skills probably wouldn't even get a reaction. In that case, maybe I should get a little serious. With that thought in mind, Zeke began shrouding his sword in a layer of pale blue mana. But the moment they saw it, one professor blurted out in disbelief, his face utterly stunned, and involuntarily exclaimed, Wait, isn't that aura sword? Beside him, the others exchanged incredulous looks. At just 15 years old, he's already reached Blue Knight realm. Before this, the youngest on the continent was Lord Abel at 19, right? Truly befitting a golden awakening family. Their words made Zeke startle and inwardly scold himself. Oh crap, I forgot. After months clashing with Kaiser, I completely forgot to rein in my aura. Good thing they still think I'm only at Blue Knight level. Before meeting Kaiser, his aura had indeed only reached Blue Knight level. But ever since comprehending Water Power School and elemental swordsmanship, he'd shattered his own limits and stepped into the next realm, Red Knight. The clearest difference between Blue Knight and Red Knight is Aura Sword Mastery. Aura Sword is the technique of hunting the blade with aura to razor sharpness, amplifying the power of imagination, while Blue Knights can only maintain the original form. Red Knights excel further, freely sustaining and morphing the shape according to their will and visualization. Good thing I stopped at Aura Sword level, otherwise it'd be way more exhausting right now. Zeke sighed inwardly in relief. Meanwhile, Principal Flaubert now wore a beaming smile as he approached to congratulate him. Outstanding. Compared to a month at Valhalla, these results are beyond comparison. An enlightenment this precious, whether a few months late or even years, it's worth it. His unexpectedly enthusiastic attitude made Zeke's scalp tingle. He thought, he looks like a completely different person. Of course, Zeke didn't dare voice that, so he bowed humbly. No, Principal. Allow me to apologize once more for missing the entrance ceremony due to an unforeseen family matter. The clearest difference between Blue Knight and Red Knight is Aura Sword Mastery. His modest demeanor only made the principal feel more refreshed. Haha, I already said it's fine. What about the rest of you? Anyone object to Zeke's enrollment? Not to mention Zeke, the other professors looked a bit flustered at Flaubert's beaming face. They all thought, whenever a prodigy with exceptional talent shows up, he's always this generous. And so the professors fully agreed with the principal's decision. We have no objections. That aura sword is so sharp and clear, it's rare even among genius knights. Exactly, no need for further testing. Hearing that, Principal Flaubert smiled brightly and nodded. Then it's settled. Congratulations on your enrollment, Zeke Draker. Midland Atlas, a megacity on the scale of a kingdom, sits right at the heart of the Midland continent, home to Valhalla, the continent's premier knight academy, and the Draker family's Four-Seasons Citadel. Among them, Four-Seasons Citadel serves as the residence for the family head and core pillars, making it the true headquarters of the Draker clan. Scene shift to Zeke's private estate in Atlas. Just the sheer scale of the architecture was enough to leave our protagonist dazed. It's ridiculously grand. Zeke's private estate in Atlas. Black card already, and now this mansion too. Kinda over the top, Zeke sighed awkwardly. Then, the moment he opened the door and stepped inside, a shower of colorful confetti exploded toward him, accompanied by shouts, "Congratulations, welcome to Valhalla." The masterminds behind the celebration were none other than Master Duke and his buddy Andre. Their clownish getups caught Zeke off guard. "Master, even head Professor Andre is here." Up ahead, the scruffy Uncle Duke stepped forward, slapping Zeke's shoulders in praise. "My disciple, you're truly one of a kind. From birth till now, you're the first I've seen who dared skip Valhalla's entrance ceremony. All right, now that the stars arrived, shall we get started?" As he spoke, the uncle gestured inside, leaving Zeke puzzled about what exactly "get started" meant. Right after I stepped foot into the Atlas mansion, I was hit with Duke and Andre already having a full surprise welcome party set up for my enrollment. I kept wondering why these guys, who were supposed to be at the academy, were here instead. Turns out Duke got summoned back by the family head to the Four Seasons City, casually moved into my mansion, and has been crashing here for over a month now. Andre blushed a little as he explained, "I've decided to join Valhalla Academy as an assistant instructor. Sorry about this, but looks like I'll be imposing on you for a while." Just hearing that was enough for Zeke to know these two had already planned everything together before. Watching them grin and chat like nothing was wrong made Zeke quietly seethe inside as he screamed in his head, "This is my house. What gives you the right to just decide shit like that on your own?" Time flew by quickly, and soon the welcome party wrapped up. After downing more than a dozen bottles of wine, Duke and Andre were passed out like dead pigs sprawled across the dining table. Meanwhile, Zeke quietly slipped away to some random bar. He slid a gold coin to the bartender and said, "One dark ale. I'd like to see Kay for a minute." The moment those words left his mouth, the whole atmosphere inside the tavern shifted. Then, as if they'd all silently agreed, without a single word, every guy in the place drew their weapons and quietly surrounded Zeke. But facing their move, he just broke into a mocking grin, flashed the family crest on his gloves and taunted them. "Well, you got the guts to come at me or what?" One look at that crest, and of course the thugs didn't dare make a sound. They awkwardly shuffled back to their seats, while the bartender's face turned pale as he stammered, "I'm so sorry. I should have stopped them sooner." He quickly grabbed a bottle of liquor. "I'll take you to see the branch minister right away." Saying that, he led Zeke toward a hidden passage in the back. As they moved, the protagonist took the chance to scan everything and had to nod in approval. Layers upon layers of high-level security, magic sealing the secret door, classic K style. Back before regression, whenever anyone talked about the strongest intelligence organizations on the continent, two names always came up first: the Black Mist platform of the Draker family and the Imperial Intelligence Bureau of the Rome Empire. But beyond those two, there was one more that almost no one knew about: the Syndicate. At first it was just a ragtag smuggling crew. Then a lowlife errand boy named Kay used that very smuggling network to build an entire intelligence empire. Before regression, after getting expelled from the academy and drifting into the Mecking cartel criminal organization, I scraped by until I climbed to the rank of assassin. That's when Kay, the branch minister back then, approached me and assigned me to clear out the key transport routes. Using those cleaned-up routes, Kay expanded the network and turned Syndicate into an intelligence powerhouse that rivaled Black Mist Platform and the Imperial Bureau. Through sheer will and talent, he completely took over Syndicate and made it his personal force. And then, when I lost everything at the hands of the Empire, the man shrouded head to toe handed me a sheet of paper and said, "This is intel on the relic the Emperor's targeting. Be careful, it won't be easy." Hearing that, I figured the one who actively helped me on my path of revenge was Kay. Even if you call it the price I paid for helping Syndicate grow so massive, Without K, I probably never would have touched that relic and definitely wouldn't be standing here now. Information is a weapon. Just like when Abel attended the blessing ceremony, no one knows how the future will twist. The guy's insanely capable. If this deal goes smoothly and we keep a good relationship, he'll definitely become a priceless ally down the line. Lost in that thought, Zeke was finally led into a massive warehouse. He stepped forward, pulled out a chair, then noticed the match still burning on his hand. Some habits never change, huh? Right in front of them, a woman lightly struck another match to light her cigarette. Looked straight at Zeke's face and said, "So, what does the fresh, genius prodigy of the Draker family want with me?" On this side, our protagonist didn't feel like wasting time on chit-chat and cut straight to the point. No more beating around the bush. Let's get to it. "I want to do business with Syndicate." Hearing that, Kay shot him a look full of intrigue and curiosity as she asked. "A pureblood awakening prodigy from the noble Draker family, who's already reached Blue Knight realm at just 15. Why would someone like you want to deal with criminals like Syndicate?" At her words, Zeke's eyes turned icy cold. In his mind, he silently guessed. Looks like she already knows what happened at Valhalla Academy today. Damn, her info network really is fast. With that, he reached into his coat pocket, pulled something out, and replied, "The way you're trying to argue pointlessly like this tells me you're not interested, but at least take a look at the real goods first." With that, he tossed the pair of earrings he'd received from the system onto the table. Still, the item didn't impress Kay much. Earrings. Her tone carried a hint of doubt. Figuring she didn't have a good eye for this stuff, Zeke pointed out the effect. "These aren't ordinary earrings, they're a treasure. Put them on and you'll be shocked." Following his advice, Kay slipped them onto her ears and almost instantly felt the effect kick in. "Let's see," boosts mana recovery efficiency. This cheap kind of thing. Before she could finish the sentence, the moment she fully put them on, she was so stunned she dropped the cigarette right out of her mouth. Her face flushed red with excitement. It's not a 10% boost, it's 15%. Every treasure out there only gives about 1%, 3% at the absolute max. That means this is 5 times better. If something like this had ever been produced, how could I not know about it? He must have his own private channel, or he personally dug this relic up himself. Just who the hell is this kid? She thought while turning her curious gaze toward the protagonist. Seeing her shocked expression, Zeke gave a satisfied smirk. So, starting to get interested in the deal yet. Next, Zeke laid out his terms. "Just use the personal info I'm attaching to open a new account. I've already registered as the representative. Head to the Northern Bank in Atlas and you can pick up the goods." From the red-haired woman's perspective, just hearing the kid's request made her piece a few things together. One look at those earrings and I already guessed. It's another consignment sale of an untraceable relic origin, huh? Commission is 10% per item. If total profit exceeds 10,000 gold, there's a bonus on top. That's exactly my ceiling price for a single transaction. And this guy even knows I'm a mage. He definitely has some serious intelligence network behind him. Thinking that, she quickly bundled up the documents in front of her and smiled brightly. "Contract established. Looking forward to working with you, young master." Hearing that, the male protagonist smiled back. "Same here. Oh, and there's one thing I'm a bit curious about. Your ghost ship still running smooth?" For some reason, the instant Zeke said those words, the air inside the warehouse turned deathly tense. Kay stared at him with razor-sharp eyes while shadows of guards appeared all around, weapons already drawn, eyes glowing red like they'd tear Zeke apart the second she gave the order. Luckily, she kept her cool and asked slowly, "Where exactly did you hear about?" Zeke answered without a trace of fear, completely calm. "I'm just asking. Why so tense? The intimidation's cute and all. But you really think that's enough to drag me down?" With that, he activated his Dragon's Might skill, unleashing his presence and pressure to the absolute maximum. Just meeting that gaze was enough to make everyone around break out in cold sweat, especially Kay. Even the guards instantly felt the crushing aura pressing down on them. She finally realized Zeke wasn't someone to mess with. "Shit, I'm missing intel. Zeke Draker, youngest Blue Knight, no way in hell. Even if the entire Atlas branch know the whole syndicate rushed him, they still couldn't win." Ignoring her racing thoughts, Zeke saw them calming down a bit and continued, "Should we maybe change seats, partner?" Time passed quickly, cutting to the Syndicate Atlas Branch Minister's office. Unlike that warehouse, this room was insanely luxurious. In Zeke's hand was a sheet of paper that made him feel a little amused. An oath contract. This really screams mage style. The oath contract is the standard way mages form agreements to guarantee mutual safety. Just use blood as ink and sign, simple, but the power behind it is limitless. Once activated, the other party's signature gets engraved on your arm. If one side harms the other, both die instantly. And if it's indirect betrayal, like hearing an assassin, the The signature only vanishes from the traitor's arm, then a non-lethal curse descends, putting them at a huge disadvantage. Back to the red-haired woman's view, she still seemed annoyed and deliberately grumbled. Good that you understand. Hurry up and sign. I need something to protect myself too. Who knows, maybe one day you'll decide to get rid of me. Hearing that, Zeke didn't hesitate. He drew the dagger in his hand and lightly sliced his wrist, to draw blood and signed straight onto the paper without the slightest pause. Zeke said, as long as it gets your trust, you can make me sign as many copies as you want. Once the signature was complete, a red magic circle appeared above his head. Next, the circle turned into a beam of light that flew toward both Zeke's and Kay's arms, finally forming their signature. After seeing it appear, Zeke casually sat down on the sofa like he owned the place and continued, now I'm officially your partner. So let's pick up where we left off. The stuff you're transporting on that ghost ship is Mekin Soma, right? The red-haired woman just rubbed her forehead in exasperation and complained to, I don't know where you got info about my ship, but yeah, I'm distributing Mekin Soma. Speaking of Soma, it's a banned narcotic, both cultivation and use prohibited in nearly every kingdom. But in the lawless southern continent, after the kingdom collapsed into civil war, it became a massive cash cow. On this side, Zeke spoke seriously in a grave tone. It's because of that recent guest slaying order the Transcendent family just issued, isn't it? Kay pulled out a cigarette, gently placed it on her full lips, shrugged, and said, exactly. Even Mekin wouldn't dare touch a Transcendent family. The only land route connecting the central continent to the south is the desert controlled by the Ishtar Transcendent family. But a few years ago, Ishtar suddenly sealed the entire border. No outsiders in or out. Contact with the south got completely cut off. Hearing that, Zeke cut in. Land route blocked, sea route in Pavla's hands. So that's why you had to borrow Syndicate's transport network, right? Kay replied. Either way, you're paying top dollar. To us, you're already a VIP client. To explain a bit more, Mekin and Pavla are the two major crime syndicates splitting the lawless south, using the central jungle as the dividing line. North is Mekin, south is Pavla. Mekin made their profit hauling Soma overland, but since they monopolized the route, Pavla had no choice but to switch to sea. Then when Ishtar closed the border, Mekin lost the land path and desperately turned to sea. But by then, Pavla had already taken control of it. Back to Kay, she asked curiously, by the way, how did you even know about my ghost ship? Her question made Zeke pause for a second in thought. The Syndicate ghost ship was Kay's brainchild, entire vessel cloaked in invisibility magic. That way it slips past both pirates and naval forces. It becomes Syndicate's single biggest revenue source, kept so secret it's never leaked to the outside world. Of course, he couldn't say she herself revealed it in his previous life. Zeke smirked teasingly, an information broker asking about my sources. Now's not the time for that. Shouldn't you focus on Pavla's offer first? Yeah, Pavla did approach me recently. They said they'd pay double as long as I cut ties with Mekin. The higher-ups are still thinking it over. Before she could finish, Zeke advised, reject it. Don't think Pavla's just playing games to choke Mekin. If you guys give in, Mekin loses all smuggling routes for Soma. But what if Pavla is actually the same pirate crew the Silver Knights wiped out back then? Zeke didn't know who exactly the Silver Knights group he mentioned was, but just hearing that intel made Kay's face pale slightly. She shouted back, impossible. Pavla values rules, they're nothing like those bloodthirsty pirate scum. Explaining that, Zeke just shrugged and said casually, that's just the image they built for outsiders. Pavla's real goal is to seize the one secret sea route they still haven't located, Syndicate's route. Unlike Mekin, who keeps the ship around for long-term profit, the second Pavla learns the true identity of the ghost ship. They'll swarm in and take it by force. The more Kay listened, the paler her face became. She hesitated and asked, but Pavla and the southern pirates are seen as completely separate forces. How could you possibly? Before she finished, Zeke slammed the table and shouted, hey Kay, first things first, you gotta pay up for the intel I just gave you, right? What I want is simple. Connect me with Mekin's big boss. Just do that, and I'll make you the new ruler of Syndicate. Zeke's proposal made the red-haired woman's body twitch for a second. Time flew by until evening, and now Zeke was wandering down a street. In his mind, he thought, even though Kay has a pretty strong info network, it's still not enough. Before regression, the fastest way to take over Syndicate's entire intelligence web was to pacify the whole southern continent and swallow their power whole. Just wait, the little spark I just lit is gonna turn into a blazing inferno that burns your whole empire to ashes. A few Academy Knights were strolling back and forth, lounging in the sun across the Valhalla Knight Training Academy ground. Zeke looked up at the sky with his hands in his pockets. The vibe here really felt way more laid back and free compared to places like the Training Cradle or other academies. He glanced around casually, since the headmaster had said to just wait a bit, and someone would come guide him to the meeting. A playful, teasing voice came from behind, catching Zeke's attention. He turned around and saw a tan guy walking up. No way, are you the Zeke the headmaster mentioned? The guy had a tribal tattoo circling his left eye and eagerly stuck out his hand toward him. Zeke pursed his lips, hands still stuffed in his pockets, completely ignoring the outstretched arm right in front of his face, leaving the other guy awkwardly hanging. The guy winked, stepped closer, and slapped Zeke on the shoulder. Yo, our buddy Zeke here still hasn't shaken off that full-on academy energy, huh? Zeke coldly shrugged off the hand on his shoulder. You're the guide the headmaster sent. The guy didn't look mad at all, just kept glancing around while mimicking Zeke's words in a mocking tone. You're the guide the headmaster sent. Why's your voice so tense, dude? He started throwing up goofy hand signs. Don't bristle up like a porcupine, man. Peace, let's roll in harmony. Like I said, bro, I'm the one the headmaster personally assigned to show you every nook and cranny of Valhalla. Zeke glanced up, silently judging in his head. This guy doesn't shut up for a single second. The other continued. Oh, almost forgot to introduce myself. The name that came out made Zeke freeze, his pupils shrinking. I'm Diego. The guy kept flashing hand signs, opening his mouth to flash a shiny silver tongue piercing. A new age music evangelist blending medieval melodies with southern traditional rhythms. That's me, Diego Villa. Pleasure to meet you, bro. Zeke spun around sharply. Yeah, pleasure's mine, Diego. The guy chased after him. Oh, the vibe just chilled out, huh? Zeke, bro, you didn't actually walk off for real. You just thought you did. Zeke rolled his eyes, glancing sideways at the nonstop chattering guy beside him, silently assessing. Rhythm Knight, Diego Villa. Never thought I'd actually run into one of the future talents, one who'd later be called one of the 5-Star Knights. The 5-Star Knights were the title given to the 5 knights who achieved legendary feats in the Continental War before my regression. The Silent Knight Bishop Kestik, the Arena Knight Jeffrick Salma, the Illusion Knight Astorella Dopo, the petite girl with short-cropped hair and a slender dagger, the Lightning Knight Riane Draker, the tan guy with the face tattoo, and the Rhythm Knight Diego Villa. Zeke rolled his eyes again, pupils lifting to the sky. Speaking of which, I think there's a rumor that all 5-Star Knights came from Valhalla. Gotta verify if that's actually true. He quietly evaluated the situation. If things go smoothly, I could expand my influence pretty fast. Diego trailed right beside him, chattering away nonstop. Walking around this much makes me hungry. Wanna try some southern dishes, bro? Not really fond of those memories. Nah, that's just 'cause you haven't hit the right spot yet, bro. There it's like. Zeke took a bite of the grilled meat-stuffed bun. His eyes widened in surprise. Damn, that's actually good. Diego laughed heartily. Told ya, bro. The guy's tone was straight up, bragging about the steaming hot dishes on the table. Shark dragon meat specialty, exclusive to Valhalla. Even a pure southern native like me has to admit this is peak level. Zeke sighed in admiration. Yeah, gotta give it to him, tastier than the homeland stuff. The guy got curious. You've been to the southern continent. Zeke answered vaguely, just saying. After they finished eating, Zeke narrowed his eyes and asked, so, how does someone from the south end up all the way at Valhalla? Diego stirred his teacup. That's a long story, but honestly my mom and dad used to rule a small kingdom down south. Zeke wondered to himself, a Rhythm Knight who's actually southern royalty. In his mind, he recalled part of the continent map, all tangled connections. The southern continent was originally an alliance of small kingdoms orbiting around the Gusco kingdom. Most of those probably migrated central after Gusco collapsed in civil war. Diego grinned wide, twirling a small spoon. In other words, I'm actually a noble prince. Zeke's mouth twitched, eyes rolling in disdain. Even if that background still meant something back then, I never imagined royalty could be this shameless about keeping face. Diego sighed dramatically, but the old fogies were dead set on preserving the royal twin-sword tradition, so me, with my natural talent for dual blades, got shipped off to Valhalla. He flashed a bright smile and winked at Zeke, but instead of swinging swords, I just want to play music. Zeke's face showed clear helplessness. Then what about the people who had high hopes for you? Diego's eyes sparkled like stars as he pitched. How about you join the New Age Music Club with Southern Fusion style too, bro? Zeke pouted in annoyance. Pass. The two of them were now in a big crowded lecture hall. Is it really okay to just barge into a seniors class like this? Still got that academy vibe, huh? Valhalla's all about freedom. As long as it helps with studies, anything goes. Diego's slanted eyes curved in delight. As long as you want to learn, bro, you can crash any class. Plus, today's not a regular one. Word is something super epic's waiting. Zeke sighed tiredly at him. This guy really never gets tired of talking. Whispers around them caught his attention. That's him, right? Yeah, definitely. Everyone in the hall stared their way, murmuring low. The newest student who just joined Valhalla, the youngest one, Zeke Draker. Heard he's direct bloodline, right? And a genius who beat an instructor too. The Rhythm Knight guy put on a confused face. What, bro's a Draker. Zeke leaned forward, voice gruff. What? Zeke frowned, raising the back of his gloved hand, the black glove prominently displaying the golden dragon emblem crossed with two swords. What do you think this is all this time? Diego's face scrunched up worse than his. What is what? Zeke snapped. Idiot, these are pureblood gloves, the emblem of a pureblood awakener from the Draker family. The guy looked stunned. What? His eyes spun, body swaying. What the hell, you didn't take them off even while eating? I thought it was just some cool concept thing. Oh my god, those are actual pureblood gloves. I had zero clue. Zeke smirked, propping his chin as he watched the guy amusedly. You made it all the way to Valhalla and still can't recognize pureblood gloves. Diego looked dazed and shocked, pupils darting while still throwing hand signs. Zeke chuckled inwardly. Well, whatever, in front of a pureblood awakener, that reaction's understandable. Things should quiet down a bit now. Suddenly the guy burst out laughing like he just had an epiphany. No wonder you were acting all high and mighty earlier. Turns out that's why. Zeke gritted his teeth in a forced smile, eyes rolling irritably. This guy. Diego got even more excited, slinging an arm around his shoulder. If you're a Draker, you should have treated me to food, bro. Kidding, kidding. Zeke suddenly got pinned down harder, mouth twitching. Thought he'd tone it down, but he's even more hyped now. The man on the podium clapped to draw everyone's attention. He had a burly build and a commanding voice. All eyes here. Every student in the auditorium instantly went silent, turning toward him. Zeke pressed his lips together, silently marveling. No wonder it's so packed. Turns out today's special lecture is hosted by the headmaster himself. The stern voice boomed through the speakers. Just looking at the crowd shows how much everyone was looking forward to this. Diego hid his face behind his notebook and whispered, Hey bro, how's this track? Killer rhythm, right? Zeke deadpanned. If you're dragging me to a lecture, at least pretend to pay attention. The headmaster continued, all right, skipping the lengthy intro, right to the point. As introduced, a very special guest we barely managed to invite. The Black Knight of the Draker family has returned. Zeke watched intently, eyes widening with interest. Back in Four Seasons City already. Does that mean the comeback starts now? The red-haired muscular man scratched the back of his neck awkwardly and waved. Duke Drake. Students in the hall started whispering. It's the Storm Knight, Duke Draker, the Black Knight who vanished without a trace. Lately there were rumors of sightings around Four Seasons City. Guess they're true. Duke leaned on the wooden podium, adjusted the mic, and began. I've been away from the front lines for a long time, yet you all still remember me. I'm truly honored. All the students listened eagerly. I hope this morning proves valuable for everyone. And now, I, Duke Draker, will tell you how I went from an ordinary class student at this academy to becoming a Black Knight. What? Didn't expect him to be this charismatic. He rambled on about everything he'd been through. The story dragged on so long that most students in the hall were slumped over their desks in exhaustion. Zeke watched the guy with flushed cheeks beaming on the podium and sighed. He's been bragging about himself nonstop for 2 whole hours. When's he gonna wrap this up? He kept going, I told him, think again, but Arthur just before he finished, the headmaster rushed up, snatched the mic, and shoved him aside. Yes, sorry to cut off while the students were so engaged, but time's up. Good job, headmaster. He gave closing words before letting go of the mic. Our second speaker is someone everyone knows, so no long intro needed. Even though extremely busy as a guardian knight, he still made time to come today. Zeke's pupils suddenly contracted. The Draker family ranks knights in 4 tiers. Beginner Knight, Intermediate Knight, Advanced Knight, and Guardian Knight. It's structured like a 4-level pyramid, with Guardian Knight at the absolute top, having equal say with the Elder Council itself. He fidgeted, leaning forward to watch. That's why there are fewer than 10 Guardian Knights total. Looks like the second speaker's a big shot too. The headmaster glanced over. He gripped his hands anxiously as the clock ticked slowly. Long platinum hair gleamed brilliantly under the lights. Iron high heels clicked sharply against the stone-inlaid floor. Zeke propped his chin, watching closely. He glanced over in assessment. Platinum hair and full white armor definitely stands out, but still can't place who it is. People around started murmuring nonstop. So lucky we came to Valhalla today, seriously. One of their comments made him freeze in shock. Never thought I'd get to see a silver knight in real life. He whipped around. What? Long platinum hair draped down, so the person is. The figure smiled faintly, hands scratching the back of their neck, hair parting to reveal narrow eyes with mint-silver pupils. The eldest child of the Draker family, Silver Knight Carly Drake. Port City Asen, Central Maritime Trade Hub of the continent, Asen in the Dorda Republic. Nowadays, Asen holds such superior geographic value that it controls trade routes not just with the Dorda Trade Republic, but also the southern continent and even routes to the eastern continent. But just over 10 years ago, things were completely different. Back then, Asen was occupied by southern pirates, turned into a lawless zone where every kind of crime ran rampant. Right after officially becoming a knight of the family, Carly Draker launched a pirate extermination campaign. And by the 5th year of her sweeps, not a single pirate remained in Asen. From then on, under Carly Draker's protection, Asen revived and grew into the largest port city in the region. Surviving pirates were forced to retreat south of Dorda, hiding in the Dead Sea. Thanks to reclaiming Asen, Carly was awarded the title of youngest Guardian Knight in history, a monumental achievement even Abel, who held everything before regression, never accomplished. Carly stood proudly before the entire student body in the auditorium. Zeke was momentarily stunned. I figured it was someone important, but never expected it to be my own big sister. He stared intently at his sister standing at the podium. Moreover, a Direct Line member currently locked in direct confrontation with Abel Draker in the Succession War. Zeke propped his chin, muttering inwardly nonstop. It's understandable I didn't recognize her face, because before my regression, Carly Draker had already. Carly closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her fingers tapped lightly on the wooden podium. Her powerful voice boomed, "Order." The students in the auditorium couldn't help trembling in fear. Zeke propped his chin and glanced at the shivering Diego beside him. Weren't they all hyped just a second ago? A Guardian Knight yelling like that, where's the dignity? Carly cleared her throat. Even with an instructor present, the atmosphere and attitude haven't calmed at all. Valhalla, where I graduated, was never this chaotic. If the seniors saw today's scene, they'd surely shake their heads in disappointment. Each word hit like a psychological hammer, silencing the students. You think the peace you're enjoying fell from the sky. No, it's bought with the blood and sweat of our ancestors. She spoke sternly. Understanding with just your mind means nothing. Only through action does true knowledge gain value. Zeke narrowed his eyes helplessly at his sister. Ah, so that's how it is. Carly slammed the podium irritably. Only after enduring bone-deep hardship and strict training are you worthy of being called a true knight. Zeke sighed. She's really long-winded. After leaving the auditorium, the students couldn't stop gossiping. That was terrifying. Told you, suddenly missed Duke's lectures so much. Zeke rolled his eyes, hands in pockets as he strutted away. Honestly, her advice wasn't bad. These kids just aren't listening. He narrowed his eyes. Anyway, that Diego got. The image of the irresponsible rhythm knight flashing starry eyes and waving goodbye flashed through his mind. Sorry, bro. 5 straight hours of composing lit the artistic fire in my soul. I already showed you a ton about Valhalla. I'll head out first, okay? Zeke cursed inwardly. He really just ditched like that. Zeke pursed his lips, but on second thought, maybe it was for the best. From now on, he'd be busy recruiting talents and getting used to life at Valhalla. So while he still had some free time like this, he figured he might as well swing by the secure Terracan archive and take a look. He thought, screw it, just head straight there then. No time like the present. Someone calling his name made him freeze mid-step. Zeke Draker. Carly stepped forward from behind and spoke up. Do you have a moment? The two of them stood facing each other in Valhalla's shared training arena. Carly drew her sword from its sheath, slicing a clean arc through the air. Zeke's pupils dilated wide. He stared intently at her blade. Was that really the mithril sword bestowed by the Holy Kingdom? Back then, the Holy Kingdom bordered right up against Asen and had been plagued by the pirate raids. But after Carly's extermination campaign cleared them out, the kingdom got some breathing room, and in gratitude, they gifted her a pure 100% mithril sword, an armor set. Her Silver Knight title came straight from how she looked in that gleaming white battle armor. She spoke first, but Zeke just casually rolled his shoulders. I hope you won't hold back your true strength. He bent forward slightly, loosening up his muscles. Thought what? Didn't expect a straight-up challenge like this. Guess she heard the rumors I reached Blue Realm after all, especially since I activated Sword Aura. The massive greatsword, almost as tall as he was, slammed down hard onto the ground. Zeke lightly ran his fingers along the hilt. The razor-sharp blade flashed in a blur, leaving only afterimages. You want me to show my real power? He dropped to one knee as dark blue flames erupted fiercely along the sword. Then forgive me, I can't exactly indulge you on that. Zeke narrowed his eyes, silently assessing in his head. It's not just her. There's probably a whole crowd curious about my actual strength right now. Handing everything over on a silver platter wouldn't do me any favor. Chains wrapped around the area as his sword plunged into the ground like a sealing formation. The Draker family's core rule is the strong devour the weak, and reaching blue at 15 is already an unprecedented feat. If I reveal my true Crimson Realm strength, Siemens, the one directly competing with me for succession, would pull every dirty trick to eliminate me, and the family head would try to chain me under his control. If I have to flip my cards, it'll only be after I've surpassed even the family head. A bleak, chilling atmosphere enveloped the two of them. Right now all I need is the title of Transcendent Family Descendant. Don't expect me to just sit pretty and let the clan do whatever they want. Both charged forward at the same instant. Their blades clashed, sparks flying with sharp cracks. Carly powered through with a horizontal slash across his sword. She closed the distance in a flash, pinning Zeke's blade hard against the ground with one strike. Her sword whipped upward, so fast it caught him off guard. The sharp edge grazed past his eye, blood spraying outward. He'd already confirmed the admin request to temporarily disable continuous class skill activation, healing factor. Zeke's eyes darkened with killing intent. Against a guardian knight, it's entirely possible she could detect the healing factor. He recalled the red-haired guy's gaze and his arrogant words. "How the hell are you recovering that fast?" Zeke's pupils widened. "I won't repeat the same mistake I made with Duke." The two traded blows relentlessly, one blocking, one parrying. Zeke launched himself into the air. His eyes narrowed as he dove downward. Carly swung at the same time, the impact shockwave roaring like a tidal wave crashing around Zeke. He glanced aside, one shoulder already wounded, blood spraying back in arcs. Sure enough, holding back at blue while fighting a crimson opponent makes countering a real pain. Carly stomped down so hard the ground cracked beneath her feet. She leaped skyward, soaring straight over Zeke's head. Both hovered midair, Carly raising her sword in attack stance. A merciless, icy slash cut through the air like wind. Zeke raised his sword defensively across his chest to block the incoming holy blade. A surge of cold pressure exploded violently, triggering a massive blast. Thick black smoke and dust choked the entire arena. Their two swords still ground directly against each other. With a normal blade, it would have snapped in half by now. Carly narrowed one eye, smirking in faint praise. "Your swordsmanship is impressive." Zeke sneered back, gritting his teeth as he strained to hold her blade at bay. A flash of light sparked when their swords collided again. Zeke kicked backward. The spot where they'd been fighting was already shattered and ruined. Covered in dirt and grime, he casually wiped across his face, reckless as hell, going toe-to-toe with a crimson rank knight while deliberately capping my aura at blue level. Her words made Zeke furrow one brow in confusion. His gaze darkened. "I almost forgot." Carly swept low with a leg sweep, then swung her sword backward in a reverse arc. Even before earning the Silver Knight title, Carly Draker was infamous under another nickname, Giant Blade, because the aura-infused sword she swung carried the sheer destructive force of a giant's weapon. Her blade sliced across his shoulder, sending pain ripping through Zeke's body as blood sprayed from his mouth. The arena floor around them shattered completely, the sheer power kicking up clouds of blinding dust. The dark smoke slowly cleared, revealing the massive sword embedded in the ground. An invisible shockwave of overwhelming pressure radiated outward, thick and oppressive amid the haze. Carly frowned. Oops, went too far. Suddenly her pupils dilated wide. Smoke billowed upward. Zeke, covered in wounds, staggered out from the rubble. He leaned against the wall for support. "Gotta say, this performance turned out pretty decent." Smirking, Zeke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. So, satisfied yet. Amid the ruins and rising plumes of dust and smoke, Carly, standing in the haze, sheathed her sword and spoke. "Truly remarkable, Zeke." She looked at Zeke trembling as he rose and praised him. "You actually blocked that strike, way beyond what I expected." Suddenly Carly furrowed her brows and took a deep breath. She hesitated, looking straight ahead. "Zeke Draker, actually, there's something I want to discuss with you." But Zeke was already at his limit. He collapsed forward, startling her. Carly rushed over, shouting in worry, "Zeke, are you okay?" She supported him up, examining him while thinking. Serious internal injuries. Did he overuse his aura that badly? With that thought, Carly reached into her belt pouch. She pulled out a vial of elixir and popped the cap. Slowly pouring it into Zeke's mouth, she soothed him. "This is a top-grade family recovery elixir. Drink it slowly, easy now." After swallowing it, a red glow enveloped his body, and his complexion quickly returned to healthy color. Suddenly the system chimed. Admin request confirmed, reactivating permanent healing factor class skill. After observing for a bit, this should go undetected, right? Zeke lay there running through his thoughts. Pausing and then reactivating the healing factor was all part of the app. Even deliberately holding my power back to look like I just barely reached Blue Realm. And when that greatsword came crashing down, instead of fully blocking, I used minimal defense on purpose to get swept into the slash. For some reason, right before impact, there was this weird gap, which let the rest play out smoothly. Then I absorbed Carly's aura into a body that supposedly couldn't handle my own aura, naturally creating internal damage. That way Carly would fully believe I can use aura, and she'd conclude on her own that the internal injuries came from overloading my strength. Finished thinking, Zeke pushed himself up to sit. Carly, sitting beside him, asked worriedly, "Feeling better now?" He gave a calculated smile in response. Yes, thanks to you. Really appreciate it, Carly. Seeing Zeke stabilize, she nodded and stood up. Then she extended her hand. Just call me sis from now on, Zeke. Makes it easier. In a quiet, out-of-the-way alley on the outskirts of Atlas, a carriage pulled to a stop on the street. Inside that carriage, Carly approached and handed him a cup of tea. I heard you like tea, so I prepared some. It's the kind shipped in from the eastern continent. Hope it suits your taste. Zeke awkwardly thanked her. Ah, yes, thank you, sis. An image flashed in his mind as he recalled. Even the family head once said something similar. How far has this Zeke likes tea rumor spread exact? Looking out at the city beyond, Zeke asked curiously. This is inside the carriage. From the outside, no one would ever guess it's like this in here. Carly quickly explained. Camouflage magic. The Guardian Knight's carriage draws way too much attention otherwise. Hearing that, he thought to himself. She dragged me to the training grounds earlier, and now she's whisking me out of the city in this thing. He lifted the teacup and asked, So, is there something you need to say that's so sensitive it can't be overheard? The moment Carly uttered the name Slaughter Knight, Abel Draker, Zeke froze with the cup halfway to his lips. The image of the man appeared as her firm voice rang out. I need your help to stop. Carly looked straight at him with resolute eyes, making a serious request. Zeke asked back in confusion, What did you just say? Isn't Lord Abel the second son of the Draker family? She lowered her gaze to her teacup. Sorry if this is abrupt, I'll explain slowly. He took a sip of tea as Carly's steady voice continued. Right now, Abel is acting against the family's most important vow, the oath of neutrality. That oath strictly forbids involvement in conflicts between nations, yet he's siding with the Empire and personally intervening in the war between the Rome Empire and Alencia. Zeke set the cup down thoughtfully, so Abel started moving this early. Then he voiced it. Has the Four Seasons City not heard anything about this? Carly answered quickly. No, they know, but they're turning a blind eye. She continued gravely. The Four Seasons City is fractured right now. Some Elder Council members have already aligned with the Empire and are backing Abel. Zeke suddenly asked, You mean the elders have been manipulated too? Carly replied immediately. A few are still holding neutral ground. Zeke followed up. For such a conservative Elder Council to not outright oppose, just stay neutral. Then it's only a matter of time before they're fully subdued. She nodded in agreement. Exactly. Your assessment is spot on. She added, We're investigating what methods he's using, but we can't just sit and wait for solid proof. If we let Abel keep acting freely, war will break out soon. It's unavoidable. Zeke furrowed his brows, silently impressed. Her prediction was completely accurate. Old memories flooded back as he realized. It's already been 3 years since my regression, and in another 7, when Draker falls into Abel's hands and he allies with the Rome Empire, a massive continental war will swallow everything. Countless dead and wounded, skis scorched black, earth stained red with blood and ash. Carly continued, That's why I've made up my mind. She reached out her hand, eyes burning with determination as she emphasized, We need to build a force strong enough to stop Abel. Carly continued explaining the current situation. Right now, Abel is steadily taking control of the upper echelons of the Draker family. He believes that once he dominates the leadership, everyone below will automatically submit. But a true knight will never bow to mere power. They only kneel before ideals and justice. She concluded firmly, That's why I'll act on my own convictions, gather the common knights, the real backbone of Four Seasons City, and rise up for the sake of true ideals. That said, I won't force you to join my side. You're still young, a pureblood awakener with a bright future and countless paths ahead. Zeke took a slow sip of tea, eyes thoughtful and calculating. Now I finally get a clearer picture of who Carly Draker really is. He silently observed her, assessing, a woman with an iron will, yet soft enough to bow for the sake of righteousness, a truly upright and pure soul. Zeke recalled the earlier moment. That gap in her giant blade strike probably came from her holding back out of concern for me. It's like she has two completely opposing sides, outwardly tough and righteous, true to Draker blood, but deep down unbelievably gentle and fragile. She lifted her teacup and continued, If things go south, it could be branded as rebellion, so think it over carefully. Zeke responded gratefully, Thank you for worrying about me. The horse's hooves kept clopping steadily outside. Inside the carriage, a heavy tension filled the air. Then Zeke's voice rang out clearly, But I've already made up my mind. Carly listened intently as he poured out his thoughts. Even though I'm still young and full of flaws, please let me stand by your side and fight alongside your knightly spirit. Hearing that, the corner of her mouth curved up slightly as she spoke with genuine warmth. Thank you, Zeke. Right after that, Zeke headed to Valhalla's research district, walking while staring at the system interface in front of him and thinking. Even in my previous life, I kept up with the latest family news through K, but I never imagined the rot had already started long before the Continental War even broke out. He remembered back then he'd planned early to leave the Draker family, to escape Abel's control, and quietly build his own power base in preparation for the Continental War. But now, with someone sharing the same ideals, there's no reason left to walk away. Zeke kept his steady pace, sinking deeper into thought. On the contrary, this is the perfect opportunity. Staying in the family lets me monitor Abel's moves up close, and if I put Carly forward as the figurehead, suspicion aimed at me will ease off somewhat. The prerequisite, though, is becoming an official knight first. That way I can swing public opinion toward Carly. She and I are like weights on the same scale. Even though Carly is the eldest daughter and a guardian knight, since she's not a pureblood awakener or direct line from the power core, in my previous life she couldn't stand against Abel's forces and ultimately failed to reform the Draker family. But if I, a pureblood awakener, become an official knight and publicly declare support for her, it might just tip the scales back against Abel. Thinking that far, Zeke clicked his tongue in annoyance. And that's exactly why I have to go do that stupid night exam. Glancing at the map on the screen, Zeke muttered aloud, "Whatever, looks like I'm almost there." Arriving at the Central Grand Library in Valhalla's research district, he eyed the ancient building ahead and confirmed to himself, "My main goal in coming all the way to Valhalla is inside Terrakin's ultra-secure archive." Once he stepped inside, a warm, cozy atmosphere enveloped the entire place. The system pinged, "You have arrived at the secure archive." Zeke looked around for a moment, puzzled. This place. He touched the books in disappointment and grumbled, "What a letdown. It's basically just a rundown storage room. Nothing but useless old books with zero value." This is clearly the spot the system marked. I was expecting something insane like Bahamut's heart or Dragon Fang's hidden here. With that thought, Zeke scratched his neck in frustration. Damn it, did I really waste my time coming here? Suddenly his foot stepped on some kind of switch, and the system chimed. Data access point detected. A burst of light exploded, startling Zeke. Staring ahead in confusion, he muttered, "What the?" Then another system notification caught his eye, linking and synchronizing with the secure archive of another administrator, Terrakin Draker. Zeke thought to himself, another administrator. So Terrakin used the system just like me. Looking at the bookshelf that had just materialized in front of him, Zeke murmured, "If this shelf only activates with system intervention, it's no wonder no one discovered it until now." System notifications started pouring in one after another. Secure archive data from Terrakin Draker has been linked and synchronized with Administrator Zeke Draker's system. From now on, you may access Terrakin's secure data anytime via the system. For more convenient queries, the system suggests the following new category. Organizational Emotion Management, 2 Dragon Extermination Guide Ver 5.21, 3. Reference Materials 4. Aphorism Collection for Growth Support. Zeke skimmed the titles inside. Whatever, those random categories can wait. None of them look particularly special anyway. Zeke immediately commanded, "System, find me the best brain-boosting scroll for growth right now." The system responded quickly. Administrator request confirmed. Located the most suitable document matching your query. Spotting a glowing book in the corner of the shelf, he exclaimed, "Ah, there it is." Picking up the ancient tome, Zeke read the title aloud. Secret Dragon-Slaying Sword Art. He flipped through it and commented, "Never heard of this technique before. Let's see, author is." After reading, Zeke's expression changed dramatically, eyes widening in shock. The author of this book is none other than Shatton Draker, the most trusted confidant of the hero King Kaishir. A bead of sweat dripped down Zeke's forehead as he stared in disbelief, mouth agape. Moonlight streamed through the window into an ancient room. In that room, light spilled from the crack under the door, before passing on the dragon-slaying sword art. I, Shatton Draker, wish to recount the reason I set out to create the dragon-slaying sword art. The bond between dragons and humanity began with the great hero king. Thanks to him, weak humans could form contracts with the supreme beings known as dragons. However, dragons did not aid humanity out of any noble cause. They simply pitied us, because compared to other races, humans were always frail and lacking in every way. From then on, the number of contractors exploded rapidly, and around them an independent civilization flourished across the continent. But that explosive growth filled me with unending unease. I feared the dragons. If a transcendent species like them helped humanity merely out of pity, they could just as easily turn on us and wipe out mankind in an instant whenever they chose. And if that fear ever became reality, humanity would surely face extinction overnight, with no chance to resist. That is why I began searching for a way to oppose dragons. The first thing I considered was magic. But magic was the very first gift dragons gave humanity. Human hearts originally couldn't generate mana, yet dragons engraved magic circles into them, enabling us to use it. So fighting dragons with magic would just be using their own power against them, which is utterly absurd. Next, I thought of the hero king's elemental sword, the power even dragons feared. but that strength was only granted to those with royal fairy bloodline. Therefore, I poured everything into seeking an entirely new power belonging solely to humans. I tried every method to surpass human limits, from primitive northern swordsmanship to the mystical abilities of the East. Ironically, the one who assisted me most eagerly in this research was Kronos, the hero king's contracted dragon. When asked why, Kronos simply said for fun, but in his eyes I saw it wasn't mere amusement. It was profound determination. The research dragged on, and finally Kronos and I discovered a new power called aura, not an element, not mana, but a strength only humans could awaken and wield. With that lead, after the hero king departed this world, I devoted myself fully to studying aura. Soon the work bore fruit, and I systematized all knowledge of aura from its concept and application to sword techniques that utilize it. Then I compiled it into the secret dragon-slaying sword art and distributed it to kingdoms across the land. Yet in a world where one can grow strong easily, using dragon-granted artifacts, the dragon-slaying sword art, which demands grueling self-training, went completely ignored. Fortunately, up to the moment I write these words, my fear of dragons betraying humanity has not come to pass. But I am certain that one day, this sword art will become necessary. Standing before the massive bookshelf, Zeke continued reading aloud from the book. If anyone has found this secret tome, I hope that day you will understand my wish and devote yourself fully to mastering. Right then, a system panel popped up, catching his attention. Achievement quest unlocked, Heir of Shatten. Master the dragon-slaying sword art of Sword Saint Shatten Draker. Time limit, 3 months. Reward, coordinates to the treasure vault of the Kronos Kingdom. Zeke muttered after reading. It popped up right after I finished reading, huh? He smiled with genuine excitement, tucking the book away as he said, the treasure vault of the Kronos Kingdom. It's bound to be packed with artifacts far beyond anything I've seen so far. Zeke rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The problem is the 3-month deadline. Does that mean it's even harder to learn than the elemental sword? Looks like for the foreseeable future, I'll have to focus entirely on mastering the dragon-slaying sword art. He propped his hand up and spoke. Gotta say though, in the end Shatten was right. Recalling that historic moment, Zeke thought to himself, no idea how much time has passed since the Hero King's era, but everything unfolded exactly as he feared, and the result was the Liberation War. With that he looked up and asked, System, is there any other useful info in this ultra-secure library, like Terrakin's diary for example? The system immediately replied, Administrator request confirmed, suitable material detect. Playing back magical image record, Terrakin's diary. The notification vanished and the surrounding space suddenly shifted, leaving Zeke stunned. Zeke scanned everything warily and realized, the space around me is changing with me. Just like when the beginner tutorial started, everything warped abruptly. A burst of light exploded right after. Zeke found himself transported to a vast, barren desert wasteland. He wondered aloud, where the hell is this? He activated his ability, eyes flashing with sparks as he thought, looks like a system-constructed space. Suddenly a beam of light struck down below, reflecting Zeke's own silhouette. He lightly lifted his foot. Releasing a surge of energy, he assumed a defensive stance against a monster that abruptly erupted from the ground. The system chimed, activating class skill Tenacious Will. Zeke's face paled as he forced a grin, thinking inwardly, it feels way too real, like I'm actually living in the moment. That vicious dragon appeared, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Seeing it, Zeke marveled. No wonder they were called the apex of all creatures back then, dragons. A voice suddenly rang out, startling Zeke, Bahamut. He looked up at the massive evil dragon before him and understood. So that's it, he's the evil dragon Bahamut. A figure approaching from behind caught Zeke's attention, and moreover, a bead of sweat dripped as he glanced at the newcomer and thought, someone I couldn't sense at all until he spoke right behind me. Staring at the hazy face, Zeke silently assessed. This guy is a monster in a completely different sense from Bahamut. Suddenly the figure passed straight through Zeke, making him flinch. Zeke watched warily, feeling strange. He just phased through me. So this time I'm really just stepping into a recorded memory presented as images. And now the scene unfolding before my eyes, recorded under the name Terrakin's Diary, is none other than the legendary decisive battle between the dragon slayer Terrakin Draker and Bahamut. The evil dragon raised its claws high, while Terrakin simultaneously shifted to dodge. Zeke brimmed with excitement, watching eagerly. It's starting. The fabled showdown passed down only in legends is happening right in front of me. In the blink of an eye, the evil dragon stomped its foot down hard, sending earth and stone exploding out. But Terrakin didn't budge an inch. He stared forward emotionlessly. The evil dragon closed in, its voice dripping with mockery. What are you still hesitating for, Terrak? Yet he gave no reply. simply lowering his head in silence before the dragon. It continued, "How disappointing, the one I once chose to become my contractor." Zeke froze in shock. What? Confusion flooded him as his eyes widened. Tarakin was Bahamut's contractor, just like Kaishir and Chrono. If that's the case, then the legend of Dragon Slayer Tarakin killing Bahamut, could it be? Suddenly his eyes widened in brief astonishment. The surrounding scene glitched, filled with continuous screeching static. Zeke exclaimed in alarm, "What the hell? Why is it suddenly doing this?" Then he turned back toward them in annoyance, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I can't hear a single word they're saying." Zeke quietly called out, "System, is there any way to fix this?" It responded immediately, unable to confirm administrator request. Hearing that, Zeke gritted his teeth as a bead of sweat dripped down. Suddenly some kind of noise rang out, startling him. Zeke's face filled with killing intent as he whipped his head toward the source. Then he spotted a hazy, shadowy figure standing right behind him. Memories flooded back. Kaiser swung his leg casually and laughed loudly. What? A contracted dragon turning on its contractor. That's hilariously absurd. He was convinced that dragons could never betray humans. On the contrary, if betrayal ever happened, it would only come from the contractor's side. With those words, the evil dragon erupted in wild purple aura, eyes bulging in disbelief. Right after, the evil dragon turned into purple dust and gradually vanished. Watching it, Zeke's face paled as he stared in disbelief. Bahamut's corpse is turning to ash and dissipating. The dust rose, leaving only Tarakin's silhouette behind. Something appeared that made him flinch. That thing. A dark purple heart and black claws floated amid a surge of red energy. Zeke instantly recognized them. The heart and claws of Bahamut that I obtained from the Dragon Slayer Sanctuary. He felt strange and wondered. But when a dragon dies, normally it only leaves behind a bit of residue before turning to ash and vanishing completely. Zeke raised his own hand to examine it, thinking, so if pureblood armor is made from dragon hide, Bahamut might just be a special case. Suddenly, the surrounding space vanished, leaving only pitch blackness that left him puzzled. The scene turned pure white, with fleeting black streaks drifting away. Back in the room, Zeke asked in surprise, "The video ends here." He sat down on the floor, head bowed as he sighed heavily. "I really don't understand what's going on." Looking at the system panel, he suddenly remembered. After visiting Valhalla's research district, I linked the system to Tarakin's secure archive, so I can check any record from anywhere. I immediately replayed Tarakin's diary, but it glitched at the exact same final part as before, so there's no way to know what the two of them said in that last moment. Naturally, I didn't gain anything from it, but while scanning the secure archive data, I discovered something new. The true dragon sword art is the original source of dragon slaying technique. Tarakin simplified the true dragon sword art and recreated it as dragon slaying technique to make it easier to learn. But because it's easier, its power is significantly reduced, to the point that the skill barely inflicts serious wounds on true dragon species, making the name Dragon Slaying Technique feel undeserved. However, when combined with personal traits to create applied moves, it can still deliver effective strikes, so even with reduced power, it's a success in terms of practicality. Still, what bothers me more than anything right now is that the contents of Tarakin's diary are completely different from the Dragon Slayer legend passed down today. The legend people know now is this: Tarakin defeated Bahamut and ushered in an era of peace and prosperity, a classic heroic tale you see in any age. On the surface, it's not much different from Tarakin's diary, but the fact that Tarakin and Bahamut were actually contract partners doesn't appear anywhere, not even a hint. No, this can't just be an oversight. Snapping out of his thoughts, Zeke carefully examined the paper in his hand. The magical script on it glowed as the contents read, "Long time no see, old colleague. I don't understand why you're suddenly interested in ancient matters, but as requested, I've investigated every legend about the Dragon Slayer across and beyond the continent, even the raw versions never translated into common tongue. And just as expected, stories of humans forming contracts with dragonkind, and legendary figures like Kaishir or Tarakin signing pacts with dragons, not a single book mentions it. But strangely, when I dug deeper, I realized all sources seemed to speak in the exact same tone, as if orchestrated in advance, and right when I was about to probe further, the noble Draker family personally sent a warning letter. Zeke's face changed color as he read on. For that reason, our society has decided to withdraw from this investigation. Clashing with the Draker family was never part of the plan. Once finished, the letter immediately burst into flames and burned completely in midair. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked away, lost in thought. It's crystal clear now. the Draker family is censoring information about Terek. But why? Their prestige was built by honoring and elevating the name of the dragon-slaying pioneer Terek to the world. That very act helped establish the Draker family as one of today's 3 transcendent houses. Yet the Draker family itself is controlling all information related to Terek and Bahamut. Whatever the reason, this runs far deeper than I thought. Maybe I missed something. I should check the secure room again. With that thought, Zeke pushed open the door and stepped inside. He glanced to one side and called out, "System." Suddenly, Zeke's eyes filled with killing intent. He scanned the surroundings carefully, waiting to see what was happening. But everywhere was empty, nothing at all. He snapped alert. Zeke strode down the hallway, deep in thought. Today is clearly Decker's day off, and all staff are absent. Duke and Andre reported they'd be late due to a mission. So who the hell was that? Thinking that, he silently commanded, "System, pull up the minimap for me." The system chimed, "Administrator request confirmed." A map appeared before Zeke. He studied it carefully. 1 inside, 1 outside, 2 targets detected for now. An image flashed in Zeke's mind. Could it be? A bead of sweat dripped as he wondered. Did the hunters from the Great Mountains track me here? No, that time I didn't even use the greatsword, let alone dragon-slaying technique. Even if they're hounds, they couldn't have traced me from there. Hands in pockets, Zeke climbed the stairs. So the key issue now isn't them, it's who ordered the hit on me. After thinking it over, the most likely culprit is. He pushed open the room door. On the wall side, a masked figure lay in ambush. Zeke acted like he noticed nothing and slammed the door shut. The masked man slowly revealed himself to observe. Suddenly, the window behind him burst open, moonlight casting Zeke's shadow as he asked calmly, "Abel sent you." Not expecting to be discovered, the masked man jerked around toward the window. Zeke dropped to the floor, hands in pockets as he approached, thinking. He figured out my alliance with Carly and sent assassins. If that's the case, the timing lines up perfectly. He pulled a dagger from his coat and said, "Not gonna answer. Fine." Then a sharp cry echoed through the room. The masked man startled and drew his blade to block Zeke's sudden attack. His long-scarred eyes widened in shock as Zeke faced him, eyes blazing with killing intent. But when it comes to extracting information, I've got plenty of ways. From outside the house, the continuous clash of metal rang out. The 2 traded blows, each contact sparking bright flash. Zeke twisted and weaved fluidly, attacking relentlessly until the other could only defend. When Zeke struck down, the man blocked. Each clash sent sparks flying from grinding metal. The masked man swung hard to knock Zeke back. He spun midair, kicked off the wall for momentum, and landed gracefully. Zeke stood up straight, arms loose at his sides, exhaling slowly. His eyes burned with killing intent as he thought inwardly. After crossing blades directly, I've figured out his identity. Sweat poured down the masked man's forehead as he eyed Zeke warily. Zeke silently assessed. Appearance can be hidden, but fighting style is hard to fake. His gaze dropped to the dagger at the man's hip. That's the signature short curved blade of the northern continent's Gorma kingdom. Gorma's assassins are the elite among northern escorts, renowned for wielding kukri-curved daggers in combat. With superior skills, they're often hired at high prices in the central continent for special missions. Zeke turned his back to the masked man, sword flicking behind him as he tilted his head in thought. Either way, if he's a Gorma assassin, it's probably not Abel who hired him. They don't take assassination jobs that create long-term grudges. The dagger flew straight toward the masked man as Zeke continued thinking. Plus, this guy's defending way too much, not typical assassin style at all. I deliberately left openings during the fight, but he never went for a direct kill. He clearly could react but held back, so their goal isn't to eliminate me, it's to capture me alive. With that thought, a noise came from outside the window. Zeke shot a deadly glare in that direction. Suddenly, a large projectile shot toward him in surprise. The one outside had finally made their move. Zeke sliced it in half with his dagger and immediately recognized. This is a tranquilizer round meant to incapacitate. A strange smoke quickly billowed from the broken projectile. He furrowed his brows and coughed a few times, thinking, just as I suspected, the distinct earthy smell of mandragora root, commonly used in sleeping potions. Suddenly, Zeke's arm holding the dagger went limp. The dagger clattered to the floor, but everything was within Zeke's calculations as he thought. All right then, let's see who wins this one. Right at that moment, the system chimed. Mandragora root component detected, activating 100 poisons resistance skill. Zeke collapsed face down on the floor, pretending to pass out. The masked man quickly approached. He hoisted Zeke's body over his shoulder and headed toward the window where another figure waited. Zeke cracked his eyes open slightly to observe. Scanning everything around him, he thought firmly, if not Abel, then who and why kidnap me? Gotta stay sharp and ready. Dawn was just breaking, soft sunlight filtering through reddish-brown rooftops, and a slowly turning windmill on the outskirts farm of Atlas. Thick iron chains wrapped tightly around him, reinforced with an extra sturdy lock as a voice rang out, "Well, well." Zeke, bound to the chair, gave a cold smirk. "Never thought the commissioner would be you." Cleef leaned on the wooden table with guards on both sides, his expression deadly serious as he faced him. "Cleef Reinhardt, head of the Reinhardt Trading Guild. If you already know who I am, this'll go faster." Zeke furrowed his brow slightly, eyes sharpening as his expression darkened with thought. "We had some unfinished business from the previous life, after all." The Reinhardt Trading Guild, one of the top 10 major merchant guilds, primarily operating in the Kingdom of Arentia. Of course, if things kept going the way they did, the continental war sparked by Abel and the Empire would lead to Arentia's total destruction, along with that guild. Back then, Cleef Reinhardt had fiercely opposed the Empire just like me, but for some unknown reason, after handing over critical intel that could have defeated them, he chose to return alone to his crumbling kingdom and met his end there. Zeke's sharp-featured face silently mused. Even after barely escaping, whether it was patriotism or something else, to me it was just a foolish choice. Cleef spoke up, raising one finger in a placating gesture. "Anyway, sorry for resorting to such rough measures." One of the guards beside him stepped forward and unlocked the iron chains around Zeke. Cleef continued, "On behalf of the guild, we'll send a formal apology for this discourtesy." Cleef's tone softened, sounding genuinely conciliatory. "So please, take your time and let's talk." Zeke lightly rotated his wrists, cutting him off before he could finish. "Save the formalities for later, get to the point." Zeke looked up with eyes as cold and cutting as a blade, fingers clenching slightly as a terrifying killing aura radiated outward. He spoke icily. "What do you want?" Cleef pressed his lips together tightly, suddenly feeling the pressure himself. As expected, even young, a Draker is still a Drake. The two sat staring at each other in silence, the air thick with tension. The others in the room noticed too. Even a seasoned knight would feel nervous and on edge in a situation like this, yet this one hadn't shown the slightest hint of unease from the start. Cleef furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth in reluctance. "Even though I set this up to take control of the conversation, his presence is overwhelming." Finally he spoke. "Fine, before I state my request." He pushed a neatly bundled stack of documents toward Zeke. "Could you take a look at these first?" Zeke listened while flipping open the file, carefully scanning the contents. "This is a list of people infected with the new infectious disease spreading in the southern continent recently." As he turned page after page, Zeke asked, "And why show this to me?" His eyes widened slightly, a glint of surprise flashing through his sharp gaze. Cleef quickly noticed the brief change in Zeke's expression. Zeke gripped the documents tighter, staring at the familiar photo, Elena Stone. Zeke recalled the very first close aide who had once followed him, Liam Stone's mother, his first personal guard. She'd once suffered from the scarlet bloom disease, but thanks to the cure formula he'd given her, she recovered completely. Zeke tossed the file onto the table with a loud thud and questioned Cleef. "So what exactly are you getting at?" Cleef interlaced his fingers and answered gravely. "In that region, this disease is infamous as scarlet bloom, a painful, horrific illness with a 100% fatality rate." Then Cleef placed two fingers on her photo and continued, "Yet Elena Stone is the only known survivor, and she even fully recovered." When asked, the attending doctor just stayed silent. Cleef's voice suddenly turned cold and low as he countered, "Do you happen to know anything about this?" Zeke gave a calm, crooked smile, so he sniffed something off from the start and pretended to probe me, typical merchant move. He felt a bit puzzled and wondered, if that's the case, is the goal to monopolize the scarlet bloom cure? Given the disease's perfect fatality rate, it's worth considering. The value alone could rake in mountains of gold across the continent. Zeke closed his eyes, silently calculating. But from what I know, this guy isn't the type to go mad over money. He wouldn't be reckless enough to kidnap a pureblood family member just for profit. Zeke opened his eyes again, his gaze cold yet powerful, enough to make anyone shudder, then spoke confidently. "Of course I know." He stated it with such certainty that Cleef broke into a delighted, yet uneasy smile. "Right from the beginning, I was the one who provided that cure formula." The chair clattered loudly as it toppled to the floor. Cleef slammed his hand on the table, face lit with excitement like he'd struck gold. I want to buy it. Name your price, anything." Zeke suddenly raised his hand to block right in front of Cleef's face, exuding overwhelming pressure. On this side, Zeke smirked inwardly, pleased that the man had fallen right into the trap. Zeke leaned back casually in his chair with a mocking grin. "Why so worked up? Doesn't seem very merchant-like at all." Cleef gritted his teeth in anger, quickly realizing Zeke's goal wasn't money. This guy's aim is something else entirely. Zeke's face twisted into a satisfied smile as he spoke. "Then let's make a deal like proper merchants." Inwardly he thought, after all, it's to save a life. The two sat back down and got serious. Cleef spoke first. You want me to accept 3 conditions in exchange for the cure formula. Zeke nodded lightly from across the table. Exactly, it's simpler than you think. They talked and negotiated there for a long time. Cleef asked, can you tell me specifically what those conditions are? Zeke replied casually, not yet, I'll use them when the timing's right. Cleef rubbed his chin in silence, listening to Zeke's persuasion. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything beyond what your guild can handle. Zeke slightly lowered his head to hide a wicked grin, pleased with Cleef's response. As long as it's within acceptable limits, mutually agreed, and clearly documented, we're good. After that, Cleef focused on watching Zeke jot something down. Then Zeke held up the paper and handed it over. Here, just follow exactly what's written. Cleef eagerly reached for it. Oh, this is it. Suddenly Zeke snatched it back, making Cleef miss. Before that, there's one thing I want to ask privately. Zeke smiled nonchalantly and continued. Who is the person who truly needs this medicine? That made Cleef freeze, stunned. Cleef stammered, sweat pouring down his face, eyes filled with panic. What do you mean? The guild is just trying to secure a highly valuable commodity. Zeke laid it all out calmly without missing a detail. You mobilized Northern Rangers to kidnap someone from a pureblood family, and your reaction was extremely agitated. No trace of composure left. That's not the Reinhardt Trading Guild I know. Cleef braced himself on the table and buried his face, falling into heavy silence. Then he slumped back into his chair. His fists clenched tightly on the table as he gritted out, it's the royal family of the Kingdom of Arentia. Zeke feigned surprise with an "oh" and asked, specifically, who among them? Cleef hesitated a moment before answering, I can't tell you that. Zeke pouted into satisfaction. Do you know how many people are in the Arentian royal family? Suddenly Zeke's eyes widened as something clicked. He recalled a past conversation. You're really going back to Arentia. Don't be that stupid. Both the kingdom and the Reinhardt Guild have already collapsed. Going back means death. Seeking asylum in the northern continent is the smartest choice. Thank you for the advice, but I'm tired. I want to spend whatever time I have left in Arentia. The image of Cleef from his previous life flashed through Zeke's mind. So different from the man now. Sorry, I can't say anything more. Zeke furrowed his brows seriously, thinking. The look in his eyes now is completely different from that hollow, lifeless gaze back then. This person must be extremely important to him. He continued recalling what Carly had said during their earlier talk. Anyway, the Kingdom of Arentia is currently clashing with the Empire. The conflict between the Rome Empire and Arentia is escalating, and the Empire is actively intervening. Not to mention the power struggle over the joined tribe settlement area has made things even more chaotic. Arentia, a kingdom with a weak monarchy, is surely in turmoil from internal power struggle. Zeke gave a faint smile and slid the paper back forward. There's still some time before the Continental War erupts. If I can build a connection with the Arentian royal family now, it'll definitely pay off later. Cleef took the paper as Zeke spoke casually. Fine, if you don't want to say, then don't. Zeke said calmly, surprising the man across from him into silence. Good, contract established. Cleef's hand trembled as he gripped the paper tightly. He clutched it to his chest and let out a relieved breath. Suddenly Zeke's voice cut in, making Cleef's eyes widen in shock. Sorry to interrupt this touching moment, but can I make my first request right now? Cleef hurriedly tucked the paper into his coat and stammered. Oh, of course, anything within the guild's power. Zeke clenched his fist with a delighted grin. Excellent. Then first off, let me join your trading guild and work there. A peaceful village scene unfolded under soft sunlight as a familiar voice rang out. Looking for a job or planning to do some trading? Zeke's voice replied right away. More precisely, I need a temporary identity to use for a while. In the sunlit wooden room, Cleef sat with arms crossed, eyeing him skeptically. If that's all, why bother going through us? Zeke answered calmly. I'm planning to use it in the southern continent, full of seasoned criminals down there. Half-assed disguises won't cut it. Zeke rolled his eyes and raised his voice. But the Reinhardt Trading Guild is the one even the cartels trust and use, right? Cleef nodded slowly, his tone drawn out like he was reluctant. Yeah, though not exactly thrilled about it. Cleef furrowed his brows, lowering his gaze as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Fine, I get what you're saying. If that's it, just use my cousin's name. Those guys probably won't dare question it. Zeke's face lit up with joy as he smiled brightly. Perfect. Also, I need regular transport back and forth to the south, plus a house, big enough since I'll be using it to store goods. Zeke rattled off casually in one long breath. That's my first request. Oh, and since you guys kidnapped me here, you've probably already prepared a way to get me back, right? Cleef tried to keep smiling, but 3 veins popped on his forehead and his neck cords bulged. This thick-skinned brat. Cleef let out a short laugh, ultimately giving in. All right, once everything's ready, I'll contact you. The Rangers will handle escorting you back. Cleef slowly stood up while Zeke stayed seated with arms crossed, glancing around as he thought to himself. Didn't expect the Reinhardt Guild to accept the deal so easily. Looks like that person must be really important to them. Then Cleef and the group in mysterious black cloaks stepped out one by one and left through the door. A voice called back towards Zeke, making him turn. Hey. Two burly guards stood in front of Zeke, pointing behind them. Follow this way. Stepping outside, a horse was already waiting, snorting powerfully, looking very imposing. Zeke smiled as he walked toward the horse the guards led over. Oh, this warhorse looks pretty solid, huh? Zeke flashed a scheming grin, stepping between the two guards, lightly patting the back of the one beside him before saying confidently, I'll make good use of it. In one smooth motion, he lightly leaped onto the horse's back. The two guards started walking away, one turning slightly with a cold tone. That's it, we're heading out first. Zeke called out loudly, making the two guards freeze mid-step, their faces darkening. So that means the contract with Reinhardt is officially done, right? One of them turned around, frowning slightly. You speak Gorka too, you Drakers even learned that. Zeke smirked, his words carrying hidden meaning. Just call it a hobby. Anyway, back to business. This time, I have a job I want to hire you guys for. The brown-haired guard frowned seriously, arms crossed over his chest, repeating slowly in disbelief. Rescue a meching figure who's being held captive. Then he fell into deep thought, his face showing clear hesitation. Zeke, still on horseback, tilted his head slightly. What's wrong? Not tempted by the price I offered. The guard quickly shook his head in denial and continued. No, the price isn't an issue. If the conditions are similar to Reinhardt's, we'd actually come out ahead. The guard furrowed his brows in worry. The problem is your identity. Our king doesn't like dealing with transcendent families. Zeke raised an eyebrow in confusion, giving them a dead fish stare before clicking his tongue. What? You're hesitating over something that trivial. Zeke's face turned serious again as he spoke in a low voice. I already have the fake identity Reinhardt prepared. Just use that to forge an authorization letter and send it to Gorka. That should ease your concerns a bit. The guard hesitated a moment longer before replying. Fine, as long as it doesn't get discovered. Zeke let out a short exclamation, then spoke in a tone that made the guard tilt his head in confusion. First things first, we still have some unfinished business to settle, don't we? Zeke, still mounted, gave a triumphant grin and tossed two daggers, stabbing them straight into the ground right in front of the two men. Their calm expressions instantly turned to sheer shock and horror. The two razor-sharp daggers embedded deeply in the dirt. For Gorka Kingdom Rangers, kukri weren't just weapons. They were bestowed only upon those recognized as true warrior. At some point they had slipped free from the two men's belts and ended up in Zeke's hands. To Rangers, these were soul companions, as precious as their very lives. That was because when Zeke had brushed past the two guards earlier, he'd casually drawn the daggers and kept them until now. The fact that I could take these without the owners noticing means I could take their lives any time I want. The air between the three grew thick with tension. Zeke's words carried an invisible weight, low and terrifying. Consider this a little thank you gift for daring to kidnap me, an absolute gap in strength. One guard clenched his teeth hard, sweat beading on his forehead. What kind of monster is this guy? Zeke narrowed his eyes, glancing at them with a mocking tone. Your continental common tongue is pretty fluent too. See you around, brother. After leaving that place, he returned, his face carrying an indescribable look of deep contemplation. After meeting Reinhardt, I'm officially entering the phase of recruiting teammates. The targets are the heroes who earned the title of 5-star knights through brilliant feats in the Continental War before my regression. If I can get close to them now and pull them to my side, that'll be one hell of a high-quality force. Luckily, thanks to Headmaster Flaubert, who's always been extremely fond of me, I investigated and confirmed the rumor. All of them originated from Valhalla Academy. The issue is just timing. The Silent Knight Bishop Castique has already graduated and is now a member of Thebia's Royal Knight Order. The Arena Knight Jeffrick Salma is in his final year, busy with field internships. Astra Ladopo, still enrolled, dropped out due to severe insomnia. Zeke furrowed his brows in concentration. Riene won't enroll until next year, but since she's also pureblood, there'll be plenty of chances later. He slumped over the chair, head down, fists clenched tightly, feeling utterly conflicted. In the end, Zeke sat motionless in the chair for a while before muttering helplessly, so it's just Diego left, huh? A short time later, he found himself in a room full of musical instruments, jamming with them and Diego. Zeke's hands still held drumsticks, eyes vacant, face showing clear confusion and bewilderment. Wait, what the hell am I even doing here? He quickly recalled the fragmented memories in his head as he approached the room to meet the guy. I came to Diego's club room to recruit him to my side. Then Diego slung an arm around his neck and dragged him in to play music together. Yo bro, perfect timing. We got an open spot on drums right here. Zeke was still stunned, not grasping the situation. What? Before he could finish, Diego cut in. You were gonna say you just want to play music, right? Yeah, I get that feeling. And somehow he ended up officially joining their band as the drummer, with a dazed face. Congrats, you're now a full member of the Southern Continent New Age Fusion Music Research Club. Then the music started, vocals blending with instruments. Under blinding stage lights, Zeke let everything go and rode the energetic rhythm with screw it all. He broke into a wide, genuine smile, pouring his entire mind into playing. Just enjoy the moment. The jet black sword stood firmly planted in the training room floor as Zeke's voice echoed. First, circulate aura around the body to open the meridians, from small heavenly cycle to great heavenly cycle. Zeke sat seriously reading the glowing book, face stunned as he exclaimed, "What the hell is this? It's all terms I've never heard of." Zeke frowned slightly, pondering the meaning again before thinking. Now I kinda get why Terrakin simplified this technique into dragon-slaying art. The lines in the book glowed brightly, and on the pages appeared martial movements he practiced along with, because every technique in the dragon-slaying sword art starts with compressing a massive amount of aura and then releasing it, something ordinary techniques could never handle. The sword was drawn decisively, a sword art not meant for fighting humans, purely for slaying dragons, so its power rivals even the elemental sword. Zeke gripped the sword firmly with both hands, raising it in front of him and focusing intently on it. His eyes suddenly shifted color, blazing purple like fire. As he lunged forward, whole body radiating killing intent that seemed to freeze the air around him, whispering confidently. In the dragon-slaying sword arts forms, every movement is amplified to the extreme. One strike alone is enough to cleave a giant dragon in half. Compress an enormous amount of aura to its limit, then swing the sword down. A quiet footstep approached, undisturbed by the light wind stirring the surrounding air. The butler silently observed Zeke's training session. After images of him lingered everywhere across the arena floor, countless powerful sword strikes Zeke unleashed, creating chaotic scenes. He laughed inwardly. Haha, this heaven-blessed body really isn't ordinary. Heaven-blessed physique optimizes physical capabilities, accelerates technique mastery speed, and greatly enhances ether conduction through the body. The corner of his mouth curled into a wide grin. Zeke wildly unleashed even more sword strikes, thinking, "It's like a map appeared right in front of me, showing the exact path to perfect the skill. I can feel it. The more I repeat, the faster it goes." He furrowed his brows, the sword in his hand blazing with blue flames, finally delivering one last powerful, forceful downward slash. "I'm mastering it even quicker." A shift in perception made him stare wide-eyed in shock. What? I clearly just broke through the red wall. In front of Zeke stood a massive stone wall. He'd stepped into a new realm, yet now he'd already reached the black wall. He clenched his arm muscles, readying his stance. They say rushing training only makes the next wall higher, but Bahamut's heart embedded in my ether core is resonating intensely with the dragon-slaying sword art, pouring out power nonstop. Then came a barrage of even more sword strikes from Zeke. Before I lose this feeling, I have to swing once more. A red sigil suddenly appeared on his chest. Zeke clutched his face, eyes turning pitch black, heart pounding fiercely and continuously. Bahamut's heart is reacting to Shatten Draker's dragon-slaying sword art. Deeply engraved memories within Bahamut's heart are being replayed. He glanced around in surprise. Bahamut's memories. A pitch-black void enveloped Zeke's entire body. Too dark, nothing visible. He suddenly sensed something unusual approaching. A man in a black cloak, hood completely covering his face in mystery, spoke. "Ruler of Twilight, Bahamut, I have a request for you." A massive, pitch-black creature stood majestically, silently listening. The man reached into the pocket on his chest, then pulled out an ancient book, speaking in a low, grave voice. "I wish to entrust you with the dragon-slaying sword art secret technique I personally created to safeguard it." The majestic black dragon straightened its back and finally spoke in a deep, rumbling tone. "I know you're detestable, but I never expected you'd be this insane, Shatten Drake." Zeke, watching everything from the side, thought to himself, "As expected, that's Shatten." The man put the book away again, silently listening to the dragon's terrifying, mocking growl. Truly the pinnacle of dragon-slaying skill for a dragon. Only then did the mysterious cloaked man respond. "Yes, even Kronos has agreed. You know the reason better than anyone, Bahamut." The ground cracked open with a violent roar, sand and stone flying wildly from the dragon's powerful stomp. Black killing intent swirled everywhere in the surrounding air. It lowered its head and roared furiously, spears aimed straight downward. Kronos has been bewitched by humans and lost his qualification as the balancer. The man shifted his stance, lowering his center of gravity, ready for combat. He was an incredibly small human compared to the massive dragon ahead, standing alone under countless spears pointed at him. The nonsense prophecy of someone like that. It opened its maw and bellowed, "I don't believe it." Then countless spears above activated at once, all thrusting downward toward where he stood. A sharp sword suddenly flashed at the side of the black-cloaked man. He drew it. He tensed his body, spinning his small sword to block the dragon's enormous spear, blazing with purple lightning. Then with force he deflected it aside, sending earth and stone scattering everywhere. After that, a barrage of more spears came straight at him. The man flickered in and out, blocking each one. Every clash between weapons sent sparks flying. The mysterious cloaked man gripped his sword tightly, showing no fear at all facing his opponent's deadly weapon. A massive impact rang out from the collision, thick smoke and dust billowing everywhere, nothing visible. Countless more spears were about to plunge into the spot where the clash had occurred. Zeke stood high above, silently watching the countless spears thrusting relentlessly toward him in a brutal barrage. He felt utterly astonished witnessing this, the supreme magic of dragons, the pinnacle of all species, truly an unbelievable power. If it were him, he'd probably only block 1 or 2 strikes at most. Zeke stared in shock as the tiny human figure remained completely unscathed amid the chaos, while massive spears embedded deeply into the ground all around. Yet Shatton had blocked them all. That human was a monster beyond any normal limits. Amid thick purple smoke and shaking earth, as a barrage of pitch-black spears simultaneously plunged downward as if to pierce everything, the dragon's majestic voice boomed. "Get out of my territory right now, Shatton Draker," followed by a chilling warning. "Otherwise the next spears will target the Chronos Kingdom." Standing amid the surrounding dangers, Shatton remained calm and continued negotiating. "Are you sure about that? Doing so will bring the retribution of karma upon you too." The dragon laughed contemptuously, cold killing intent radiating around it. Retribution of karma, ridiculous. It raised its claw, forming a black magic sphere that sucked in all the surrounding killing intent. Then bellowed loudly, "What do you lowly humans even understand to spout such nonsense? Even if I slaughtered every last one of you insects, there's no reason I'd face punishment." Shatton's sharp sword plunged into the ground as he spoke. In the end, everything is unfolding just as Chronos prophesied. Then Shatton pulled out a necklace with a very special pendant. Seeing it, Bahamut's blazing golden eyes widened, pupils contracting in shock. It shifted slightly and drew a massive black-purple sword, larger than any other weapon, pointing it straight at him before roaring. "You think using Chronos' power can control me?" Under the gray sky and swirling whirlwinds, the enormous purple glowing sword hurtled downward from above, accompanied by the dragon's furious roar, aimed at the tiny human below. The pendant Shatton had just taken out suddenly blazed with intense light, transforming into a clock. A massive clock face magic array appeared beneath his feet, radiating brilliant golden light. This left Zeke completely stunned in disbelief. What he saw now was the dragon's colossal sword tip halted right in front of Shatton. Bahamut stopped attacking. "No, this is." The dragon now stood frozen amid blinding beams of light, its red eyes flashing with killing intent, yet turned into a rigid statue, enveloped by an enormous golden barrier. Shatton had used magic to halt Bahamut completely. Zeke's brows furrowed tightly, his face filled with shock and incredulity at the scene before him. The necklace he just pulled out was actually a clock. Now it had frozen time. That extraordinary magic must come from the clock itself. "You think Chronos' power can do anything to me?" Zeke hovered in the sky watching it operate in Shatton's hand, thinking, judging from Bahamut's reaction just now, that clock is definitely an ancient artifact containing Chronos' power. Suddenly, the dragon rose up behind Zeke, creating a massive roar. Zeke gritted his teeth, clamping both hands over his ears against the deafening noise all around. The magic's been broken. Zeke forced his eyes open to peek. The dragon's foot stomped hard on the ground, sending light tremors through it as cracks spread beneath its claw. The magic array under the dragon now faded gradually, and its body was about to move again. The dragon's claws dragged across the ground, carving long furrows. It lowered its head, drool dripping from its jaws as it growled. "Shatton Draker, that illusion just now, could it be?" Shatton tucked the necklace away and spoke in a low voice. "Exactly, that was Chronos' prophecy. Now you understand why I entrusted the dragon-slaying sword art to you, right?" The dragon stomped furiously again, cursing. "Damn it, the mistake was dragons ever forming contracts with humans in the first place. Fine, I agree. Humans should stand on their own strength." It bared its razor-sharp fangs, exhaling killing intent-filled breath in guttural snarls. "Fine, hand it over. Let me see this so-called dragon-slaying sword art, your dragon-killing technique." The ancient book floated midair, emitting faint light as red magical runes swirled endlessly around it. Then the book slammed shut. Bahamut's blazing golden eyes stared down at the book hovering beside Shatton in astonishment. "You actually created something like this," Shatton replied coldly, "to protect the world." It lowered its head close to Shatton, golden eyes glaring as it roared. "Nonsense, not the world, but your pathetic human race." Then it swept the ancient book aside and took it. "Anyway, I'll keep it. but once the prophecy becomes reality, this thing will never see the outside world. Shatton replied coldly, "That's fine. Even without the dragon-slaying sword art, humans will eventually awaken aura on their own." The dragon straightened its back with a cold snort. HMPH. When that time comes, I'll personally wipe out you foolish humans myself, because that's a power lowly creatures like you don't deserve. Seeing this, Shatton gave a cold, sinister smile. It's strange. I'm the one who fears dragons most, yet I created the dragon-slaying sword art, and I trust you and Kronos more than anyone. He turned to walk away, leaving one last remark. Kronos once said this as a casual line, that one day you two would find a contractor worthy of sharing your heart. In a dark, damp cave, the dragon paced in circles before curling up, pondering, finding a contractor who can share your heart. Its golden eyes narrowed sleepily. Nonsense, that'll never happen. At this moment, Zeke leaned back, thinking to himself. From start to finish, it was all confusing, but one thing is certain. He recalled when the black dragon in the cave unleashed its massive sword toward Shatton. That was Bahamut's profound distrust of humans. Having absorbed Bahamut's heart, he'd somewhat felt those emotions. Zeke's eyes filled with contemplation and bewilderment. But that's exactly why. Why did it ever contract with Terrakin? I really can't understand. After that, he began searching the library for books recording related matters. After viewing Bahamut's memories, I started checking to resolve my doubts. But all records about Terrakin have been falsified by the Drakers. In this era, Bahamut, who contracted with Terrakin, is called the Evil Dragon. There's no valuable material left. While Zeke had just finished bathing, he noticed a letter had arrived. And while continuing to train in the dragon-slaying sword art and hunt for new clues, I received a message from Reinhardt saying the first request has been prepared. In that room, a familiar voice rang out, even though I specifically requested an inconspicuous identity. Zeke smirked mockingly at the card in his hand. Vice Branch Manager of the Southern Continent branch of the Reinhardt Trading Guild. Isn't that a bit over the top? A loud noise drew his attention as he glanced over. Zeke smiled, looking out the window. A carrier pigeon perched on the windowsill. Looks like Kato has finally made his decision, huh? In a towering building glowing with dazzling golden light, mysterious and ethereal. The secret garden under the Atlas Branch's management, syndicate organization. Kay sat on a luxurious sofa, smiling in greeting. Welcome, partner, to the VIP bar room in the Secret Garden Hotel. He stepped forward with a light smile and sat opposite. Now you're really calling me partner. Feels kind of fresh. Then he turned to gaze at the brilliantly lit city through the glass beside. Kay watched his action, feeling somewhat puzzled. The two sat in the room overlooking the radiant night city. Even though he'd been in Atlas for a while, seeing it like this up close still felt strangely unfamiliar. The city suddenly blazed as flames erupted everywhere, engulfing it all. Makes sense. The scene I'm more familiar with is the ruined wasteland from the Continental War, so feeling strange is only natural. After that, he turned back and lightly shook his head. The glass on the table was quickly refilled. I didn't expect Atlas to have a place like this. What? Enchanted by the view. Kay poured wine for him while speaking. Impressive, right? This hotel is one of our syndicate's side businesses. Those operating in the shadows always need discreet places to talk. He reached for the glass and replied, Yeah, wait, actually, I'll pass on the wine. Next time prepare tea instead, that'd be better. She covered her mouth with a playful smile. What? Don't tell me you're refusing because you're still underage. Didn't expect you to have such a cute side. He rolled his eyes helplessly. Come on, it's just that drinking doesn't do anything special for me, so I skip it. Zeke recalled the last time he got drunk and felt uneasy. Last time during the welcome party when I became a new student, I got caught up in the mood and drank a bit. But as expected, 100 Poisons Immunity treated alcohol as poison and detoxed it automatically. Then the system notification appeared. Before regression, I often drank to get drunk, detected alcohol. Activating 100 Poisons Immunity, poison detected, expelling it. Now I can't get drunk anymore, so might as well stick to tea I actually like. The red-haired woman smiled and turned away. All right, so you just don't like alcohol, huh? Anyway, enough small talk. I have something to show you. Seeing this, he gave her a dead fish stare helplessly. You really don't listen to a word I say, do you? Then the red-haired woman took out a stack of documents and placed them on the table along with several photos. That guy you're backing, Pavla, actually originated as pirates. Kay reached forward, their reflections appeared on the glass beside them. I looked into it, and the evidence is overwhelming. Strangely, no one has noticed it until now. The red-haired woman leaned forward, pointing at the photos on the table. More importantly, the timing when the Silver Knights swept the pirates and they vanished perfectly matches when Pavla began its rapid growth. Not only that, I uncovered something beyond expectations. Zeke's brows furrowed slightly, his expression turning grave. Then Kay pointed straight at one photo and continued. Joaquin Fernandez, alias Almencho. He's the number 2 figure in the Meccan organization, yet he's secretly dealing with Pavla, his supposed rival. The moment the red-haired woman lifted her hand, he reached out and snatched the photo to examine again. This is pretty shocking, so I haven't reported it to higher-ups yet. It would definitely cause chaos in Syndicate. Sometimes ignorance is better. Kay lowered her head slightly, glancing up at Zeke with a hesitant tone. Ah, and about that artifact you asked me to sell on consignment. A low, slightly mocking voice rang out, making the red-haired woman's face fill with horror. You've done a great job, Kay. Now with a different face, he flashed a sinister, chilling smile and continued. From now on, I'll explain the plan to make you the new leader of Syndicate. In heavy pouring rain, steam locomotive heads successively puffed smoke and let out heavy whistles. In a narrow alley where raindrops pattered down, Zeke held an umbrella while looking at the system notification. Activate teleport gate at designated position. Preparations complete. He strode through the small, rain-soaked alley. Though using the minimap teleport function consumes quite a few karma points, it completely avoids putting me under suspicion, even if it's the smallest chance. Among the 3 great transcendent families skilled in magic, very few can use teleportation magic, and traveling between cities requires at least the large gates of the magic towers. In other words, this plan will be perfectly disguised as an ordinary accident. Zeke curled his lip into a sly smile and muttered softly, thinking about that old bastard's face already makes me want to laugh. He stepped out onto the bustling street under clear blue skies, speaking lightly. Tonight's going to burn bright, Don Juan. As night fell, the scene blazed with roaring flames engulfing everything, panic screams echoing as the entire district sank into chaos and flying ash. Fire! Fire's broken out. Call the fire mages quick. The panicked crowd surged toward the blazing alley, their cries ringing out amid the red-hot flames, while a familiar figure slipped into the midst of the throng. If we don't act, the fire will spread to the neighboring building. Has the owner of that building been contacted? When are the fire mages getting here? In the room, cigarette butts piled up in the ashtray. Kay held a cigarette between her lips, lighting it with a flame as she thought. That guy, well, true to Draker blood, bold as hell, not your average kid. She recalled the vortex of fire that erupted fiercely before blazing out of control. Not just bold. The red-haired woman narrowed her eyes coldly, sweat trailing down her cheek as she took a drag and frowned gravely. He's completely insane. Kay recalled their conversation earlier that night, when she'd slammed the table and shouted, What? You're planning to burn down all of Meccan's Soma warehouses in the central continent. Compared to Kay's agitation then, Zeke had remained calm. Exactly, so give me the locations of those warehouses. The red-haired woman's face filled with worry and unease. That's top-secret info. Only Meccan higher-ups, certain syndicate executives, and I know it. Doing that will get you caught immediately. He reached forward right away. Even better, I never planned to hide it anyway. Zeke pointed at a man in one photo. Because I'm pinning everything on Almencho. The fewer suspects, the easier to handle. Besides, Syndicate still doesn't know Pavla were pirates, right? Yeah, because I haven't reported it yet. Seeing this, Kay's eyes widened in shock, sweat beading as she stared ahead and stammered. Wait, don't tell me you're... He leaned forward with a smile, stretching his arm across the table. Knew you'd catch on quick. Then Zeke casually swept all the bottles, glasses, and everything on the table crashing to the floor. Exactly, no need for us to lift a finger. His face darkened as he flashed an extremely sinister smile. Just drag all the Syndicate executives, the ones still wavering between Meccan and Pavla, into this game, then report everything to Don Juan. Done. Hearing that, Kay's body suddenly went dizzy, her vision blurring as everything around her grew hazy and unclear. She gritted her teeth hard, sweat pouring down her face as she stammered. You do realize what you're saying, right? Zeke replied calmly, Of course I do. Kay's face turned deathly pale, her trembling hands clutching her chest as her eyes widened in full panic, and she shouted, This is an utterly insane plan. You know full well what happens to traitors who betray the organization. Zeke slammed his hand down hard on the table. Then he roared loudly, making the red-haired woman flinch in shock. Once all the executives are wiped out in one go, who the hell is left to distinguish between traitors and loyalists? His face darkened as he growled low. Are you planning to stay a mere pawn for the organization your whole life? Didn't you already accept my proposal to become the new leader? Zeke gripped the wine bottle on the table tightly, eyes blazing with fury as he stared straight ahead. From now on, there's no more fold, only call or raise. Choose. Kay's eyes widened in astonishment at his expression right now. The red-haired woman clenched her hand over her chest, gritting her teeth as she trembled and thought inwardly. He's right, I didn't join the organization just to stay a pawn like this forever. Zeke Draker, possessing extraordinary intelligence-gathering abilities that uncovered Pavla's true origins without anyone noticing. And it didn't stop there. With that same intelligence network, he even located ancient ruins that had never been publicly revealed and claimed large quantities of high-quality artifacts completely intact. After witnessing those absurd capabilities firsthand, I'd already decided to throw in my lot with. Kay reached out and tightly grasped Zeke's hand that was holding the wine bottle, but right now. The red-haired woman stood up shakily, snatching the bottle back toward herself, her face flushing red, getting scared after hearing the plan. How pathetic. Kay squeezed her eyes shut and tilted the bottle back, downing it in one long gulp. She finished the entire bottle under Zeke's stunned, admiring gaze. Kay slammed the empty bottle down on the table and shouted, "Is that all? If we fail, we're dead anyway. This is the biggest gamble of my life." The red-haired woman broke into an excited grin, wiping the lingering wine from her lips as she yelled, "No limit, all in." Zeke felt deeply satisfied seeing this, smirking as he replied, starting to feel the thrill now. That bet, I promise you won't regret it." At this moment, the cigarette in Kay's hand was gradually burning out. The hand holding the cigarette trembled, perhaps from fear. Her other hand immediately steadied it. The red-haired woman stood by the balcony gazing into the distance. "Zeke Draker, I'm betting everything on you." On the table in the room lay a newspaper, a series of arson incidents in the central continent, coincidence or deliberate crime. Last night, multiple fires broke out simultaneously across various locations in the central continent. Local investigation agencies unanimously concluded that due to the geographical distances involved, it's unlikely to be an organized crime. Since the buildings were completely incinerated with no traces left behind, the incidents were ultimately ruled as accidents caused by human negligence. Meanwhile, inside a vast and luxurious mansion, a man sat silently in a pitch-dark room without a single light, muttering, "No matter who the bastard is, I swear." He leaned back, a newspaper appearing on his desk. Don Juan held his wine glass, face darkened as he stared out the window and spoke in a low voice. "I won't let you die peacefully, leader of the Meccan cartel, Don Juan." At the Grand Academy, the setting sun cast an even more magnificent and imposing glow. The steady tapping of fingers on the wooden table betrayed clear boredom. Zeke propped his chin on his hand, face showing obvious disinterest as he lazily glanced aside. "Another semester's almost over. It's been half a year since everyone learned about my blue realm. I figured it was about time." Looking at the luxurious wooden box on the table, lined with red velvet and containing an invitation inside, he changed his mind. But actually receiving the invitation to the promotion banquet still makes me nervous as hell. The promotion banquet was the ceremony celebrating young Draker family members who had surpassed the gold swordsman realm and stepped into the knight realm. Even for Drakers, it usually took until around age 20 to reach blue or purple knight realm, so this event was also known as the Draker-style coming-of-age ceremony. Zeke closed his eyes, recalling a meeting from long ago as he thought, "It's been almost 3 years since I last saw the family head. Hope nothing goes wrong." Afternoon sunlight streamed through the massive glass windows, shining down onto the marble floor of the grand banquet hall. The banquet hall, the central spring garden grand hall of Four Seasons City. Numerous distinguished guests and nobles were present, mingling and chatting cheerfully in a lively atmosphere. Footsteps approached, accompanied by a warm, courteous voice. "May I pay respects to the head of the Draker family?" He turned with a smile. "Oh, you're here." Abel approached with his signature industrial smile, polite yet fake. "Abel, how have you been lately, my lord?" While the banquet continued vibrantly, the two stood apart talking. Abel spoke first. "By the way, this is the first time I've seen a promotion banquet attended by so many important figures." The head nodded, indeed. The family head glanced around the joyful banquet and continued, "Well, after all, he's the youngest Blue Knight on the continent, so it's only natural all eyes are on." Abel narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of rage appearing, even though he knew full well that before Zeke, the youngest Blue Knight was himself, yet he deliberately mentioned it. Then the family head turned back and extended his hand politely. "Well, it seems Zeke is about to arrive. I need to prepare for the ceremony. It's been a while since we last met, and we haven't talked much. My apologies." Abel bowed deeply in respect. "Please don't concern yourself, my lord." As he walked away, the family head turned slightly with a smile and added a reminder. "Enjoy this precious banquet while you can, Abel." Abel maintained his bowed posture and replied, "Understood, my lord." Only after the family head had walked far away did he slowly raise his head. His blue eyes flashed, his face now darkened into an utterly foul expression. On this side, Zeke tugged lightly at his collar, grumbling uncomfortably. "Damn, it's stifling." He walked down the luxurious corridor alongside Duke, tugging at his gloves as he complained. "Lately it's been impossible to meet Master, huh?" The lazy uncle walking ahead replied, "Don't even start. I'm supposed to be retired, yet they dragged me back to work like a damn ox. I can't even go home properly." Duke frowned as he walked, his face full of irritation. "And on top of that, I've been run ragged dealing with that damn Arthur. Now today they make me play tour guide for you, and then he has the nerve to say, a master guiding his disciple is only natural. What a shameless block. Zeke glanced at him and thought with a wry smile, no wonder his complexion looks so bad, he's been overworked. He continued following Duke and asked, so now we're heading to Spring Garden. Duke stuffed his hands in his pockets, looking stylish as he walked ahead. Yeah, in Four Seasons City, that's the only place outsiders are allowed. Duke furrowed his brows, still grumbling. Zeke followed silently behind, glancing around attentively as he thought. The main facilities of Four Seasons City are divided into 4 districts total. According to Duke, Spring Garden is the only area open to outsiders, so most events are held there. Summer Rock handles all Draker family-related affairs, and also houses the family head's office. Autumn Fell is where internal ceremonies like night induction rituals for the family order take place. Finally, Winter Cup stores the rare artifacts the family has collected over thousands of years. Zeke pursed his lips, looking around as he thought inwardly, I've only ever heard about it. This is my first time actually setting foot here. Before regression, around this time I'd already been expelled from the academy. Finally, the two reached a massive, ornate door. Duke spoke, well, we're here. He looked at the door ahead seriously. From here, you go in alone. This door is reserved only for the guest of honor at the banquet. Duke gently placed a hand on Zeke's shoulder with advice. I have another assignment, so I can't attend the banquet. He smiled with trust and pride, looking down at him. Don't lose your nerve, just walk in confidence. Zeke closed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth curving into a soft, warm smile as he thought, having someone worry about me doesn't feel bad at all. Zeke tilted his head and teased. Master really worries about everything, huh? Duke saw this, put his hands on his hips, laughed loudly and said, whatever, just don't cause trouble. That's all I ask from you, kid. In the grand hall, golden trumpets blared solemnly in unison. Red banners embroidered with golden dragons and crossed swords fluttered as a booming voice announced, the guest of honor for tonight's banquet, Lord Zeke Draker, is entering. Abel stood to the side holding a wine glass, glancing over with an unpleasant expression. A long red carpet stretched ahead, lined on both sides by people standing neatly at attention. Then came the image of Zeke in a red cloak, descending the stairs with dignified steps and cold eyes. As he reached the center, those around him whispered in awe at his powerful presence. Oh, that's Lord Zeke, only 15 and already reached Blue Realm, truly worthy of being the Golden Pureblood Awakener. But I never imagined he'd break Abel's record as the youngest to advance to Blue Knight. Huh, you haven't heard. Lord Zeke has already surpassed Abel's academy achievements. Oh, amazing. Zeke walked forward and knelt, bowing his head before the family head who stood waiting, holding the great sword prepared for the knighting ceremony. Arthur Draker, head of all dragon slayers, hereby declares that Zeke Draker takes his first steps on the path to becoming a knight. He drew the sword lightly and placed it on Zeke's shoulder. His voice rang out echoing through the grand hall filled with witnesses. In the name of Draker, I bestow blessings upon the bright future of this Draker, who will walk the glorious path of a knight. Suddenly his words paused for a moment, catching Zeke's attention, and Zeke's sharp golden eyes widened, filled with astonishment as he heard, Zeke Draker shall be officially knighted as a knight of the Draker family. The nobles and knights below who witnessed it were stunned, simultaneously receiving the knight title. The grand hall immediately buzzed with whispers. What, only 15 and already an official Draker knight? Even as the youngest Blue Knight, isn't this decision way too hasty? Zeke glanced up slightly, his eyes showing complex emotions and unease. But the condition for receiving an official knight title in the Draker family is purely based on achievement. Because Drakers are blessed with aura power, awakening early and reaching purple or blue knight realm is almost a given, so instead of judging by aura realm, they value achievements above all else. Even Abel, who held the record as youngest Blue Knight before me, took 3 months of accumulated achievements before being granted official knighthood. That alone shows how absolutely crucial achievements are in Drake. Yet the family head's announcement just now completely went against the previous regulation. After the knighting, the sword was returned to its place. The image of Zeke in deep thought reflected on the gleaming blade. Since knighting is the family head's prerogative, there's no opposition, but it's still hard to understand. I wonder what he's plotting. Right after the family head's voice rang out, today I am deeply honored to introduce my son to everyone. He stood beside Zeke with immense pride. Zeke is not only the first ever Golden Awakener, but also the youngest to reach Blue Knight realm. I believe in the future he will become an outstanding knight surpassing even me. Then he lifted the wine glass from the nearby table. I don't want to be an overly boastful father, so I'll stop bragging. The family head raised his glass high in toast, smiling happily yet full of calculation. Now I conclude this ceremony with congratulations. Let us all toast to the bright future of this talented young man and pray for peace and prosperity across the continent for Drake. Everyone present raised their glasses in unison for Draco. He tilted his head back and drained his glass. Everyone followed suit and emptied their glasses. Zeke furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth as he glared at the family head's calm demeanor. In my previous life, when Howard expelled me from the house, he stayed completely silent and did nothing. Yet now he plays the proud father for his talented son. A voice called out, interrupting his thoughts. Zeke. Zeke placed his hand over his chest and bowed respectfully. Yes, my lord. The family head set his empty glass down and turned to him. Let's move somewhere else. He gave a warm yet clearly fake smile. I want to have a private conversation, just between father and son. After that, everyone dispersed, going their separate ways. The blond young man with glasses frowned slightly and turned to speak to the coldly glaring Abel behind him. Hey Abel, don't you think you should control your expression a bit? His face now darkened, mood worse than ever. That's not the face an older brother should make when congratulating his youngest sibling. His face now darkened, mood worse than ever. That's not the face an older brother should make when congratulating his youngest sibling. Abel remained silent, lips pressed tight. Finally he spoke. Where's the prince? The other replied. He said he'd come after these boring ceremonies are over, should be soon. The two stood side by side chatting like that, Abel's voice carrying a hint of danger. Then we need to hurry. The guy beside him nodded lightly. I think so too. The ornate door opened. Zeke stepped through and closed it behind him, eyes fixed intently on the badge in his hand. As he walked, he examined it closely, filled with questions. A token that can be exchanged for one of the family's treasures. Why did the family head give this to me? Zeke ruffled his hair in frustration. It's not something bad, probably fine, right? Damn it, I really don't get it. He glanced toward the main hall where the banquet was still lively with many nobles, knights, and influential figures. But the bigger issue now was, this promotion banquet doesn't last just one day, it's multiple consecutive days. How the hell am I supposed to endure this? Zeke walked along, scratching his head in total confusion. How do they manage to keep a straight face like that and just keep going through days of this? Living in high society really isn't for everyone. Suddenly a voice called out, making him tilt his head to look. Lord Zeke Drake. A delicate hand lightly lifted the hem of her dress as a gentle voice spoke. This is the first time I've had the honor of meeting you in person. Melissa placed her hand over her chest and gave a polite slight bow. I am the first princess of the kingdom of Alentia. Melissa Alentia. Zeke furrowed his brows slightly, silently assessing. Isn't she the prime candidate for the next throne in Alentia? Right now she's acting in place of their frail and incompetent king, implementing bold policies aimed at the common people. And because of that, she's gained overwhelming support from the citizens. That's also why she constantly clashes with the Alentian nobility. But if she officially ascends the throne, sooner or later, those nobles will scramble to curry favor with. Yet before my regression, that highly promising princess, when tensions with the empire escalated, ceased all external activities and then vanished mysteriously. Rumors spread across the continent that the empire had assassinated her. But after Alentia fell in the war, the truth was buried forever. He pressed his lips together, glancing at her carefully as if probing. In this life, she's been pretty quiet so far, but if she's appearing at an official event like this, maybe things are still okay. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly, as if something had just clicked. Wait a second. Zeke recalled Cleef's words from their earlier conversation. The royal family of the kingdom of Alentia, huh? Then he looked again at the blue-haired princess, smiling so warmly in front of him. Could it be? Zeke placed his hand over his chest and bowed in return. It's an honor to meet you, Princess Melissa. He smiled and extended his hand in welcome, stepping toward her. I've heard of your reputation for a long time. It's truly an honor that you've come to my promotion banquet. Melissa let out a surprised "Oh, you know of me." Zeke replied warmly, suddenly making her fall silent for a moment. Of course, I've long admired your people-focused policies. His calm voice continued while distinguished guests around them chatted lively. Many might think they're just flashy handouts, simply giving away what you have. Zeke tilted his head with a professional yet understanding smile. But in reality, from budget allocation down to the tiniest detail, everything has to be calculated meticulously, right? His extremely accurate words left Melissa momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. The blue-haired princess covered her mouth with a smile, thinking to herself, as rumored, he really is different from other knights. Zeke looked puzzled and quickly waved his hands in explanation. Did I commit some faux pas toward your highness? She smiled pleasantly, still chuckling softly. No, I'm just surprised someone actually understands the difficulties I face. Honestly, I'm a little moved. After that, Melissa politely bowed and excused herself. Then I'll take my leave. It was a pleasure meeting you, Lord Zeke. He blinked in surprise and asked hastily, leaving so soon? The blue-haired princess gave a refined smile. I'd love to talk more with you, Lord Zeke, but I can't monopolize the guest of honor. Zeke furrowed his brows slightly, casting a cold glance around. Fair enough, even if no one says it out loud. Though everyone was busy with their own conversations, several strange looks were still following the two of them, making her feel awkward. Melissa's sweet, gentle voice rang out, leaving him a bit puzzled. Still, you don't need to feel too disappointed. She covered her mouth with an amused smile. I'm sure there will be better opportunities to meet again. Right after Zeke politely saw off the last guest, he smiled as he watched them leave, finally letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Greeting everyone is pretty much done. Finally, I can breathe a little. Though on the outside, he maintained a serious and proper image, inside Zeke was truly exhausted. These kinds of banquets really don't suit my personality at all. I'd rather train with Kaishir. At least that's more bearable. Heavy, clanking footsteps echoed on the floor, instantly putting him on guard. Zeke looked toward the banquet attendees, silently assessing, the sound of heavy armor clashing. He frowned slightly, his gaze darkening as he thought, who the hell shows up to a banquet wearing full armor? A bold, hearty voice rang out, accompanied by a fluttering red cloak. Ah, finally found you. A man appeared, clad in gleaming full-plate armor, with a long sword at his hip. You're the guest of honor for tonight's banquet, right? Kara strode forward with his knights in imposing formation, grinning widely. Zeke Draker, the youngest blue knight to be knighted, correct. The fourth prince of the Rome Empire, Karis, the one who, together with Abel, triggered the Continental War before my regression. He extended his hand in a hearty greeting. I am the fourth prince of the great Rome Empire. Karis approached boldly, hand thrust forward decisively, eyes gleaming with arrogant confidence as he boomed. Karis Nerva Constantinus. Instead of shaking hands, Zeke slightly bowed his head. One hand over his chest, the other behind his back, he returned the respect. It's an honor to meet your Highness Karis. Thank you for attending my promotion banquet. That made the prince's face darken completely. Karis froze, his whole body stiffening at the refusal. Then the corner of his mouth curled into a grin. Karis casually slung an arm around Zeke's neck, pulling him close in overly familiar fashion. Come on now, no need for formalities. Let's have a drink together. Zeke gave a dead fish stare at the arm around his neck, momentarily speechless, while Karis looked thrilled and shouted, Hey, someone bring wine. The best stuff worthy of this historic meeting between me, the most flamboyant prince on the continent, and Zeke, who will become the strongest knight in the future. Red wine was poured into glasses, sloshing slightly over the rim. Then came Karis's booming, commanding voice as he raised his glass with a wide grin. Come on, this is imperial tribute wine. Don't waste a drop, bottoms up. Those around saw Zeke accept the glass so decisively and whispered worriedly, accepting the fourth prince's invitation so easily like that. Even as the brilliant young blue knight, he's still too green, while Karis is acting so arrogantly. But they also muttered about him. That prince really is reckless. Considering the Draker family's influence, he should be more careful with such rude behavior. Karis grinned with delight and shouted, Excellent, great, I really like you. Tonight let's drink until neither of us can stand. Suddenly a voice cut in, Your Highness. Somehow Abel had appeared, hand over chest in a bow. Congratulations, my lord, the rising son of the empire. Karis clapped him on the shoulder with a hearty, Oh, Abel, you drinking with us too? Abel replied with utmost respect. It would be my great honor to accept your highness's invitation, but I have urgent matters that require a private discussion with. At that, Karis's smile vanished, replaced by a frown. Urgent matters. Speak then. Abel replied mysteriously, Too many eyes watching here. I believe it would be better if we moved somewhere else. Zeke had been silently observing their exchange the whole time. Fine, if you insist, I'll hear you out. Then Karis strode off boldly, red cloak billowing dramatically. Sorry about this, Zeke. I was the one who invited you, yet I have to leave first. Next time we meet, let's drink all night under the beautiful moonlight and share our thoughts on heroic epics praising the Dragon Slayer legend. With that, he left with his knights, and Abel, amid the fearful trembling of the banquet attendees. Only after Karis had completely departed did the crowd resume their whispers. A guy like that is really an imperial prince. Well, the Rome Empire has never been big on legitimacy anyway, but you have to admit, Lord Abel's handling of the situation was truly impressive. No wonder he has such a high reputation. Zeke cast a subtle glance around, having heard everything, and thought, all praise for Abel, huh? If you didn't know the inside story, you just think he was smoothly covering for a flustered prince. He furrowed his brows, expression hardening gravely. But the fact that the fourth prince and Abel are already in contact, it's happening earlier than the timeline K gave me before regression. And Zeke recalled how the two had interacted earlier. Moreover, the way they treated each other, it looked like they've been close for a long time. Right now they're probably having a private talk in some room, looking very familiar with each other. The Continental War might not be as far off as I thought. Inside a grand building, sunlight further emphasized its imposing authority and solemnity. Zeke still stared contemplatively at the badge in his hand, a token that could be exchanged for one of the Draker family's treasured reports. He recalled his private conversation with the family head. So your plan to become the strongest on the continent is progressing well. Seeing you as the guest of honor today, it seems quite smooth. Zeke replied politely and cautiously, yes, all thanks to the head of the family. The family head's seemingly harmless words carried an invisible pressure on his shoulders. Head of the family. In private like this, just call me Father Zeke. Zeke lifted his teacup for a sip, eyes subtly shifting. That sentence just now reminded him of what Carly had once said. Just call me sis for comfort, Zeke. That's what Carly told me. Zeke gently set the cup down, deep in thought. Now I finally understand what felt off back then. Abel is acting so boldly that he's pulling the elder council to his side. Carly even noticed and started preparing countermeasures. Yet Arthur, the family head, claims not to know. That's illogical. It means he's deliberately turning a blind eye, even though he knows Abel's scheme. If that's the case, was mentioning Carly's words just now meant to pressure me? Or was it coincidence? Either way, I'll proceed assuming Arthur is on Abel's side. There's no downside. He glanced at the family head, took another sip of tea, and replied softly, yes, Father. The family head smirked. Father sounds nice. All right, I'll give you a gift as encouragement to keep striving toward your goal. Then he placed something on the table and pushed it towards Zeke. Looking down at the lone badge on the table, he continued, this is a token that can be exchanged for a treasure kept in Winter Cup. Zeke picked it up, unable to suppress a smile as he thought. Winter Cup, the Draker treasury, famed across the continent for holding the rarest artifacts. The family head didn't forget to raise a finger in reminder. However, remember this well. Among the truly priceless treasures, there are also piles of flashy garbage. Zeke obediently replied, I'll keep that in mind, Father. His footsteps halted. Zeke stood in a dimly lit room. I don't know what he's plotting by giving me this, but the Dragon Slayer report in Winter Cup, Four Seasons City. He gripped it tightly, breaking into an extremely excited grin. Whatever can be exploited, I'll exploit it to the fullest. Before a massive Gaeta girl spotted him appearing and spoke softly, I've been waiting for you, Lord Jack. Before you enter, allow me to briefly explain this archive. Could you follow this path, please? According to Draker reports, this place stores approximately 17,000 rare artifacts and items can be exchanged based on quantity. There's no time limit for selection, but once you leave, you cannot return, so please keep that in mind. Zeke, noticing someone standing outside, wondered a vault for priceless artifacts with no visible guards around. The girl replied nonchalantly, because it's unnecessary, leaving him stunned. She continued explaining the security magic here rivals even the family head's office. Moreover, all artifacts inside are strictly inventoried and managed through magic, making theft virtually impossible. Jack Draker marveled inwardly. Truly shouldn't judge anything by appearances. She gestured invitingly. Come, then, please proceed. Insert the provided token here. Jack Draker quickly inserted the token into the small slot. Immediately, a powerful tremor erupted. Accompanied by that sound, the gate before them automatically began to open. In moments, the enormous gate swung fully open before the two. His expression turned utterly wondrous witnessing the sight. Inside revealed towering shelves holding countless artifacts. Zeke stepped in, examining the items, mouth agape in disbelief. Inside, far vaster than it appeared from outside, truly worthy of Draker. The girl spoke again, then I'll take my leave. Zeke focused on observing him. Just checking the functions of all these artifacts would probably take a lifetime system. Can I categorize the artifacts here by my desired criteria? At that moment, the system window appeared. Notification: administrator request confirmed. Activating long eye linkage feature. Please use long eye to record items for categorization. Jack Draker, full of question marks, record with long eye. After realizing, he smirked. Ah, got it. He got so excited his eyes sparked with fire, cracking his neck. Alright, let's warm up a bit. The window reappeared. Long Chi Long Eye enables detailed observation and inspection of targets, displaying information on detected objects per administrator request. Jack Draker stomped hard on the floor. Instantly, a surge of power burst from him. He simultaneously activated Wind Slash technique and Phantom Step. After finishing, Jack Draker landed. This field should be sufficient, right? The system displayed recorded items on the minimap. Items recorded 17,138. Jack Draker checked the screen, sighing, more than I expected. Exclude common items and single-use non-artifacts. System responding, classifying detected items per request. Remaining after filtering 9,832. Jack Draker read it, looking dejected. Still way too many. Eliminate all swords with performance lower than black sword. Quickly,
The screen filtered to essentials. He smiled, satisfied. All swords eliminated, meaning among tens of thousands of artifacts here, black sword is the strongest. Suddenly he frowned, spotting something. His finger swiped across the screen. Why doesn't this show any information? Jack Draker began searching around. It must be nearby. System notification arrived at administrator designated coordinates. Jack Draker stopped at a spot above it, an enigmatic jade bracelet with only question marks for info. Jack Draker exclaimed in shock. A bracelet looks utterly ordinary on the outside, yet no information displayed at all. Another notification rang, drawing his attention. Reading it, Jack Draker's eyes widened, stunned. This item reacts to the title successor of Terrakin Draker. Jack Draker grinned excitedly, looking at the bracelet. It reacts to the successor title, meaning this is Terrakin's artifact. Something activated on the bracelet. The window appeared. Notification: Sacred Guardian Stone. A bracelet embedded with Guardian Stone, capable of summoning spirit beasts. Inherent ability: summon spirit beast compatible with user's soul. Special note: contains Blessing of the Fairy King within the Guardian Stone. Sacred Guardian Stone. Now linked to administrator, you may use Sacred Guardian Stone to summon Guardian Beast fitting your soul. Then the bracelet instantly fastened itself onto Zeke's wrist, startling him. Hey, wait, what do you mean linked? Who authorized this? Can't unlink it. System notification continued. Confirmed administrator request. This item linked to Terrakin Draker successor title. Linkage cannot be removed. Jack Draker stared bewildered at the bracelet. Damn, I haven't finished checking all artifacts yet. This messes up the whole plan. He tried thinking positively. Gotta stay positive. If it's Terrakin's artifact, it must be stronger than most others. Zeke could only sigh helplessly. System activate the bracelet's inherent ability. System responding. Confirmed request. Activating Sacred Guardian Stone. Searching for spirit beast compatible with user's soul. Immediately, a surge of power emanated from the bracelet. Jack Draker felt pulled into a floating space, shimmering lights below a magic circle activating. System notification: thanks to Fairy King Blessing, search range expanded to higher tier spirit beasts compatible. Spirit beast found. Summoning now. A sudden burst of light appeared. The light emerged right before Zeke, leaving him utterly surprised. That light pierced straight through the artifact storage space. At that moment, a creature appeared with mysterious and majestic appearance, accompanied by flashes like lightning. The newly summoned spirit beast resembled both horse and dragon. System notification: summoned spirit beast, dragon horse. Zeke exclaimed in shock. This is a spirit beast. The aura it radiates is terrifying. Then he grinned excitedly, heart pounding. Even artifacts that summon spirit beasts. Just how many insane things did Terrakin possess? Suddenly, the dragon horse lowered its head, touching Zeke's forehead. He reached out, stroking its head. So compatibility with soul means this first meeting, yet feels like reuniting with an old friend. Then he hugged its face, leaning and speaking. All right, I like you too, even feel strangely close. Suddenly, another notification: if you name the spirit beast, you can summon it anytime via Sacred Guardian Stone. Jack Draker quickly said, how about Bucephalus? The dragon horse immediately nodded, satisfied, raising its head proudly. Zeke chuckled. Seems it likes the name too. System notification: Bucephalus dragon horse bearing auspicious spirit inherent ability. Can unleash lightning power from both Monet's note. Supreme Spirit Beast King of Dragon Horses. Jack Draker read it, pondering. King of Dragon Horses sounds impressive, but first time seeing a real dragon horse, how strong could it be? Suddenly, Bucephalus moved, grabbing Zeke's hair. It left him flustered. Hey, Bucephalus, what's wrong? Suddenly, some power shifted his body. Jack Draker stunned, realizing he'd been placed on Bucephalus's back. He happily hugged its neck. You want me to ride, huh? Truly supreme spirit beast, it reads my thoughts, knows I want to test its power, and lowered itself for me to mount. Then Jack Draker joyfully shouted, all right, Bucephalus, let's go full speed. Bucephalus immediately strode forward. Bolts of power like lightning crackled through the space. Bucephalus shot forward like an arrow. Jack Draker thrilled, so fast, yet no hoofbeats at all. What an absurd creature I've tamed. Then Zeke's eyes widened. Bucephalus's hooves stomped on a magic circle. He laughed wildly before this power. Ha, absolutely insane. Scene change: outside, a horse-drawn carriage rolled along the road. Recalling earlier when he chose the bracelet, the gatekeeper girl was utterly shocked. You really want this one? Jack Draker sat by the carriage window, thinking the guide's attitude when I said I wanted this bracelet was completely unenthusiastic. Then he recalled Alentia Draker's reminder: in this archive are priceless treasures, but also piles of trash, flashy on the outside, so be careful. In other words, this bracelet was one of the trash Alentia mentioned. Makes sense. Before reacting to the title, even the system showed no info. No wonder people overlooked its true value. Zeke thought inwardly, I thought Terrakin's artifacts only obtainable stumble from system-guided ruins, never expected to snag this so easily. Talk about luck. Zeke leaned back, relaxed. Anyway, this is definitely a massive windfall. Feels great. After all the exhaustion from the banquet party today, I'll head back and rest properly. Upon arriving, he heard congratulations on officially becoming a Draker Knight. Lord Jack. Zeke looked utterly bored suddenly, so formal he pocketed his hands, stepping in. The newcomer was Clift Reinhardt. He beamed naturally. Since you've become an official Draker Knight, changing how I address you is only proper. Jack Draker sat down, scratching his head helplessly. Fine, but from now on don't just pop up like that. If someone discovers our connection, the whole future plan could collapse. Clift Reinhardt. Regarding that, Clift sincerely apologized, but truly someone insisted on meeting Lord Zeke at all costs, so I had no choice. At that moment, the hooded seated figure removed the hood, revealing familiar long blue hair. She spoke. We meet again, Zeke. Allow me to greet you once more. I am the head of Reinhart, Chinese letter. Melissa Alentia, first princess of the kingdom of Alentia. Zeke furrowed his brow, exclaiming, first princess of Alentia, Melissa Alentia, indeed the true master of Reinhart, Chinese letter, is the princess. Melissa covered her mouth, chuckling. You must have known already. Lately, Princess Melissa rarely appeared in public, then reappeared at your promotion banquet. Coincidentally, that was also when the Scarlet Bloom patient treated with Cliff's brought medicine recovered instantly. Anyone not a fool would connect the dots, thinking so. Zeke smiled. Yeah. Melissa raised her hand, continuing, so I'll skip introductions and get straight to the point. The reason I urgently sought you is I need your help. As she spoke, she presented a stack of documents. He asked help with what specifically? Melissa replied, first, could you please review the documents I've brought? This contains recent Scarlet Bloom case developments, mainly near Alentia's border regions, along with Nirvana supernatural families analysis results on the disease. Jack Draker immediately focused on reviewing the documents. Suddenly his eyes froze on one page. His face darkened, gravely asking, is everything written here true? Scarlet Bloom. He spoke with utmost seriousness. It's a pathogen created through magic. This is the analysis from Nirvana, one of the top 3 supernatural families, so it can't be wrong. Hearing the answer, Jack Draker gritted his teeth in fury. Scarlet Bloom is man-made and spreads even faster than previous rare outbreaks. Could my regression have somehow altered this? While he was still seething, Melissa continued, there's more. As you can see in the documents, Scarlet Bloom first erupted in villages near the border between Rome Empire and Alentia Kingdom, but it never spread toward the Rome Empire. As she spoke, she pointed at the map. Melissa picked up the chalk and drew a line across a spot on it, but the spread is only heading in the direction of the Alentia Kingdom, and it's only spreading toward the Alentia Kingdom. Jack Draker couldn't believe it and blurted out, wait a second, are you saying? Draker, his sharp eyes narrowing, confirmed, exactly, I'm thinking the same thing as you. It's very possible that the Rome Empire created the Scarlet Blossom disease and deliberately spread it toward Alentia. By now the map was covered with all sorts of marked symbols. Zeke's face was full of confusion and alarm. This is really serious. The reason the Alentia Kingdom fell so easily to the Rome Empire before my regression was also because of the Scarlet Blossom disease. So that's why the princess needed his help. Having thought it through, he set the stack of documents down. What the princess wants is most likely the rights to mass produce and distribute the cure for the Scarlet Blossom disease on a large scale, right? His expression turned cold as he questioned her. Melissa replied calmly, yes, exactly. Zeke immediately analyzed. In the previous contract, our guild only obtained the manufacturing principle. To distribute the medicine nationwide, we'd need a new supplementary contract. Moreover, the princess added a very interesting clause. That said, I have absolutely no intention of breaking the contract. Melissa cheerfully confirmed, of course, I'd do the same. As merchants, whoever reveals their intentions first loses the advantage, but now that I have the chance to work with you, I can't really call it a disadvantage. The corner of Draker's mouth couldn't help but curl up, followed by an excited toothy grin as he openly admired. As expected, you really are the true master of the Reinhardt Trading Company. It's no wonder Reinhardt has grown into one of the biggest guilds. Melissa presented the contract. The medicine will be distributed to the people as relief supplies. You don't have to worry about the formula being exposed. Naturally, we'll pay you a very fair amount. I will give you 20% of the shares in our trading company. When Zeke Draker heard this, his expression turned stunned. Then thoughtful again, Reinhardt is currently one of the top 10 most reputable trading companies. If it doesn't collapse along with Alentia in the Continental War like it did before my regression, then the guild will grow even stronger. The value of 20% of its shares would be at least several million gold. If we can prevent the war and let the guild develop further, that value could easily climb to tens of millions of gold. At this point, Jack Draker fell silent in deep thought for a while, then looked seriously at the other party. This really is an attractive offer, but first I have a few questions I'd like to ask the princess. Who knows, maybe I'm actually someone from the Empire side, so I find it hard to understand why the princess would so openly share this information and offer 20% of the guild's shares just for relief supplies. Melissa gave a faint smile at the doubt. I'll answer your questions one by one. I'm already certain that you, Zeke, are not someone from the Empire. To put it bluntly, aside from her title, what the princess has going for her is the sharp intuition forged through repeated painful experiences. She continued, actually, after we parted at the party, I didn't leave right away. I watched from a distance. Though it was very subtle and hard to notice, you treated anyone connected to the Rome Empire with coldness. Most importantly, you refused to shake hands with the fourth prince of the Rome Empire, Carus. Others might think you were just politely choosing a different greeting instead of a handshake. But to me, it looked like instinctive rejection, a visceral disgust at even touching. That's why I'm certain you're not with the Empire. After listening for a while, Zeke's mouth twitched. The princess's observation skills are truly godlike. Suddenly, Melissa's expression turned serious. As for the second question, there's no need for a long explanation. With just 20% of the guild's shares. If it means saving the people, then this is definitely a profitable deal. Hearing that declaration, Zeke was momentarily speechless. Memories from his previous life flooded back, loud voices shouting, Alencia, please stop trying, we have to retreat. Even if we stop the Empire right now, what's the point if the king dies? That's right, Zeke, this is your responsibility. For the sake of the future, retreating now is probably the right choice. Zeke tried to explain, you know that too, but the girl cut him off. Continuing, if trading my life buys enough time for the people to escape. In his previous life, that same girl had turned away with confident words. Then that would definitely be a profitable deal. Now Jack Draker clutched his head in utter helplessness, not knowing what to do. Damn it, I tried so hard to prevent this from happening again. And yet she said the exact same thing Alencia did back then. Making the decision was incredibly difficult for him. Finally, Jack Draker spoke up, all right, it's a deal. Melissa clapped her hands in delight. Really, that's the right choice. He added a reminder, but be careful, don't let my identity get exposed, okay? She immediately promised. Don't worry, I guarantee it on that part. Very quickly, 2 weeks passed. In the basement training room of the mansion, sword auras sliced through the air, the training ground constantly being torn up by powerful strikes. Jack Draker diligently practiced his swordsmanship without pause, unleashing incredibly powerful techniques. He kept charging forward to execute them, dust and debris rising in thick clouds from his sheer power, creating a massive swirling vortex. After a while, Jack Draker's sword aura finally subsided. Suddenly, a notification window popped up. Successfully comprehended beginner-level dragon-slaying sword art. Zeke Draker read it and let out a breath. Finally done, it took about a month, huh? More notifications followed. Conditions for the Shatten's Heir achievement task completed. Achievement task completed. Extra completion time added to rewards. Task rewards include coordinates to the Chronos Kingdom Treasury, title Sword Art Successor, 500 karma points, and 2 random reward boxes. Intermediate Administrator status, name, Zeke, class, one and only immortal, titles, Blessed by the Dragon, Descendant of Terrican Draker, Sword Saint Successor. Abilities, Dragon Shield. Constitution, Holy Body, immune to all poisons. System functions. 100 slot inventory, minimap, teleport gate travel, intermediate quest count, shortcut bar, potion stock, elemental class skills, advanced mental healing, infinite stamina, realistic combat sense, wind technique, air rank mastery, sword origin element, S rank mastery, beginner dragon slaying sword art, static electricity C rank mastery, thunder grenade C rank mastery, discordant sound C rank mastery, dragon technique stage 1, dragon eye mastery. Dragon's Majesty Mastery, Command Technique unlockable under conditions, Devour Mastery, Dragon Technique Stage 2, Dragon Scale Armor Mastery, Dragon Claw Mastery, Dragon Technique Stage 3, currently unviewable, unlocks at 300 karma points. Current karma, 1095. Draker broke into a satisfied grin. Oh, 2 random reward boxes. Looks like the points I burned when I torched Meckin's warehouse have pretty much been made up for. Alright, let's check this one first. Instantly, a round object appeared in his hand. Coordinates to the Chronos Kingdom Treasury. Administrator request confirmed, but the coordinates cannot be read at this time. Zeke was stunned when he saw the notification. Requires finding the seal to activate the coordinates. Collect and reassemble the scattered seal fragments to activate them. Locations of the fragments have been linked and are now displayed on the minimap. He looked at the red dots on the map, 2 in the center, 1 in the south, and 1 in the north. The distances between them are quite far, it'll take some time to gather them all. Then he noticed something else, and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. No wonder it never showed up before. Linked quest, treasure of the legendary kingdom. Locate the scattered seal fragments of the Chronos kingdom and restore them to their original state. Time limit, none. Quest reward, title, successor of the Chronos kingdom. Zeke stared seriously at the screen for a while, then looked exasperated. What the heck, the reward is just a title. The system popped up another message. Linked quest, treasure of the legendary kingdom. Locate the scattered seal fragments of the Chronos kingdom and restore them to their original state. Time limit, none. Quest reward, title, successor of the Chronos kingdom. Zeke read it and wondered, does restoring the seal and finding the treasure count as part of the reward too? Or like before when the relic reacted directly to the title, maybe this title has some special function. His face twisted in annoyance before he put the round object away. I'll leave it for now. As he walked, he muttered, no time limit anyway, deal with the urgent stuff first and figure this out slowly later. Good thing I just got a message from Kay. It's been a while since I met those southern drug dealers, huh? As he spoke, Jack Draker's face twisted into a terrifyingly manic grin. Scene shift, Gopaport, a southern coastal village on the continent. Jack Draker, disguised, had arrived here. The mix of sea salt and the stench of blood, the southern air was still as foul as ever. As he stepped off the boat, a line of people bowed respectfully. It's an honor to serve you, said the southern branch vice leader. Zeke Draker waved his hand. You've all worked hard. They continued, we look forward to the day you return as our vice leader. His expression went deadpan. Okay, that's enough, you're overdoing it. Jack Draker glanced around while thinking. At least the smell of the sea is still the same. Whether before the regression or now, it seems not everything has changed. Guess I should focus. While walking, someone waved and called, Murray. Jack Draker looked over, perfect timing for the mission, huh? A scene from the past flashed in his mind. Northern Rangers, that was the pair waiting for Jack Draker. They're dressed pretty convincingly as merchants. The purple-haired one replied, thanks. As Jack Draker approached, he asked, you've already memorized the plan attached to the mission letter, right? Purple Hair looked serious, of course. On the day of action, we'll use the chaos to rescue the girl Mekin is holding. Hearing that, he nodded in satisfaction and tapped the other's chest. Good, looks like you get it perfectly. But the mission also includes protecting and safely escorting the target, so don't slack off until the very end. Purple Hair added, got it, but I have one question. Zeke asked, what is it? The other asked. Probably to avoid leaks, but the letter didn't explain what kind of chaos will happen on the action day. Is it some special day like a Southern Continent festival? Jack Draker's mouth curved into a grin. His pupils glowed with an eerie green. It's not a festival, it'll be far more chaotic than that because that's the day Mekin disappears from this world. That expression made Purple Hair break out in a cold sweat from sheer tension. At that moment, a voice called out, drawing Jack Draker's attention. So you're here, Vice Leader. Oh, you're in the middle of talking. I'll come back when you're done. The person scratched his head awkwardly. Zeke asked, you're the guild's guide. No worries, just finish talking and we'll head out right away. The man turned, ah yes, understood. I've prepared the carriage, follow me please. Zeke followed the guide. The two guys left behind muttered in confusion. Is he seriously planning to go to war with Mekin? He paused, then waved and called back loudly, no way, just kidding, don't take it seriously. The two were still uneasy, but when that kid said it, it didn't feel like a joke at all. Agreed. At that moment, a carriage rolled by on the road and a voice asked, did you check the place the guild prepared? Of course. From the outside it looks impressive, but the red warehouse and interior are all under our control. Hotel level quality. Lucky, right? Oh, by the way, just to go over the plan one more time, I'll summarize it quickly. Today is Don Juan's birthday. Jack Draker rested his chin on his hand and gazed out the window. This is both a celebration for him and a meeting for all the higher-ups to discuss upcoming deals. So Kay, the key figure in the transaction, and her assistant Jack Murray will both be attending the meeting, correct? The other replied, ah yes. Zeke Draker continued, we've gone over this how many times now, feels like the 5th time. I've practically memorized every single word. Kay, sitting across from him, pointed dramatically and raised her voice. Well, what can I do about it? Partner, I'm not as thick-skinned as you. I get worried, that's normal. Don't tell me you dragged me into this and now won't even let me vent a little. Jack Draker listened and gave a wry smile in his mind. I thought something was off compared to usual, but turns out it's just because of that. Kay clutched her head and trembled. What if they find out I burned the Soma warehouse? I heard Mechan's way of dealing with traitors is to paralyze their whole body and toss them into a shark-dragon ship. Ah no, it should be fine. I covered my tracks so thoroughly no one could have noticed, right? Her face had gone deathly pale with terror. Seeing that, Jack Draker secretly thought with amusement, watching her freak out like this just makes me want to tease her even more. Then he spoke up, Kay, you're a mage, they'll handle you differently, so don't worry. Kay looked curious, differently how? Zeke flashed a dazzlingly handsome grin and declared, down south they say that possessing a mage's body can ward off curses, so no one's gonna waste it as shark bait. They'll probably just dissolve the whole corpse and sell off the parts to fulfill some obligation or whatever. When Kay heard that, her body practically contorted from the sheer shock, and her scream echoed out of the carriage. So those rings the Mechan members have been wearing all this time aren't replicas, they're real fingers? Ah, I don't even want to know what they'll do with my fingers. If that happens, partner, please collect my body and bury it somewhere sunny and warm, okay? But how do you even know about this stuff? Jack Draker stayed silent, gazing out the window, thinking, how could I not know? I'm the one who understands the southern continent better than anyone. I'm also the one who guided Mechan's rise and fall as a hired killer. He recalled his previous life, the grudges with Mechan before the regression, starting with being expelled from the academy and captured by slave traders, then sold to Men's Soma Plantation. Men's Soma Plantation wasn't just a place growing soma on orders. Sometimes its workers were thrown in as cannon fodder during faction wars, and I was the only one who survived multiple times and came back. Back then, I just felt relieved to be alive and didn't question anything. But thinking back now, my survival instinct must have unconsciously used healing. Anyway, after surviving 5 or 6 cannon fodder missions, Don Juan started training me as a hired assassin. And look, he was right, hired killer work suited my abilities perfectly. Luring targets off guard and then poisoning them made taking down even Violet Knights easy. But Azure Knights were different. Even when I approached without leaving a trace, he somehow sensed it miraculously. And even after being poisoned, he could adjust his aura to burn or expel the toxin. Still, Azure Knights are ultimately human. I learned to exploit those subtle human weaknesses in refined ways, and from there, I became capable of taking them down. When the number of Azure Knights I'd killed reached double digits, I solidified my position as a top hired killer in the Mechan organization. After that, I kept expanding my influence through major achievements in wars and wiping out the Pavla organization, eventually becoming Don Juan's adopted son with the promise of officially inheriting everything. But on the night, they gathered all the top leaders to announce the successor. I killed everyone present, including Don Juan, and left the Mechan organization. And that's it, all ancient history now. While Jack Draker was lost in memories of his past life, Kay was waving her hands to snap him out of it. Hey, partner, you've been dodging my questions this whole time. Don't tell me you're actually a Mechan spy, planning to use me to swallow the syndicate whole. She pointed accusingly, her face tense with suspicion. Jack Draker raised an eyebrow at her but said nothing, then glanced back out the window. That attitude made Kay freeze like she'd turned to stone. Unable to hold back, she pressed, "Am I wrong? Say something, partner." He secretly chuckled. Kay now is different from before the regression. She's still a bit naive, so teasing her is actually pretty fun. Scene shift inside Don Juan's mansion. Inside, quite a crowd of guests had already gathered. Everyone was dressed elegantly, holding glasses of fine wine in their hands. At that moment, a voice rang out. Don Juan, this is Kay, the syndicate operative I mentioned. Someone was introducing Kay. She quickly curtsied. It's an honor to meet you, Don Juan. He pressed his lips together, observing the room while thinking in admiration. They really are loaded. Not just men's assassins, but infamous outlaws and even rangers. Quite the diverse lineup. This was inside the secret meeting room behind the mansion's main hall. A row of people seated at the large conference table all glanced toward the two newcomers. The mansion's owner, holding a cigar, gave a friendly smile and spoke. Pleasure to meet you, Kay. I heard you were a mage, but I didn't expect a woman. A beautiful mage is rarer than any gem. I'm looking forward to hearing your wise words. Let's get started. This old man was Don Juan, the boss of the Mechan organization. At this point, Kay placed her hand on her chest, took a deep breath, and declared, "A few months ago, do you remember the warehouse fire?" Those words made everyone in the room jolt in shock. Old Don Juan extinguished his cigar and replied, Of course I remember, it's not something anyone could forget. But why bring it up now? His expression turned as cold and demonic as a devil as he questioned her. Kay, pressured by that aura, grew tense and began to stammer. That's because there's a traitor among us who colluded with Pavla to burn the Soma warehouse. Her words caused countless people to roar in fury. What the hell is this crazy bitch saying? Drag her out. Old Don Juan slammed his fist on the table, and the noisy ones quickly shut up. He radiated thick killing intent as he questioned. Those words you just said, do you dare take responsibility for them, Kay? Kay nodded without hesitation. Don Juan extended his hand and continued. Fine, then tell me who's the one bold enough to betray Meccan. The people there grew extremely anxious, terrified their own name would be called. Suddenly Zeke Draker grabbed one of them, pressed a knife to his throat to hold him hostage, and only then spoke. A pleasure to meet you, Don Juan. He introduced himself calmly. I'm Zeke Murray. Regarding the part you just mentioned, I believe I can help. Old Don Juan remained composed and replied, Zeke Murray, pleasure to meet you. It's my birthday, you come empty-handed but bring a knife. As he asked, he lit another cigar. Zeke Draker looked at the man in his grip and said, the gift's right here, isn't it? Don Juan, are you saying your dear brother Joaquin here is the traitor? Kay flashed a wicked, excited grin. Hey Joaquin, or should I say El Mencho, you should know best of all. Why don't you just confess yourself? Joaquin gritted his teeth in panic. How the hell does this guy know something even the boss hasn't noticed? Then he shouted, you useless bastards, what are you standing around for? After taking so much of my money, do something useful for once. The nearby guards were confused, but even if you say that, we can't do anything. That guy's a pro, he didn't leave a single opening to get close. If we attack from range, he'll use Mr. Joaquin as a shield. He might even be a spy sent by Pavla. Zeke's eyes sharpened, not bad for Meccan's right-hand man, trusted a lot, huh? Meanwhile, you're the real Pavla spy, yet you dare turn around and suspect me. Joaquin, still with a knife at his throat, sneered, now that you're exposed you're just spouting nonsense, huh? Zeke replied calmly, pretty confident, aren't you? You think I'd do all this without evidence? At that moment Kay began activating her mage abilities. A stack of documents appeared on the table in front of old Don Juan. He quickly picked it up to examine. Don Juan silently flipped through it with a contemplative look. Then his eyes narrowed. You brought something interesting, Zeke Murray. Not only did Joaquin collude with the syndicate to betray us, but it turns out those Pavla bastards are pirates too. Those words left the remaining people stunned. Zeke Draker thought to himself, as expected, just mentioning pirates changes the whole atmosphere. No one likes pirates, especially Southerners, who hate them more than anyone because they're closest to pirate bases and suffer the heaviest losses of any continent. And above all, Don Juan had lost his entire family to pirates, so his hatred for them was irreconcilable. Even for Don Juan, he would never overlook anything involving pirates. So what are you planning to do now? The restrained Joaquin, seeing this, gritted his teeth in even greater panic. Damn it, where the hell did you get that photo? And that report too, it clearly states I smuggled with Pavla before, and it links to the Soma warehouse fire a few months ago. Just that alone is enough to make people suspicious of me. Suddenly, old Don Juan tossed the documents onto the table. I've looked through it carefully, Zeke Murray. But if it's just this little bit of evidence, you think I'd suspect Joaquin, my own flesh and blood brother? Zeke Draker furrowed his brow and thought, looks like this alone isn't enough. I didn't want to resort to this method, but it seems there's no other choice. Then he whispered something into Joaquin Mencho's ear, making the man's body freeze rigid like stone. Old Don Juan stayed calm and continued. If that's really all there is, then you've insulted my brother unforgivably. At that point, Joaquin gritted his teeth and declared, Boss, Zeke Murray is right. The one who secretly colluded with Pavla is me. Right then, his pupils contracted lifelessly, as if he was no longer fully conscious. The room fell so silent, you could hear a pin drop. Old Don Juan bowed his head, braced himself on the table, and stood. So that's how it is. I never expected you to betray me. What a disgrace. Since you've confessed like this, you should receive treatment befitting your crimes, right? As he spoke, he stepped forward. Suddenly, Zeke's eyes widened, and the old man hurled an axe toward Joaquin. Blood sprayed everywhere, splattering even onto Zeke Draker. Just like that, a mangled corpse with a massive head wound and a pool of blood appeared in the meeting room. Zeke Draker swallowed hard, staring at the axe embedded in Joaquin's forehead, thinking, to think the right-hand man of Meccan would turn out to be such a pathetic mess. These Southerners really are something else. He recalled what he just whispered into Joaquin El Mencho's ear. Confess that you're the traitor. If you do exactly as I say, I swear before God I won't touch your hidden family. Zeke took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face. A vow before God is absolutely trustworthy. Truth is, from the start, I never intended to go after your family anyway. No surprise, he truly lived up to being the infamous crime syndicate boss. Don Juan probably never truly believed El Mencho was the traitor, so he only dealt with him because the situation forced his hand. Because a few months ago, the one who caused the fire at the Soma warehouse, the incident that dealt Mecking heavy losses, was also the one who colluded with Pavla and set the blaze. While Kay had insisted that the traitor colluding with Pavla and the arsonist were one and the same person. At the same time, I acted in the most extreme way possible, pointing straight at El Mencho's face and declaring him a traitor before immediately subduing him. On top of that came the bombshell revelation that the Pavla organization was actually a bunch of pirates all along. In the midst of such utter chaos, Don Juan somehow managed to stay calm, coldly analyzing the situation. But his subordinates sure as hell couldn't, and right in the middle of that madness, El Mencho himself admitted out loud that he was the traitor. Even if El Mencho wasn't actually a traitor, letting it slide would probably cause the organization's discipline to completely collapse. Sure enough, Don Juan stayed as coldly rational as ever, not changing a thing. He pressed his lips together and stared hard at the other side. The old Don Juan now pulled his axe out of the corpse, dragging along a horrifying trail of fresh blood. A bizarre, demonic aura surrounded him, his eyes ice-cold like he was staring at prey. Then he spoke again, but if Kay's report is correct and Joquin really was the traitor, then all those close associates of mine who went to cozy up to him must be traitors too. Those words made the remaining subordinates flinch in panic. The old Don Juan slammed his axe down hard onto the stack of documents. The report spells it out clearly. The burning of the Soma warehouse was just a stepping stone so you could prepare to switch sides to Pavla along with Joquin. If you confess just like my brother Joquin did, I'll send you off without making you suffer any pain. Someone tried to defend themselves. This is completely slander. The old man's sharp eyes scanned the room. One guy sweating buckets pointed at Kay. We never had any plan like that. This has to be some filthy trick from that damn witch, if you interrogate that sorceress. He didn't even finish the sentence before a blow struck him instantly, cutting him off for good. A spray of fresh blood splattered across Kay. Her expression turned to stunned shock at the scene, her body trembling as she looked down at the corpse at her feet. A questioning voice rang out. What the hell are you doing, Zeke Murray? The one who had just struck was Zeke Draker. He answered calmly, I'm just helping the boss deal with a traitor, that's all. Joquin already confessed himself and you personally executed him. The rest of these guys who went to cozy up were in on it with him anyway, so we've got every right and reason to kill them now, don't we? The old Don Juan glanced at him, thinking to himself, I kept wondering what this kid was really scheming. And it turns out his ultimate goal was to use my hand to wipe out the syndicate. The old man kept his head lowered, thinking, reputation, sounds nice. But Zeke Murray. His cold gaze fixed on Zeke. So in the end, are you a messenger from the gods sent to help me, or just a pawn of the devil here to destroy me? The corner of Zeke Draker's mouth curled up like everything was going exactly according to plan. He placed his hand on his own chest and declared confidently, I'm neither a messenger of the gods nor a servant of demons. I'm just a business partner coming to propose a new deal. Don Juan looked puzzled. A business partner. He confirmed, exactly, I figured you'd see it that way too. Boss, you want to wipe out the current corporate order and restore proper command, right? But with Ishtar's expulsion order and Pavla's control over the sea routes, the only remaining distribution network for Soma that Mecking has is through the organization right now. You're sharp enough to see all of this clearly, boss. That's exactly why you hesitated to punish them even after learning they'd betrayed you. The old man listened and thought in astonishment. You talk like you've known me for years. Zeke Draker went on, don't worry, by now the syndicate's Soma distribution has been completely taken over by Kay. Kay, still trembling, forced a nervous laugh when her name came up. Ha ha ha. Zeke Draker continued confidently. From here on out, Kay and I will take over from the syndicate and handle Mecking's Soma distribution ourselves. Don Juan sat back down in his chair in silence, feeling somewhat at ease, and replied, that's actually a damn good offer, Zeke Murray. If everything you've said is true, business deals have to be built on trust. But without trust, how can I possibly hand over distribution to you when this is our very first meeting? Zeke agreed, you're absolutely right. The old man asked, so how about this? Suddenly he threw the axe to one side, then tossed the stack of documents into the air, drew his own sword, and finally drove it straight down through the photo on top of the documents. After that whole sequence of moves, he turned back with an arrogant grin. Paulo Santos, I'm going to wipe out the territory controlled by that coward. Paulo Santos, nicknamed Paulo the Coward. His nickname came from always prioritizing safety above everything else. That's why, even though he'd been made an enforcer, his reputation in the organization was rock bottom. Don Juan calmly analyzed, "Zeke Draker, you even know details like his existence and his nickname." "Yeah, well, as long as it benefits me, I don't care." After weighing the pros and cons, Don Juan stood up and said, "All right, that guy might earn my trust. But even though I'm impressed by your boldness and guts, that place is still way too dangerous to ambush alone, so I'll send Mekin's elite assassination squad to back you up." Zeke thought to himself, "Back me up my ass, they'll just be watching me the whole time." The old man continued, "And while you're proving your courage just as a precaution, the young lady here will be under my protection." He turned toward Kay with a sleazy expression. She was incredibly tense and terrified, her body still shaking. Zeke Draker's eyes sharpened as he thought, "That's just a longer way of saying she's being taken hostage." Then he replied, "Understood, please take good care of Kay, boss. The Soma port is massive, so I'll send Mekin's elite assassination squad to support you." By now it was night, one arm raised. Kay led the assassination team as they arrived, and he immediately signaled, "Stop." At that moment, Manuel, the squad leader, glanced at him in thought and admiration. Even as the team leader, I stopped at his command without even realizing it. Well, after seeing his skills, only an idiot wouldn't follow his orders. He has more endurance than assassins like us, moves faster and more precisely, like he knows this northern forest by heart. But above all, he's insanely skilled in combat, even against powerful beasts that could easily take down the highest paid mercenaries from the wolf tribe. The guy's a straight-up monster. Manuel just kept marveling at Zeke Draker's strength for a while. Zeke Draker suddenly spoke, "All of you wait here." Manuel got flustered, but we're here as overseers, we're not supposed to help directly. Zeke Draker looked back with icy eyes. "This is the only spot where the factory can be clearly seen. Stop saying things you don't actually mean and just focus on observing." With that, he vanished forward in an instant. Manuel called after him in panic, "Murray." Manuel felt helpless dealing with this guy. One team member asked, "What should we do, boss?" Manuel answered right away, "We'll do exactly what he said and keep observing from here. Like he told us, we're only here to supervise, no need to follow him into the fight. From now on, stay sharp, make sure our camouflage is perfect so we don't get spotted." While he was talking, a fire suddenly erupted below. Manuel broke into a cold sweat at the speed. He's already charging in. Down below, a massive blaze was spreading. People were lying everywhere gasping from the fire, looking absolutely horrifying. Then a swirling pillar of flame began twisting through the air. Shouts rang out, "There's a mage among the attackers. We can't handle this alone. Request immediate backup from the magic weapon team right now." Zeke Draker held a small sword glowing with fire. Those reactions were only natural since it was their first time seeing an elemental sword. Someone spotted him and yelled, "Intruder sighted." Zeke closed his eyes and sighed. But against an organization facing off with Mekin in the north, I already expected this. Their response is damn quick. A group armed with weapons rushed in to attack him. Waves of power shot out simultaneously, met with fireballs in return. This was the elemental sword's attack. Will-O-Wisp field radiant flame. Zeke Draker dashed through, setting those people ablaze. After finishing, Zeke Draker landed back on the ground. Looking at the burning corpses, Zeke Draker muttered, "But this still isn't enough to even warm up." Suddenly he glanced to one side, frowned, and exclaimed, "That coward Paulo really is a crazy bastard." Right then, Zeke was being targeted by tank barrels aimed straight at him. He even tapped into a mana pool. How much money got wasted here? Wouldn't it be cheaper to just hire mages? The tanks quickly powered up. Cannon fire exploded out, heading straight for Zeke. He casually raised his elemental sword and sliced the massive shell in half, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Delayed explosions erupted behind him. Done, Zeke gave a satisfied grin. Yeah, unless you're a criminal, no one would accept a trade deal like that. With that, he unleashed a barrage of moves. Elemental sword, wind field, sword dance. The surge of power shattered the tanks and everything nearby. Behind the black face mask, the corner of Zeke's mouth curled up. Before regression, I probably would have run the moment I saw that mana pool. He turned his back to the still raging explosions, then swung his sword through the air. But things are different now. Sometime later, the entire area was reduced to ruins and lingering flames. Inside the underground corridor lay corpses everywhere along with pools of blood. The last ones were quickly dealt with. He fell, revealing Zeke Draker, who had just struck. As he walked in, scratching his head, after taking care of all these, it's about time for him to show up. Suddenly an arrow shot toward him. Zeke casually caught it. Abruptly, the arrow exploded into some kind of powder. The system immediately displayed, "Black Mamba poison detected. Immunity to all poisons negates the effect of the poison." Administrator command confirmed. Continuous activation of class recovery skill has been temporarily suspended. Zeke Draker frowned and glanced to one side, finally showing yourself, huh? At that moment, the man named Paulo Santos stepped out from the shadows and spoke. What the hell is the underground army doing, letting an intruder get all the way in here?
5 or 6 footsteps drew closer, accompanied by a threatening voice. What you just inhaled is deadly poison. Even someone using aura can't do anything against this toxin. He held up a vial of antidote and laid out a condition. I'll give you a chance to trade information about your accomplices for the antidote. Paulo Santos, an executive of the Pavla organization, began mocking Owen as he struggled. Looks like this was a diversion, but seeing how quiet the ground is, your buddies have probably all been captured, right? Why not make the trade before it's too late? But he quickly saw through the man's intentions. You want to trade for something that doesn't even exist. You think I'm that easy to fool. Just glancing at the poisoned arrow on the ground was enough for him to grasp its danger. For Southerners, the fact that black mamba venom has no antidote was basic common knowledge. An ordinary person would die in minutes from it, and even blue-rank knights would struggle to filter out the toxin, often left with lasting damage. Truly a lethal poison. Moreover, Owen was well-versed in pharmacology, so he'd luckily avoided most of it. And with 100 poisons immunity, it had zero effect on him anyway. The black mamba poison was detected thanks to 100 poisons immunity. His body remained completely unaffected. Without wasting words, he swiftly smashed the antidote vial in Paulo's hand. Paulo, now furious after his ploy was thwarted, shouted, "You lunatic, destroying the antidote. You really want to die that bad?" Suddenly, right after he finished speaking, his face froze in shock, speechless. Owen exuded total confidence as he laid out the full truth. "Relax, my physique is immune to poisons. Oh, and I can even transform into another form that looks pretty bloodthirsty." His eyes gleamed as he added a threat. "The reason the ground's so quiet is because I already wiped out all your comrades." Paulo was stunned speechless by those words. What? He stubbornly clung to his own logic. "Don't bullshit me. They're Pavla's elite, equipped with magic weapons too." Owen kept provoking him. "If you're curious, go check for yourself, assuming you still can." Paulo roared, "Who the hell are you? Who sent you to do this?" He replied nonchalantly, "You must have already guessed a little right." Paulo gritted his teeth hard. He tried guessing his identity. "Don't tell me, mech." Owen confirmed, quick on the uptake, probably based on some personal deductions that led him to a reasonable answer. The only one capable of stirring up Pavla this badly was Mecking, but I thought both sides still respected each other's boundaries. Why suddenly pull something like this? Owen didn't hesitate to mock Paulo, truly shameless. Paulo asked in surprise, "What?" He went straight for the jugular. Isn't Pavla's so-called respect just sneaking into the opponent's distribution channels and waiting for a chance to smuggle goods? Owen laid out a string of evidence. He even threatened, making Paulo visibly anxious. Pavla's crossed the line. That alone is enough reason to declare war. The boss has sworn he won't stop until Pavla is reduced to ashes. He's also vowed to sweep every filthy pirate off the southern continent. Once his secrets were fully exposed, Paulo hurriedly turned to flee, even knowing your origins are pirates. Damn it. Owen immediately gave chase. "You think you can get away?" After pursuing Paulo for a while, Owen ended up in a vast, open room. He cautiously ventured deeper, carefully scanning the surroundings. Guess the hunt ends here, but what is this place? It's completely different from the underground mine earlier. On the way here, Owen hadn't had it easy. He'd struggled quite a bit dealing with traps. Plus, the path was littered with countless snares, so he'd pretended to get caught in some to avoid suspicion. What a hassle. Being quick-witted and knowledgeable, Owen had immediately spotted the presence of those traps. Those traps weren't original to the ruins. They looked freshly placed not long ago. He cursed the enemies inwardly in frustration. "Damn Pavla bastards, what the hell are they doing here?" As Owen pressed forward, a mysterious figure had been lying in wait behind. The figure rushed toward him like a gust of wind. Owen, taking advantage of the moment the attacker wasn't paying attention, drew his sword to finish him quickly from behind. Sensing the danger just as the blade swung, Owen dodged in time. He closed in right next to the man's face and said coldly, "What the hell kind of monster are you?" The attacker panicked from being startled by Owen and hastily withdrew his sword. He stared with eyes full of terror and seething rage. The sword in Owen's hand began to glow. He casually delivered a few commemorative slashes to the man in front of him. The attacker's eyes rolled back white, his body covered in wounds. Owen just looked coldly at the corpse, his heart unmoved. He stepped decisively over the body on the floor. Further along, Owen realized more of the same types were appearing. "No matter where I go, I keep running into these bastards." He finally encountered their squad and their leader. "Damn it, Imperial watchdogs." The leader started spouting arrogantly. "That's why I never wanted to cooperate with Southern scum. They should have handled their own business in their own territory. Dragging a bunch of rats all the way here, what's the point? He growled a threat at Owen. Either way, since you've come this far, don't dream of leaving alive. Based on his analysis, Owen made a prediction. On the tactical map from those Imperial watchdogs I ran into at the Resident Mountains, the southern continent ruins were clearly marked too. So this place must be one of the ancient ruins the Emperor's searching for. Owen gripped his sword tightly. The arrogant leader cautiously warned his men. That dagger looks ordinary on the surface, but there was clearly wind swirling around it before he swung. Treat it as some kind of artifact, and handle it with extreme care. The soldier obeyed, understood. He glared with murderous intent. What caught his attention in the opponent's hand was a magic scroll. The leader hurriedly ordered the troops below. That's a magic scroll. Get ready immediately. Owen reassured them. Oh, no need to freak out that much. He explained clearly the effect of the scroll he held. This is just soundproofing magic and a protective barrier, no killing power at all. The outer door began activating, as he'd said. Simply put, for the next 30 minutes, nothing that happens here will leak outside. Owen stared straight at them, completely unfazed. No need to worry about getting discovered. Plus, chances to test out techniques like this don't come every day, so enjoy it to the fullest. He raised his arm high and declared loudly, "Right." The leader began feeling uneasy at Owen's predictions. That spatial pouch seems a bit off. It doesn't look like it's connected to another space. It feels like it was created directly in the void. He was puzzled about the opponent's gear too, and that weird weapon earlier, clearly a mage, yet he can use a sword. Suddenly he was stunned, eyes wide in shock. Owen's hands underwent a clear transformation, emitting strange light. In an instant, he gripped a divine sword radiating immense power, or a sword. The leader cried out in horror. Is that guy a blue-rank knight? A sharp sword stroke cut through, accompanied by a flash of light in the space. Thanks to the Sword Saint's support, Owen could confidently handle an entire army without expending too much effort. Dragon-Slaying Sword Art, Chapter 1, First Form, Heavenly Slash. The leader didn't escape his tragic fate, falling victim to Owen's deadly technique. The door, sealed by magic, probably began to fade as Owen finished wiping out the enemies. By now the place was in ruins, with a fire lit in the center. Owen had anticipated the current situation and executed a brilliant plan. Burning the bodies with fire makes it hard to find traces. Plus, it'll make people think Mechin hired not just knights but mages for the raid. That way, the conflict between Mechin and Pavla would intensify. A strange premonition rose in his heart. After pondering a series of thoughts, he said, "Now I get why Pavla and the Roman Empire are both showing up here. If I had to guess, it's probably cooperation to search for ancient southern ruins." Owen recalled the past and immediately thought of the most likely outcome before regression. When I came here back then, there were no signs of this. Makes sense. It was about 3 years later than now, so they probably found the artifact and pulled out. Owen brushed through the dust on the ground, satisfied with his own efforts. As long as the result is good. Even if I stumbled into it by chance, I've wrecked the Emperor's plans. Seeing everything wrapped up, he prepared to leave comfortably. Guess it's really time to head back now. But suddenly realizing something, he turned back for a glance and spotted the red robot's leg again. It declared, "Trouble." It stepped out with an arrogant and imposing air. I sensed a powerful, ferocious aura, but then it vanished like magic, so I came to check. Owen clearly felt every step and presence right behind him. A stern voice rang out, carrying heavy killing intent. "So we have an uninvited guest." The surroundings filled with a thick, murderous aura. Zeke turned to look back. He immediately recognized the familiar shape of the armor before him. That armor looks like Hersian, the magic armor granted to Draker's Crimson Knight, right? In his mind, he pictured it along with some info, one of the treasured artifacts. Hersian was engraved with all sorts of auxiliary magic, from weight reduction to self-repair. After observing for a while, Zeke also noticed differences between the two, but this Hersian seemed slightly different from the Empire's version. Zeke boldly asked him straight, "Who are you? That armor you're wearing looks just like Hersian. Don't tell me you're the Empire's Crimson Knight." Before he could react, the knight pressed his sword to Zeke's throat in threat. With no other choice, Zeke drew his own holy sword to counter. Both sides clashed in a fierce, evenly matched battle of strength and stamina. Green light blazed fiercely from the knight's eyes. Zeke strained every muscle to push back against him. The fight grew even more intense as the red-armored knight reversed the momentum with ferocious attacks. Zeke managed to dodge the classic shockwave strike just in time, getting blasted straight into the wall behind him, but he refused to give up. As the Iron Knight leaped high for the finishing blow, Zeke got into defensive position. Their weapons collided, creating a powerful ground-shaking impact. Zeke and the Iron Knight continued clashing, neither yielding an inch. Zeke realized the opponent's endurance and iron will in direct combat. Damn it, this strength is basically monstrous. A bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Could Hersian have additional power-enhancing magic layered on it? Zeke's only option left was to actively evade the knight's relentless chain attacks. The knight stood tall amid the thick smoke, completely unscathed, lifting his gaze with an utterly terrifying and horrifying look. Behind him rose a rock outcrop as tall as a person. Activating skill, elemental sword, metal force field. In a short moment, it enveloped the red-armored knight inside. He easily broke through a small gap at the top, then used his transcendent technique to slash repeatedly at the torn protective layer. The knight's unmatched power quickly shattered it into fragments. He emerged prouder and more imposing than ever after breaking free from the opponent's encirclement. A blinding flash of light shot toward him, leaving him momentarily confused. The knight was affected by the strange light, freezing in place for a second. Activating skill, flash calamity. Then a barrage of large and small boulders rained down mercilessly on his entire body. Taking advantage of the knight's momentary distraction, Zeke swiftly stepped forward. A small flash of light streaked through the silent space. Zeke was shocked. He hadn't expected that despite trying everything. He still couldn't take the guy down completely. Caught it, he even blocked sword aura. Without the slightest hesitation, he boldly advanced right up to the knight's face. Zeke had encountered some disadvantages in actual combat, making him hesitate slightly as he prepared a new technique and activated the skill, Dragon Tribe Dragon Scale Armor. Activating skill, Dragon Tribe Dragon Scale Armor. He was still determined to push forward with the sword saint by his side, while the knight remained chained and restrained. For the time being, Zeke prioritized safety and decided to hold a solid defensive stance in one spot. Zeke shot the knight a contemptuous glare and mocked. Turns out you've got quite the bag of weird tricks yourself. The knight paused for a moment before repeating the question Zeke had asked earlier. You asked who I was just now, right? Zeke furrowed his brow, clearly eager for the reveal. With your level of strength, the least you could do is give me your name. The knight finally stated his alias. I am Cain Zemens Constantinus. A suspicion immediately arose in Zeke about that name. His name doesn't just have Zeman. It seemed Zeke had sensed something abnormal hidden within a secret, and Constantinus too. Information about his lineage had already been updated earlier. Constantinus was a surname passed down exclusively to the imperial family of the Roman Empire. Moreover, middle names for the imperial line could only come from the elector families, the nobility with the right to vote for the emperor in the Roman Empire. From these small details, Zeke pieced together a massive story. So the Zemens family, one of Draker's great houses, is actually one of the Roman Empire's elector family. He began shifting into a different state. The system notified, demonic energy detected. Eliminating the carrier of demonic energy will grant bonus points. He shielded his eyes with his hand, feeling a bit confused inside. Demonic energy, I don't know exactly what that is. The light radiating from Cain was so blinding that Zeke had to shield his eyes, but it was definitely extremely dangerous. The knight prepared a decisive strike to demonstrate his power and authority. I never expected to encounter a knight on my level in a desolate place like this. In that case, I'll show proper courtesy and personally grant you a glorious death with full force. Zeke knew his limits well. Understanding the scope of the opponent's abilities, he calmly assessed, can't counter this with ordinary techniques. Even using elemental sword against it, my level is still far too low. Zeke stomped his foot firmly on the ground. He'd figured out how to deal with him. If that's the case, there's only one way. Zeke raised his sword and unleashed a crucial technique. Dragon Slaying Sword Art, Chapter 8, Second Form, Dragon Scale Thrust. But he still felt some worry, since his counterattack wasn't fully completed. Zeke had already witnessed Cain's terrifying skills and power, so he was fully on guard. The opponent's defensive capabilities and power enhancement were so superior that they could even reflect sword aura back. As long as Hersian remained active, no fatal wound could be inflicted. He lifted his sword and lightly stroked it once, having come up with a plan. The priority is at least to bring him down to my level. Activating skill, Magic Reflection. Just as Zeke prepared to act, Cain suddenly froze, surprising him. What? Hersian just stopped functioning. The knight turned in confusion and asked, what did you just do? Zeke felt even more puzzled than him and replied, what? I have no idea what you're talking about. Cain laughed maniacally as he gathered his spiritual power to prepare for battle. Interesting. If you won't answer, fine. Cain unleashed a powerful attack. Personally determining the number of enemies was one of the pleasures of combat, and several spots were struck by his ability, creating glowing friction marks. It continued relentlessly, as if he were swinging wildly rather than aiming at one point. Zeke stood firm against the berserker. Cain kept unleashing power to crush him. He rose up, flipping everything over, turning the scene into pure chaos. The entire room was wrecked by him, nothing left undamaged. Several spots were hit by his ability, creating glowing friction marks. It kept going as if he were swinging wildly rather than targeting one point. Zeke remained steady facing the mad killer. Kane continued pouring power to take him down. He surged forward, overturning everything into utter chaos. The whole room was demolished by him. Nothing remained intact. It exploded to the point the ground shook, debris flying everywhere. After the clash, the room was left in utter ruins. Zeke was gravely wounded, blood pouring out everywhere. Damn it, the demonic energy ratio in the administrator's body has exceeded the allowable threshold. Elemental class healing skill efficiency reduced. He forced himself up, clutching his agonizing wound with a heavy heart. This situation is seriously dangerous now. Kane stood before him, unable to hide his admiration. Truly worthy of the pure-blooded Draker. Impressive. He recalled one key point from his combat experience against Zeke. Even if only for a moment, neutralizing Hersian's functions could only be the Draker family's sealing magic. Moreover, the swordsmanship you used in that final strike, when exposed by Kane, left Zeke stunned. It was extremely similar to dragon killing method. Sure enough, as he paid close attention to every move, he immediately deduced the method and analyzed it in detail. Dragon-slaying sword art originated from dragon-killing method, so naturally they shared many similarities. However, the dragon scale thrust I just executed only appears in the later parts of dragon-killing method. It's a forbidden secret technique, not transmitted outside the family, yet an imperial knight like Kane knows it, proving the Zemens have handed over the entire dragon-killing method to the Empire. Zeke covered his mouth as he vomited a large amount of blood. Kane approached and prepared to grant the defeated a gift. Looks like your body has been heavily corroded, must be excruciating. Leaving you in this state would be discourteous to an opponent who faced me honorably. Without hesitation, Zeke drove a sword straight into his chest, stopping him instantly. Kane held it there for a long moment until he was gone. After confirming with the knight's disgusted expression, he calmly bid farewell. Rest in peace. Watching Zeke motionless for a long while, Kane finally turned to leave. Even as an enemy, it's been ages since I met a worthy opponent like that. But right as he stepped away, a small blade suddenly shot from behind. It sliced off a bit of his hair and left a small cut on his neck. Kane glanced back and realized Zeke had vanished. He exclaimed in shock, "How is that possible?" Immediately, Zeke reappeared behind him, arm gripping the sword tightly, eyes flashing with terrifying intent. The system had used a life-saving measure, the highest-grade recovery potion, significantly restoring the user's stamina and wound. In that split second of lowered guard, he effortlessly took the knight's head with one light slash. Right after the attack, his body could no longer stand firm. He dropped to his knees, coughing harshly several times, thinking to himself, "Good thing I had the recovery potion set in the hotkey slot." The system's life-saving measure is Jabalu Ibn Hassan's masterpiece, the ultimate high-grade recovery potion that instantly heals fatal wounds and restores stamina. Note, due to its superior effect, it has no impact on those who have used it before and carries some unknown side effects. His body began trembling from the pain. He muttered inwardly, "That was close, I almost died for real." But it seems internal injuries from the aura can't be healed. The system kept warning, "Attention, skill overuse detected. Due to excessive skill usage, fatigue has exceeded dangerous level." He told himself, "If I keep repairing columns like this, that's what I'm thinking," but his rationality could no longer hold. His whole body went limp, consciousness fading as he collapsed to the ground. For safety, the administrator's consciousness will be disconnected. With only a few final threads of awareness left, he told himself, "No, I need to recover more." He directed his gaze toward the scattered recovery potion vials on the ground, his voice full of determination. "Right now, no matter what, I have to do it." Suddenly, the phantom image of a dragon head appeared in his mind. His body went slack like a broken kite, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, a massive surge of energy erupted from his body outward, devouring everything. Dragon Tribe Devour skill activated. Kane's entire body was now being swept by the energy radiating from him. The system devoured the fallen demonic being corroded by demonic energy. Stamina, spirit, and depleted mana are being replenished. The remaining energy remnants in Kane's body gradually merged into the demonic power he emitted. Immediately after, the entire demonic force returned to Zeke's body, beginning to heal him, but a cracking sound echoed in the silent space. The system absorbed the demonic being's designed abilities. C-rank passive static electricity skill evolved into A-rank electric shock. After the healing finished, the golden demonic energy gradually dissipated into the air. Abruptly, his eyes snapped wide open, breathing in rapid gasps. He slowly sat up, gently checking his wounds with his hand, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I really thought I was done for. Good thing I remembered Devour. Then his gaze fell on a suit of armor hovering in front of him, puzzled. Is this Kane's armor? The system has obtained the anonymous armor. Do you wish to register as its user? Zeke pondered complicatedly for a moment. Why no name displayed? But without the slightest hesitation, he selected Yes on the system panel. The system registered him as the user. But as his choice finalized, the armor immediately flew toward him, enveloping his body. Now his entire form looked no different from Kane's earlier appearance. The system can customize illusion form according to the user's will. Among the 28 great magic arrays engraved on the armor, 3 are currently activated. Looking at the bulky armor, yet when worn it felt unnaturally light, leaving Zeke thrilled. A suit this good. Wearing this would definitely get spotted by the Empire. Better store it for now, change appearance later and use it then. More importantly, I need to get out of here right now. Then he suddenly sensed a scent, spreading through the air. This smell is, he looked toward the source and marveled, the stench of blood and corpses. Yeah, he went to investigate and discovered this was a site for human experimentation. Right now, countless scientists were conducting experiments here. He gritted his teeth in rage, cursing inwardly. Damn imperial bastards. The moment they saw him appear, the mages shouted, "Intruder, capture him." At their words, countless poison vials in their hands were released outward. He roared in fury, daring to experiment on other people's lives. He summoned via the system. The system detected toxins synthesized by poison magic, surpassing 100 poison's immunity effectiveness, entering poison state. The poison spread rapidly through his body, but he immediately pulled out a high-grade antidote vial. The system used high-grade antidote. He shouted angrily, "Then you all better prepare to pay with your lives, right?" Following his words, the entire laboratory was completely destroyed by him, engulfed in a sea of flames. He grabbed a stack of documents and began reviewing the situation. Gotta collect this lab's research material. Since it's an imperial lab, it might be connected to the Crimson Flower disease. While he was examining them, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "It's you, and you've wrecked my lab to ruins." An old man stepped forward, glaring at him with extreme anger. Without a second's hesitation, he gripped his sword tightly and charged straight at the old man, ready to attack. Seeing the light emanating from his sword, the old man let out a soft exclamation, "Sword aura." Immediately, the old man raised his hand to summon a magic circle. But Zeke's speed at that moment was no joke. He moved incredibly fast, slicing the old man's body clean in half with a single strike. A perfectly clean cut was delivered, but the body reformed like a pile of sand. After being bisected, it regenerated in an instant. Looking at it, he assessed, judging by the magic patterns, this is a desert scorpion specialist in forbidden arts. Sixth Circle executive. Ah, this guy's a real pain. Didn't expect the Empire to team up with these bastards. The anti-mana skill activated. Within seconds, the old man's body fully regenerated. He shouted in rage, "Damn it, could you be a pure-blooded Drake?" Upon realizing his identity, the old man tore apart the magic scroll in his hand. And just as the summoning paper was ripped, a massive sand dune began forming behind him. In just a few seconds, it coalesced into an enormous monster, appearing right in front of Zeke. He judged inwardly, a synthesized chimera, huh? The old man laughed smugly. "Ha ha ha, this is my greatest masterpiece. Even a Draker can't hope to stand against it." Without hesitation, the monster charged forward, swinging its claws at him. He immediately met the attack head-on with his weapon. The moment their strikes collided, sharp metallic clangs rang out nonstop. Both sides exchanged relentless blows. Zeke's eyes narrowed slightly, as if calculating something. Right after, a massive surge of mana circulated beneath his feet. At the same time, the monster's claw slammed down hard, shattering the floor into flying debris. He vanished from its sight in that instant. Using his agility, he slipped behind the monster and unleashed the Gale technique, Shadowless Step. The monster quickly sensed the shift and whipped its scorpion tail toward him. But without a moment's pause, he swung his sword and severed the tail clean off. He marveled inwardly. It has no blind spots at all. Regaining his composure, he lowered his stance to the ground, thinking, I don't plan to waste time in a place like this. If this drags on, their guards will show up. But right now, he had no other choice but to fight the monster in front of him. Then he glanced at the system screen in surprise. The system can activate the innate Dragon Tribe Dominion power. Do you wish to subjugate the Dragon Tribe target? He felt a bit doubtful. Dragon Tribe Dominion. Without hesitation, he activated Dragon Tribe Dragon Might. Behind him appeared a colossal eye radiating immense pressure. He declared, "Submit." Gazing into that eye filled the monster with terror. It reacted as if meeting its parent. its attitude flipped 180 degrees, now looking like a stuffed toy. The system awakened fear from the inferior dragon tribe, greatly enhancing the dragon tribe dominion effect. He marveled inwardly. Both dragon might and dragon tribe dominion worked. Turns out when they synthesized the chimera, some dragon tribe traits got mixed in. The system has activated dragon tribe dominion to subjugate the dragon tribe target. Do you agree? He tapped the system screen. Yeah, subjugate it. The moment he confirmed, 2 golden chains suddenly appeared, wrapping around the monster's body and terrifying it. The system has successfully subjugated the inferior dragon tribe. Looking at the notification, he grinned. Jackpot. He approached and stroked it, praising, "Good boy, just like a puppy." Seeing his summoned beast suddenly cozy up to Zeke, the old man hiding behind the wall was utterly stunned. Why? Why isn't the chimera obeying me anymore? He finally noticed the old man and coldly ordered, "Bite him." In just seconds, the old man collapsed in a pool of blood, his heart full of unspoken rage and frustration. He approached to collect the spoils and began checking. Let's see what this guy was carrying. Looking at the documents, he exclaimed, Gulabu al-Lamani. Looks like this guy's the number 2 figure in the Scorpion tribe. He was puzzled and turned to ask his new pet, but suddenly 2 system panels interrupted his thoughts. System, do you wish to name the subjugated dragon tribe? Naming a dragon tribe allows summoning it anytime at the owner's call. Seeing the notification, he was surprised. You want me to name it? From now on, you're Gurav. The system registered summon beast, Gurav. The beast's face immediately darkened. He raised an eyebrow. What? Don't like it. Too bad, it's done. After finishing up, he returned to Don Juan's mansion. Seeing him return safely, the old man clapped in praise. Truly astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. Zeke Murray, I never thought you'd handle even that cowardly Paula. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, you've proven yourself. I can't deny it anymore. He replied coolly, I always keep my promises. Exactly, you've proven it. I have no choice but to believe. A valiant warrior deserves respect. I always cherish and value strong warriors like my own children. I want to treat you the same way. Hearing those words made Zeke pause thoughtfully for a few seconds, recalling images from his previous life and cursing inwardly. Children, children. You mean the kind of children you can use and discard like tools. You dare say that to me, you bastard. I'll kill you with my own hands one day. The old man stepped closer, wanting to show him something. Zeke Murray, take a look. This is the gift I've prepared for you. As he spoke, countless gift boxes were stacked up, still dripping with fresh blood. That made Zeke's eyes narrow slightly in surprise. The old man continued, Didn't you want to become my business partner? Then we need proof of mutual trust, don't we? He approached and began inspecting the boxes. After observing from the outside for a while, he marveled inwardly. Definitely, the size and weight match. As he spoke, he opened one box, and immediately images of the syndicate members flashed through his mind. And those were the syndicate's leadership. Seeing him silent for a long time, the old man probed, satisfied. He maintained his calm demeanor and didn't respond immediately. The corner of his mouth curled into a delighted grin as he replied cheerfully, Of course, boss. He thought inwardly, perfect, everything's going according to plan. This wiped out the syndicate leadership, now just need to put K at the top. The old man turned, interrupting his thoughts, but there's one new issue. He asked curiously, What issue? The old man explained. It seems Pavla's discovered we were the attackers. They're even babbling that I mobilized both knights and mages. He exhaled inwardly. Well, it does look that way. The old man continued, So while we're at it, I want to deliver a decisive warning to those filthy pirates. The southern continent's master is Mech. Hearing that, he thought inwardly, So you want me to hit Pavlo again? In his mind, he thought that, but outwardly he didn't refuse. I'll do it. His sudden agreement puzzled the old man. He explained, I'll head to Pavla and clearly convey your will. But in exchange, I have one request. Grant Kay more authority so she can become the center of the new syndicate. At his proposal, the old man pondered for a few seconds, then immediately agreed. Fine, I'll take responsibility as her guardian. And because of you, I'll send my best assassin, along with a cartel squad. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers lightly, and instantly 4 figures appeared swiftly around them. A man with an extremely cold expression appeared behind him. He stared intently at Zeke but said nothing. Don Juan explained, He'll be very useful. Looking at the man, he thought inwardly, that guy is. Scene shift to Paulo Santos's area in the Pavla cartel. The intelligence bureau now looked utterly devastated after a bloody battle, with 2 pairs of feet slowly stepping inside. The one behind spoke, Abel, we've investigated everything. Along with the Imperial intelligence, we've checked it all. There's nothing left to dig up. We've got the results already. At least one night squad and mages were here. They fought fiercely. Ignoring his words, Abel crouched down to examine the scene. He found a lingering trace of mana on the ground. At this strange action, the one behind called his name in confusion. Abel explained, no, there was only one person here. That stunned the blonde youth. What did you say? Only one person. There are sword marks and magic traces all over. Abel affirmed, at least a Crimson Knight level or higher. That one person cleaned out everyone here. There are signs the Intelligence Bureau hastily tried to cover things up, meaning there's something even we aren't supposed to know about. We have to find out what the Empire is hiding. Those words sent a chill down the young man's spine in fear. He stepped forward to stop him. Wait, you're planning to investigate the Intelligence Bureau. What about the consequences? Facing the young man's worry, he reminded, William, there's something here I absolutely can't overlook. My instincts are screaming it's right here. You know how desperately I've wanted to make Draker and the Empire mine, right? Scene shift to the port under Pavla cartel control, where the pirates' eyes were all fixed on the small boat preparing to dock. One stepped out from the crowd and called, a tiny boat like this, which side are you with? Zeke didn't hesitate for a second, gripping his blade tightly, and in an instant leaped forward with incredible speed, delivering a swift, clean slash that sent the questioner straight to the afterlife. Down below, Simon observed the pirate's body tumbling into the sea, gripping his sword without hesitation, his eyes flashing with determination. Once he'd locked onto the target, he hurled his sword, pinning the pirate cleanly to the wall. That decisive move earned Zeke's silent praise, clean and silent, straight into the water without a sound. After finishing, he pointed behind him. Come on up, Simon. The man maintained his icy expression and didn't respond. Simon Zapatero, in my previous life, he was the one who taught me southern assassination and stealth technique. Even in Meccan cartel, full of scum, he was the only one I could truly trust. And even after regression, his combat coordination is still top-notch. It'd be perfect if I can pull him to my side. In the city at that moment, soldiers patrolled everywhere. Zeke remarked, soldiers deployed all over the city. Simon asked, any way to infiltrate the central district? He replied, of course there is. This place used to belong to the Holy Empire, so there are definitely underground sewers built from that era. Simon questioned again, going through the sewers? That's ridiculous. How do you navigate a maze-like sewer system? Zeke slipped both hands into his pockets and answered confidently, just watch quietly, everything has its way. At that moment the system notified, guiding to Mateo's underground sewer chamber. Looking at the minimap ahead, he moved without hesitation, thinking inwardly. With the minimap's navigation, even a maze is no problem. Ahead seems heavily guarded by soldiers, so we'll have to take a detour. And it looks like anyone Crimson Knight level or higher isn't displayed separately, so we need to be careful. That's how I ran into Kane last time. After moving for a while, he turned back to remind the group, we're almost there. From here we split up. Plant bombs in as many spots as possible. I'll handle the number 2, Mateo. The team replied in unison, understood. After assigning tasks, he turned and headed in one direction. The spot he chose this time was the city's central sewer outlet. He slowly climbed up the sewer pipes, thinking as he went, if I kill Mateo, Pavla's boss will go berserk. Then Mekin will wage war on Pavla. With a light tug, he pried the iron grate off the sewer opening and easily slipped inside. Continuing forward, he kept thinking, does Don Juan really want this by sending me here? A guy so cautious he personally eliminated his own right-hand man just to maintain organizational discipline. No way, instead, he's hopping everyone sent here never comes back. He's using this raid as a warning to Pavla, while showing that sacrifices at this level mean nothing to him. But things won't go as you want, Don Juan, because I will actually kill Mateo. By now he had reached the end of the tunnel, and immediately kicked the sewer cover flying outward. The startled soldiers shouted, who's there? Without hesitation, he jumped down, moving like a gust of wind, delivering a clean chest slash to each one. After dealing with a few small fries, he sensed something off. Weird, Pavla teamed up with the Empire, so why isn't there a single Imperial here? The minimap isn't reacting either. Just as the thought finished, a blinding flash suddenly appeared ahead, obstructing his vision. The moment his sight cleared, countless Imperial knights and mages had surrounded him, yelling, take him alive. 3 soldiers charged at him, ready to attack. He instantly grabbed one by the arm, using the momentum to leap into the air, then spun and kicked hard, driving his blade straight through another soldier's head, sending him flying. The mage behind ordered, and the mage team fired. The system notified, activating swift action skill. His speed surged dramatically, easily dodging the mage's recent attack. He shot toward them, gripping the sword he'd just pulled from inventory. Activating elemental sword, Gale Force Field, With one simple move, he effortlessly wiped out the mage squad. Looking at the remaining mages, he said coldly, "I'll give you one chance only." His body was enveloped in a blazing aura and golden light. The system notified, Dragon Turtle skill activated. He ordered icily, "Kneel now and I'll spare you. Otherwise, come at me with the resolve to die." His threatening words filled the mages with terror. After finishing off the soldiers, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. What the hell is the Empire doing all the way down south? He noticed a surge of dark magic heading toward him. From above, a mage coldly declared, "A mere eel standing in the way of the grand plan." The sudden appearance caught him off guard. "This guy was here the whole time. I didn't sense a single breath earlier." He turned and asked, "Who are you?" The man didn't answer immediately, but extended his arm. From the ring on his finger, a torrent of dark magic poured out, rushing toward the soldiers Zeke had just killed. Seconds later, the soldiers abruptly stood up and became undead. He commanded, "Capture him for obstructing the grand plan. I will personally extract your soul." Looking at the zombies before him, he muttered inwardly, "Zombies, and resurrecting so many at once. Is he a high-level dark mage? But aren't most high-level dark mages from the Scorpion tribe? Why doesn't this guy have any tattoos or circles?" A golden glint flashed in his eyes, and he accelerated to wipe out the remaining annoying small fry. The system notified, eliminated dark magic corrupted zombie, gained 10 karma points. Looking at the newly appeared system screen, he was surprised, then grinned with delight. Points, nice. And so began a karma farming session. For the next while, the system kept notifying him of 10 karma points each time. He delivered a final sword strike to eliminate the last zombie, then turned to check the system screen. So that was the last one. From above, the dark mage watched his battle in silence. Then his entire body suddenly dissolved into the and vanished without a trace. Looking up, Zeke remarked, "What, he just left like that?" He turned to leave, thinking inwardly, "Gotta turn that guy into a future farm spot later. Anyway, this side's done." Just a bit further to Mateo's office. "So it's almost time." His steps were suddenly halted by something. He calmly faced it, saying lightly, "I've been waiting for you, Simon." The man maintained his initial cold demeanor, staring at him with icy eyes. "I didn't expect you'd come all the way here. Don Juan sent you to eliminate me before things get any more complicated, right?" Zeke said with an ice-cold face, showing not the slightest trace of fear. This seemed to make Simon hesitate for a moment. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, then stepped right up to the protagonist and said, "The boss intends to wipe out the Pavla cartel. There's no room for outsiders like you to interfere in this." Hearing that, Zeke furrowed his brow and asked, "Without me, wouldn't the distribution network have already been stolen by Pavla?" At this point, Simon finally revealed his true purpose. "The syndicate will continue needing someone named K, so even without you, it doesn't matter." Turning toward Zeke, he immediately ordered the system to disable his healing ability, then swiftly grabbed Simon's wrist and yanked it straight toward his own throat. A thin trickle of blood began seeping from his neck, yet Zeke still taunted, "Is that so? Then why don't you hurry up and kill me, shadowless ghost?" At the protagonist's words, Simon's face went blank in shock. He stammered in confusion, How do you know my old alias from when I was an outlaw?" To that, Zeke didn't explain much. He simply said calmly, "Simon Zapatero. I know your entire past, and the reason you're under Don Juan. What? What nonsense are you spouting?" Simon said dazedly. But before he could finish, Zeke cut in, "To protect the last bloodline of the Cusco kingdom." "Isn't that right?" The protagonist's words struck straight at Simon's deepest secret. Instantly, Simon's eyes filled with murderous intent as he demanded, "Was it you? How could you possibly know that?" Seizing the moment while Simon was stunned, Zeke stepped back, dodging the sword pointed at his throat. At the same time, he drew a sword from his inventory and swung it down hard, clashing against Simon's blade with a piercing metallic ring. After that move, Zeke stared at his opponent with deadly seriousness. On the other side, Simon struggled against Zeke while questioning, "You bastard, how much do you actually know? What the hell are you?" Zeke attacked with his sword while answering, "My identity. Fine, I'll tell you. I'm a direct descendant of the Draker family, Zeke Draker." Because the protagonist's name was so infamous, Simon immediately recognized him. Zeke Draker. "Could you be the youngest ever promoted to blue rank in the legends?" At that point, Simon's expression suddenly turned anxious. "If the Draker family intervenes, the entire southern continent will be affected." Fortunately for him, Zeke clarified further, "No, this has nothing to do with the family. I'm acting on my own. You don't need to worry about that." Zeke's explanation only made Simon more confused. He asked, "Then, why reveal your real name so easily? You could have kept it hidden until the end." Turning toward Zeke, it seemed the protagonist had run out of patience with Simon's clueless demeanor. he swung his arm, effortlessly knocking Simon's sword flying, then glared and shouted, "Simon, stop being loyal to Don Juan. Give that loyalty to me. I'll not only protect the Cusco bloodline but help you rebuild the kingdom." Hearing those words, Simon froze in shock. "What?" he blurted out in disbelief. Zeke continued with his seductive persuasion. "I know it's hard to believe right away, but haven't you already realized? If you keep clinging to Mekin, there's no hope at all. Think about it, if you kill me now on his orders, what then? What will you do when Pavla comes charging in? Has Don Juan ever sent reinforcements for you and your men?" Simon thought for a moment, then shook his head slightly. "That no, it's always been every man for himself." Seeing that, the protagonist pressed on with his temptation. "Moreover, after the Cusco kingdom fell, who swallowed up that land? The cartels. Don Juan even wishes knights like you, former royal guards, would just disappear to clear the debt. Because then he could sell the lone surviving princess to the Cusco rebels for a high price." With that, the protagonist quickly recalled events from his previous life. 10 years ago, when the Cusco kingdom collapsed, Simon had fled to the border with the newborn princess. The reason he became an outlaw there was to build strength. For the day he could drive out the rebels and restore the princess to her rightful place. And joining Don Juan as an assassin was for the same reason. But Don Juan knew Simon's path. In the end, in his previous life, Simon was deemed an unstable element and eliminated by Don Juan. The princess was sold to the rebels. Before dying, Simon entrusted the princess to him, but by the time he found her, nothing remained. "That's why I absolutely have to get you out of Mekin." On Simon's side, after a few seconds of quick thinking, he made his decision. "No time, so I won't ask how you know all this. But fine, Mekin, which seemed unbreakable, is now shaking. All because of you alone. From the boss's birth to Pavla's involvement, everything suddenly turned strange. What exactly is your goal, Zeke Drake?" Zeke waved dismissively with a bored tone. "You just said there's no room for outsiders like me. Whatever. For now, I want both cartels to slaughter each other. And when it's over, I'll head to Mekin." By now, Simon seemed to finally grasp Zeke's true aim. He silently guessed inwardly, "Your real target is Don Juan." Unaware of Simon's thoughts, the protagonist reminded him once more, "I'm dead serious, Simon, including wanting you to follow me." Simon had made up his mind. He declared loudly, "Then promise me two things. Not just me, my subordinates must escape safely too. And your promise to protect the Cusco bloodline and help rebuild the kingdom. You must keep your word." Zeke thumped his chest firmly to swear, "I pledge on my knight's honor." At that, our friend Simon no longer hesitated. He dropped to one knee before him and vowed, "I, Chief Royal Guard of Cusco, Simon Zapatero, hereby pledge my allegiance to my new master, Lord Zeke Drake." Zeke nodded slightly and said, "Good Simon, no need for such formalities. Stand up, we'll talk details outside. Where are your men?" Simon answered promptly, "When I signal, they'll detonate the explosive scrolls and regroup to escape." Zeke instructed, "Then signal them now. Have all your men meet at the sewer entrance." Simon added, "Yes, the target Mateo has already been captured and bound inside." "Excellent, see you soon," the protagonist replied. With that, the two split up to act. Zeke headed inside to confront Mateo. The fat Mateo still hadn't grasped his situation and roared like a mad dog. "You bastard, you think Mekin will stay safe after this?" Zeke treated the threat like passing wind. He smirked and said, "No way. Of course, when war breaks out between both sides, no one stays safe. And it's all thanks to you. Thank you, Mateo. Now bite down." He stuffed a note into the man's mouth that read, "Rest in peace for those who dare divide Mekin." And just like that, the fat Mateo was eliminated shortly after. Zeke quickly left the room. As he walked, he thought, "I've taken all Pavla's secret ledgers, so it's time." At the same moment, Simon rushed over after sending the signal. "Boss, I've signaled the brother." Turning toward Zeke, he noticed faint glowing points behind Simon and immediately drew his sword from inventory, shouting, "Simon, get behind me." With that, he slammed his sword into the ground, using it as a shield to block the incoming arrow. Fortunately, the attackers were just nameless grunts. One yelled, "Intruders, capture them." Up ahead, our protagonist activated his elemental sword, Flame Destruction skill, enveloping his blade in scorching flames as he charged straight into the thug. Time passed quickly, scene shift to the sewer. By now, Zeke and Simon had cleared the earlier small fries and reached the rendezvous point. Seeing his men fully assembled, Simon spoke, "Bow quickly, this is our new master." Everyone bowed in unison. "Greetings to our new master." The protagonist didn't want to waste time on ceremonies and said bluntly, "Talk later. Move now, pursuers could show up any second." With that, the group fled. But they hadn't gone far before Zeke sensed someone tailing them. He stopped and gave orders. "Halt, we split here. I'll cover the rear, you lead the men out first. Once outside, contact Kay from the syndicate. Just mention my name, she'll understand." Hearing this, Simon panicked. but the princess is still in Mecking Cartel's hands. Zeke replied, "You think I didn't anticipate that?" In that moment, he recalled an entrustment he'd given to a mysterious figure. "You've read the attached tactical plan in the mission letter, right?" The scarred man answered. "Of course. The task is to use the chaos on Action Day to rescue the girl held by Mecking." Zeke nodded. "Good, you've got it." Zeke turned back with a smirk. "I've already rescued the princess." In the southern continent, at Don Juan's villa, a furious roar echoed, startling birds into flight. Do you think this makes sense? A month had passed since we raided the Pavla cartel. At this point, the man slammed his fist on the table in rage. All the managers sat dead silent, not daring to breathe loudly, forced to listen to his tirade. Yet throughout that entire month, we've been attacked by them countless times. The angrier he got, the harder he pounded the table until it cracked and his hand bled. Looking at the statue-like managers, he roared even louder for emphasis. "Half of Mecking Cartel's managers are dead. Half." Blood pressure spiking, Don Juan collapsed back into his chair, exasperatedly slapping his forehead and cursing. "Damn it." Thinking of Simon and Zeke, he brooded inwardly. "Those two are too dangerous. That's why I gave them such a difficult mission to deal with them, but I never expected they'd succeed in provoking things and enraging the Pavla cartel to this extent." After a hellish silence, a man suddenly spoke. "Boss." Don Juan turned irritably and snapped. "What?" The man immediately suggested. "Sir, would you consider temporarily leaving Mecking Cartel?" Hearing that, Don Juan scowled. "Are you telling me to run?" Sensing his boss's anger, the man tactfully reasoned. "No, sir, these mad pirates are blinded by revenge right now. They don't know their limits and will soon attack Mecking Cartel. We can use that." He paused briefly. Don Juan immediately caught on and asked, "So lure them here and wipe them all out?" The man quickly replied, "Yes, and you would command from the Tahuani villa." Hearing this proposal, Don Juan nodded slowly in satisfaction and praised. "Very good." Then he sat up straight and imposingly, speaking calmly to everyone present. "As you all know, crises always make us stronger. This time will be no different, right?" The managers immediately stood and shouted in unison. "Yes, boss." The meeting adjourned. Everyone filed out one by one, until only the man from earlier remained. As he prepared to stand and leave, Zeke, face fully masked and appearing from nowhere, suddenly emerged behind him. He pressed a razor-sharp blade to the man's neck and mocked coldly, "You all talk so nicely." The man was stunned. Then he switched to terrified pleading. I did as you said, lured the boss to Tahuani. Please spare me." But Zeke ignored him, calmly replying before slicing the man's throat. Blood sprayed everywhere. Zeke's face remained emotionless, his cold eyes fixed on the corpse as he murmured mockingly, "Thanks to you, now I can enjoy the main course." Scene shift to Don Juan's Tahuani villa. The ornate carriage stopped before a simple wooden house. Don Juan stepped down, sighing softly and thinking inwardly, "Daring to lure me here, I'll wipe those pirates clean." Night had fully fallen, the full moon hung high. Inside the house, Don Juan sat pensively gazing out the window, a glass of premium wine beside. At that moment, a knock on the door shattered the quiet atmosphere, and Don Juan muttered under his breath in annoyance, "I didn't call for any servants. Get the hell out." The knocking stopped, but then came the sound of the door opening. Don Juan whipped around in irritation and barked again. "I told you to get out, didn't I?" Right then, the air around them turned chillingly cold, enough to raise goosebumps, and Zeke was standing directly in front of him. The boy pulled off his face mask, sneering at him with contempt as he taunted, "You're really enjoying your little vacation here, aren't you, Don Juan, even though things have gotten pretty damn bad." Recognizing who it was, Don Juan's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Zeke Murray." Regaining his composure, he spoke slowly, "You think I climbed to this position without ever hearing threats like this?" And as he talked, he casually reached for the bottle of wine next to him. He poured the wine into his glass with perfect calm, then mocked, "What a cheap clown show." A sword plunged straight down into the wine glass, shattering it to pieces. Zeke leaned in close to his face, voice icy and biting as he sneered, "Good. I was actually worried you'd start crying and begging for your life, Don Juan, because if you did, taking revenge wouldn't feel satisfying at all anymore." Don Juan shot to his feet in fury, roaring, "Insolent brat. How dare a punk like you, guards, drag this bastard over here and make him kneel in front of me right now." Zeke cut off his last shred of hope with a casual tone, "No one's coming," and hearing that, Don Juan stammered in disbelief. "What?" Zeke replied calmly, "Because I already killed them all." Don Juan stared blankly at the wide-open door on the other side, and Zeke added in a flat, emotionless voice, "In my previous life, I didn't have enough time to make you suffer properly, and that's something I've always regretted. Lately I've been having those dreams a lot. About the years I crawled under your command like a dog, dreams about all the countless people I was forced to kill on your orders." And as he spoke, he dragged his sword in a jagged line across the surface of the table. Don Juan stared at the boy's chilling aura and backed away in fear, but still stubbornly denied it. What are you talking about? Don't spout any more nonsense. I've never made you do those things. Then Zeke suddenly asked him, do you know what they said to me in those dreams? Without waiting for an answer, Zeke clamped his hand around Don Juan's throat and slammed him hard against the glass door. The aura around the boy turned eerily dark and demonic as he roared each word through gritted teeth. Please save me. Please save me from the man who's enjoying fame and fortune built on our blood. That's how they begged, and with those words, Zeke raised the sword high in his hand. Don Juan desperately tried to pry Zeke's hand off while gasping and babbling self-righteously. No, that's not it. I am the savior chosen by the gods. Thanks to me, those wretched poor. Before he could finish, Zeke snapped, shut your mouth. Without any hesitation, Zeke struck decisively, and Don Juan's body fell freely downward as he screamed in absolute despair. Covered head to toe in fresh blood, Zeke panted heavily, struggling to regain his calm. After a long while, he finally wiped the blood from his face, then spoke coldly and bitterly to the dying man. Fine then, go ahead and die slowly, with exactly the same kind of pain. Through one dark night, dawn broke with the first light of morning, the sun just beginning to rise. Inside the wooden cabin, bloody footprints stained the entire place with their sharp metallic scent. Zeke, holding a blood-soaked coat in his hand, slowly walked down the stairs. Down on the lower floor, Kay and Simon were already waiting, and when they saw him, they immediately asked, "Is it done?" Zeke answered offhandedly, then asked in return, "Yeah, what about the syndicate side?" And Kay reflexively repeated, "Oh, you mean the thing I trusted you with and went along with." Then she recounted, just like the script you laid out. The managers got handled as being killed by Don Juan when they tried to defect to the favela cartel. And since I was the one actually running the real operations anyway, everything wrapped up without any special punishment. Zeke handed the coat to Simon to hold, then pulled out a stack of documents and passed them to Kay with instructions. Good job. The syndicate takes over from here on out. Taking the papers and flipping through them, Kay looked a bit surprised and asked, "What is this, Reinhardt, Trade Guild contract?" While removing his wig, Zeke explained to her, "I heard the Trade Guild is setting up a pharmaceutical company. We'll produce high-quality soma and distribute it to them, because if soma is processed properly, it can be turned into all sorts of different medicines. That's the gist of it." And Zeke casually added one last line, "I'm leaving the transportation to you guys." Seeing him start to walk away, Kay hurriedly called after him, "Wait, where's the production going to happen? What about operations? And we can't exactly ship this stuff openly under our name, can we?" Zeke kept walking as he answered mysteriously, "After helping the Kingdom of Cusco, I'll get their official cultivation permit, and I've already got plans for everything else." Then he teased, "But I don't have time to explain it all right now. Later, okay?" Hearing that, Kay frowned and shouted, "We're supposed to be allies here." Outside, the green forest stretched out, white clouds rolled across the sky, and a flock of white birds flew off into the distant horizon, while Zeke walked on, silently calculating in his mind, "All right then, time to deal with this next thing." Suddenly he stopped and rummaged through his pocket. He pulled out a letter, an invitation from Prince Karas Nerva Constantinus. The letter summarized that according to Decker, the prince hadn't returned after the banquet and was still staying in Atlas. Staring at the words on the page, Zeke couldn't help but think, but getting from here to the center of the continent will take at least a few days, and if I'm late, the prince or someone close to him might start getting suspicious, and they'd probably figure out exactly why I showed up late at a time like this. Even though nothing had happened yet, his overactive mind had already spun out 49 different future scenarios, but his worries weren't unfounded, because Zeke Draker might very well be tied to the collapse of the Mecking cartel. The more he thought, the more anxious he got, coming up with different scenarios. Maybe the prince already suspects me, and that's why he summoned me back. Okay, stop overthinking. He told himself, even if it's just speculation, better safe than sorry, so let's create an airtight alibi. With that thought, his fingers flew across the holographic screen, and Zeke let out a relieved sigh. This is the spot. Please specify the destination. Destination set. Atlas Ruins, required points 600. Using the system's teleportation gate function, 600 points were deducted, and in a flash Zeke vanished from the forest. Up in the luxurious top-floor lobby of the Atlas Hotel, the sky had already darkened into evening. Zeke rushed over, and as soon as someone spotted him, they shouted, "Look, Zeke's here. Hey, Zeke." Karas waved enthusiastically to beckon him, but Zeke's attention was locked on the person standing beside him as he thought to himself, "Karas, and sure enough, he's here too." At that moment, the other man turned his face toward him, gave a faint smile, and said casually, "You've arrived, Zeke." And that man was none other than Abel Drake. Zeke bowed respectfully and said, "Sieg Draker, reporting as summoned for duty. Your Highness, What is it you called me here for? Karis lounged arrogantly in his seat and declared, I called you here because there's a matter of utmost importance, and that is. Right after, he grabbed a bottle of wine, hooked his arm around Zeke's neck, and grinned, this right here. Karis pictured Zeke drinking and laughed excitedly. William and Abel are great at their jobs, but they can't hold their liquor. But you're the bold and generous type, Sieg, so that's why I summoned. Zeke glanced away helplessly, thinking to himself, did I really leave that kind of impression back then? He recalled Adele's sharp features and mused anyway. Putting that aside, Prince Karis, Abel, and even William Siemens, I can more or less guess what they've been talking about. Looking deep into Adele's piercing eyes, Zeke suddenly realized something, and it seemed like Abel had something private he wanted to say to him too. Karis happily shoved a glass of wine in front of Zeke's face and urged, come on, no need to stand on ceremony, have a drink. Zeke gave an awkward smile and stammered, sure then. The two clinked glasses right after, to a fun time ahead, bottoms up. Not long after, Karis was completely wasted and had to lean on others just to walk. The system popped up a notification, alcohol detected, 100 poisons immunity passive effect activated, toxin neutralized. Zeke watched the drunken Karis with a small smile, thinking, this is kinda, I'm the only one still sober, feels a bit guilty. Suddenly Adele appeared in front of him and said, sorry about that. I heard you were in closed-door training, and here I go bothering you again. Zeke replied with a sigh, it's fine, actually the opposite. I've been feeling frustrated with no progress anyway. Adele smiled gently and said, then perfect, come sit down, let's have a drink together, see. Zeke's reflection stared back from the wine glass, surprised that Abel had created such an atmosphere. In that awkward tension, he suddenly thought, looks like here, he's planning to tell me something pretty important. All of a sudden Adele spoke up, Sieg, and Zeke quickly responded, yes, then he got straight to the point, making Zeke freeze for a second. What do you think about the Draker family? Adele hesitated, and about me in particular. Immediately a cunning glint flashed in his eyes as he emphasized, one day, I'm going to end the Draker house. Zeke shot to his feet in surprise, making Adele remark, the scent coming off you is exactly the same as mine. He suddenly recalled the past, blood and battle, death and victory. The image of Zeke walking alone through blinding white snow appeared in his mind. The kind of things a pureblood dragon slayer naturally carries. You give off the scent of a predator who possesses all of it. Zeke stood there listening quietly, but his face showed clear discomfort. As fellow predators, I think you'll understand what I'm saying. Zeke cursed inwardly in anger, damn it, that bloodline tone again. He looked at Adele casually sipping his wine and asked, so, cozying up to the Empire is also part of toppling the family. Abel drained his glass in one go, set it down hard, and answered, a lot of people. Adele raised his hand slightly and said, they call Atlas the foremost continent, but I think differently. You can't just settle for one city. If you want to be called number one, you have to become even stronger. A miniature empire appeared on the palm of his hand. Look at the Rome Empire. Aren't they constantly building roads? From north to south, they're even trying to connect the entire eastern continent into one. Adele praised with admiration, roads, culture, resources, the moment everything flows freely with Rome. Then Adele clenched his fist with ambition. When that happens, the world will truly be so much better than it is now. One ideal land where everything unites as one. Zeke stated gravely, that's definitely the kind of story only an emperor of an empire would say. He thought of the man in red armor, Cain Siemens Constantinus. That guy's middle name is Siemens too, and that's the maternal house backing Abel, Zeke silently confirmed. And after hearing this story, there's only one conclusion. Abel, Siemens, and the Empire are connected. The neatly arranged wine bottles on the table accompanied his words, Sieg, our blood clan. Abel continued, I believe talented people should receive rewards worthy of them. And if it's you, I can give you the brightest treasure I'll obtain in the future. Come join my side, Sieg. Zeke said nothing, just quietly thought, so he wants to make me his number 2 in the faction. Immediately he bowed respectfully and replied, thank you very much for the offer, however. Zeke turned coldly and walked away. I've already chosen my own path, so I'm afraid that's not possible. Abel watched him go with a frown and asked, you won't regret it. Zeke didn't even look back as he strode straight out the door. No regrets. As he walked, he gritted his teeth in anger. He thinks I'll become a slaughterer just like him, Abel. Seeing the situation turn bad, William stepped forward and knocked on the door. He approached Abel and asked, why are you alone? Where's C? The fire of rage flared inside Abel as he said, my dear little brother said he'll walk a different path for me, so William, that just means I have no choice but to crush that budding threat while it's still small, right? Hearing those words, William paled in fear, and Abel roared in fury. I clearly gave him one last chance. In front of the principal's office at Valhalla, Zeke stood confidently, deep in thought. I'm already 17, a second-year student at Valhalla, Of course, I have no intention of staying the full 5 years before graduating. He had already prepared an early graduation request that read, "Since I have become a full-fledged knight, I wish to contribute to the family as soon as possible, however. As I am still a student, it pains me that I can hardly participate in major activities. Therefore, I humbly request this assistance, respected principal." Zeke closed his eyes and smirked smugly to himself. "Present it like this, and I'll get scheduled for an early graduation interview right away." Suddenly, someone approached and asked, "You got business with the principal's office too, bro?" Zeke recognized him instantly and exclaimed, "Oh, Diego," then curiously asked, "And the guy next to you is, huh?" Zeke stared in complete curiosity and froze. It was a face he'd never seen before. He looked at Aster yawning sleepily and wondered, "Who's this guy anyway?" Don Juan was waiting inside and asked, "You guys showed up right on time, Sieg, Diego, and even Aster too. It's been about a week since I last saw you, Aster, right?" Hearing that, Zeke was totally shocked. His name's Aster, no way is it. He froze as realization dawned. The Phantom Knight, Aster Aladov, the guy who was a 5-star knight before the regression, but had zero info leaked about. Right then, Zeke switched to full-on surprise. "No way I'd run into a heavyweight like this here." Aster rubbed his head and said, "Sorry, principal. My insomnia makes it tough to make classes." Zeke looked at him with a helpless smile. "Looks like some serious insomnia, huh?" Diego quickly piped up, "Bro, want me to sing you a lullaby to knock you out?" But Aster sidestepped with a grimace and shot back, "Sorry, man, my head's pounding. Can you keep it quiet, please?" Zeke watched him intently, thinking, in his past life Aster worked for the Empire faction, so if that's the case. Then he narrowed his sharp eyes. "Better to pull him into my camp just like Diego." Don Juan spoke up, "All right, the reason I called you three here isn't anything else. Since you all submitted early graduation requests at once I brought you together. The other professors said your quals check out fine, so." Zeke took the papers and read them closely, then said, "I'll evaluate your real strength through this mission." He was surprised to see Delpoa cooperation writ. Don Juan clasped hands behind his back and paced over asking, "You kids ever heard of Black Knight Rider?" Zeke shot back quick. "From what I know, he's a continent-wide public enemy from the lawless crew." An image of a black-armored rider on horseback flashed up. Public enemy, meaning someone the whole continent brands as a target for extermination. Black Knight Rider's one of them, and lately he's been hunkered down in Delpoa. The principal explained our missions teaming with Delpoa's Knight Order to take him down. A hand clenched around a dagger appeared with Don Juan's words. "The lawless are awakened killers whose styles totally unlike knights. That's why they want only amethyst rank and up." He thrust his hand forward dead serious. "This mission's gonna be brutal as hell. Anyone wanna bail, speak now." Diego snatched some papers and stepped up asking, "Question this test. Yeah, how many rounds total, yo?" Don Juan replied, 3 rounds total. This is round 1. He grinned ear to ear. "Okay, 3 more to go." Don Juan asked, "Any other questions?" Then he smiled and wrapped it up. "All right then, I'll take that as all in. Head back and prep real good." Aster clutched his head and shuffled off alone. Head hurts like hell. Suddenly someone called from behind, "Aster Alato." Aster wearily looked up. It was Zeke who asked cheerfully, "Hey, you need some insomnia med?" Aster eyed Zeke confused. "Insomnia med?" Zeke rummaged in his jacket sincerely saying, "Yeah, I got some killer stuff right here." Aster just mumbled a huh. Then he waved it off, dead serious, refusing. "Thanks, but nah, I've tried every hotshot med out there, and zip work." Zeke pulled out a weird pouch anyway, smiling and pitching, "Come on, just try a hit first. Like it, then sign with me, I'll hook you up on go." Aster kept refusing stubbornly. "No, total waste anyway," when a bizarre scent slammed into his nose. Aster suddenly flopped over, snoring his brains out. Misty smoke hazed up, space going dead quiet. After sleeping like a log, Aster woke refreshed and beaming. "I signed it all up, chairman." Zeke hesitantly took the contract from Aster, kinda baffled, reminding him, "You signed instant. This is a master-servant deal. You read it at all." But Aster grinned bright and firm. "Long as I sleep good, who cares?" Zeke, speechless, just awkwardly said, "All right then." Staring at the contract, he couldn't help sighing inside. System shop's pure luck. Insanely convenient. Thinking back, he recalled buying this treasure via system. Points get you rare relics easy. What he gave Aster was ultra-potent sleep drug Sandman's slumber dust. With this, Aster's locked to my side postgrad, watching Aster skip along humming sky-high praises. Future's golden, this Valhalla, Zeke thought, helplessly kinda bummed. Feels like this guy's the most normal 5-star knight, lil worrying. Suddenly idea struck, kinda wasteful like this. "We're here anyway, test his chops quick," he called. "Hey Aster." Aster mid-happy dance froze awkward. "Huh, oh yes chairman." Zeke shouldered a massive sword and walked up demanding, before mission show me your stuff. Hearing it, he drew his trusty spear, twirled it wild, showing off a few combos. Then battle-ready speared up straight at Zeke. Zeke thought inside, grab spear vibe flips total, but serious he ordered Aster, go all out, aura okay too. Aster flatly said, won't hold back then. Words done, both spear guy sword guy charged head on. Dead even no edge, attack meets defends seamless. Zeke hopped back light, mind on task assessing Aster's strikes, spear's wide reaction arc, blocks my sword solid, defense over offense time. If so phantom step time, thought it he sprang at Aster. Aster powered a spear thrust. Zeke zipped behind Aster flash fast, hoisting sword high. Backstab ambush, slashing down hard. Sword blade about to drop on Aster. He whipped out a small spear from the big one quick. Spun blocking Zeke's blade. Aster gripped giant spear left hand, tiny one right. Suddenly he picked tiny spear to duel Zeke's huge sword. Zeke baffled, stunned. But feint, Aster gained edge, smashing giant spear at Zeke full power. Zeke's sword accidentally jammed in ground. Aster speared on chance. Zeke gripped hilt, leaped, dodging slick. Fight fierce but Zeke assessed. Spear splits, changes wild, attack style like lawless thugs only. Interesting back in, Zeke drew another small sword. Hurled it at Aster. Aster planted firm, speared at 45-degree angle. Whirled spear circling batting flying sword. Zeke landed same time. Yanked ground stuck sword super fast. Then barreled fierce at Aster. Aster calm reassembled full spear, blocking horizontal. Zeke halted abrupt, eyeing thinking, again but his sword dragged ground. Zeke surged momentum decisive at Aster, confident inside, can't block this that way. Cause this strike dual sword harmony. Dragon Slay Sword Art ch2v1 plus Earth Cleave. Aster blanked few seconds seeing it. Snapped back spinning spear. Mirrored with two moves, a Ladoff counter reverse current spear. Both charged again, decisive showdown. Weapons smashed, boom deafening. Fight end, Aster eyed shaky arm sighing, chairman a monster. Then ruffled hair muttering self-doubt, I'm certified genius. Beat this easy. Zeke heard blunt no mercy. Cause genius praise life, dulled your spear tip. Then sly head tilt at Aster, wicked mysterious face reminding, way behind still, till mission's special training for you. Hearing Zeke's words, Aster thunderstruck, vaguely sensing grim fate ahead, bad vibe. Back at Villa, Zeke bumped Decker at door, who bowed respect. Welcome home, young master Zeke. Zeke casual, yeah Decker. Then Decker said, guest waiting for you sir. Meanwhile Galleon toured house marveling, your place is straight epic sir. Suddenly Zeke in weird armor popped before Galleon serious, long time Jellion, called you cuz got something for you to check. Hearing Galleon tensed mind 49 dogblood plots, urgent asking me, black sword busted or what, magic forge made can't scratch easy. Him mentioning Zeke thought, oh yeah Galleon's rep must be skyrocketing now, thanks past life magic forge I built him, cranking top gear ahead schedule. Gotta lock him exclusive Smith soon no poachers, brushed off waved, Bahamut's fine. Problem is, mid-sentence, sudden full-body armor transform. Swipe touch Zeke's face showed, flatly said, got this now. Galleon jaw dropped, shocked, speechless. Finally sputtered loud, holy shit what is this sir? Zeke honest to know either, called you to figure it. Item I don't wanna probe public. Handed armor to Galleon probing, so can you inspect close? Galleon still shocked, but yes sir of course. Sealed study Galleon's, muffled sorry sir leaked out. Chairset eyeing table sketches Galleon's scratched head asking Zeke, no modern relic I know matches, any clues on material? Zeke silent pondering deep, recalled past thinking, oh right Kane fight. Mulled then hesitant, that armor bounced sword aura. Words out Galleon table slam jumped shocked yelling, what sword aura? Only one metal does that. Called God's metal. Ori Halkin said it Galleon still dazed emotions shocked to complex. Galleon still couldn't help feeling shocked and incredulous, never imagining that in his lifetime, he'd actually get to lay eyes on Orichalcum with his own two eyes. So he asked again in wonder, is this metal really that rare and precious? The boy replied, it's more than just precious, sir. Isn't it said that orichalcum is the most perfect substance ever created by the god? It has the ability to conduct magical power far superior to any other metal, so you can engrave way more magic spells on it. He exclaimed, is that so? Then on ordinary metal armor, what's the maximum number of large-scale magic formations that can be engraved? The boy answered, what do you mean by how many, sir? Ordinary metals can't even handle engraving any large-scale magic formations at all. Hearing that, he stroked his chin in thought, having already figured it was something extraordinary, but never expecting it to reach this level. He continued asking, would it be possible to reshape this armor into a different form? Galleon jolted and blurted out, you mean orichalcum? Absolutely impossible. Even a god's sword can be reworked, but the problem is this armor is already in a perfected state, and if you carelessly tamper with it and damage the magic formations, there's a high chance the whole thing will turn into scrap. Of course, if it were my master, that would be a different story. He followed up, you mean the famous General Galin? The boy replied, yes, if it's my master, he could change its shape without affecting any of its functions. He kept asking, do you know where Galin is right now? The boy answered, he's probably still in Himonas as usual, sir. Hearing that place name made him flinch for a moment. Gallion went on to explain, maybe you don't know where Himonas is. It's a region way up in the far north. He continued, that's the territory of the Northern Grand Duchy. His words made the boy startle and exclaim, how do you know that, sir? People in the central continent usually don't care at all about the Northern Grand Duchy. He replied, I just happened to find out, that's all. At that point, he suddenly recalled the figure of an old acquaintance. Then he stood up and said, anyway, thank you so much, Gallion, and if you want to study the metal more while you're staying at the mansion, feel free to take a look whenever you like. The boy was a bit startled. Yes, thank you very much, sir. As he stepped outside, he thought to himself, Himonas, why would he suddenly be there of all places? There's still plenty of time, so I'll handle the things that need doing first before heading over. At that moment, as if remembering something, he resolved firmly in his heart. That's right, I definitely have to do it that way. The scene shifts to the Reinhardt Trading Company, where he, along with Clef and Melissa, began discussing the main business. The old man spoke up. As for producing the pharmaceuticals you mentioned, that should proceed without any issue. However, at least within the central continent's range, building a factory to process Soma raw materials would be extremely difficult. Hearing that, he thought to himself, as expected, if rumors spread that the princess is backing the Soma processing, it would definitely damage her reputation, right? He continued asking, what if it's already in a process state? Clef replied, if it's that, then it would be considered a pharmaceutical, and as long as it passes the Mage Tower's safety verification first, there won't be any problem. He immediately made the decision. Then that's settled. We'll build the production factory in the southern continent and import it for distribution through the Reinhardt Trading Company. Melissa chimed in with a question at this point. Sir Zeke, forgive me for being blunt, but right now we don't have enough leeway to build a large-scale factory on another continent. Just constructing the factory for the scarlet flower disease cure is already pushing it, so for building another one, we probably need to consider a different approach. He quickly reassured her. Oh, don't worry about that part. I'll personally handle building the factory, and in return, I'd appreciate it if you could take care of obtaining the necessary permits from the Mage Tower for circulation. Those words made Melissa startle. You mean you personally, Sir Zeke? Could the Draker family be direct? He explained right away. It has nothing to do with the family. All the costs will be covered by my personal funds. Then he handed over a letter and began explaining. And this is the main issue for today. Please take a look at it. The moment she opened the letter, Melissa's eyes widened in shock. My God, the Empire has joined hands with the Scorpion tribe to conduct synthetic poison bioexperiments. He continued, if the scarlet flower disease really is an artificially created magical affliction, then this is likely another clinical experiment the Empire has been carrying out on the people of Valencia. Melissa's whole body trembled with rage as she clenched her fists tightly. I already suspected it, but I never thought they'd go this far against their own citizens. He added, Your Majesty, the reason I'm showing you these documents now is because for the time being we need to keep this crime of the Empire a secret. Melissa's emotions were currently bottled up to the breaking point. She angrily shot to her feet. What are you saying, Sir Zeke? We have to expose the Empire's crimes right away so they can't repeat this anymore, don't we? He calmly responded, I understand how you feel right now, Your Majesty, but this still isn't strong enough evidence to use decisively on the diplomatic stage. The Empire has cleverly shifted the main subject of the experiment onto the Scorpion tribe, and since they're a notorious group of black mages, human experimentation on their part isn't exactly shocking news. So as the Empire, they can just deny any connection to the group and express regret, and that would be the end of it. And more importantly, for now it's actually more advantageous for us to hold on to this information. Melissa asked back curiously, what do you mean by that? He replied, the Empire has no idea that we've obtained the truth about this, and since they're conducting large-scale experiments, there must be somewhere with more direct linking evidence to them. As if catching his drift, she exclaimed, you mean you want to use this opportunity to seize that evidence too, so we can apply absolute pressure on the Empire? He nodded in confirmation. Exactly, that said, the reason I showed you the documents first is to prepare in advance. She kept questioning, prepare. He explained, if they've already run scarlet flower disease clinical trials in the disputed Alencia region, it's highly likely other types of synthetic poisons will be tested there as well. Before that happens, we need to have antidotes ready for those poisons in advance. In her mind, she thought, if those weapons get used in the disputed zone, Alentia's forces would have to fight while poisoned without even realizing it. However, if we prepare the antidotes ahead of time, not only can we minimize the damage, but we might even land a devastating blow to the Empire from behind. A spark of determination lit up in her eyes. Yes, my choice really wasn't wrong after all. Bringing Sir Zeke over to the trading company was an incredibly correct decision. He stood up and said, I probably won't be able to join meetings for a while since my schedule in Valhalla is going to be pretty packed. Melissa replied, Is that so? If there's a chance later, I'd really love to invite you to visit Alentia, Sir Zeke. He cheerfully responded, Alentia, huh, that's the place with all those beautiful mountains and lakes, right? Hearing that, she marveled. Have you been to Alentia before? He smiled. I've just heard people say it's a wonderful place a lot, so if I get the chance to visit, please show me around those scenic spots. Melissa happily answered, Yes, absolutely, sir. Then the two of them bowed in farewell, wishing you a safe journey, sir. After finishing up there, he returned to his training duties. After a round of intense sparring, his two friends had collapsed onto the ground. Diego groaned, Zeke, I'm gonna die before the mission even starts. At that moment, he showed no sign of fatigue whatsoever. Come on, stop whining like a weakling. Instead of wasting time complaining, just swing your sword one more time. The boy angrily sprang up and shouted, Zeke, you're seriously a demon. As expected from Draker blood, it never changes. Following those words, he charged at him for another attack. He smiled in satisfaction at that point. Yeah, you really have to hit their nerves to get them motivated for training, huh? Under his guidance, after a week of training, Diego and Aster were gradually syncing up with each other. Especially Diego, who unlike his previous carefree appearance had become much more obedient and compliant after training together a few times. While they were in the middle of practice, someone from outside stepped in and praised, Everyone's working so hard, huh? Seeing someone arrive, Diego was completely surprised, and the person who showed up was none other than Andre. The boy greeted, Oh, hello, Professor. He also paused his training and turned to ask curiously, Professor Andre, what brings you all the way here? He replied, I'm here to inform the three of you about something. He asked back curiously, What is it, sir? He explained, the three of you are being assigned to participate in the Continental Subjugation Mission against Public Enemy. Of course, we can't just send students alone, so I'll be going along with you. After a few more days of training, they finally set off on the royal train. Andre's voice rang out. I didn't expect you guys to be joining this Black Knight Scythe mission too. Like I said earlier, I can't send just students, and besides I have a few more things to explain. Then he looked toward the three of them and asked, Do you know what kind of place Delpoa is? He, sitting across from him, answered, I've only studied it briefly in theory, sir. I heard that unlike other places, mages there hold the superior position. Andre nodded in confirmation. That's right, that place operates under a pretty unique system. The engineers in Delpoa mainly use shields, unlike elsewhere. And while the knights use shields to press the enemy from the front, the mages launch attacks from behind to finish them off. Hearing that, Aster raised his hand with a question. Then wouldn't our forces fighting in close combat suffer heavy losses too? To that question, Andre praised, Good question. He explained, that's why Delpoa knights frequently train in holding shields while running rather than actual combat. And that's exactly why the Delpoa Knight Corps isn't popular among Valhalla graduates. Diego also had a question. So doesn't that basically mean this Knight Corps just serves the mages, like they don't even treat us as equal? Looking out the window, Andre replied, You got it exactly right, so don't be too surprised when we get to Delpoa. Because the mages there are arrogant to the point of being disgusting. A while later, they arrived in Delpoa, and right as they stepped off the train, someone came to greet. Andre spoke up, Pleased to meet you. I am Andre Draker, assistant instructor from Valhalla. On the other side, a man responded courteously. I never imagined the Draker family would personally send someone. This is truly an honor for us. He scratched his head and introduced himself. I'm Jorge Outer, captain of Delpoa's 8th Night Squadron. Andre glanced toward the three of them and introduced. The students accompanying me are all outstanding talents from Valhalla. There won't be any obstacles in the mission, so please don't worry. The man smiled. Haha, hearing you say that puts me completely at ease. He pointed toward the inside of the carriage. The squadron leader is inside the carriage, sir. Hearing that, Diego was extremely puzzled. Squadron leader. Wasn't that bearded guy from earlier the squadron leader? He, beside him, immediately warned in a cold voice, Shut up, Diego. Then he continued, This is Delpoa, so naturally. The moment the carriage door opened, what hit them was a blonde guy, with an extremely unpleasant face glaring coldly in their direction. Diego remarked, "Man, what an ugly mug." He kept reminding, "I told you to behave." Diego thought to himself, so that guy is the Del Poa Mage Squadron leader, to the point where even the Knight Squadron captain has to grovel like that. Jorge stammered out an explanation right then. Well, the thing is the captain said he wants to go on his own. You guys might need to find another carriage." Diego shot back, "What the fuck?" Staring in the direction the carriage had left, he yelled loudly, "What the hell is going on here? He just treated us like trash and ditched us completely. No matter what, this is unacceptable. We came all this way for this damn joint mission." Before he could even finish his sentence, Zeke spun around and kicked Diego hard in the leg, making him yelp in shock. Clutching his leg, he whined, "You damn demon. Why isn't even Professor Andre saying anything about this?" Andre paused thoughtfully for a few seconds before speaking. "Once you graduate and start operating as knights, you're going to run into situations just like this. Make sure you remember everything you're about to go through from here on out." The scene shifts to nighttime inside a room where a mocking laugh suddenly rang out. Ha ha. While his two friends were already sound asleep, Zeke was still wide awake, sighing to himself. Talk about night and day difference. Our lodging looks so rundown it's like they threw it together half-assed, just to say they did something. While the facilities I saw for those mages on the way here are dripping with money. I didn't really expect anything fancy to begin with, but still. After thinking it over, he sat up. Whatever, I'll just step outside for some fresh air. Walking down the hallway, he thought to himself, I don't really care that much about this shitty treatment anyway. In my previous life, I went through way worse stuff than this plenty of times. But what I'm actually worried about is that doomed Black Knight Yaksha mission. During the strategy meeting, from Captain Jorge Outer all the way down to the Knights, everyone just stayed dead silent the moment the mage spoke. I saw it coming, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. While he was sighing, a figure approached him and asked curiously, "What are you doing out here all alone?" He glanced over at the person who just spoke, thinking to himself, isn't this that mage captain from earlier? The guy kept staring at him with contempt. "Well, I've got something to say too. Lucky I ran into you here." He sneered, "You Valhalla folks aren't gonna accomplish jack shit. So stop meddling in magic and causing trouble, or just shut up and go home." Hearing those words, Zeke's face flushed with anger, veins bulging as he thought, if that's how it is, then why the hell did you even ask for cooperation in the first place? I can't exactly punch him in the face though. Then the guy noticed his gloves and commented, "Those gloves. You're a pureblood awakened from the Draker family, aren't you?" Zeke replied coldly, "Yeah, what's it to you?" His response pissed the guy off. "What's with that arrogant attitude? You'd better not take those gloves off around here, if you want to make it back alive from this mission." With that, he stormed off angrily, leaving Zeke standing there deep in thought. He's sharp, huh? Makes sense. Purebloods have the power to disrupt mana after all. Then someone else walked up and called his name, startling him into turning around. The person continued, "Is that you?" Zeke turned to look at whoever just called him, a bit dazed. After a couple seconds, he blurted out, "Professor Payne." The man smiled and replied, "Ha, it really is you. Long time no see, huh? How have you been?" Zeke answered, "I'm doing fine, sir, but why are you here?" Payne scratched his head and said, "There's no better place for a mage to rack up real experience. I figured just doing research wasn't enough, so I volunteered to enlist." "What about you? What brings you here?" Zeke replied, "This time I'm here for the Black Knight Yaksha mission." Oh. Hearing that, Payne jolted. "What?" Then he continued, "Zeke, come here for a sec." The words made Zeke flinch a little. "Sir, why all of a sudden? Do you have something you want to tell me?" Professor Payne gripped Zeke's hand tightly and said, "Zeke, about tomorrow's mission, you absolutely cannot join it." Zeke looked puzzled. "What do you mean by that, sir?" Payne explained, "It's a mission that's already set in stone to fail. So don't go under any circumstances." Those words sent a chill through Zeke. He froze for several seconds. As soon as he got back to the room, he heard Diego groaning. Damn it. I feel like I didn't even sleep. I'm so freaking exhausted." Zeke was still thinking about the encounter earlier. Professor Payne had said he couldn't reveal anything more. What does it mean for the failure to be predetermined? In this situation, there are two possibilities. Either the higher-ups in the punitive force are corrupt, or they're secretly colluding with the very target they're supposed to punish. Even though Del Poa is a place where mages often abuse their power, I doubt their internal military side is rotten enough for outright corruption. If there's any wrongdoing, the idea of them being in cahoots with the target makes way more sense. If that's the case, then yeah, the second possibility is definitely the one to watch out for. Right now, everyone was gathered on a mountainside. The captain started assigning roles. Teams 1 through 3 move up along the ridge. Teams 4 through 6, you're on frontal assault. He turned to Jorge Outer and asked, "Any objections, Georgia?" Jorge immediately replied, "None, sir." Then he turned back to the group. "All right, as for the rest of you," before he could finish, Zeke cut in coldly, "I have a question. What exactly are we supposed to do here?" The captain got pissed at the question and shouted, "Didn't I tell you yesterday to just sit tight? I already went out of my way to warn you." Zeke pressed on, "I'm a blue knight, and Diego and Aster are both purple knights. With combat power like that sent here to assist, are you seriously just gonna have us sit around doing nothing?" Hearing that, the captain snapped in surprise, "You're a blue knight." The people around them murmured the same shock. So young and already a blue knight, and with 2 purple knights too. Valhalla really is on another level. The old guy gritted his teeth in fury. "Jorge, assign them to reconnaissance." Jorge stammered, "Why yes, sir." From behind, Andre asked curiously, "Why'd you suddenly do that? You're not the type to pick a fight with the captain for no reason." Zeke replied, "This mission has some suspicious points." Andre asked back, "Like what?" Zeke explained, "I suspect there's collusion between the punitive force and Black Knight Yaksha." His words made Andre flinch a little. Andre thought for a few seconds, then said, "I see. If you're saying that, then you must already have a plan." Then he stepped forward and announced clearly, "From now on we will commence reconnaissance toward the Black Knight Yaksha's camp. All members prepare to move out. As for the vanguard and team command position." He glanced at Zeke and said, "Zeke, you'll take charge." After the assignments were done, the groups began to move out. One squad was scouting through the forest. At that moment, the scarred guy noticed something and immediately called out, "Everyone stop. There's a shelter nearby. Move in carefully, watch your footsteps, and don't make any noise. If we get spotted, it'll be a real pain." While he was talking, a sword suddenly flew in from somewhere. His face instantly darkened. Then he let out pained cries as the sword buried itself in his thigh. Up in the trees, the trolls started moving. They leaped down and attacked the group like crazy. The soldiers panicked and scattered, screaming, "Help me." From behind, Diego and Aster jumped in and struck the monsters. With just one hit each, they took them down easily. The monsters were wiped out in an instant. Only then did Zeke appear and ask, "You guys are Black Knight Yaksha's patrol team, right?" The soldiers didn't dare answer. Seeing that, Zeke's expression turned serious. "Fine then, tell me where Black Knight Yaksha is." After getting the information, the whole group now stood near a fortress deep inside the mountains. Aster remarked, "This fortress is built from natural stone, super solid. Looks like breaking through won't be easy." Zeke turned back and asked, "Georgia, where's the mage unit? With just us, it's gonna be tough to breach this place." Jorge turned his face away and mumbled, About that. After we clear the area around the fortress, they'll start supporting from the rear." Hearing that, Zeke was stunned. What does that mean? You're gonna have this small group clear out the whole fortress. You trying to send everyone to their deaths." At that moment, Diego suddenly spotted something in the sky. When he realized what it was, his eyes widened, and he shouted in alarm, What the hell is flying toward us?" Zeke jerked around to look. "What? Those are cannon shells." He immediately shouted orders. "Everyone scatter. Get as far away as you can." But it was already too late. The cannon shells came crashing in and exploded right where they were. Agonized screams rang out nonstop. Jorge Outer just stood there staring blankly, muttering, "My God, what the hell is this?" While he was still in shock, Zeke stormed over and yelled, "Jorge, snap out of it. Are you trying to get all your subordinates killed?" Jorge stammered, "No, it's not like that." Zeke gritted his teeth in fury and sighed, "How the hell did they know our position? There's definitely a spy in the ranks." His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he'd just realized something. Right then, from the forest, a horde of soldiers with bloodshot eyes charged toward them. Zeke gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, didn't expect them to come at us this crazily." But then he paused for a few seconds. "Wait, those bastards, their state is weird." Looking at their vacant, blazing red eyes, he seemed to understand something. "Holy, this is beyond saving, no doubt about it. Those scum are all Soma addicts. Soma originally got smuggled in from southern gangs deep into the interior, and eventually it spread to every corner of the continent. Ordinary mages usually use just a tiny amount to temporarily boost their mana. But the real danger comes from the mercenaries. Those guys treat their lives like dirt and see death as a joke, so they abuse Soma way beyond the safe limit all the time. It's practically routine for them. Zeke shouted loudly right then, "Those are Black Knight Yaksha's mercenaries. Watch out, don't let them ambush us." Seeing them charge forward like moths to a flame, Diego gritted his teeth. "Have these guys completely lost their minds?" Off to the side, Aster chimed in, "Damn it, their reinforcements are way too many." Zeke quickly reminded them, "Diego, Aster, conserve your mana as much as possible. Don't burn through all your strength too early like that." He thought to himself, with the enemy attacking in this frenzied state, just our night squad alone will have a really hard time suppressing them. What do we do now? Screw worrying about the individual stuff. Should we just level the entire fortress while we're at it? Then a massive explosion boomed from behind, snapping him out of his thoughts. That surge of power finally decided to show its face, It was the Delpoa Mage Corps, and leading them was that damn Captain Bastard. He yelled loudly, "The mage unit has arrived to reinforce. Everyone fall back." Standing off to the side observing, Zeke assessed. Putting aside how late they showed up, the mana radiating from them is seriously terrifying. If we seize this momentum and attack. Just as he was about to act, the captain stepped forward and barked, "Stop right there." The old man's face darkened. "You're really going to let a perfect opportunity like this slip away?" His voice turned icy. "Hey kid, you're Zeke Draker, right? Because of you, this whole plan has completely fallen apart." He roared in fury. "Do you even realize what you've just done?" Zeke still had no clue what was going on and was utterly confused. He gritted his teeth in anger and sighed. "What the hell? What are you even doing, you bastard?" The captain scolded. "I assigned you to scout and gather intel, not to go provoking the enemy head-on." Then he turned to Andre and ordered, "Get these trainees out of here immediately. I'll handle this directly with Valhalla myself." Zeke clenched his fists tightly and spoke up. "So we can take it that our cooperative relationship with the Delpoa Legion ends right here." That made the captain blink in confusion. "What?" Zeke continued. "If that's the case, then we no longer have any standing to interfere, and there's no reason we have to follow your orders anymore. From now on, we'll handle completing this mission on our own." The captain shouted furiously, "This is Delpoa Legion territory. What gives a punk like you the right to call the shots?" From behind, Andre cut in. "Black Knight Yaksha has been designated a common enemy of the entire continent. That means, as official knights of the Draker family, Zeke and I have full authority to act independently under the strike first, report later rule." The captain was seething but powerless. Then he spun around and stormed off. "Do whatever you want with the mission or whatever, but you'll be the ones bearing all the consequences." Jorge Outer jolted in surprise, thinking to himself, "I never expected the Mage Corps to pull back that easily. So now, how are we supposed to take out the enemy?" Zeke turned to him and asked, "Captain Jorge Outer, I have something I need to ask." He replied, "What is it?" Zeke spoke clearly. "Do you truly want to capture the Black Knight Yaksha gang?" He answered, "We knights carry the blood of knights in our veins. We can't just turn our backs and walk away when evil is running rampant right in front of us." Sensing his resolve, Zeke replied, "I see. I understand that mindset of yours now. If that's how it is, then I have one request. I'd like your help with something." Inside the fortress at that moment, a few guards spotted something and flinched in alarm. Right in front of them, Jorge's group lined up in 2 rows and started making a racket. "Hey you cowards, stop hiding in there like rats. Come out and face us in a real fight." Seeing that, the 2 guards immediately knocked arrows and prepared to attack. Have those guys gone completely insane? Arrows rained down continuously toward the group below. Jorge ordered, "Everyone hold your positions and withstand their attacks. How can they be this strong?" Up top observing, the blonde-haired guy sneered. "How pathetic. All of this is just pointless struggling on your part." Then suddenly his face darkened as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A voice rang out from behind. "You sure about that?" Zeke's voice came cold and calm. "Just sit back and enjoy the show. You'll see soon enough." Hearing the sound of hooves thundering, he startled and blankly looked down below, exclaiming, "What, that guy? In a situation like this, he's charging out alone on horseback. Don't tell me he's planning to." Sure enough, it matched perfectly with every description of Black Knight Yaksha's appearance. Zeke declared, "I'm going after him. The rest of you stay here and keep harassing the enemy. Once the main gates open, fire the signal flare." Andre nodded firmly. "Got it." Without delay, Zeke shot forward in pursuit. His voice turned icy. "Come out." Buelis, the moment the words left his mouth, his warhorse appeared in spectacular fashion. "Now then, can someone on his level even catch up to me?" Buelis surged ahead like a gust of wind. In just a few seconds, Zeke had closed in right behind Black Knight Yaksha, making him blurt out in shock, "What kind of insane speed is this?" The corner of Zeke's mouth curled into an approving smirk. "Not bad." He immediately leaped off the horse's back and rocketed straight toward the top of his head. Right after, a huge explosion erupted. But with his agility, the guy swiftly retreated to dodge the slap. Zeke wasn't surprised by the move at all. He stepped forward and taunted, "It's the dead of night. Where are you in such a hurry to run off to?" Black Knight Yaksha. In the quiet space, the clear sounds of weapons clashing rang out distinctly. Only H-1EAFC, D-1EA1 Zoa, and Zeke were locked in fierce combat. Through the moves, he made a judgment. "You don't seem much like someone from Delpoa. Who exactly are you?" A cold smile appeared on his face as he retorted, "Knowing that, what can you change?" Right after, both unleashed powerful attacks. Seeing they were evenly matched, H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa quickly switched his assault. Sensing an object flying toward him, the system immediately displayed a notification. Detected desert scorpion toxin. Thanks to the 100 poisons immunity physique effect, you are unaffected by the poison. Hearing that, Zeke coldly cursed inwardly. Desert scorpion poison. These lawless bastards really use so many petty tricks. Seeing him completely unharmed, H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa was utterly shocked. The poison had no effect at all. Where are you from, the desert or the southern border? Zeke didn't answer, just casually mocked. You're awfully curious, aren't you? Seeing that, he stopped questioning and pulled out flying daggers to continue the attack. Whatever, doesn't matter. The next second, H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa charged fiercely. Anyway, you're going to die. In an instant, Zeke swiftly raised his sword to deflect the flying daggers and activated the Dragon Tribe skill, Dragon Scale Armor. He raised his hand to block the remaining ones, inwardly evaluating. This attack was pretty decent. But right after, Zeke saw something and his eyes widened in shock. That is, recognizing H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa's technique, he immediately realized, Aura Blade, huh? So you were hiding your true strength after all. Facing the opponent who had finished charging, now fully lunging forward like an arrow. Let me finish you. In a flash, H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa swiftly swung his sword at Zeke. However, after the strike, he heard his voice. Judging from the swordsmanship, you seem to be from the Empire, and also from the Intelligence Bureau. H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa was extremely shocked and blurted out. How do you know? Abruptly, his body took a fierce lightning strike. H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa couldn't withstand it and collapsed to the ground. From behind, Zeke slowly approached. So then, his face cold as he interrogated. Now it's my turn to ask. Why is someone from the Intelligence Bureau causing chaos in Delpoa? Knowing he couldn't win against Zeke, H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1, Zoa decisively bit his tongue. He had to find a way to commit suicide. Who would have thought the next second Zeke poured medicine into him? Futile. Looking down coldly at H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa, Zeke calmly said, I know full well how stubborn you Intelligence Bureau people are, using recovery potion. Then he casually threatened, if you provide information that satisfies me, I'll allow you to die. Instantly, his expression became fearful and wary. A moment later, H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa sat, slumped on the ground, breathing heavily nonstop. In front of him, Zeke leisurely interrogated, ready to talk now. H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa compromised and slowly spoke. What do you want to know? He asked without hesitation, your identity and everything you've done here. Glancing briefly at Zeke, he honestly answered, I am an agent directly under Room 13 of the Empire's Intelligence Bureau. Zeke seemed to ponder and questioned. Room 13? I thought they were only up to Room 12, so there are types like you after all. Hearing that, H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa exclaimed in disbelief. How do you know there are up to Room 12? The next second, Zeke leaned down, his face dark and threatening. I'm the one asking questions here, so what have you done here? He panicked and stammered, conducting experiments. H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa hurriedly added, experiments on awakening drugs. Instantly, Zeke recalled the group he met before. Awakening drugs, could it be those mercenaries? His tone somewhat doubtful as he questioned, weren't they just addicted to soma? He straightforwardly revealed the secret. Yes, it's made from soma component. Hearing that, Zeke continued probing. So why create that drug? H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa calmly explained the Empire's plot. To create warriors who know neither pain nor fear. In a flash, countless thoughts surged in his mind. Is this another human experimentation by the Empire? You're depleting Delpoa's forces while observing the combat patterns of the test subject. Glancing at H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa opposite him, Zeke silently analyzed. The fact that H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa could hold out in the fortress for 3 years, while infiltrating bandits and mercenaries to expand the organization, all must have been thanks to the Empire's back. His inner anger surged as he cursed inwardly. Damn Empire bastards, what the hell are you planning across the entire continent? A moment later, Zeke calmed down and spoke. Hey, you know if things continue like this, the Empire will kill you first to silence you, right? H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa's entire demeanor lifeless as he replied. Yes, I've answered everything, kill me. Who would have thought he leisurely proposed a solution? If there's a way to survive, what would you do? H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa didn't believe much and said, no way to escape the Empire's Intelligence Bureau anyway. But the next second Zeke dropped a bombshell that silenced him. What if the Draker family uses their power to protect you? H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa couldn't believe it and blurted, Draker, What do you mean? He didn't answer, but raised his hand to use power. Feeling his body fully recovered, he asked in shock, "You're a pureblood awakener of the Draker family." Zeke casually replied, "That's right." At this moment, waves surged in H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa's heart. Of course I don't want to die in this place. I've done too much dirty work and don't have much patriotism left. Even if I survive and return to the Empire, I'll surely be killed to silence. Finally, he silently made his decision. In that case, becoming a witness under the Draker family's protection is still a better choice. H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa tried to calm himself and spoke. "Can you guarantee a complete identity change for me?" Unexpectedly, Zeke said something else. "There's an even better option." He calmly declared, "I'll introduce you to a new job." His expression full of confident judgment. "If you're from the Empire's Intelligence Bureau, there are plenty of places that need your skill." A moment later, something streaked through the quiet forest. It was Zeke, he quickly set off while pondering. The fortress hasn't fallen yet. His mind kept guessing. A fortress without H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa should have been easily controlled by Andre's group. Has something happened? For now, I need to return to the knight's camp first. A moment later, Zeke landed in a spot. As soon as he looked up, he was utterly shocked because he saw a group of people discussing something ahead. What are those mages gathering for? Right after, one of them raised a staff. Zeke's eyes immediately widened in horror. Then his face turned icy cold as he questioned, "What the hell are you doing? Why are you targeting allies?" The response came from someone else slowly approaching, Zeke Draker. He coldly accused, "Because of you, H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa, who was captured, escaped." Ingrid's expression showed no courtesy as he declared, "Therefore, to hold you accountable for this grave mistake, I will escort you back to camp immediately." Hearing that, Zeke let out a soft sigh. Right after, he darkly cursed, "That bastard is throwing a tantrum again." Looking at the person before him, Zeke tried to stay calm and questioned, "What do you mean? Is H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa's escape my fault?" Ingrid mercilessly criticized, "Of course it's because of your sloppy raid plan. If not for you, I wouldn't have lost a prey like H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa, who was already in hand." Hearing that, he coldly mocked, "So you've confirmed H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa is no longer in the fortress. If so, the fortress defense is still too solid." Instantly he faltered, hurriedly shouting, "Shut up, I already confirmed earlier." Someone rushed out of the fortress. Zeke found it laughable and countered, "It could also be just a messenger going for reinforcements. On what basis do you claim that's H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa?" Instantly, Ingrid was speechless. Seeing that reaction, he immediately understood. So it's clear now. That bastard reported to let H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa escape. Looking at the opponent, Zeke quickly deduced the truth. Though he committed treason by colluding with the enemy for 3 years, he probably doesn't know his actions helped the Empire's experiments. Anyway, the fact that he's trash doesn't change. At this moment, Ingrid spoke again. "Stop talking nonsense, come with me." Then he turned to leave. "I will report your crimes in detail to the superiors." Seeing that, Zeke inwardly sighed. "As you wish." A moment later, he followed Ingrid back to the fortress. Suddenly, Zeke saw something and was utterly shocked. The figures of 3 people caught his eye, making him question in disbelief. "Those people are." Seeing the man's face clearly, Zeke called out in surprise. Jorge, hearing the voice, he panicked and cried, "Knight." Immediately he looked at Ingrid questioning, "What is this? Why are they tied up?" Ingrid's cold voice replied, "Shut up, don't meddle in what's not your business." At this moment, Jorge suddenly shouted, "Knight, we don't regret helping you at all." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. "We also want to become honorable knights." The next second, a lightning bolt struck Jorge, making him shut up. Seeing this scene, Zeke coldly criticized, "Treating allies like this isn't too much. Even prisoners aren't treated this way." But his action completely enraged Ingrid. "I told you to shut up already." His expression ferocious as he threatened, "One more word and I'll execute you on the spot." Right at that moment, a loud explosion sounded not far away. When the dust cleared, someone slowly approached and spoke. "Delphoa 8th Magic Division Commander, Ingrid Haxon." Astor arrived with 2 companions and warned, "Your earlier statement can be considered a threat to kill Zeke Drake." His face solemn as he declared, "Therefore, from this moment, the Draker family declares we will shift to a state of wartime readiness against Delphoa." Instantly, the entire space fell into silence. At this moment, Ingrid began to feel fear. A direct warning from the Draker family itself, not from anywhere else. His mind couldn't believe it, targeting the entire Delphoa. Ingrid hurriedly spoke, wanting to treat it as a joke. "Hey, anyway, this reaction is a bit much. This is practically declaring war. Joking like this is over the line." Before he finished, Astor calmly cut in, Ingrid Haxon listened clearly, his eyes full of displeasure as he warned. The name Draker is absolutely not something light as a feather. Seeing that, Ingrid anxiously explained, I misspoke earlier, it was just tension from battle, don't misunderstand. His tone softened as he excused his actions. I just wanted to bring Zeke Draker back to camp for a more thorough investigation. At this point, Zeke suddenly spoke. Before that, can I talk to my comrades for a moment? Instantly, Ingrid's brows furrowed in displeasure. But he couldn't refuse, so he led everyone to the room and said, I'll give you 20 minutes. After Ingrid left, Zeke immediately raised his hand to release power everywhere. This should be enough to disable the surrounding magic devices. On one side, Aster waited for him to finish before speaking. Zeke, didn't you say you had something to tell? He calmly revealed, I captured H-1EAFC D-1EA1 Zoa. He asked in shock, you mean you faced H-1EAFC D-1EA1 Zoa alone? Zeke straightforwardly confirmed. Yes, I planned to capture him alive before the battle dragged on. Hearing that, Aster's heart surged with awe. Capturing an enemy commander alone that even experienced knights struggle against, truly worthy of Zeke. Facing him, Zeke continued recounting the information he uncovered. After interrogation, I found he was deeply involved with Division Commander Ingrid, to the point that handling this might become quite complicated. He calmly asked, so what do you plan to do now? His tone serious as he replied, as for Delphoa's matters, it's best to let Delphoa handle them themselves, but Zeke's face turned icy cold as he declared, for now, I'll do what I can do. Outside, 2 soldiers quietly guarded the door. Inside, Zeke sat silently on the chair in deep thought. A moment later, he calmly calculated, it's about time that person arrives. As soon as the thought ended, a knock suddenly came from the door. Right after Payne opened the door and stepped in, Zeke. Seeing his friend, Zeke calmly responded, has teacher arrived, Professor Payne? Looking at the person opposite, Payne asked, puzzled, what exactly is going on? He appeared contemplative as he answered, perhaps it's the consequence of not heeding teacher's warning. Hearing that, his friend slapped his forehead helplessly. Oh my God. But Zeke had no guilt as he thought inwardly. Payne already knew about Division Commander Ingrid's corrupt behavior. His mind quickly surged with guesses. Not only that, perhaps the high-ranking magic officers already tacitly knew about this, and to climb to high positions in Delphoa's magic, they must have military experience. Then he sighed inwardly, however, now I have no other choice but to propose a path to end that career. Right after, Zeke calmly spoke, I have something I need to tell teacher. Payne looked at him puzzled, what is it? Zeke's expression became solemn as he spoke, Professor, do you know about the Empire's awakening drug experiment? Following that was his detailed recount. I told Professor Payne all the truths I uncovered related to H-1EAFC, D-1EA1 Zoa. His purpose was to put Payne on the scale of choice. Now he must weigh between 2 options, either expose the internal wrongdoing he now knows about, or turn a blind eye to preserve his own position. After finishing, Zeke calmly requested, Professor, I have a favor to ask of you. Under Payne's shocked gaze, he solemnly revealed, can you stand with me to expose these wrongdoing? Under the cover of night, Ingrid and his subordinates were secretly meeting. The mage who just arrived called out, Division Commander Ingrid. Instantly, Ingrid turned to ask, all right, how's the situation? The subordinate respectfully reported, I heard Professor Payne refused Zeke Draker's proposal. Hearing that, he smiled delightedly. Is that true? Ingrid's heart immediately filled with triumph. As expected, compared to faith, one's own position is far more important. How could he be persuaded so easily? Right after, he calmly ordered, then, it's time to start gradually. Ingrid's expression instantly turned cold as he instructed, create some disturbances then withdraw, just pretend moderately. The subordinate respectfully replied, understood. The next second, he raised his staff and gave the command, everyone prepare to attack. In an instant, flames exploded filling the sky, fire. On one side, Ingrid coldly watched everything, scheming inwardly. Pin all responsibility without results on Jorge and it's done. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual, but something feels off. Seeing the wall over there completely silent, Ingrid pondered, puzzled. Why aren't they counterattacking? They should at least pretend to fight back. What exactly are they trying? Abruptly, the gate swung wide open, making him shocked. Opening the gate wasn't in the plan. Right after, a figure slowly stepped out. Instantly, Ingrid's eyes widened in horror. Why are you? Hearing that, the newcomer calmly replied, what's wrong, Division Commander Ingrid? Zeke asked extremely calmly, what, did you see something you shouldn't have? Time went back a few hours earlier. He had already prepared. I already used the anti-eavesdropping magic scroll. Now our conversation won't be overheard by them anymore. Following that, Zeke looked at the person beside him and calmly said, therefore, his tone serious as he asked, That proposal to cooperate, is it sincere, Professor Payne? Payne's solemn face answered, yes, the awakening stimulant drug experiments. I cannot stand by and watch. Hearing the answer, he still didn't relax and continued probing. But if you do this, Professor will find it hard to continue advancing your career in Delphoa. His friend didn't back down, expression resolute as he declared, it's fine, Zeke. Rather than building a career in shame, I'd rather give it up. Only now did Zeke truly feel relieved. He smiled friendly in response. Thank you, Professor, then let's leave here quickly. Zeke's voice full of disgust declared, because I have to give that division commander a painful blow. Back to the present, seeing the members in his group, Ingrid, instantly furious, shouted, Payne, that useless bastard, dare betray me. You think you can get away with this? Before he finished, Zeke immediately growled, Ingrid Haxon. Right after, he coldly declared, I have brought people to investigate your collusion and cooperation with continental enemies, as well as a series of other corruption crimes. Zeke's tone full of authority commanded, obediently accept arrest. Facing him, Ingrid looked at those three people and gradually became terrified. Those guys are, it can't be wrong. His heart fully confirmed their identities, the Delphoa inspection team. Instantly, Ingrid hurriedly defended, misunderstanding, I never colluded with anyone. It's all that guy's fabrication to frame me. Hearing that, the middle-aged man mercilessly exposed his thoughts. We have already collected enough evidence inside the fortress, so give up the idea of denying it. In a flash, Ingrid gritted his teeth in hatred. Right after, he furiously shouted threats. Damn it, you think I'll die alone? Someone with as many connections as me only needs to say one word and you'll all die. Not just the division, but all of Delphoa will be shaken. Not giving him a chance to continue, Zeke quickly charged forward and punched Ingrid. Instantly, he fell flat to the ground, but still didn't forget to threaten. I warned you and you still dared touch me. At this moment, Zeke calmly spoke. Many connections. Use them freely then. He reiterated his identity in a cold voice. I am direct bloodline of the Draker family, pureblood awakener, and sole successor of the former Black Knight Duke Drake. The next second, Zeke's face icy cold challenged. Bet once, see whose connections are more. In a flash, Ingrid screamed in terror. I was wrong. I was really wrong. His tone full of Chinese letter begging. Please spare me. Hearing that, Zeke mercilessly cursed. Don't beg me. Beg the knights who died because of you, you filthy trash. Right at that moment, someone approached calling, Sir Knight. Jorge placed his hand on his chest, sincerely expressing, Thank you so much, sir. Thanks to you, we have been cleared of wrongdoing. Seeing it was him, Zeke pondered. They have been removed from the inspection list, thanks to my statement that they are not involved in this case. But if the 8th Magic Division disappears, then attached knights cannot exist. His heart fully clear on Jorge's group's fate. Therefore, if other magic divisions don't accept them, the 8th Knights Division will inevitably disband. Considering this, Zeke asked without hesitation, You all don't regret it? He was very surprised by the question, how could we? Following that, Jorge sadly expressed, We only feel guilty toward the comrades who died unjustly during this time, just because of meeting that terrible division command. Suddenly, Zeke calmly spoke, As for me, if you don't mind, I want to introduce a new job. Instantly, he exclaimed in shock, Yes, a job. While searching for something, he calmly affirmed, Yes. Right after, Zeke handed a paper and said, Read this for details. As soon as he saw the content, Jorge was shocked. Knight, this is. Then he couldn't believe and questioned. The conditions are too good. Did you mistake the currency unit, sir? Hearing that, Zeke laughed, his voice smug as he explained, Working with me should get at least that much. I just established a trading company and want you all to handle escort duties there. Jorge looked at his two comrades, expression shocked, muttering, working together with the knight. Seeing him like that, Zeke teased amusedly, What, you don't want to? Immediately, Jorge joyfully accepted. How could we not want to, sir? We swear utmost loyalty. What are you standing there for? Hurry and greet the master. After resolving their issue, he turned to call Teacher Payne. Zeke's friendly expression extended an invitation. Once the Delphoa matters are resolved, please come to Atlas. We still have much to do together in the future. Payne immediately placed his hand on his chest, firmly replying, I understand. Regarding the outcome of the matter, Zeke felt deeply moved. From teacher and student to master and servant relationship, truly the longer you live, the more strange things you see. Then he looked at the rising sun over the high mountains, his heart calm as he pondered. Anyway, the mission result went in an unexpected direction, so I wonder what the evaluation will be. Suddenly, Zeke murmured softly, Whatever. His expression full of confidence, judging. This time's case can be considered resolved satisfactorily. It will all be fine. Cut to Midland Castle. In the pitch-dark room lit only by the fireplace, 3 figures gathered to talk. Draker spoke, Sorry for summoning everyone while busy. His voice suddenly serious. This time's matter probably needs discussion with our Black Crow team's key figure. His eyes narrowed. All right, no beating around the bush. Straight to the main point, Baron Drake. Lately, the situation in the southern continent hasn't been normal. Hearing this issue, both people beside were surprised. The bearded man spoke in rebuttal. But Captain, even if the South is full of criminals, it's just small-time drug dealers. No need to worry that much. The young man opposite replied, not necessarily. Don Juan of Mequin has taken over the South through Soma business. He's a monster who accumulated enormous wealth. If someone like that causes chaos, it's definitely not trivial. The Baron showed slight displeasure. Vice Captain Right Wing, you're in charge of intelligence gathering and still don't know that Don Juan is dead. He raised both hands puzzled. That's impossible. Currently confirmed that Don Juan is hiding to avoid Favela's attacks. The Baron calmly replied, after Don Juan disappeared, Mequin cartel has been split apart. The opposing Favela faction is in similar state because most key figures died, but in this situation he still hasn't appeared. Don't you find it strange? His pupils contracted in disbelief. The Baron continued, there is a video recorded from both cartels a month ago. On the screen was footage of a mysterious team heading somewhere. Both sides had masked individuals. The Baron zoomed in on a young man with suspicious blue eyes. Among them, most notable is the leader. We speculate he operated between the two organizations and took down the cartels. However, neither side has identified him yet. Draker announced, from now on we will track down that person. His face furious. Find out who he is, why he targeted the southern cartels, clarify everything. In another development, Zeke was confused about something. He asked again, Commander, what did you just say? Flaubert handed the document before him and said, this subjugation mission against H-1EAFC D-1EA1 ZOA, you did very well. He placed the document on the table. Professor Andre recorded everything meticulously. The Delfoa inspection team also sent documents along with thanks. Zeke was surprised for a moment. Then he pondered deeply. I thought this mission would be hard to get a good evaluation for, because on the battlefield obeying superior orders is natural. I never expected to receive such a high rating. Suddenly, the headmaster's voice interrupted his thoughts. However, there is one regrettable point. H-1EAFC D-1EA1 ZOA dying during escort is quite unfortunate. Hearing that, he gave a wry smile, thinking, actually, I let H-1EAFC D-1EA1 ZOA lie. Zeke recalled the previous incident, thinking, first treat it as if he's dead, then later launder his identity and bring him back to the central continent. He thought of that document, materials on the Empire's human experiments found in the South, and the awakening drug experiment witness being H-1EAFC D-1EA1 ZOA as well. And also the man he met earlier. His brows furrowed. These things will become cards strong enough to pressure the Empire. Flaubert announced, Zeke, considering the qualities you displayed in this mission, the Professor's Council has proposed a different exam format. He asked, puzzled, what is it? The headmaster replied, it's monster beast hunting. His eyes widened in utter surprise. Hunting a monster beast, he thought. Isn't that too easy for a special graduation exam? The headmaster answered, of course it's not a simple hunt, but an unsolved case, and you must solve it yourself. Hearing this, he immediately sensed something dangerous was about to happen to him. Unlike regular beasts, monster beasts don't have fixed species, so it's very hard to grasp each one's habits or characteristics. And there are even many powerful monster beasts with high intelligence, so subjugation isn't easy at all. Zeke thought most likely this case was caused by a highly intelligent monster beast. He asked, where did the incident occur? He replied, in the Troy Duchy area. As you know, the Troy Duchy is where the Draker family is located. Even there, they couldn't subjugate it, so it's definitely no ordinary monster beast. Zeke touched his chest and said, precisely because of that, if I pass this exam, all other exams will be fully waived. In fact, this exam alone is enough to qualify for graduation. I swear on my knight's honor to resolve this case soon. His eyes were resolute. Besides, I will never let you down. A moment later, a voice rang out. Sir Zeke Draker, honored to meet you. The young man respectfully greeted. I am the guide assigned for this mission. My name is Felix Valencia. Zeke said somewhat dejectedly, all right, pleased to meet you. He thought inwardly, Felix Valencia, a name I've never heard before in either previous life or this one. Suddenly his eyes turned sharp cold, and there's another strange point. He saw a green aura enveloping the boy. It seems there's an abnormal aura inside his body. A normal young knight not from Draker bloodline reaching this level definitely has issue. He asked curiously, are you from the Troy Duchy? The boy gently replied, yes, I'm originally from there. I grew up in the Swordsmanship Association, currently working in the Atlas Guard team. Hearing that, he thought, seems perfectly normal, but who knows, better stay cautious. He politely said, "Thanks for letting me know." He turned around, his face becoming serious for the journey ahead. Then, let's head out to the Troy Duchy. After a long while, the two arrived at the Troy Duchy. The Grand Duke came out to welcome. "Welcome, Sir Zeke. I heard you would come to the Troy Duchy." He shook hands gratefully. "A pureblood awakener personally coming here is truly an honor for us." Zeke replied, "I'm the one honored to help." He asked, "So can you explain the situation right away?" The Grand Duke sadly bowed his head and recounted. It started a few weeks ago. At first, livestock gradually disappeared. Later, people entering the mountains began to go missing. In order from children, women, to adult men, it seems the monster beast is targeting larger prey over time. He asked, puzzled, "Is there any remaining scene evidence?" The Grand Duke led the way. "This way, please." The Grand Duke pointed ahead and continued. "From the farm area where livestock vanished, to the road leading up that mountain is the main scene." Zeke looked at the blood still staining the posts, thinking, "The fence is still intact compared to this scattered blood pool. Let me check around here." After that, he cast magic and suddenly discovered something. Before him was a large footprint of someone. Such large footprints. He looked at the clues imprinted on the ground and deduced, with considerable weight leaving such deep prints. Then he glanced at the posts, and it could easily jump over this fence like nothing. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. This isn't the behavior of an ordinary monster beast. Zeke showed a serious expression and said, "Perhaps this mission won't be easy." After a long day, the two decided to stop and rest overnight by the campfire. Zeke sat looking toward the sleeping Felix Valencia and pondered. "Seems you're really tired. Makes sense. You've been investigating late into the night." He sat stringing together everything that happened during the day. "We followed the monster beast's tracks up the mountain road, and soon reached a deep forest with no human footprints." While the two were walking intently, they suddenly halted before what was present in front of them, and the clue found there. After careful observation, Zeke concluded, "That's a corpse drained dry like a mummy, with no visible wounds at all." Recalling that dried corpse in the forest back then, he immediately associated it with something. A monster beast that drains all bodily fluids without leaving traces. If it's the monster beast I'm thinking of, then the footprints found in the village aren't its. Right while pondering this line of thought, his face suddenly changed upon hearing noise nearby. Felix was also awakened, groggily turning to ask, "Sir Zeke, the sound just now was..." Zeke turned his head, eyes darkening as he replied, from a position 2 kilometers west. Before leaving, he instructed, "You stay here and wait." The next second, Zeke dashed off, leaving a sentence, "I'll be back before dawn." Felix, still dazed, not understanding, vaguely watched him go. On this side, Zeke ran nonstop toward the source of the noise. While running, he thought, "In a place like this, a loud noise can only come from that monster beast." Zeke suspiciously looked around. Clearly around here. A long, ferocious roar echoed through the air. A red-haired muscular youth, carrying a large tree in both hands. He swung it horizontally forward with all his might, mouth continuously roaring. Witnessing this bizarre scene, countless questions surged in his mind. What is this, that guy? Is he swinging the tree like a sword? Such absurd, monstrous strength. Observing the appearance of the person before him, carefully Zeke wondered, could it be a barbarian? But he suddenly noticed another dark figure standing nearby, and the one fighting him is. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly recognized that familiar figure. Indeed, as expected. The creature before him now, Zeke halted, found it, ancient species, Gaga. He stood in a corner observing the battle, recalling past events. "In my previous life, I also discovered corpses turned into mummies. Master once said the cause was an ancient species monster beast, and warned me to be especially careful." Zeke watched every movement of this ancient creature. It has very agile movements like a monkey, and is extremely vigilant. Right when both sides clashed, but what needed more attention was seeing Gagak leap forward, eyes red with cunning malice. What caught his attention was it would whip its tail like tentacles, attacking by draining life in an instant. After stringing together this series of observations, Zeke concluded, if so, then very likely the livestock thief is the barbarian, while Gagak is the one abducting people. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream drew his horrified gaze. He saw Gagak extend its long tongue, piercing through the opponent, its entire body emitting a sinister purple aura. The barbarian gritted his teeth, throat growling in pain. His eyes filled with fury and tension. Gagak still greedily drained life in triumphant pleasure. While it was immersed in the victor's enjoyment, killing intent enveloped it from behind. Gagak sensed someone attacking and turned its eyes backward. Right when Zeke swung his sword down, it timely ducked to dodge. Then it sped away in escape. He looked in that direction, frowning, annoyed, speed disgustingly fast. But then he was drawn by the barbarian's groaning, poisoned by Gagak. Zeke narrowed his eyes, looking at the man with some distaste. I'm not really interested in helping a livestock thief, but well, might as well do a little charity. Cut scene to inside the cave. After carrying the barbarian into the cave and treating him, he looked at the potion in his hand doubtfully. Recovery potion has no effect. Is it because he's not human? Seeing the potion ineffective, Zeke decided to change treatment method. If so, I wonder if this will work. He placed his hand on the man's wound. A beam of light emanated from it, using wide area support skill. Instantly, strong green light radiated. He used the skill, healing factor. After treatment, the barbarian groaned softly a few times. Then he glared, full of vigilance. Immediately, he switched to defensive combat mode. Seeing that Zeke spoke to calm him, "Hey, calm down," he continued explaining to the man, "I just saved you." Hearing that, he stammered, "Thank you." Seeing that, Zeke sighed in relief. Good thing I know the barbarian language. After this misunderstanding came the young man's background. His name is Royal Power. Though only 16 years old, he was stronger than all warriors in the village. Therefore, as a suitable coming-of-age ritual for Royal Power, the assigned test was to capture Gaguk, the strongest monster beast in barbarian territory. But because Gaguk was too hard to hunt, while chasing it, he unknowingly wandered all the way to the Troy Duchy. He sat cross-legged, head bowed, sadly confiding, "Hunting is too hard, I probably fail." Then Zeke gave an attractive invitation, "Hunt with me." Royal Power asked, puzzled, "Really?" He smiled, full of confidence, pointing at himself firmly, "Just trust me." Felix called out, puzzled, "Sir Zeke." Seeing Zeke with a stranger, he asked curiously, "This person, isn't he a barbarian?" He pointed toward Royal Power and replied, "Yes, I decided to team up while hunting the monster beast." Royal Power turned to Zeke and asked, "Who is this guy?" He replied, "My subordinate." He curiously, "What is a subordinate?" Felix stood frozen looking at the two, completely not understanding. What are they saying? Though they agreed, Zeke still couldn't shake his suspicions. First time seeing a barbarian without drawing a sword, and just standing still rooted like that. To react like that must have gone through harsh training. His eyes probed suspiciously. Ignoring the aura, he's just a perfectly normal guide, or am I overthinking? Suddenly Royal Power warned, "Big brother Zeke, there's a smell." Zeke reacted immediately. What smell? Royal Power's expression sharpened in vigilance. That guy's smell from earlier. He somewhat understood and spoke. "So where is it?" It truly was a cave. Zeke stood before the gloomy entrance, silently confirming the words his master once taught him. The Gaguk species always preferred dark and damp places. He looked toward the horizon where the light was gradually breaking and judged that dawn was approaching. There was a high probability that it was inside. Zeke turned to the barbarian hunter and called out, "Wang Quan, is there any way to catch it?" Meeting Zeke's expectations, Wang Quan only smirked with complete confidence and began throwing a series of punches into the air. Zeke just stood there, speechless and stunned, telling himself, "No wonder it has kept escaping until now. I don't see a plan anywhere, just muscle." Realizing he couldn't rely on the hunter's intellect, Zeke lowered his voice and called again, "Wang Quan." He looked straight into the man's cold, sharp eyes and began outlining a combat plan. "You go down and flush the prey out. I'll coordinate the attack from above." "Understood." Wang Quan flashed a sinister smile and replied decisively, "Got it." The two began to venture deep into the monster's dark lair. Their eyes scanned the ruins beneath their feet. It seemed this truly was its den. Bones from all sorts of animals were scattered everywhere. The air was thick with the scent of death and moisture, proving this was the territory of an ancient predator. Zeke stopped abruptly, sensing a surge of killing intent closing in. He immediately warned, "Wang Quan, we've entered its territory. Careful." Before he could finish his sentence, the Gaguk magical beast, with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws, suddenly lunged down from a high cliff like a pitch-black phantom. Wang Quan was startled, his eyes widening in shock at the monster's sudden ambush. No need for warnings. Let's get straight into the heat of combat. As the Gaguk beast lunged, Wang Quan immediately spun away to dodge the powerful strike, then slammed a thunderous punch directly into the ground, creating an explosion and a shockwave that sent dust flying throughout the cave. However, when the dust settled, the monster's silhouette was no longer there. Zeke stood watching from behind, narrowing his eyes as he observed. It vanished. He thought to himself, "I knew it wouldn't be caught that easily. The reason why we couldn't catch the Gaguk in my previous life, even when working with my master, is because it can hide in the shadows, loves to play the backstabbing game, and evaporates instantly after attack." Suddenly, the monster lunged down from the cave ceiling, aiming straight for Wang Quan. Instantly, Zeke swung his hand to cast Hydro Power. A powerful torrent of magical water erupted, striking directly at the spot where the Gaguk was hiding. Hit by the unexpected blow, the monster let out a shriek of agony. Seizing the golden opportunity now that the prey was exposed, Zeke shouted, "Wang Quan, now's the time." Wang Quan lunged forward like an arrow. His massive hands tightly gripped the monster's neck and arms. The Gaguk struggled frantically, letting out ear-piercing screeches, but it couldn't break free from the steel-like grip. Wang Quan strained to suppress his opponent, letting out grunts from the sheer effort. Zeke swung his sword. The glowing blade pierced through the Gaguk's body, leaving it only enough time to utter moans of ultimate pain. Immediately, he ordered the activation of Dragon Skill, Gluttony. A surge of brilliant golden energy, like a predator pouncing on its prey, completely devoured the Gaguk. The system rang out with a series of shocking notifications. Successfully monopolized the ancient Gaguk species, S.A., corrupted by evil energy. Thanks to the Gluttony skill, all of Zeke's stamina, spirit, and mana were fully restored in an instant. More importantly, he successfully absorbed the bloodline of this magical beast and gained the skill, a rank active stealth. Zeke noticed the monster's hand and thought of something. He turned to call the hunter who was sitting, dazed in the back, Wang Quan. As he spoke, Zeke tossed that monster hand to him. Zeke held up one of the beast's sharp claws and said, "This is proof of the hunt." He smiled slightly, decisively tucked the claw into his bag, and declared, "By custom, one claw belongs to me." Overwhelmed with emotion by his benefactor's help, Wang Quan burst into tears and rushed over to hug Zeke tightly. "Wah, Lord Zeke is the best. Lord Zeke is #1. Thank you, sir." Being squeezed by the massive barbarian, Zeke could only grimace and endure it. When they parted, Wang Quan stood at a distance, waving enthusiastically. "Lord Zeke, you must definitely come visit our tribe next time." Zeke called back nonchalantly, "Fine, which tribe do you belong to?" The barbarian answered proudly, "It's the Boulder tribe. Very, very strong. You can tell it's prestigious just by the name." The name made Zeke freeze, his eyes widening in shock. The Boulder tribe, isn't that the largest power among the barbarian tribes? Zeke stood frozen, watching the hunters retreating back, while Wang Quan was still happily shouting, "Great Lord Zeke, you absolutely must stop by our village." "Yeah, I'll definitely visit next time." Zeke waved goodbye in the quiet darkness of the night. Shortly after, the atmosphere became lively at a tavern in the village. Cheers erupted for the knight who had protected their village. Cheers. The villagers didn't stop praising him. "Haha, seriously, thank you. Thanks to you we can live in peace now." Zeke only gave a humble smile in response. "I'm just glad I could help everyone." However, amidst the celebration, Zeke never took his eyes off Felix. He silently noted, as expected, something is still not right. Zeke recalled, after handling the Gaguk and returning to the territory, Felix was nowhere to be found. A while later, he returned looking disheveled, only making the excuse that he had fallen. Zeke grew suspicious. Could he have come to watch the battle between me and Wang Quan during the intense fight? I can't send someone too far away, so there's a high chance Felix was hiding nearby to observe. Zeke told himself, "Whatever, I'll just keep observing for now." Late at night, as he was strolling back to his quarters, Zeke suddenly stopped when he saw a figure waiting under the dim streetlight. He squinted and recognized him. It was Felix. Zeke asked curiously, "Why are you standing here waiting for me? Isn't your room in a different direction?" Facing his master's suspicion, Felix looked flustered and stammered, "About that, Lord Zeke. Please accept me as your follower." Zeke froze in surprise. "Follower, what do you mean?" Without rushing to explain in words, Felix said in a deep voice, "First, please look at this." He decisively drew his sword from its scabbard. Then he began to demonstrate a certain sword technique. Zeke was stunned as he realized the truth of the matter. There was no mistaking it. That was the inherited swordsmanship of a holy knight. After swinging his sword for a while, Felix returned to his stand and let out a tired breath. "Phew, that's all, Lord Zeke." Zeke looked directly at him and asked, "You clearly said you graduated in chemistry from the Swordsmanship Association. Yet why do you know the inherited swordsmanship of a paladin? Even within the Holy Kingdom, only those with minimal outside contact who belong directly to the Holy Knights are paladins. Inherited swordsmanship is only passed down privately among them. Even being able to perform it like this is surely very rare." Across from him, Felix scratched his head awkwardly. "I thought if it were Lord Zeke, you'd definitely recognize this swordsmanship. So there was no point in hiding it from you any longer. Hey, could you take a look at this?" He spoke while holding out a badge, which took Zeke by surprise. It was the badge of an official paladin. Felix admitted frankly, "That's right, my grandfather used to be a paladin. However, in the past, he was caught up in the internal power struggles of the Holy Kingdom, was framed, and was ultimately exiled." This information made Zeke's eyes widen in surprise. What? In his mind, he was constantly calculating. This was starting to get complicated. On the other side, Felix continued to explain. "My grandfather bet his life fighting the enemies within to expose the kingdom's crimes, but he still couldn't avoid the arrows pointed at him. Being exiled wasn't enough. He also faced the risk of execution in prison. but thanks to the help of his comrades, he managed to escape the Holy Kingdom with great difficulty. From then on, he always hid his identity and lived in the Duchy of Troy until now. As time passed before he died, he told me everything and passed this swordsmanship down to me. Hearing this, something suddenly clicked in Zeke's mind. Passed down, then could that also be? He hurriedly asked Felix, before he passed away, did your grandfather try to perform an aura inheritance on you? Felix heard this and looked a bit confused. Aura inheritance, what's that? Without letting him ask further, Zeke directly ordered, quickly, give me your hand. Just like that, the protagonist gripped his hand and slowly felt it out. Sure enough, as expected, his aura conduction rate was much higher than his actual strength. Even his aura circuits were completely clear. Seeing Zeke's serious expression, Felix asked worriedly, Lord Zeke, is there something unusual? Zeke spoke with a hint of envy in his voice. On the contrary, Felix, be grateful to your late grandfather. Your grandfather must have been a great holy knight. To put it simply, he was on the same level as a black knight. At these words, Felix felt like luck had truly found him. Is that true? He asked back. Zeke nodded with certainty. Yes, the paladins of the Holy Kingdom have a unique technique passed down from the Imperial era, and that is aura inheritance. It's a technique that helps one achieve aura mastery faster than normal. But your grandfather didn't just do that. He also cleared your meridians to increase the aura conduction rate within your body. The more he heard the protagonist speak, the less Felix understood. How is that possible? I had no idea at all. Ignoring his confused look, Zeke put on an extremely serious face and asked coldly, Felix, do you want to become my follower to seek vengeance for your grandfather? Felix's face darkened slightly, but he nodded in admission. That is certainly part of the reason. But after watching your battle in the previous mission, I truly wanted to serve by your side. As long as you allow it, you won't regret it. Felix's voice was full of determination. However, Zeke was still considering this in his mind. If he were a normal spy, he'd keep him close to find out who the enemy was. If not, then he had just acquired a high potential follower. Thinking this, Zeke temporarily agreed. Following me won't be easy. We're heading back to Atlas tomorrow immediately, so get ready. Seeing that the protagonist had agreed, Felix's face flushed with excitement. He replied hastily, Thank you very much, Lord Zeke. I will be wholeheartedly loyal. Time passed quickly. By now, Zeke had returned to the academy and was reporting his mission to Flaubert. The man praised him. Haha, come in, Zeke. The content of this report is truly astonishing. Treating the injured barbarians and then working together to eliminate a magical beast. In my opinion, keeping a talent like you here at Valhalla is a loss for this continent. Faced with this praise, Zeke remained as calm as ever. I just got lucky. His modesty made Flaubert even more pleased. Haha, you're being too humble again. Here, take this. He spoke while pushing a scroll toward Zeke, making him a bit curious. Flaubert explained from the side. This is a temporary graduation certificate. Since the semester hasn't ended, graduating you immediately is a bit difficult, but with this, you won't face any inconvenience in whatever you plan to do later. For this reward, Zeke flashed a smile and accepted it. Thank you, headmaster. Flaubert followed up with a question. So have you decided on your path after graduation? Will you still go back to work for the Draker family? Zeke nodded and shared his plans. Yes, for now, I want to gain experience as a knight for the family. Flaubert smiled back with an expectant face. Very well. I'll be looking forward to your future growth, Zeke. Just then, a knock sounded from outside. Next, Andre entered the room. Excuse me, there's a contact from Four Seasons City requesting that Zeke be brought into the city. Hearing this, the headmaster couldn't help but exclaim. It seems the family head already knows about your graduation. Truly a man who does everything quick. Joking at these words, Zeke just laughed it off. Then I'll take my leave now, headmaster. Flaubert smiled brightly. Yeah, remember to visit off. Thus, after leaving the room, Zeke asked Andre, do you know the specific reason for the request to enter the city? Andre replied, I'm not sure about that either. Probably just simply to congratulate you on your graduation or something like that. These words did not find agreement with the protagonist. He remarked sarcastically, congratulations. If I think about the family head's usual personality, that's truly unimaginable. Andre explained it differently. You achieved the miracle of graduating Valhalla in just 2 years, so it's very possible. But before coming to the headmaster's office, I saw a few of your friends. They looked terrible. Did something happen? He spoke while glancing slightly at Zeke behind him. Hearing this, Zeke's expression remained normal. I heard they had to continuously clear snow with the northern border guard before returning. So that's how it is. There's a saying that snow is even scarier than magical beasts, so that's understandable. Well then, go on in. As he said this, the two of them had reached the door to the family head's room. After thanking Andre for leading the way, Zeke stepped inside. His father was sitting there waiting. Oh, you're here. "Congratulations on graduating from the academy, Zeke." Zeke replied, "Thank you, family head." Arthur continued, "Yeah, come here and sit down comfortably. By now you're probably wondering why I called you here, right? Zeke, I'm planning to have you participate in the Draker Martial Arts Tournament this time, and I want you to be the one to take the championship there." After hearing this, Zeke's face showed no emotion, as if he were evaluating the request. The Draker Martial Arts Tournament is a tournament organized by the Draker family. Any young knight in the clan who has been promoted to Purple Knight for less than 5 years can participate. In essence, this is a competition to find the next generation of rookies to lead the continent. Understanding this, Zeke answered very calmly, "I understand." His confident attitude took Arthur a bit by surprise. He asked again, "Are you saying you'll take the championship?" Zeke affirmed, "Yes, that's right. In accordance with the family head's wishes, I will win the Draker Martial Arts Tournament." At this, Arthur broke into a bright smile. "Very good. I hope I can award the medal to you on the final day of the tournament. Also, I've prepared a graduation gift for you. Open it and see." He pushed a box forward as he spoke. After opening it, Zeke's eyes widened in shock. These were metal plates and documents. Isn't this a certificate of ownership for a territory? Realizing this, he hurriedly turned to ask, "Are you saying you're handing this territory over to me?" Arthur nodded gently and explained further, "That's right. It's a territory in the north of the Duchy of Troy, the place where you just eliminated the magical beast." For Zeke, he couldn't believe his graduation gift was a territory. He quickly affirmed, "I will do my best not to fail the family head's expectations." "Very well, I'll wait and see. I'll soon send a manager to handle the administration of the territory, so listen to his detailed report. You may leave now, Zeke." He spoke while looking at the protagonist with meaningful eyes. This seemed to leave Zeke in some thought. However, he could only say his thanks and quickly leave the room. Walking down the hallway, his mind was filled with thoughts. Even for the Draker family, one usually has to be a high-ranking knight to receive a private territory, but I've only just become an official knight. This truly is unprecedented treatment. While he was still lost in his thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Hey, Zeke." The protagonist turned around and realized the person coming was Uncle Duke, his master. He greeted him happily. "Master." Duke nodded. "Right, you busy disciple. Long time no see." Zeke turned to ask him, "Why are you here?" Duke replied, "I plan to go to your place to rest comfortably. Who knew I'd be caught by Arthur and made to do so much work? Even though I've retired from being a knight, my status in the Draker family is still there." Zeke glanced at him and teased, "You've been playing around for 10 years now, so what's wrong with doing a little work?" Duke cleared his throat. This kid's way of talking is definitely Arthur's son, no doubt about it. "Anyway, for now, let's just get home before those hungry leeches catch us." The uncle spoke while directly jumping straight out of the window, leaving Zeke only able to let out a sigh. Seriously, this guy. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to Zeke's mansion. Duke let out a comfortable shout. "Phew, now I finally feel like I'm living. As expected, home is best, isn't it, Zeke?" The protagonist reminded him, "But this is my home." Seeing that, the teacher started complaining. "You're so stingy. What belongs to the disciple also belongs to the master." Zeke had no idea how to even respond to that. After a few seconds, Duke cut to the chase and asked, "So, what did that Arthur guy call you in for? Surely it wasn't just to congratulate you on graduating, right?" Zeke replied, "I received my graduation gift." Duke waved his hand as if the gift didn't matter much. "Oh really? So what did he give you? A sword or some armor?" Zeke told him that he had received a territory. That statement made Duke snap awake like a corpse rising. "What? You received what?" he asked again. Zeke just shrugged and said, "I received a territory in the north of the Duchy of Troy." At that point, even Duke was struck dumb for a few seconds before he could let out a sigh. Good grief, seriously. Getting a territory the moment you become an adult. It looks like Arthur is beyond thrilled. Besides, even if it's in the north, the tax revenue from the Duchy of Troy isn't half bad. Zeke nodded in agreement. "Coincidentally, that's where I carried out my last mission. The people there are all very kind." Duke could only feel exhausted by the protagonist's luck. Well, it's a good thing regardless. Being a lord is far better than just holding the title of a knight. Remembering something, Zeke added, "Oh, there's one more thing. I've been ordered to win the Draker Martial Arts Tournament." For some reason, Duke's expression changed abruptly the moment he heard that. He asked back, "The Draker Martial Arts Tournament?" Noticing the shift in his expression, Zeke asked quietly, "What's wrong, master? Is the difficulty of that tournament really that high?" Duke began to speak in an extremely serious tone. "No. Considering your actual strength, winning the championship wouldn't be difficult. However, that's only if it were a pure test of skill. Zeke, have you ever actually watched the Draker Martial Arts Tournament?" Zeke shook his head slightly. I've only heard that it's a tournament held once every 5 years. Duke glared at him in warning. I'll say it one more time. The Draker Martial Arts Tournament isn't just a simple competition. It's a battlefield between families under the guise of a tournament. Hearing this part, our protagonists seem to guess a few things. Do you mean there's cheating in the tournament, Master? Duke brushed that speculation aside. No, it's actually the opposite. The concept of cheating doesn't even exist there. Any interference from various powers is allowed to be mobilized, and the winner is decided based on all of those factors combined. Zeke fell into deep thought after hearing that. He thought defeating everyone would be the end of it, but if even Master Duke had that look on his face, the issue definitely wasn't simple. Turning back to Zeke, Duke spoke bluntly. Zeke, I'll tell you straight. Without the backing of a family, you absolutely won't be able to win this tournament. Even I am quite a stranger to political matters, but since there's still a bit of time left, I'll try to reach out to some families I know. Zeke pondered his master's words. Before leaving, he realized he was also quite poor at politics. Damn it, is there really no other way? Just then, the voice of Decker the butler rang out. Forgive my intrusion, young master. I have some important words I need to share with you. I just overheard your conversation with Lord Duke. You're participating in the Draker Martial Arts Tournament. Zeke didn't quite understand his intent but admitted, that's right. But Master said it would be very difficult without backing from a family. After a few seconds of thought, Decker suddenly continued, Young Master, please look at this. As he spoke, he drew his sword from its scabbard. A layer of blue blood appeared on the blade. That caused Zeke to be unable to hide his surprise. Decker, are you a holy knight? Decker only spoke quietly. I knew you would have realized this sooner or later. Zeke nodded awkwardly, silently praising Decker's observational skills in his heart. Then the butler said, Young Master, in truth, I am a knight directly under the Draker family, and I am also the guardian knight who protected the lady, your mother. Once again, Zeke was caught off guard by this. He gasped in shock, my mother. The butler began to slowly delve into the story. Young Master, do you know the reason why no one in the Draker family mentions the lady? It is because the family the lady was born into is the Agamemnon family. Zeke was completely stunned by that name. Agamemnon, this is the first time I've ever heard that name. What kind of place is it? The butler's expression became extremely serious. He began to state what he knew. The Agamemnon family used to be the most powerful force among the blood alliances of Drake, even more so than the current Thurn or Saemon's family. The more he heard, the more confused Zeke felt. It was that big, but why have I never heard of that family? Decker let out a sigh, because everyone shunned them and called the Agamemnon family the cursed family. The women of that family would suffer stillbirths, and those lucky enough to be born would all die before the age of 5. But only one person, your mother, the lady, survived and reached adulthood. Hearing this part, Zeke understood what Decker wanted to tell him. Decker, do you want me to use that curse to get family backing for myself? The old butler nodded in admission. Yes, that place was once the most powerful force in the central region. Furthermore, you are the only one eligible to become the successor of that family. After listening, Zeke only said for the time being, all right, I'll consider it. Since he had said his piece, Decker didn't want to say more. I understand. Thank you for listening. And young master, although you now know I am a holy knight, thank you for trusting me without suspicion. Zeke flashed an incredibly confident smile. It's nothing. The scene shifted to the Mycenae area. By this time, Zeke and Felix had arrived there. The city's development made Felix marvel. Good heavens, young master, it's as if we're stepping back into the era of the Holy Empire. So Mycenae is this kind of city. The protagonist paid no mind to what he was saying. Instead, he observed his surroundings and thought, as expected, it's better to come and see for myself. Mycenae is one of the cities in Middle-earth backed by the Draker family. According to Decker, the Agamemnon family were the nobles who had ruled Mycenae and the surrounding territories for a very long time. But since about 50 years ago, unfortunate things started happening to the family. Rumors of a cursed family spread far and wide, and the Mycenae family became isolated. That is why the name became rare within the internal circles of Drake. At the same time, the two of them arrived in front of an eatery. Zeke suggested to Felix, let's grab something to eat first. With that, both of them quickly stepped inside the restaurant. Seeing them, the old shopkeeper gave them a warm welcome. Welcome. Zeke walked up to him and ordered, Boss, give us the best dish you have here. The boss laughed. I'll bring out the shop's specialty soup for you all. While waiting for the food to be served, Zeke took the time to observe the people inside the eatery. Generally, everyone seemed quite relaxed, and security appeared to be good. The city itself wasn't bad. Sitting nearby, a bald guy suddenly turned around with a smile and started a conversation. Are you guys tourists? If you haven't eaten anything yet, let us treat you to a plate of grilled beef ribs. On the other side, a red-haired person joined in. That's right. If you've come to Mycenae, you absolutely have to try this. Zeke glanced at the person next to him and smiled. Thank you. The people of Mycenae are truly friendly. Boss, please bring a glass of beer for each of these guests. The shopkeeper replied, coming right up. The red-haired guy turned and laughed at the protagonist. Oh man, there's no need to be so formal. The protagonist said he just wanted to show a bit of sincere gratitude. Then he casually started asking questions to feel out the situation. So, have you lived here long? They replied, that's right, we're Mycenae locals. Just ask us anything. At that point, Zeke stated his purpose. Then let me ask, who is the mayor of Mycenae? I looked around just now but didn't see any building that looked like a city hall. For some reason, the moment that question was asked, the guy's expression suddenly changed. Not just him, but the entire eatery suddenly went dead silent, leaving Felix quite confused. He didn't know why the atmosphere had become like this. The red-haired guy suddenly stood up, seemingly not wanting anything to do with the protagonist anymore. I think I might have said too much. Never mind the beer, just take your time eating. After saying that, he left. Regarding this attitude, Zeke seemed to have guessed a part of it. The moment the Mycenae family was mentioned, their reaction became cold. Did they hate that cursed place so much they didn't even want to mention it? Having no time for much thought, Zeke wanted to investigate immediately. Felix, I'm going to look around a bit. You stay here and rest. The scene shifted to another luxurious bar. While the bartender was wiping some glasses, he saw Zeke approach and complain. What's this kid? This isn't a place for a child to come to. Zeke didn't explain much. He just took out the VIP card in his hand and gave a reminder. Let's see if you still dare to say those words after seeing them. The moment he saw that card, the bartender's expression became flustered, and he immediately apologized. Forgive me, I was blind and didn't recognize you. Zeke requested, I want to see the branch manager. The bartender also hurriedly followed up. Yes, I will lead the way. Please step inside. Over here, the protagonist still kept his usual serious face. He thought, it seems this item has been clearly proven in the syndicate since Kay gave it to me. This card will still be quite useful later on. With that, Zeke began to enter a secret passage. Hurried footsteps began to ring out from ahead. A blonde-haired man ran up in front of him and knelt down, truly terrified. Forgive me. I didn't know an esteemed guest had arrived and was disrespectful. Zeke asked him, do you know who I am? The blonde man bowed his head low to the ground and replied, I don't know exactly, but I was told that you are someone who must absolutely not be offended. Zeke continued to ask, how long have you been here in Mycenae? The man's face was dripping with sweat from the tension as he spoke slowly. It has been about 20 years now. The length of time took Zeke by surprise. Oh, that long. All right, then you must be well aware of the situation in Mycenae, right? The man nodded vigorously. Yes, Mycenae is a place where the black market is more developed than its exterior. If you're interested in that side, let me. Before he could finish, Zeke cut him off. Unfortunately, what I'm interested in isn't the black market. Do you know anything about the master of Mycenae? Just like before, when the name Mycenae was spoken, the man's expression froze up again, and his body trembled. Could you possibly mean? Zeke reminded him. Do you really not know? Is that why you're asking? It's the Mycenae family. Zeke observed his expression and lamented in his heart. Seriously, how far has this rumor spread that everyone is this terrified? Decker's next question seemed to be whether mentioning that family's name was a taboo. Was there a reason? The man spoke tremulously, his face covered in a cold sweat. Sir, that family is cursed. The protagonist spoke coldly. I already know that well enough, but I heard it's a curse where all the children born will die. The man interrupted in fear, not everyone. Zeke was a bit surprised and asked back, what? Then what kind of curse is it exactly? The man said with a voice full of tension, anyone who steps into that family's castle will die. Hearing those words, the protagonist could no longer hide his shock. After a few seconds to regain his composure, Zeke asked again, so according to you, anyone who goes near the Mycenae family castle is finished, is that right? The man nodded vigorously in confirmation. That's right. Not only that, just mentioning the name too much is also very dangerous. Zeke began to ponder his words. Let's see. It seems there's some hidden truth here. An incantation becomes stronger the more people believe in it. That means the probability that the curse exists is very high. After thinking, he asked further, has anyone actually lost their life going to that castle? The man stammered, yes, that's correct. The story of how everyone who went there a few decades ago died from the curse is very famous. That's why even now, the people of Mycenae don't dare to go near the castle. At this, Zeke gave a cold smile. Ah, now I understand a part of it. This curse is a rumor, intentionally spread by the Mycenae side themselves. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the front of the Mycenae family castle. By now, the protagonist and Felix were there. Felix said fearfully, Master, do we really intend to investigate this place? This gloomy atmosphere truly feels like a bad omen. Or should we just head back now? Ignoring his subordinate's advice, Zeke opened his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs with an authoritative voice, Awaken, a pureblood descendant of the Draker family, an official blue-rank knight, the youngest on the continent. Zeke Draker has come to visit the Mycenae family. After that powerful announcement, the castle gates slowly creaked open. An old servant woman stepped out from inside to greet them. Did you say you're the knight Zeke Draker? Zeke nodded and replied, That's right. I wish to see the head of the Mycenae family. The old woman suddenly laughed in a very eerie way. Hee, welcome. If that's the case, then please step inside. She spoke while pointing toward the interior of the castle. With that, Zeke and his follower quickly entered. As they walked, he took the time to observe his surroundings. This was an extremely ancient castle. It looked like it had existed for at least 1,000 years. From behind, Felix seemed to discover something, and his face suddenly turned completely pale. Master, look over there. It's ghosts, and there's more than just one. Before his eyes were the people of the Mycenae family already sitting and waiting in the reception area. The protagonist casually gave his subordinate a smack on the head and reminded him, You, be quiet for a moment. Then he observed the old man sitting in the center. There was no light in his eyes at all. He looked like a sleepwalker. Is that old man in the middle of the family head? He spoke up to greet them. Greetings to the elders of the Agamemnon family, masters of Mycenae. And as a direct bloodline descendant of the Mycenae family, I hope you will support me. The protagonist went straight to the point. The elderly family head stood up upon hearing that. He slowly walked toward a wall and looked up. Zeke guessed there was a painting over there, so he ordered Felix, shine the light on that wall. Felix quickly directed the lamp toward the wall. Very quickly, the image of the painting was clearly revealed. He cried out, What is this? What kind of ghoulish painting is that? Zeke also somberly observed the painting in front of him. There were two paintings the family head was looking at. One depicted countless people vomiting blood and dying, and the other depicted bodies being thrown into a lakeside. Beside him, the family head's cold voice continued to ring out, the family symbol. The family symbol is gone, cursed, not fit for succession, the curse in this place. Everyone will die, all dead. Zeke didn't panic at all after hearing that and asked in return, Do you mean because the symbol is lost, you're no longer fit for succession, is that right? The old man nodded silently in agreement. Felix could only stare wide-eyed at his master. How on earth did he manage to deduce that from those words just now? Unaware of those thoughts, Zeke stroked his chin and calculated silently, the family symbol and the lake. Zeke turned and asked the servant woman from before, Let me ask you this, the family symbol sank to the bottom of the lake, didn't it? She nodded silently. Zeke requested further, then laid the way to that lake. With that, the two of them were quickly brought to the edge of a vast lake. Felix observed it for a moment and exclaimed, Wow, this is the first time I've seen such a large lake. Besides, the water is murky, so it'll be very hard to find any. Zeke agreed. He thought about the details in the painting and judged. In the painting, someone held onto something and jumped to the bottom of the lake. Right now, that's the only clue we have. I need to go to the bottom of the lake myself to find out direct. Whale's breath. This was an item that would allow him to breathe underwater. Without a second thought, he drank the potion and turned to instruct Felix. I'm going down into the lake for a bit. It might take a while, so just wait for me here. Before Felix could even try to dissuade him, Zeke had already leaped into the water. He dove down as fast as possible. Very quickly, Zeke noticed something. That's a huge pile of white bones, like a graveyard. So the story in the painting was completely true. But what is that thing? Before him was a mask emitting a shimmering golden light. He quickly swam over, picked it up, and observed it more carefully. On the exquisitely crafted golden mask was a pattern that looked like a rarity from the Holy Kingdom. Before the protagonist could think further, a roar suddenly rang out, snapping him to attention. What's this? That roar? What? Where on earth did that thing crawl out from? Before he knew it, a fierce water dragon had quietly closed in on Zeke. The system issued a notification. Ancient dragon species detected, being corrupted by evil energy.
Under the lake, an ancient, corrupted dragon suddenly lunged out with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. Zeke was completely caught off guard, as he never expected this creature to appear at this very moment. Being underwater was too much of a disadvantage, so he was forced to exert his strength to find a way to counterattack. A suit of water armor and an elemental sword were immediately summoned to even the odds in the fight. Zeke unleashed a tsunami sword strike, creating a massive water vortex to engulf his opponent. The monster roared in agony as it was tightly trapped within the powerful attack. However, the immense water pressure made Zeke feel that fighting this way was still too disadvantageous. Just as he reached a deadlock, he suddenly remembered he still had another treasure he could use. The blazing red Hersian armor immediately manifested, radiating a power that overshadowed the Dark Lake. Zeke began to execute the dragon-slaying sword art True Dragon Sword Form, Chapter 8, Section 1. The dragon scale/sword stroke tore through the water, striking the ancient dragon head-on. The power of the slash made this corrupted creature begin to tremble in fear. Immediately after, the system asked Zeke if he wanted to subdue it using the dragon domination skill. Seeing that this was more beneficial than killing it, Zeke decided to proceed with the subdual. Chains of brilliant golden light began to emerge from the void. The dragon was locked tight by the chains, officially becoming a spirit beast under Zeke's command. Under the effect of the subdual, its monstrous appearance began to undergo a transformation. A massive burst of light exploded, enveloping the dragon's entire body. The system announced that the demonic energy had been wiped out, restoring its original divine appearance. The ferocious monster from moments ago had now molted into an extremely majestic and graceful spirit beast. The system requested that Zeke name this new companion. He decided to name it after this lake, Nahul. Zeke suddenly noticed there was something special about this spirit beast. It turned out Nahul could still evolve into a divine beast if certain conditions were met. The gentle little dragon nuzzled its head against him. It seemed to really like its new name. Zeke smiled faintly at the spirit beast's submissive attitude. He instructed Nahul to support him well in the upcoming battles from now on. Meanwhile, on the lake shore, Felix was still standing by, waiting anxiously. Seeing the murky lake surface remain restless, he began to worry for his master's safety. Suddenly, Felix felt a massive tremor rushing up from beneath the water. A giant pillar of water exploded, causing Felix to panic and jump backward to avoid it. Zeke appeared majestically on the dragon god's back, leaving Felix frozen in astonishment. The man stammered, asking Zeke what this huge and majestic creature was. Zeke explained that this was the monster from under the lake after it had been completely purified. Zeke then took out a mysterious golden mask that he had just found at the bottom of the lake. The sun patterns on the mask looked very similar to the Holy Kingdom's emblem. Zeke planned to try channeling ether into it to see if it would react like the Terrakan relic. The system notification showed that this item's name was being concealed, just like the Hersian armor when it was first received. Based on what he knew, the Hersian armor had existed long before the Golden Age. Therefore, this mask, sharing similar characteristics, was certainly an artifact from that period as well. Zeke immediately confirmed the registration as the user according to the system's request. When asked if he wanted to activate the mask's functions, he agreed without hesitation. Zeke began to channel energy, causing the golden mask to vibrate violently and radiate a warm glow. A brilliant pillar of light exploded, officially activating the hidden functions of the mysterious artifact right in his hands. The system continuously displayed connection notifications, while simultaneously upgrading Zeke's purification skill to the unique Grand Purification skill. Zeke was stunned to realize this was an extremely rare skill, reserved exclusively for his immortal class. A holy pillar of light shot straight into the sky, beginning the process of purifying all the demonic energy that had been haunting this land. The massive golden column of light dispelled the clouds, casting a brilliant light across the lake area that had been gloomy for so long. The system reported that it was directly interfering with the management system of some ancient entity. Powerful energy spread throughout the forest, completely changing the withered landscape of the dead land. The emergency defense mode was lifted, paving the way for life to miraculously begin returning. To the amazement of both, the deathly forest suddenly turned lush and vibrant under the sun. Felix stood frozen in surprise, unable to believe nature could revive so quickly in just one night. In the distance, the old General Rufus Agamemnon, head of the Agamemnon house, shouted with deep emotion because the prophecy had finally come true. A solemn cavalry troop in brilliant red armor suddenly appeared from the freshly revived forest edge. Instinctively, Felix immediately drew his sword to stand guard and protect his master from this group of strangers. Zeke was very calm, telling Felix to lower his sword because he sensed they bore no ill will. Felix stared carefully, feeling this cavalry troop looked very familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. A wild speculation crossed his mind, leaving the guard astonished and trembling. It turned out the flesh and blood people before him were the manifestation of the ghosts they had encountered earlier. Their footsteps fell upon the grass, a dry but lively sound. Rufus Agamemnon led the cavalry, declaring that the final prophecy had finally been fulfilled. The clan head looked at Zeke with emotion, viewing him as the one who had brought the family back from the dead. Zeke accepted it in silence, his gaze as calm as if he had anticipated everything. The cavalry behind cheered loudly, the gloomy atmosphere of many years having vanished completely. Felix was still shaken. Zeke explained that those ghosts were actually just people heavily cursed. Rufus walked and spoke, his voice trembling as he saw everyone had regained their human forms. He opened his arms wide, calling Zeke the black-eyed child who had saved the entire lineage. A rare smile touched Zeke's lips as he gently returned his grandfather's gesture. Zeke placed a hand on his chest, feeling a sense of relief to be able to greet him with dignity like this. The ruinous castle from before now appeared as magnificent as a Gothic palace in the daylight. Felix stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes at the magical change that had happened in just one night. A brilliant crystal chandelier hung above, casting a warm light throughout the hall. Everyone gathered in the great dining room, a scene they hadn't dreamed of for 50 years. Zeke pensively recalled the system notification about turning off the emergency defense mode at that time. He realized everything seemed to be related to the ancient dragon artifact he was holding. The old maid served the meal happily, overjoyed to be able to use her skills again after a half-century wait. Felix looked at the dish in front of him with amazement and longing. The old woman smiled, confirming she was the one who had guided them yesterday in the form of a ghost. Rufus sighed, recounting the dark times when they couldn't see the sun or have a proper meal. The curse caused their bodies to weaken to the point where they couldn't even speak normally. Zeke placed an object on the table, saying he had something he wanted to show him regarding that matter. It was the golden mask that Zeke had found at the bottom of the sacred lake earlier. Rufus was shocked to realize that the family's treasure and symbol of honor had finally returned. Zeke suggested he tell him about what had happened, and Rufus agreed to share all the family secrets. The story began 50 years ago, when a terrible epidemic swept through the Mycenae region. The Agamemnon family at that time did everything they could to prevent the epidemic from spreading outside the city. The infected developed red spots, high fevers, then vomited blood and died in just 3 short days. Zeke realized these symptoms were very similar to the red flower disease he had known about. Rufus looked out the window, recounting that the real nightmare only began when the sun went down. Those who died from the epidemic suddenly came back to life and attacked the living. Zeke frowned, asking bluntly if they had become zombies. Rufus explained that they were completely different from the type of zombies controlled by mages, and they were contagious with just a bite. People back then only knew to call it a curse rained down upon them because it was too terrifying to accept. They fortified the castle to defend themselves, but the number of corpses just kept increasing in despair. Rufus looked at the golden mask, an item passed down from the family's most ancient ancestors. Zeke asked if he knew who had created it, but most old records were already lost. Zeke was slightly disappointed. He had hoped to find some clue related to Hersion. Regardless, the castle and this golden mask had always been the symbols of the Agamemnon house. The holy power inside had kept the undead from swarming in, but it had its limits. Rufus stood before the ancient paintings, recounting the painful decision of the clan head at that time. The elders volunteered to jump into the sacred lake to purify that corruption. Rufus explained that the source of the polluted energy had tainted the sacred lake, turning the guardian spirit beast into a monster. Zeke listened in silence to the reason why Nahul had been transformed into such a terrifying demonic beast. Standing in the middle of the hall, Rufus admitted it was a decision for the city's future, but no one could have foreseen the consequences. Zeke asked if spreading rumors of a curse was meant to protect the people, and his grandfather confirmed it was to prevent the epidemic from returning. Rufus bowed his head apologetically, admitting that the weak children were the most susceptible to being attacked by that evil energy. Zeke called out to his grandfather gently, his eyes showing clear understanding of the burdens he had carried all these years. He expressed his desire to hear more secrets about his late mother. Amidst the magnificent space, Zeke recounted that at the Draker house, no one dared to mention her, and even her name was something he had only just learned. Rufus gritted his teeth in resentment, mentioning Arthur, regretting not having stopped Laura from marrying that scumbag. Finally, Zeke learned his mother's name was Laura Agamemnon, someone who once belonged to the most powerful family in the region. Rufus revealed a shocking truth. The Draker house was actually once a small ally clan under the Agamemnons. He said angrily that during the Holy Empire era, the Draker house were just rural knights. Without Agamemnon's help, they would be nothing. Taking advantage of Mycenae's collapse due to the epidemic, the Draker house seized the opportunity to swallow other clans and rise to the power they hold today. Zeke wondered to himself why someone like his mother would agree to marry Arthur despite knowing the evil deeds of the Draker house. Rufus looked into the distance, recounting that Laura had been very strange since birth, easily overcoming polluted energy. The clan head affirmed that all of Laura's innate special traits had an extremely important reason. An image of Laura Agamemnon appeared with long brown hair radiating a brilliant golden aura. he revealed she was a talented healer. Zeke was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his mother possessed such powerful healing talent. Rufus began explaining the concept of class, simply put, a profession. Anyone with a talent for swords would obviously follow the path of a swordsman. Similarly, those with a talent for archery would have the path of becoming an archer. And of course, someone with a knack for spears would be a true spearman. That was the original meaning of classes from long ago. But Zeke's mother, Laura Agamemnon, possessed an extremely rare healer class, with power sufficient to purify and suppress all forms of dark power. His grandfather recounted that in the past, the class system was divided in great detail to maximize every person's potential. But when the Knight era arrived, everything was lumped into swordsmen and mages, causing the true meaning of classes to be gradually forgotten. The Draker house was famous for its line of swordsmen. Zeke recalled his past life. It was precisely because he was born into such a family that he had had to struggle immensely to prove himself. A big question popped into Zeke's head. Did old Arthur Draker really know about his mother's healer class? If he had known, he surely would have realized he had potential beyond swordsmanship. So why was he so heartless to kick him out of the family in his past life? Rufus nodded slightly, perhaps that Arthur had known everything. Zeke wondered if the Agamemnon house often gave birth to healers. Rufus said that was extremely rare, but the head of the clan must always be held by someone with healer talent. Laura had left this place to go to the Holy Kingdom when she was young. She left only with the purpose of finding a way to save her family from decline. Zeke wondered if his mother went there to further refine her healer energy, or to find a way to purify the evil energy that was gnawing at the Agamemnon family. The final truth about his mother is perhaps something only old Arthur Draker holds the clearest answer to now. While they were talking, Rufus suddenly took out an object and told Zeke to take it. It was an exquisite silver pendant, containing a portrait of Laura Agamemnon in her youth. His grandfather emotionally recalled the moment Laura returned to the castle years ago with an important message. Rufus repeated her powerful prophecy. The child possessing black eyes will be the one to revive this entire clan. Looking at his mother's photo, Zeke wondered if that was truly an accurate prophecy about him. Rufus admitted no one could verify it, but Laura was an irregular, an extraordinary person from birth, so what she said certainly had basis. An irregular, Zeke gripped the memento tightly, feeling destiny weighing heavily upon his shoulders. Returning to the main issue, Rufus mentioned Zeke's request regarding the need for the clan's support. As Laura's son and the hero who dispelled the curse for the Agamemnon house, he announced loudly, "From now on, Zeke is the sole and official heir of the entire Agamemnon family." Cutting to the training ground, Zeke's shout rang out, "Don't turn your body like that, keep your center of gravity stable." He was directly training Felix, and one look at Felix's breathless state was enough to show how grueling the session was. Felix pitifully begged for mercy, but Zeke coldly dismissed him, telling him he was still too weak and needed to put in much more effort. While Rufus was busy with inheritance procedures, Zeke decided to stay at the castle to train in order to be best prepared for the upcoming tournament. Taking advantage of this time, Zeke trained Felix while also learning the family's secret technique, the golden sword art, as the silhouette of a valiant golden knight appeared behind him. Zeke closed his eyes to sense the power, activating his Hersian armor and equipping Bahamut on his Golan shield, feeling extremely stable while channeling the golden sword art. The golden sword art required smooth coordination between both sword and shield. Zeke silently planned to further upgrade his Hersian set to deal with the Empire's people later on. In the study, Rufus was pulling his hair out over a pile of ledgers, realizing that while being a family head sounded grand, the paperwork was a true nightmare. To relax, he invited Zeke to the glorious flower garden to catch some air and discuss some major matters. Rufus was curious about how Zeke had managed the city in his absence, and Zeke revealed that he had reliable subordinates on the outside, and all orders were exchanged via letters. Rufus nodded in satisfaction, then went straight to the main reason he had called him out there today. The Agamemnons were the protectors of Mycenae, and under them were 3 loyal vassal families who had always stood by them following a deep oath. "You mean the vassals?" Zeke asked to confirm, and Rufus nodded in affirmation. Rufus explained that to become a legitimate heir, Zeke was required to receive recognition from these vassals. Hearing this, Zeke smiled slightly, as he had actually been intending to ask his grandfather something regarding that very issue. He suggested that Rufus send a formal invitation to all the vassal family heads, requesting them to gather at the castle immediately. The summons sent ripples across the region, and crowds began to flock to the magnificent, newly revived Agamemnon castle. Everyone stood with their mouths agape, unable to believe the castle had miraculously regained its former glory. The massive castle gates slowly swung open as people whispered to one another about whether the terrifying curse had truly ended. The first important guests appeared, stopping in their tracks before the warm welcome and smile of the new family head. Rufus Agamemnon loudly expressed his deep gratitude to the allied families, who had shouldered the responsibility on his behalf during the long time the Agamemnons were absent. The gathered guests were shocked, muttering in awe at how the great head of the family still maintained such a majestic and healthy demeanor after all these years. Whispers began to echo through the hall as people wondered if the true king of the central continent had really returned. Rufus continued by stating the most important reason for today's meeting was to officially announce the Agamemnon family had completely broken free from the curse and was back. The atmosphere grew even more heated when he announced he would introduce the Agamemnon heir right there, before all the vassal families. All eyes turned toward the entrance, everyone holding their breath in anticipation to catch a glimpse of this powerful successor. The name called out was none other than Zeke Draker, leaving those present stunned. Rufus proudly introduced Zeke as the youngest Blue Knight on the continent, a genius who had just graduated from Valhalla in record-breaking time. In the formal atmosphere, Arnold Achilles suddenly stepped forward. As a longtime friend and loyal vassal, he asked for permission to express his opinion. Arnold offered a polite smile, expressing great joy that the family had finally found an official heir for its glorious position. However, he unexpectedly cited the law of representation, arguing that the Achilles family had an obligation and responsibility to verify the qualifications of the new heir. Immediately, representatives from the Hector and Aegis families also stepped forward, showing their agreement with Arnold's request. Facing the calculated challenge, Rufus curled his lips in a smile and declared he would follow the family's ancient traditions to prove the qualifications. Arnold loudly declared on behalf of the alliance they would verify Zeke's qualifications as heir through a public nightly duel before everyone. The Agamemnon family arena burned with thunderous cheers from the stands as all eyes fixed on the center of the field, where a historic event was about to unfold. The vassal family heads sitting in the guest area couldn't hide their excitement, having never thought they would witness a traditional nightly duel of this caliber with their own eyes. The Hector family head nodded, admitting that the event truly exceeded their initial expectations. Zeke Draker stepped into the center of the arena, clad in shining silver armor, his expression as cold and calm as ever, showing no hesitation before thousands of spectators. He told himself this temporary armor was enough for today, deciding that the Hersian sword was too conspicuous and best kept as an ace in the hole for truly necessary situations. The first opponent appeared, a warrior in bulky white armor with a horned helmet approaching, looking at Zeke with a skeptical gaze. That was the great warrior of the Hector family, who scoffed and declared he would personally test whether Zeke's title of heir had substance or was just a hollow name. He lunged like a whirlwind, grinning from ear to ear in a frenzy, challenging Zeke to show his full strength. Crash! A sharp metallic collision echoed through the space the moment the first strike was thrown. But the result left everyone floored, with the Hector warrior lying flat on the arena floor, muttering in pain, while Zeke stood firm with his sword in hand. In the stands, the Hector family head stood mouth agape. His strongest warrior had been taken down so fast no one had even seen it happen. Seeing his opponent go down, the Aegis family head immediately urged his own man to get on the field to reclaim their honor. The Aegis warrior charged into battle with fiery spirit, determined not to repeat the previous mistake. With spear and shield in hand, he poured all his strength into a direct attack, hoping to pierce through Zeke's defenses. But dreams are not reality. A lightning-fast counterattack from Zeke sent the Aegis warrior flying backward, his face distorted in pain. Not letting his opponent breathe, Zeke glided across the arena with terrifying speed, leaving hazy light trails behind every step. Thud! Another direct hit landed. The immense power from Zeke's sword caused the opponent's sturdy armor to start cracking. The warrior screamed in agony as the pressure from the blow forced him down to the floor, completely helpless against Zeke's skills. Zeke's eyes flashed coldly. To him, these opponents still weren't enough to make him use his full strength. He put power into his sword, unleashing a powerful slash that tore through the air, power that was truly unimaginable for a 17-year-old. "I think this is enough," Zeke said in a flat tone, standing and looking down at his opponent who was struggling to get up in vain. His gaze remained fixed on his opponent, cold and full of pressure. The match was as good as over. One final dry metallic clash rang out, completely ending the resistance of the Aegis warrior. The referee loudly declared the victory belonged to Zeke Draker, while the entire arena sank into hushed murmurs at his talent. Zeke sheathed his sword, his gaze directed toward the entrance, knowing the real battle was only beginning with one final opponent left. Out of the shadows, a knight with romantic blonde hair stepped out. This person's aura was completely different from those he had just defeated. That was the current tournament champion, someone who had seen it all in high-level battles and had never tasted defeat. Feral Achilles approached with a confident and composed expression, This was the greatest wall Zeke needed to overcome. The two warriors stood facing each other in the center of the arena, the atmosphere suddenly thickening with pressure from both sides. Farrell offered a polite smile greeting Zeke with the full respect of a true knight. "I am Farrell Achilles," he announced loudly, gripping his weapon tightly and preparing for the clash. Zeke also replied briefly, "Zeke Draker," a formal greeting before the real storm arrived. Zeke observed his opponent carefully. Farrell's gaze was very steady, not wavering even slightly under Zeke's pressure. The aura radiating from this opponent was very stable. It was clear he possessed extremely deep mental discipline. Zeke adjusted his stance, lowering his center of gravity, and began to focus entirely on Farrell's every movement. "In that case, let's see what skills you have," Zeke thought to himself, preparing to engage. Whoosh, both lunged at each other like lightning, the sound of clashing metal tearing through the quiet space of the arena. Sword paths and spear tips intertwined, creating bright electrical sparks as they stared each other down while locking weapons. Farrell swung his weapon hard, unleashing powerful and dangerous attacks toward his opponent. Clang! Zeke blocked Farrell's strike with perfect technique, the force from the impact causing both to retreat a step. Farrell silently marveled. Zeke's basic skills were truly too solid, not like a 17-year-old at all. Beyond just technique, Zeke's practical combat experience was surprisingly rich. This match was truly dramatic. Rufus couldn't hide his amazement, having never dared to dream that Zeke could go toe-to-toe with the champion Farrell Achilles. The vassal family heads sitting nearby were also unable to sit still. Was a 17-year-old making things difficult for the #1 genius of the central region? "Zeke, I believe in you," Rufus whispered to himself, his gaze filled with trust for his grandson. Sharp metallic clashing sounds rang out continuously, the entire arena seeming to shake with every beat of their fight. This was the moment for Zeke to prove to everyone that he was fully worthy of his position as the Agamemnon family heir. Farrell began to tire, his breath coming in short gasps. He couldn't believe Zeke was so monstrously strong. Conversely, Zeke still maintained a terrifying composure, his sword strokes remaining extremely precise, their power never waning. "He's not wavering at all." Farrell realized with horror the incredible stamina of his opponent. Unable to drag it out any longer, Farrell decided to bet everything on the next attack to decide the winner. He employed the Achilles family's elite techniques, darkness enveloping his spear tip and creating suffocating pressure. Black Spear Rage, Farrell's strongest ultimate technique, was unleashed, tearing through space and flying straight at Zeke. Witnessing that strike, Zeke's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Zeke decided to use the Agamemnon family's own traditional sword art to end this match in the most glorious way. Majesty of the Golden Sword. A brilliant golden aura erupted, confronting the dark energy of his opponent head-on. The entire arena held its breath watching the collision of two ultimate techniques, light and shadow intertwining. Boom! A cataclysmic energy explosion burst out, swallowing everything in a sea of chaotic light. Dust and smoke blanketed the arena after the cataclysmic energy collision. The crowd in the stands began to murmur, with no one knowing what was happening or who had won. A nobleman broke into a cold sweat, pointing toward the center of the arena with an astonished expression. As the smoke cleared, both Zeke and Farrell Achilles were still standing firm, neither having collapsed. A closer look showed both their equipment was shredded, especially their shields, which had been shattered under the incredible pressure of the final strike. Sensing the situation was about to go too far, Duke Rufus Agamemnon sprang up and shouted loudly for the match to end. He looked down at the two young talents and loudly declared the result of the match a draw. Rufus believed that in a battle of this caliber, determining a winner and loser no longer held any meaning. Arnold Achilles stood up on behalf of the family to officially acknowledge Zeke's qualifications as heir. Following that, the heads of the Hector and Aegis families also took turns nodding to confirm Zeke was fully qualified. Old man Rufus smirked in satisfaction. His gambit had secured an absolute political victory. The entire arena rang out with cheers, everyone celebrating the Agamemnon family's new heir. Zeke smiled confidently, not forgetting to praise Farrell for his excellent performance. But Farrell only closed his eyes and smiled bitterly, admitting that if the match had lasted any longer, he would definitely have been the one to go down. Farrell pointed out that in the final strike, if Zeke had wanted to, he could have countered instead of just smashing his shield. Zeke was slightly surprised, not thinking his opponent would be keen enough to realize he had been actively holding back. He cracked a mysterious smile. Everything was going exactly according to his plans. The plan to become the heir was complete. Now was the time for Zeke to seriously prepare for the upcoming martial arts tournament. The scene shifted to a quiet, luxurious resting room after the noise outside the arena. Felix was endlessly excited, unable to believe Zeke could fight to a draw with a famous champion like Farrell. Zeke told the kid to be less noisy, as in reality, Farrell was the one who had restrained his power to save face for him. He explained that the Achilles family was famous for their spear arts, yet when fighting him, Farrell had only used a sword. Felix wondered why a great knight wouldn't use his strongest weapon in such an important match. Just as they were talking, a knock at the door sounded from the entrance. Hearing the familiar voice outside the door, Zeke recognized who it was immediately and invited them into the room. It was Farrell, who had swapped his flashy armor for simpler aristocratic clothing, apologizing for the suddenness. Zeke politely invited Farrell to sit, expressing his honor at being personally visited by such a famous great knight. Farrell didn't beat around the bush but went straight to the point. He was there to ask Zeke for an important favor. He humbly admitted he still had many shortcomings compared to Zeke, and wished to support him in preparing for the future. Zeke guessed the opponent's intent immediately. It must be related to the Draker martial arts tournament. Farrell nodded in confirmation. That tournament was essentially nothing more than a bloody battlefield for the nobility. He warned that the Drakers were notorious for their bizarre rules, and filled with manipulation from the organizers. Zeke listened in silence, as this matched the description Duke Rufus had given him earlier. Farrell revealed that those in power were the old foxes of the great families. This group constantly fought among themselves, ready to change the rules at the drop of a hat to gain an advantage for the candidates they supported. There had even been a precedent of them banning the use of aura in matches, just to eliminate powerful opponents. Zeke frowned in thought. It turned out this tournament was even more corrupt and problematic than he had imagined. He began to understand why, without the backing of a powerful family, there was almost no chance of winning. Because no matter how strong you were, if that organization threw the rulebook at you, it was easy to be eliminated in the early rounds. Farrell suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Zeke's hand, earnestly begging to help him prepare well for the upcoming tournament. This sudden enthusiasm left Zeke momentarily frozen, a slight suspicion beginning to stir in his heart. In his past life, he had been betrayed too many times to trust anyone immediately, but looking into those sincere eyes, Zeke decided to take a gamble. Farrell reminded him that there was only 1 month left until the tournament, and there was one thing Zeke absolutely had to obtain. A broker. Farrell's suggestion left Zeke surprised. He explained that it had to be an aristocrat with immense influence to bring over to their side. And that person was none other than Catherine Graham, the Duchess of the powerful Graham family. The setting shifted to Panston's, one of the 3 largest cities in the Midland region, with its magnificent coastal beauty. Upon arriving there, Felix couldn't help but admire the bustle and the diversity of races in the city. From the Naga and dwarves to the birdfolk, a scene completely different from what they had ever seen in Atlas. Zeke shared that the Graham family were the masters of this place, holding the financial lifeline of the entire continent. He also revealed an interesting specialty of Panston's. The place was a gathering spot for many handsome men and beautiful women. The group entered the luxurious Graham mansion, where, according to Zeke, this family had never suffered a loss in business. Farrell looked worried. It seemed approaching the Graham family was much more difficult than he had thought. The mansion manager apologized, explaining that since it was festival season, the Duchess was too busy to receive guests. Realizing that a face-to-face meeting wasn't going to be easy, Zeke decided to negotiate on the spot. The manager looked puzzled, not knowing what this young visitor actually wanted. Zeke repeated his request to meet the Duchess, forcing the manager to ask for the reason for the visit. When they heard Zeke say he wanted to invest in a mithril mine, the manager couldn't hide his astonishment. Zeke struck a nerve when he mentioned that the Graham house had wasted 3 years on useless excavation, leaving their budget drained. The manager's attitude began to shift, though he still claimed they never accepted small-scale investments. Without a moment's hesitation, Zeke pulled out a check and loudly announced the figure, 500,000 gold coins. The mansion manager froze for 5 full seconds, his eyes bulging at the massive sum Zeke had just offered. In a luxurious room with a glittering chandelier, Brian Graham apologized for making Zeke wait for so long. He bowed politely, expressing his hospitality to the distinguished guest who had traveled a long way to reach his mansion. Brian officially introduced himself with the demeanor of a true aristocrat. He couldn't hide his joy at receiving the large investment, and asked Zeke directly if he had finished confirming the procedures. Zeke, not particularly bothered, brushed it off and said that wasn't important. He explained he needed to focus on the upcoming Draker martial arts tournament and had no time to worry about other investments. Brian nodded, admiring the young knight's resolve. Looking through the window, Lady Catherine was leisurely enjoying tea in the parlor. Brian introduced his wife, who was the very person Zeke actually needed to meet to discuss business. Catherine set her teacup down and gently remarked that she had heard of Knight Zeke's reputation for a long time. The two sat facing each other, the atmosphere somewhat formal yet filled with calculation. Catherine praised him as a knight who was attracting the attention of the entire continent. Zeke humbly replied that he still had much to learn, and that was why he was joining the tournament to gain experience. Catherine smiled and asked if he knew the topic of the tournament's first preliminary round, as she appeared to possess some secret information. Her smile was full of mystery, as if she were trying to bait him into some kind of deal. But Zeke interrupted coldly, saying that was not the information he had gone through the trouble of coming here to hear. He looked straight at Catherine and stated that his purpose was to help her. Catherine paused slightly, her expression beginning to show confusion. She attempted to refuse politely by making the excuse that it was late, and she wanted to end the meeting. Right at that moment, Zeke played his trump card proposing a trade. Catherine's gaze hardened instantly upon hearing that word. Zeke leaned in close and asked if she would agree to his proposal if he could cure Lady Angelina's illness. Catherine trembled, gripping her sleeves tightly. Zeke observed her reaction, knowing he had struck her Achilles' heel. Angelina Graham had once been hailed as the continent's future beauty, but after turning 16, she had suddenly vanished and never appeared before high society again. Catherine pursed her lips, harshly retorting that everyone was just weaving malicious rumors about her daughter's appearance. She stood up abruptly, angrily demanding that Zeke leave the mansion immediately, accusing him of being rude. Zeke remained calm, warning that if she continued to neglect Angelina's condition, she would soon regret it because there would be no chance left to save her. Catherine began to panic, asking how he knew about the disease. Zeke looked at her with sharp eyes, firmly stating that he knew everything. He revealed that what was tormenting her was not a common disease, but a cruel curse. Catherine gasped in astonishment. The secret she had tried so hard to keep hidden for so long had been laid bare. Catherine broke into a cold sweat, stammering as she asked how he knew about the rotting flesh symptoms and the blisters on Angelina's body. Zeke clasped his hands together and explained that it was a toxic curse created through forbidden magic, which was why standard medical treatment could never cure it. He pressed on her fear by asking if she had ever heard of the Agamemnon family curse. Catherine was stunned. She had heard reports that the curse had just been lifted recently. She suddenly realized the true identity of the young man before her was none other than the new heir of the Agamemnon house. Zeke nodded in admission, confirming he was the one who had lifted that curse with the help of the god of light. Catherine immediately grabbed Zeke's hand as if clutching a lifeline, desperately begging him to save her daughter. Zeke coldly replied that everything was according to the will of the gods, but he needed to act immediately. He emphasized that the more time passed, the greater the danger Angelina faced. Zeke ordered Catherine to take him to see Angelina right now. In the distance stood a soaring tower where the young lady was being kept in confinement. Catherine led Zeke down the dark, deep stone stairs inside the tower. She explained that because mana was harmful to Angelina's condition, they had removed all mana-powered lighting devices. Zeke observed his surroundings, understanding why this place was so gloomy. He muttered that the darkness here was still too thick, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, an agonizing scream echoed throughout the dark corridor, tearing through the quiet atmosphere. The two stopped before a reinforced dungeon door. Zeke asked again to confirm if that was Angelina's voice and received a sorrowful nod from Catherine. Zeke's expression became more serious than ever. He realized the actual situation was much worse than he had envisioned. Zeke requested the Duchess to stay outside because he wanted to go in and see Angelina alone. Catherine, though anxious, nodded in agreement and stepped back to clear his path. The door opened and Zeke stepped inside. The scene before him was absolutely wretched. Angelina was huddled on the cold stone floor, bound by heavy chains. He realized her condition was indeed far more serious than he had ever imagined. Looking at the chains wrapped around her, Zeke couldn't help but feel sorry for the girl once considered the greatest beauty. Due to the wicked curse, she now looked no different from a living mummy, her entire body wrapped in blood-soaked white bandages. Zeke bent down and gently asked if Lady Angelina could hear his voice. Angelina's weary eyes flickered behind the blood-soaked bandages. She seemed to have felt the presence of a stranger. She whispered a plea for something in extreme agony. Angelina's tears fell. She begged Zeke to kill her to release her from this persistent torture. But Zeke coldly refused. He hadn't come there to take her life. Zeke took out the mysterious golden mask and affirmed that he could not let her die at this moment. He put on the mask, declaring that due to the major shifts in the future, he truly needed her survival. Zeke's eyes flared with a powerful blue light through the golden mask. Surrounded by a powerful aura, Zeke made a firm vow to save her at any cost. Right as the system announced the mask had successfully connected, Zeke recalled his past life. It was a specific old event that had helped him know clearly about Angelina's curse. At that time, following his master's orders, he had hunted down and captured a mage specialized in using ancient forbidden magic. During the interrogation, a shocking truth was exposed from the documents. The person wrapped in thick bandages was the one who had cast the curse on Angelina. Zeke had found the place, but the culprit was already dead. This curse was incredibly malicious. The more beautiful the victim, the more painful it was, and there was no way to cure it. Back in the present, Zeke looked at Angelina gasping in the dark basement, determined to save her. He reached his hand out, and his mana began to fluctuate. Zeke wore the golden mask, and the system notified that the representative purification skill was ready. There is no curse that cannot be broken. A brilliant beam of light exploded. Angelina was in extreme pain, her eyes rolling back beneath the bandages. A heartbreaking scream echoed, as the curse was forcibly being torn from her body. Outside, Duchess Catherine was panicking, slamming against the door, fearing something bad had happened to Zeke. Zeke remained steadfast, trying to maintain the flow of purifying mana. A plume of jet-black energy poured from Angelina's mouth, and she screamed in agony. The black smoke gathered into a gloomy wraith right in front of Zeke. He looked at it with contempt. Is that all? Zeke activated the Gluttony dragon-slaying skill, with a brilliant golden aura ready to devour the evil energy. Right at this moment, the clan head Brian the Duchess and the guards burst into the room. Catherine was shocked at the scene before her, sweat pouring down from the tension. On the floor, only scraps of torn bandages remained. The curse had been completely erased. Zeke stood there with his mask off. Angelina had calmed down. Catherine called his name in a trembling voice. Zeke turned around quietly. He called out to Lady Catherine softly. With a confident smile, Zeke announced, "Thank you for waiting patiently." The group quickly left the dark basement, their footsteps echoing through the hallway. At the main hall, Catherine still couldn't believe it. She asked again if Angelina was truly cured. Zeke smiled, saying this was the will of the sun god. Farrell stood nearby, looking at him with eyes full of admiration. Catherine thanked him profusely, promising to do anything to repay him. Zeke immediately seized the opportunity, asking for her support in the upcoming martial arts tournament. Lady Graham beamed, promising to help him with all her might. Suddenly, from behind, a gentle voice called out to greet everyone. Farrell and Brian were both frozen, their eyes wide with shock. Angelina appeared in a magnificent dress, having completely shed her previous wretched appearance. The lady of breathtaking beauty smiled and greeted, "I am Angelina Graham." Her radiant beauty left Farrell, and the man beside him blushing and stunned. Angelina approached to thank Zeke. He just smiled in return, glad that she was healthy. Farrell secretly admired the master's steel spirit. He remained totally indifferent even when facing such a beauty. Zeke got straight to the point, asking if she suspected anyone. He meant the person who had acted so cruelly toward her. Angelina bashfully thought to herself, "Could it be that he is angry because of me, truly the hero of my life?" However, she gently declined to seek revenge because to her, everything was already in the past. Zeke was slightly surprised to hear that. She blushed bashfully and even invited him to have tea alone. Angelina said that hatred only breeds more hatred, so she had no interest in revenge. Zeke was left speechless. She had almost died, but now was speaking as calmly as if nothing had happened. The luxurious scene of the Graham mansion appeared. Everything seemed to have temporarily calmed down. In the parlor, Farrell recounted some shocking information. Zeke was momentarily stunned upon hearing it. Farrell asked for confirmation, wondering if it was really true that the preliminary event of this martial arts tournament was javelin throwing. Lady Catherine smiled and confirmed it, asking Farrell if there was anything strange about choosing javelin throwing as the preliminary event. Farrell shook his head, saying he was just surprised because this event was strangely simple. Lady Catherine calmly sipped her tea, continuing the conversation about the competition. She explained that the event wasn't simple at all. The javelin throwing distance this time was terrifyingly long. According to rumors she heard, the target was placed all the way across the mount. Zeke listened attentively, realizing this challenge required both immense strength and absolute precision to hit the mark. Farrell turned to Zeke, saying he had already guessed which clan was behind the arrangement of this event. The most likely candidate was the Zimmons clan. Most members of that house use spears as their primary weapon, so javelin throwing was certainly their specialty. Zeke narrowed his eyes in thought. It was very likely the Zimmons house would get involved in this. Zeke smirked enigmatically, muttering that that damn brat was also participating in this tournament. He asked Farrell if those who knew about the event ahead of time must have started practicing a long time ago. Farrell nodded, confirming that they might have already finished practicing everything. Hearing this, Zeke stood up decisively. He said that in that case he had to start quickly. Farrell was bewildered, not understanding what he intended to do. With a confident smile, Zeke affirmed that now that he knew the event, he also had to practice properly like everyone else. The harder it was, the more excited he became. Zeke stood motionless, his hand gripping the spear firmly. The atmosphere on the training ground became unusually tense, as if even the wind were holding its breath, awaiting his next move. His eyes narrowed, focused on the target far off at the edge of the field. For a fleeting moment, the entire area was plunged into absolute silence. Then suddenly, Zeke swung his arm and threw the spear in one fluid motion. The force of the throw created distinct ripples in the air. The spear shot forward like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the wind at a terrifying speed. Dust kicked up slightly as the weapon flew straight toward the distant target. Felix spoke up immediately, his voice full of excitement. That was so close. If it had flown just a little further, it would have been a bullseye. Sir Farrell nodded in agreement and added, his voice brimming with inspiration, that is more than enough to prepare for the preliminary round. However, Zeke didn't even bother to glance at him. His expression remained calm and unreadable. He lowered his hand slightly and asked, what do you intend to do next? Farrell frowned slightly at the sudden question and asked back, what do you mean? Zeke slowly turned his head to look at him, his sharp eyes flashing with calculation. He said calmly, if you modify the spear beforehand and prepare thoroughly, couldn't we compete under conditions better suited for that event? Sir Farrell crossed his arms, mulling over the idea carefully. A moment later, he replied, that's a good point. However, the other families will eventually think of the same thing. In the end, the key will lie in who can prepare the more suitable weapon. Hearing this, Zeke quietly shifted his gaze toward Lady Catherine. His expression softened slightly as he spoke. Lady Catherine, I have a favor to ask of you. Lady Catherine smiled gracefully and replied without hesitation, you can ask for anything. Felix and Farrell watched the two of them with wide-eyed astonishment as Zeke and Catherine began discussing their competition strategy. After listening to Zeke's explanation, Lady Catherine blinked in surprise and asked, do you really want to modify it into that shape? A faint smile appeared on her face as she continued, I'm not very knowledgeable about weapons, but if it's something Zeke wants, there must surely be a reason. Without asking further, she accepted the request. Zeke quietly clenched his fist. In his mind, countless calculations were already in motion. With that, all preparations for the preliminary round were complete. A cold smile flashed through his thoughts as he cursed the Seaman family inwardly. No matter how much they struggled in the end, they were all in the palm of his hand. The scene shifted to the Valhalla Academy dormitory. Sir Farrell looked around the room with a nostalgic gaze and said, it's been a long time since I returned here after graduating from Valhalla. Zeke asked, slightly surprised, you also attended Valhalla Academy? Sir Farrell nodded in confirmation. I greatly admired Sir Flaubert. That's why I truly wanted to study here. Hearing this, Zeke smiled faintly. Deep down, he thought that Flaubert was a knight even the central nobility respected. Very few people could earn that level of admiration and recognition. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the hallway outside. Someone walked in and greeted Zeke respectfully. Everyone turned to look. It was Liam. Liam bowed slightly and thanked Zeke sincerely for his help, saying that thanks to him, he had completed his graduation exam safely. Zeke approached Liam and asked, I heard you were promoted to a purple knight. Liam nodded quietly. Zeke continued, I also heard you received a letter of recommendation to Valhalla along with Renee, but you refused. What is the reason? Liam replied without hesitation, I want to be by your side and help you as soon as possible. For a brief moment, the room fell silent. Zeke then patted Liam's shoulder and asked, have you heard any news about the other cousins? Liam nodded and began to explain. Cousin Leon finally withdrew from school indefinitely. Owen Seaman tried to skip a grade but failed the graduation exam. Renee Draker will graduate this time and enter Valhalla. And Jake Vardek couldn't skip a grade and is acting like a king among his classmates. Hearing it all, Zeke said calmly, it seems Leon has finally lost all his spirit. Liam nodded slightly. Leon brought it upon himself. Right then, the door opened again. Decker walked in holding a box and said, I have brought what you requested. Zeke immediately turned, hand the box to me. Decker handed over the box without asking any questions. Then, to everyone's surprise, Zeke walked straight over to Liam and handed him the box. This is a promotion gift for you, Zeke said calmly. Liam immediately hesitated, his eyes widening as he shook his head. The things you gave me before were already more than enough. Zeke frowned slightly. Stop nagging and take it. Unable to refuse any further, Liam carefully opened the box. The moment he looked inside, his expression completely froze. His eyes widened in amazement. Zeke asked calmly, do you like the gift? Liam clenched his hand excitedly and replied, of course I do. Inside the box was a custom-made suit of armor. The craftsmanship was extremely exquisite. The armor had a delicate structure balancing mobility and defense. Even Felix looked on with visible envy. Liam quickly tried it on, and after a few minor adjustments, he was amazed once more. It's a perfect fit. He immediately thanked Zeke sincerely for the gift. Meanwhile, Zeke quietly thought to himself that in his past life, he had used the Mercenary King's armor as a reference. This time, he had specifically ordered it for Liam from Jillian. Therefore, he was very confident Liam would like it. Zeke then said to Liam, just keep doing your best. After that, Zeke slowly shifted his gaze toward Felix. He said calmly, Liam was the first subordinate to swear loyalty to me, and he is a squire. Then Zeke directly ordered Felix, consider Liam your senior. Felix was completely shocked. Why am I lower than him? He asked instinctively as a sense of competition flared up in his mind. Zeke asked calmly, do you have any dissatisfaction? Felix immediately bowed his head and replied, no, I was just asking. Zeke slowly closed his eyes and said, I will give you a chance. If you can defeat Liam, I will change the ranking. The air immediately became heavy. A wave of killing intent suddenly flooded the room. As Felix raised his head and declared, then there is no turning back, master. Liam also looked at Felix with an annoyed expression. The scene shifted to the training ground. Labored breathing echoed everywhere. Felix cursed continuously while desperately trying to keep up. His body looked miserable. His face was covered in bruises, his eyes dulled from exhaustion. Liam stood firmly on the opposite side. The disparity between the two became clearer and clearer. Finally, Felix collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Zeke calmly declared the winner. Right then, Sir Farrell approached from behind, holding a stack of papers. Zeke turned and asked, what is that? Sir Farrell handed over the documents and replied, you should read these. Then he added, it says Riene Draker will participate in the tournament. The moment he heard that name, Zeke was stunned. A cold silence enveloped him. Sir Farrell continued, anyone from the rank of Purple Knight and above can participate. It seems the Tyran family hurried to register her. Zeke's gaze immediately turned icy. He slowly looked at Liam and asked, did you hear that? Liam stiffened slightly. Zeke said calmly, you should also participate in the tournament. Liam was surprised. Zeke continued, your goal is to defeat Riene. Sir Farrell immediately objected. Riene Draker is a pure-blooded awakened just like you. Even though she is young, she is one of the strongest candidates for the championship. But Zeke simply replied, that is exactly why I am assigning it to Liam. His voice carried absolute confidence. If Liam is a subordinate who has sworn loyalty to me, Zeke said firmly, then he must at least be able to go up against a championship candidate. Sir Farrell quietly praised Zeke in his heart. His way of thinking was completely different from ordinary people. While others focused on limits, Zeke only looked at results and growth. Meanwhile, Liam was completely overwhelmed by the trust Zeke placed in him. Zeke then looked straight at Liam and said, now you need to try even harder. You have to face Riene Draker in the tournament. Liam immediately stood at attention and replied resolutely, I will do my best. As their conversation continued, Felix slowly regained consciousness on the ground. His entire body ached horribly. While staring blankly at the sky, he quietly regretted his choice. Temporary camps had been set up near the foot of the mountain. Rows of tents stretched across the open terrain, flags fluttering lightly in the mountain breeze. Participants arrived from everywhere, making the area overflow with noise and an atmosphere of excitement. Suddenly, a group of people walked into the camp, attracting the attention of everyone present. The conversations gradually died down as countless eyes turned toward them. It was the Tyran family. The person representing them was Riene. She walked forward calmly, carrying the noble aura of an aristocratic representative. Almost at the same time, another group entered the camp. It was the Siemens family. Owen Siemens represented the Siemens family, and he was also escorted by knights and guards. The two groups finally stopped in front of each other, creating a tense, silent atmosphere. Owen stared at Riene before gritting his teeth. It's been a long time since we last met, he said. An arrogant smile appeared on his face as he continued. But it's a pity. The Siemens family will be the winners of the upcoming martial arts tournament. Riene looked at him with an emotionless face. She showed neither anger nor joy. Don't be arrogant, she replied coldly. And he will also be participating in this martial arts tournament. Owen frowned. He asked, who are you talking about? Before Riene could answer, a voice suddenly rang out calling her. Riene, the voice was friendly and familiar. It was Zeke. He approached while greeting her and checking on the situation. The moment Owen saw Zeke, his face instantly turned pale. His expression twisted as anger and resentment welled up. Owen gritted his teeth. Although Zeke was persistent, Owen consoled himself with a thought. No matter how talented Zeke was, he wouldn't be able to do anything without family sponsorship. So Owen was secretly happy, believing the victory was already in his hands. However, that confidence was shattered immediately. A large group suddenly appeared on horseback, followed by countless infantry. The ground seemed to shake under the hooves as the group approached. Owen looked toward them, his eyes widened in shock. It was the entire scouting force sponsoring Zeke. The leader of the group immediately called out to Zeke with clear respect. By order of Sir Zeke Draker, heir of the Agamemnon family, the Achilles, Hector, and Aegis families have gathered. The scout declared loudly. Additionally, Lady Angelina of the Graham family has also sent guards to escort you. The surrounding crowd became noisy. Many participants looked at Zeke with surprised eyes. Owen felt the veins on his forehead stand out. He cursed inwardly as his anger consumed his reason. Just moments ago, he was certain of victory, but now, many influential families had publicly declared their support for Zeke. Before Owen could say anything, a booming voice suddenly echoed throughout the area. Attention! The powerful voice cut through every conversation. Everyone present looked toward the source of the voice, wondering who could shout with such overwhelming authority. Standing in the distance was a scarred knight, Gareth Draker. The moment Zeke saw him, he recognized him immediately. Gareth Draker led one of the 3 knight teams of the Draker family, the Black Wolf Knights. In Zeke's previous life, during the Third Continental War, Gareth had operated on the front lines and built a fearsome reputation. That was why Zeke recognized him at first glance. Gareth Draker stepped forward and announced the start of the competition's preliminary round. His voice carried authority as he spoke to the participants. The preliminary round officially begins. Participants, please choose your weapons and step forward. As the participants began to prepare, Felix approached Zeke and lowered his voice. It seems everyone has disguised their weapons as javelins. Felix whispered. He looked around carefully before continuing. They usually just use regular spears, but this time they are all wrapped in cloth. That means the rumors are true. However, Zeke didn't pay much attention to those words. Instead, he casually handed Felix a cloth-wrapped spear. Felix blinked blankly. What is this? He asked. Zeke looked at him with an annoyed expression. What else? This is the weapon you will use to compete. Felix stiffened. Then Zeke dropped another bomb. I secretly registered you for the competition. For a moment, Felix's mind went completely blank. What? He shouted. Why did you do that? You didn't even ask for my opinion. However, before he could continue complaining, everyone's attention turned to the massive carts being pushed into the arena. The focus of the entire area shifted to them. Gareth Draker spoke up again. Everyone must be curious about the main event. Participants will receive higher points the more iron plates they can penetrate. As soon as he finished explaining, countless soldiers pushed carts filled with giant iron plates forward. The thick metal sheets looked extremely sturdy. Looking at them, one participant asked anxiously, "Is penetrating these difficult?" Another participant immediately replied, "Just transferring the force into the spear is already hard." Felix began to panic. "I thought this was for javelin throwing." Zeke looked at him calmly. "Don't panic, look at your weapon." Finally, Felix inspected the weapon carefully. Only then did he realize an important detail. This wasn't a throwing javelin. It was a sharp spear specifically designed for penetration. Felix turned back to look at Zeke. "Did you know the contents of the preliminary round beforehand?" Zeke nodded. The Siemens family doesn't favor javelins. Why would they choose spear throwing for the preliminary round if it were for distance? Felix understood immediately. The first person to compete was Owen Siemens. He stepped forward confidently while holding the spear. An arrogant smile appeared on his face as he looked around at his rivals. "Watch closely," Owen declared proudly. He spun the spear once before taking his stance. "I will surpass you all." At that moment, he thrust the spear forward with incredible force. Boom! The sound of the collision echoed across the field. The giant iron plates were torn apart as his spear penetrated 6 plates in a row. The crowd reacted with astonishment. Owen slowly turned his head and looked straight at Zeke with a triumphant smile. He was clearly very pleased with his result. However, Zeke didn't pay him any attention at all. Meanwhile, Felix was still complaining. "I'm not confident at all," he muttered. "Stop making noise," Zeke replied. Finally, it was Felix's turn. Taking a deep breath, he thrust the spear with all his might. His attack penetrated 3.5 iron plates. Felix looked like he had been relieved of a burden. After him, it was Liam's turn, and he penetrated 3 iron plates. Next was Renee Draker's turn. She thrust the weapon with significant force and penetrated 4 iron plates. However, she couldn't help but feel regret afterward. Her spear wasn't specifically designed for penetration, limiting its effectiveness. After finishing, she looked toward Zeke. It was finally his turn. Zeke stepped forward calmly. The weapon in his hand immediately drew attention. It looked like a sword attached to a spear handle. Owen looked at it with a confused expression. "Is that a sword attached to a spear handle?" Zeke just smiled faintly and stepped forward. Seeing the strange weapon, even the instructor became curious. "Are you really going to compete with that spear?" Zeke nodded in confirmation. Then he channeled mana into the weapon. A brilliant blue light immediately emitted from the surface. The atmosphere changed. Zeke slowly took his stance. The blue light grew stronger and stronger around the weapon. Then he moved, dragon-slaying art's true dragon sword play. In an instant, his spear shot forward like a ray of light tearing through the darkness. The attack was impossibly fast. The spear pierced through the iron plates as if they didn't exist. 1-2, the metal offered no resistance. The weapon continued to fly forward without stopping, smashing through plate after plate. Owen's eyes widened in shock. Renee was also stunned by the display of power. Even the surrounding participants watched in disbelief. Meanwhile, the instructor stared at the destroyed iron plates, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. A moment later, he finally announced the result with a trembling voice: 10 iron plates. The crowd became rowdy. The instructor swallowed hard before repeating, "Zeke penetrated 10 iron plates." Even Zeke was satisfied with his performance. The result had met his expectations. However, while the crowd was still reacting to his achievement, his attention suddenly shifted elsewhere. His gaze landed on another figure. She had competed almost at the same time as him. That person was wearing a red cloak covering her face, making it impossible to identify her. Even so, her performance had caught Zeke's attention. She had penetrated 8 iron plates, not with a spear but with a sword. Where did she come from? The question lingered in his mind as the preliminary round continued around them. As he continued to observe, the instructor suddenly called out her name, Elinsabrinna, 8 points. Hearing the announcement, Zeke thought to himself that he had never heard this name before. It sounded completely unfamiliar. However, as the hooded figure revealed more of her face while leaving the testing area, something suddenly clicked in his mind. Abruptly, Zeke recognized her. His eyes widened in shock. The person standing before him was none other than Helen Draker, his older sister, the woman known throughout the entire empire by the title, the Steel Knight. For a moment, Zeke could only stare at her in disbelief. Memories from his past life came flooding back in waves. In his previous life, Zeke clearly remembered what happened after the Platinum Knight, Carlydraker, died at the hands of the Pirate King in the Southern Seas. After her death, the Draker clan fell into complete chaos. Civil war erupted across the region as factions fought for influence and power. Before Abel became the family head, the Draker clan had been split into 2 major factions. At the center of one of those factions was Helen Draker. Later, she sought to oppose Abel. When Abel took power as the head of the family, he began organizing an opposition force and consolidating his power. Unable to accept Abel's rise, Helen built a defensive wall within the Troy Duchy and prepared to confront him. However, fate was not on her side. Ultimately, while engaging the Imperial army, she was killed in battle. The memories gradually faded as Zeke slowly returned to the present. After leaving the test site, he returned to his camp. Sitting on the sofa, he leaned back and sank into thought. In his past life, until her very last breath, Helen remained a traditional knight. She always fought valiantly, honorably, and without hesitation. She never cared about fame or political games. That was exactly why Zeke felt so confused. What brought her here? Why did Helen Draker decide to join the martial arts tournament? The question kept swirling in his mind. Before he could think further, Lady Catherine's voice brought him back to reality. She smiled slightly and complimented Zeke for correctly predicting the characteristics of the Zyman's family. She noted that he had rightly guessed they would choose a spearmanship strategy focused on piercing techniques. Zeke bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your help," he said sincerely. "Without your support, I wouldn't have been able to prepare the spear for the competition." He paused for a moment before continuing, "And thanks to you, our 3 members have made it into the main round." Lady Catherine seemed very pleased with the compliment. "Thank you," she replied. Then her expression became more serious. "I have obtained some reliable information regarding the first event of the main round." Everyone in the room immediately focused their attention on her. "The first event will be running." Felix blinked repeatedly. "Running?" he asked in disbelief. "In a martial arts tournament." Before he could finish, Sir Farrell interrupted. His expression was unusually grave. "The running mentioned here is the Draker survival running of the Draker family." The atmosphere immediately grew heavier. Sir Farrell crossed his arms and continued to explain, "This is not a normal race where you just reach the finish line." His voice grew colder. "This is a match where participants can be ambushed by opponents. They can engage in open combat if necessary. If you don't have family sponsorship, you will only be eliminated." The significance of those words immediately sank in for everyone. Both Liam and Felix turned pale. Now they understood. This was not just a simple martial arts tournament. This was also a battlefield where political powers clashed through their representatives. While others worried about the upcoming challenge, Zeke's thoughts drifted elsewhere. He was still thinking about Helen Draker. Why did she participate in the competition? What on earth did she want? No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't find the answer. However, there was one thing he was absolutely certain of. Helen was not on the same side as the Zyman's family. Inside her camp, Helen was practicing swordsmanship. Her blade cut through the air repeatedly as she trained in silence. Right then, Carlydraker entered the room. "Helen," Carly called out. Helen immediately stopped and turned around. "Sister Carly," she responded respectfully. Carly smiled helplessly. "Don't be so formal when it's just us sisters," she said. "Just call me sister." Helen nodded quietly. After a brief silence, Carly asked about a surprising person. "What do you think of Zeke?" Hearing that name, Helen's hand trembled slightly, not out of fear but out of excitement. Carly noticed the reaction immediately. The corners of her mouth curled into a small smile. "You want to spar with him, don't you?" she asked. Helen didn't answer immediately. Instead, her thoughts flew back to the competition. She recalled the technique Zeke had used, the dragon-slaying arts dragon scale pierce. That image was still vivid in her mind. It was an extraordinary attack. Helen silently complimented that technique in her heart. Then she whispered softly, almost to herself, Zeke's dragon scale pierce was more vivid, as if he could truly catch a dragon. For a moment the room became quiet. Carly then snapped out of her thoughts and stepped closer. Placing a hand on Helen's shoulder, she said seriously, "Zeke will be a great asset to us." She looked directly into Helen's eyes. "Keep testing him until you acknowledge him." Helen was silent, she didn't say a word. However, deep in her heart she felt increasingly excited. The more she thought about Zeke's potential, the more interested she became. The scene shifts to the day the official main round begins. Countless participants gathered at the starting area. A cold wind swept across the land as everyone prepared themselves. Standing in front of the crowd was Gareth Draker. He looked over all the contestants and asked loudly, "Are you ready?" His voice echoed throughout the area. After receiving a response from the participants, he began explaining the rules. "This round is nothing special." As he spoke, he pointed toward the massive, towering snow-capped mountain behind him. "You just need to reach Atlas Mountain within the next 48 hours. Many participants looked toward the mountain. The snow-white peak disappeared into the clouds. The challenge looked much more difficult than what Gareth described. Without further delay, Gareth signaled the start of the competition. On another side, Owen Zymans revealed a vicious smile. He was confident, absolutely confident. In this round, he would definitely crush Zeke. However, Zeke didn't bother paying attention to him at all. Instead, he turned to look at Felix. "Get into the cave," Zeke ordered. Felix blinked. "What's in the cave?" he asked anxiously. Zeke immediately glared at him. "You really don't want to go in." Felix quickly forced a laugh to ease the atmosphere. "I'm going in." He slowly walked into the cave, quietly followed behind. A few seconds passed. Then suddenly, "Help!" a terrified scream echoed from inside the cave. Everyone jumped. The next moment, Felix rushed out in desperation, screaming for help. Behind him were three massive polar bears in hot pursuit. The giant beasts roared angrily as they chased him. Seeing the situation, Zeke calmly turned to Liam. "Draw your sword." Liam looked at him in disbelief. "What are you asking me to do?" Liam asked worriedly. Zeke just smiled. "The fur of these bears will be very useful for us." Meanwhile, Riene and her group were moving through a snowy forest. As the group leader, Riene walked in front. Behind her, her subordinates shivered incessantly. The weather was cruelly freezing. Although most of them remained silent, they whined endlessly in their hearts while enduring the cold. Suddenly, Riene felt something was wrong. A strange sensation ran down her spine. She immediately stopped, then she looked back. In that moment, her eyes widened. A group of giant creatures was following them. Yeti. Several giant yetis were moving through the forest behind them. Riene was amazed. Normally, yetis rarely appear before humans. Their appearance was completely illogical. Then the realization hit. Her expression darkened immediately. "This is the Zymans family's doing," she muttered. The answer became clear. The Zymans family had somehow lured the Yetis toward them. Riene gritted her teeth in anger and cursed them in her heart as she understood exactly what had happened. A Yeti lunged forward and attacked Riene. The massive creature moved at terrifying speed despite its enormous size. Its giant arms swung through the frigid air, carrying enough power to crush a human in an instant. Riene luckily dodged the blow at the last moment by spinning her body out of the attack's path. Her expression hardened. At that moment, Riene thought to herself that at such a high altitude and in sub-zero temperatures, even the smallest movement consumed an immense amount of stamina. Every breath was heavier than usual. The icy wind cut into her skin like a blade, and the freezing environment continuously sapped her strength. Her gaze then shifted to her subordinates. Riene immediately understood the situation. Although she could try to endure this battle, her subordinates could not. Their condition had deteriorated significantly due to the harsh environment, and the enemies standing before them were completely overwhelming, especially given their terrifying numbers. Dozens of Yetis stood before them, their towering figures surrounding the area like an army of monsters. Their growls echoed through the snowy forest, making the air even more suffocating. Realizing what had to be done, Riene stepped forward and stood before the group of Yetis. She gripped her weapon tightly and turned to her subordinates. "You must leave here," Riene ordered firmly. "I will hold them back." The subordinates immediately froze. However, none of them were willing to retreat. Instead of backing down, they stood their ground. They refused to leave her alone. Seeing that they wouldn't retreat, Riene's expression darkened with anger. "What are you doing?" she asked sharply. "Are you refusing my orders?" Her tone carried an authority that immediately silenced them. The subordinates were stunned for a moment, torn in their decision. Each of them wanted to stay and fight by her side, but they also clearly understood their leader's intentions. Finally, they gritted their teeth. With expressions full of resentment and helplessness, they bowed their heads slightly. "We are sorry." They apologized before turning around. Then they dashed away from the battlefield. The Yetis immediately noticed the retreating figures. A few roared and tried to chase after Riene's subordinates. But Riene stepped out to block them. She stood right in their path. Like an immovable wall, she completely blocked their way. The Yetis stopped and glared at her. Riene gripped her sword with firm determination. Even if she had to die here, retreating was not an option. To save those who were loyal to the tyrant family and had entrusted their lives to her, she was ready to sacrifice herself without hesitation. The cold wind swept through the snowy forest. The air became tense. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared amidst the snowy forest. The mysterious person rushed forward with incredible speed. Before Riene could react, the figure leaped over her head and charged straight into the Yeti pack. The newcomer wore bare fur that covered their face, making immediate identification impossible. The Yetis almost couldn't react in time. With a quick, clean movement of the sword, the figure swung the blade. A sharp glint of light flashed. One Yeti was immediately decapitated. Its giant head flew through the air before slamming into the snow. The battlefield fell into silence for a moment. As the mysterious figure stood before Riene and saved her from the approaching monsters, she wondered who this person really was. Then she looked closer, her eyes widened slightly. It was Zeke Draker. Not long after, two other figures rushed through the snow. They were Liam and Felix, Zeke's subordinates. "Master," they shouted loudly as they hurried over. Upon arriving, Felix immediately threw a spear toward Zeke. The weapon spun rapidly in the air. Without delay, Zeke reached out and caught the spear with perfect precision. Then, without hesitating for even a moment, he took his stance, his muscles tensed. Using all his strength, Zeke threw the spear toward the Yeti pack. The spear shot out like a bolt of lightning. It pierced through several Yetis in a straight line. A few monsters were killed instantly. Blood stained the white snow red. Seeing the terrifying power of their opponent, the remaining Yetis hesitated. Fear was evident in their eyes. After a brief moment, the surviving Yetis retreated. Their giant bodies vanished deeper into the snowy forest. At that moment, the battlefield finally returned to silence. Zeke shifted his gaze to Riene. Looking straight at her, he asked, "The Turan family never forgets a favor, right?" Riene nodded. "That's right," she replied. "What do you want?" Zeke looked toward the distant mountain peak. "Nothing much," he said calmly, "and it's not a difficult condition." Then he proposed that they head to the destination quickly together. Meanwhile, at the mountain peak, Gareth Draker was waiting for the participants to arrive. Beside him, an instructor was reporting the current results. "A total of 30 participants have passed," the instructor reported. Gareth Draker nodded. "The competition deadline is nearing," he said. Nearby, Owen Zymans revealed a smug smile. In his mind, he believed the plan to use Yetis to block Riene was definitely the right choice. Everything had gone exactly as he expected, or so he thought. Just as Gareth Draker was about to announce the end of the allotted time, a voice suddenly rang out from afar. "Wait a moment." Owen Zymans' expression changed immediately. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound. A few figures appeared. It was Riene and Zeke's group. Zeke casually remarked, "Looks like we made it in time." Seeing them, Gareth Draker nodded. "Just barely," he said. Then he officially announced that as they were the final participants to arrive, the first round of the main event had concluded. He announced that after resting, everyone should prepare for the second round tomorrow. The participants began discussing the results. Just then, someone approached Zeke and called his name, Zeke. Zeke turned around. It was Helen Draker. She looked at him calmly before speaking. "You have broken through all the obstructions of the Zymans family," she said. Zeke looked straight into her eyes. "What are you trying to say?" he asked. Helen didn't react. "I'm not interested in such childish games," she replied. Her voice became serious. "I just want to test your limits and abilities." Having said that, she turned and left. Without looking back, she added, "Don't disappoint me. I will continue to keep an eye on you until the tournament ends." Then she departed. Zeke silently watched her figure fade away. While observing her, he thought to himself that because she was watching him so closely, she must have joined Carly's faction. He then whispered quietly that it seemed she was participating in the competition specifically to determine if he was qualified. And indeed, she was worthy of the title Steel Knight. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. "Zeke," Riene called him. The voice pulled him out of his contemplative state. She approached and said sincerely, "I owe you my life." Riene said, "What do you want?" Zeke smiled. Since things had unfolded this way, he saw an opportunity. "How about doing the second round together?" he asked. A smirk appeared on his face. "Without a doubt, those Zymans bastards will try something again." Hearing those words, Owen Zymans looked toward them. His eyes were filled with boiling rage. However, he couldn't say anything. Riene considered the proposal for a moment before nodding. "It seems like a reasonable choice to cooperate," she admitted. Therefore, she accepted the offer. Then Riene looked at Zeke and continued, "Since we are now in the same boat, I will tell you a special piece of information." Zeke became curious. What could she possibly reveal? Riene's expression suddenly turned serious. "The next round," she said slowly, "the second round of the main event, I know what the event will be." The moment those words were released, Zeke, Liam, and Felix were all stunned. The three of them looked at Riene with surprised eyes. Seeing their reaction, Riene continued, "As I expected, you didn't know." She explained that obtaining this information wasn't easy and they had only just managed to collect it. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Then Riene finally revealed the secret, the second round event. She paused for a moment before continuing. It's a fight on a tightrope. Zeke and Lady Catherine were sitting and discussing matters in a luxurious room. Hearing about the rope wrestling event, Zeke was slightly surprised. The man opposite him confirmed that there was no issue with this competition. Zeke still felt uneasy, as this event was traditionally hard to cheat in and had been chosen by the Zimmons family themselves. Just then, Catherine entered with a confident smile on her lips. She announced that she had finished investigating the second round. Zeke replied that Riene Draker had already informed them about the content of this round. Catherine raised an eyebrow, saying that the information she brought would be a bit different. She began to explain the format of rope wrestling in more detail. It was a team battle taking place on ropes stretched high above the ground. Whichever side maintained more members on the ropes would have the advantage. Zeke immediately realized the Zimmons had switched to a team battle because they didn't dare to face him in a direct one-on-one duel. Catherine smiled slightly behind her fan, telling him not to worry too much. It was the calculating gaze of a powerful lady. She affirmed that the role of sponsoring families was to provide support during moments like these. A panoramic view of the arena appeared with giant ropes hanging in midair. The referee stood on a high platform and sonorously began the briefing session. He shouted loudly about the details and rules of the upcoming match. The rule was simple. Anyone who fell off the rope would be eliminated immediately. Otherwise, everyone could do whatever they wanted on the rope. Liam and Felix were panicking when Zeke suddenly called their names. He wore a menacing smile. Anyone who got eliminated would have to undergo a year of isolated training. Hearing the ultimatum, both of them were so scared they were trembling. The signal to start rang out, and the knights launched themselves off the starting platform. The soldiers of the Zimmons family walked confidently on the ropes, boasting that they had been training for this since they were 5 years old. He even acted regretful that he had to show off the family's secret technique so early. On the other side, Zeke watched leisurely as the Zimmons knights approached. A Zimmons commander shouted orders for his subordinates to take down Zeke's team. But then he suddenly froze because he saw that something was wrong. A series of Zimmons knights slipped and fell off the ropes one after another like falling fruit. The commander's eyes widened in shock, unable to understand why his troops were so incompetent. Watching the opponents fall, Zeke vaguely guessed that this was Catherine's financial ability. Zeke glanced up at the viewing gallery, marveling at the wealth and generosity of the lady. Catherine stood on high, quietly observing, her expression unchanged. Seeing that the small fry had been thinned out, Zeke decided to let his whole team start acting for real. The female knight from the Turun faction began to unleash her secret technique. A skull-breaker blow erupted, immediately knocking away anyone in her path. Liam leaped high and landed securely on a rope. The entire arena was in chaos from the overwhelming offensive power of Zeke's team. A Zimmons knight was stunned to see his opponent rushing toward him so fast. A powerful kick landed straight on his face, sending him flying out of the arena. Zeke's team began their sweep, unleashing powerful sword strikes from above. Zeke smiled contentedly as he saw his teammates doing a great job clearing the arena. Just then, Owen Zimmons approached with murderous intent in his eyes. Owen proposed a fair one-on-one duel in the knightly style, and told Zeke not to use his weak subordinates. Zeke scoffed, asking him back if he really thought he would easily fall for such a provocation. Despite saying that, Zeke still decided to indulge his opponent with a preemptive strike. He launched himself from the rope, swinging his sword straight toward Owen at incredible speed. Just as the sword was about to hit its mark, a flash of silver unexpectedly cut across the trajectory of the attack. A piercing sound of metal clashing rang out in midair. Zeke's strike had been completely blocked. The person who had interfered with the match was none other than Helen Draker. Even Owen was bewildered because Helen was not someone on his side. Zeke stepped back and landed on the rope, his eyes full of caution as he looked at the female knight who had just appeared. He asked in a deep voice if she intended to side with the Zimmons family. Helen replied nonchalantly that she simply wanted to test the strength of Zeke Draker. Zeke felt a terrifying pressure radiating from Helen, thinking to himself that if not for the Bahamut sword, his weapon might have been severed by her. An excited smile gradually appeared on Zeke's face. He realized this was the test that Helen had mentioned last time. In that case, I will satisfy you fully. Zeke channeled power into his sword, causing it to erupt with a brilliant blue aura, ready for the real battle. Zeke and Alin both swung their swords with all their might. The moment the blades clashed, sparks flew violently, scattering like thousands of fireflies across the arena. A powerful shockwave swept across the battlefield, making the rope under their feet tremble slightly. The audience held their breath as the sound of the collision echoed throughout the arena. Among the crowd, a figure was observing the match with extreme intensity. His eyes never left the two fighters, tracking every movement with intense focus. He thought to himself that Zeke Darker truly lived up to his name. He deserved to be called the #1 genius of the continent. Every movement, every step, and every strike exuded superior mastery. At the same time, he was also impressed by Helen's performance. As he watched her engage with Zeke, he tried to recall her alias Erin Sabrina. The name surfaced in his memory, causing him to squint in thought. He told himself that besides Riene Draker, he had never known a female knight so skilled. Yet Helen was trading blows evenly with Zeke on the narrow rope hanging high in the air. It was a sight that far exceeded his expectations. On the rope, Zeke was also lost in thought. Helen's skills were truly astounding. Every attack was precise, and every defense was flawless. He realized she hadn't been boasting when she told him to test his strength against hers. His expression gradually became serious. Having reached this point, he would respond in kind. His resolve grew stronger. Without hesitation, Zeke channeled mana into his sword. The blade began to hum as mana gathered around it. He activated the dragon-slaying art, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. However, before he could execute the skill, the trainer suddenly stepped out and loudly declared that the second round of the competition had ended. The announcement immediately ended the match. Both Zeke and Helen stopped and stood silently for a moment. The tension covering the arena slowly dissipated as the two fighters lowered their weapons. The trainer then announced that the third round of the competition would continue with the remaining participants. Zeke sighed and looked toward Helen. "Since this round is over, we'll meet again in the next," he said calmly. Helen stood silently, listening to Zeke. For a moment, she just stared at him. Then Zeke suddenly called out Helen's real name, Helen Darker. The moment the words left his mouth, Helen's expression changed instantly. Her eyes widened in shock. She realized Zeke had known her identity from the start. Seeing her reaction, Zeke waved his hand leisurely and said that since they were still siblings, he should at least know her face. However, he thought differently in his heart. Ordinarily, just like everyone else, he wouldn't have known her face either. The only reason he recognized her was because he had seen her portrait in his previous life. Helen remained silent. Having her disguise exposed by Zeke left her momentarily speechless. She lowered her eyes and slowly turned around. Then Helen softly told Zeke that she would see him in the next round. Without saying another word, she left the arena. After the second round ended, Zeke, Lord Farrell, and Lady Catherine sat around a table discussing the next round. Meanwhile, Felix and Liam stood nearby, listening silently and intently without interrupting. After discussing for a while, Zeke finally summarized that the third round would take place in a single elimination tournament format. Lady Catherine smiled and nodded in agreement. "Since the public will start following from the third round," she said, "increasing the number of matches in a tournament format will be great for promotion." Lord Farrell nodded and then added his own thoughts. "And I will personally decide the final champion, so it's perfect," he said confidently. He then laughed loudly. "Anyway, no one can defeat Zeke in a one-on-one match. The victory essentially belongs to him." However, hearing these words, Lady Catherine immediately warned him not to be subjective. "That match has an important rule," she said. Her face became serious. "The use of aura is forbidden in the next round." The air around the table changed instantly. "In other words," Lady Catherine continued, "Zeke will have to fight using only pure physical strength." Hearing this, Lord Farrell jumped out of his chair. "What?" he exclaimed. He looked at Catherine in disbelief and asked if that were true. "That is an extreme rule." However, Zeke remained calm. He told Lord Farrell to calm down and said it would be fine. A faint smile appeared on his face. "Even without using aura," Zeke said confidently, "the swordsmanship I have forged all this time still remains within me." His eyes reflected steadfast confidence. "Therefore, I will win." Lord Farrell looked at him with worried eyes. Even though Zeke spoke very confidently, he couldn't help but feel concerned. The next moment, Lord Farrell suddenly grabbed Zeke's hand. "I will help you train even more until the tournament begins," he declared enthusiastically. "Leave the rest to me." Zeke nodded in awkward agreement. However, he thought to himself that he still wasn't used to Lord Farrell being so eager at times. Afterwards, Zeke headed toward a pharmaceutical company. Not long after, he reached the building and stepped inside. Inside was his master Payne. The moment they met, both Payne and Zeke exchanged greetings. Then Zeke asked if he had gotten used to the new environment yet. Payne nodded. "At first, I was a bit overwhelmed when I suddenly had to take on such a big role," he admitted honestly. "But I have learned and tried my best not to become a burden." Payne had become the chairman of the pharmaceutical company that Zeke had prepared. However, this role only focused on external affairs, while others handled the actual work in the shadows. As Zeke's gaze swept across the room, it finally landed on a figure lying lazily on the table. It was the guild's new tycoon, Kay. She was stretching on the table as if it were her own private bed. Recognizing Zeke, she greeted him with a yawn. Kay then asked Zeke why he had time to come here when he must be busy with the martial arts competition. Zeke immediately replied that she was the one who said this was urgent. Then he asked why she had sent an urgent message to him. It can't just be because there are too many papers to process, right? He added. Kay nodded. That's also a problem. She admitted, but I called you for a different reason. Zeke immediately asked if the cartel was in trouble. Kay shook her head, not that. Then she pointed directly at Zeke. The main problem is you. Zeke was stunned for a moment. Kay began to explain. The Imperial Intelligence Agency and the Dark Knights are both investigating in the south. Her face became more serious. The intelligence agency is looking for the ones who destroyed the Paybella cartel camp, and the Dark Knights are looking for the person who killed Don Juan. Hearing this, Zeke fell into deep thought. He already had an idea why the Imperial Intelligence Agency was looking for him. He guessed it might be because of Cain Zeman's Constantinus. After all, he had killed him and obtained the magic armor. That alone was reason enough for them to hunt him down. At the same time, he wondered what the Dark Knights were doing. Seeing him deep in thought, Kay waved her hand. You don't need to wonder why the Dark Knights are chasing you, she said. That's just the nature of their organization. Then Kay casually asked if she should tell Simon to kill everyone who leaked information if he was really worried. The casual way she spoke about killing people made Payne tremble visibly. He looked terrified just hearing such a discussion. Zeke immediately shook his head. We are not a cartel, he said. We don't need to kill everyone who is investigating us. Kay shrugged. Afterward, Zeke changed the subject. What about the Dark Yaksha, he asked. Is he adapting well to the south? Kay nodded. Actually, it was he who brought this information to us. She continued. Perhaps because he used to belong to the intelligence agency, he is very sensitive to the royal family's movements. And Simon really likes him because he does his job very well. Hearing that, Zeke thought it was lucky he hadn't killed him at that time. Kay stretched a little and spoke again. There is one more problem. Zeke immediately asked what it was. Kay replied that there was trouble with the newly recruited alchemists. Zeke frowned, not understanding what the problem was. Before Kay could continue, Payne stepped up and explained, We invited them to create a new type of medicine with Soma, Payne sighed, but not long ago they suddenly went on strike and stopped their research. Zeke blinked. Is there any way to convince them to work again? Payne shook his head. We already tried. His face revealed clear frustration. But those two are too difficult to deal with. Suddenly a memory surfaced in Zeke's mind. His eyes widened slightly, then he looked at Payne and asked, Are those alchemists twins? Payne looked truly surprised. How did you know? He asked. A slow smile spread across Zeke's face. In his heart, he thought it was definitely them. The troublesome geniuses he remembered, the twin alchemist genius brothers Al and Jeff.